I am Wang Yuan. My first business trip to a foreign country with a beautiful president. I did not expect to encounter the doom of the plane crash. In that originally should be a smooth flight above the 10,000-meter altitude, the aircraft first with the tower bizarre lost contact, followed by all electronic equipment instantly malfunction. That frightening scene, as if the end of the world suddenly descended. I couldn't help praying in my heart, God, I'm still young and unmarried. I don't want to die here. Thinking about the fact that I had not spent a single penny of the money I had earned so desperately over the years and still had it in the bank, I was truly dead. Perhaps God heard my cries for help, and then the airplane finally and inevitably crashed on a deserted island. When I opened my eyes in a daze, I realized that the beautiful president and a stewardess had miraculously survived the terrible disaster. But as I look out over the smoke-shrouded coastline, I can't help but feel a deep sense of despair. There was no food or fresh water on this deserted island, and we didn't even know how to survive. Just when I was disheartened, the beautiful president suddenly said to me, "If we are stuck on this deserted island for 1 year and still no one comes to save us, then we will marry you." Hearing these words, it was as if I had found the hope of living. So, to survive on this deserted island, what interesting things will happen to me and the beautiful president? Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel and share. If you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Chapter 1. Deserted Island Survival. I, Wang Yuan, retired from the Special Forces as a security lieutenant, have miraculously survived. What is more surprising is that I also found the same surviving stewardess on this deserted island. At the moment, we are on this small island of just over 200 square meters, surrounded by the vast ocean, and facing a huge challenge to survive. We should have been on a comfortable airplane, but we were thrown into this desperate situation by fate. To think that the money I've worked so hard to earn is still in the bank. I try to calm myself down, realizing that staying alive was my only goal. All I had on me was my ID and passport, but with no water, no food, and a growling stomach, my survival instincts drove me to look around along the beach. Suddenly, I noticed a shiny metallic light. Swimming over, I actually found a foam box with a stewardess, Ren Yuan, lying on top of it, seemingly unconscious. I quickly dragged her to shore and administered artificial respiration. She finally woke up and weakly asked, "Where is this?" I replied, "We all fell out of an airplane and are on an island." Ren Yuan showed her gratitude. "Thank you." And I just said lightly, "The same end of the world. Help each other." She asked me if I had water, and I shook my head helplessly. Afterwards, we searched for food together along the seashore. Right in the middle of our search, I found a few small conchs. Not much, but it could finally fill my stomach. We shared the deliciousness of the seafood, and the atmosphere gradually lightened up. Ren Yuan even laughed and flirted with me. At this point, I began to pay attention to Ren Yuan and was a bit surprised to find her long legs and elegance. She had a shy face and lowered her head, not daring to meet my eyes, awkward and cute. As we talked and enjoyed our food, we grew familiar with each other, as if we had forgotten the desperate situation we were in. With the moonlight on her face, I couldn't help but think, "We'll survive, there must be a way." It was at this point that my mind swore that no matter what, I would take her safely off this lonely island. On this lonely island, the cold winds of the night mingled with the moonlight, and a deep sleep enveloped me. Just as the morning sun of the Mid-Autumn Festival approached, I woke up from my dream and felt Ren Yuan beside me, still curled up, looking peaceful. I gently got up and took off my jacket to cover her up, and a warmth could not help but well up in my heart. Walking towards the beach, I rinsed my mouth with seawater, when suddenly I spotted a floating suitcase on the surface, and my heart tightened. This can't be allowed to float away. I immediately took off my shoes and clothes and swam towards the suitcase in my underwear. Just then, Ren Yuan woke up, and when she saw that I wasn't there, she was so terrified that tears almost came to her eyes. She looked around, wondering in her mind if I had abandoned her. However, just at the moment she felt despair, she heard my voice calling her from the sea. When she saw me swimming back with my suitcase in tow, she pounced on me and hugged me, crying, "I thought you were gone." "Oh." I smiled and comforted her. "How could you? I won't leave you behind." In this moment, the sea water and tears mingled, making us incredibly close. Seeing that I was still naked, Ren Yuan blushed like a ripe apple and hurriedly urged me to hurry up and get dressed. Her reaction made me unable to help myself, and I was secretly pleased in my heart. The contents of the suitcase made my heart race, and when I opened it, my eyes were met with a pile of men's clothing, shoes, and a small box of toiletries. Those things were all my size, which made me a little surprised. Continuing to rummage, I actually found a set of keys and a fruit knife. The heart cannot help but secretly think, this person is not simple. However, when I flipped to a box of Durex, Rin Yuan immediately blushed and grabbed the box to throw it away. I hurriedly stopped her. Don't throw it away, it might come in handy. She turned away angrily, actually leaving me in a state of confusion. What size shoes do you wear? I couldn't help but shout. Rin Yuan still didn't answer, sitting on the reef and sulking, so I could only shake my head helplessly and continue rummaging through my suitcase. As I found a set of black sweatshirts and walked towards her with them, the thought crossed my mind that maybe this day would change our destiny. On this deserted island, where our survival depended on each other, maybe we would develop a different relationship. Chapter 5. The Freshwater Crisis. At dawn, I awoke to find Run still curled up, and with a sense of duty in my heart, I knew I had to protect her. After rinsing my mouth with seawater, I spotted a floating suitcase on the island, and with hope in my heart, I dove into the ocean and swam to the glowing metal object. Hauling the suitcase ashore, a glimmer of hope flared in my heart. Opening the suitcase, I found clothes, shoes, and some necessities, even cash. It all made me think that maybe we could still survive. I handed Rin Yuan what I found and felt the blush on her face. We began to search for food together, sharing oysters and sea urchins, and the fear in our hearts seemed to ease slightly as the sun shone down on us. However, a wave of anxiety ensued as Rin Yuan longed for fresh water, and I decided to climb the nearby reef in search of it. On the reef, I found a puddle of water that was murky but was the fresh water we needed. Just as I was excitedly calling out to Rin Yuan, she accidentally fell, and the pain made my heart race. As I helped her up and checked her injuries, I held her hand, my heart racing, but also realizing that it was the only thing I could do at the moment. Are you okay? I asked in a low voice, my heart tightening at the sight of her tears glistening. I'm thirsty. Can I find fresh water? Her voice moved like a faint dragonfly. Yes, I found it. I decided to carry her to the water source, and in that moment her gentle embrace made my heart race. After a lot of hustle and bustle, finally we had established a natural shelter on this small island, and it seemed like everything was slowly getting better. But just then, a voice inside me kept reminding me that I should never take this lightly. After all, we are still in this boundless ocean, and our fate could change at any time. Chapter 6. Discovery of the Island. I started prying off a few oysters with my hands and pocketing them. Suddenly, something flashed before my eyes. A plastic 5-liter peanut oil drum. It was empty, but I immediately picked it up, opened the lid, quickly filled it with seawater, grabbed a handful of sand and shook it, and sure enough, the bucket became clean. I also used a knife to make 2 large holes in the upper part of the bucket, which made it much easier to carry. Loaded with oysters, I returned from a spin along the beach, thinking to myself, wow, so much seafood. Rin Yuan was surprised to see my loot. Well, and picked up 2 buckets. I said as I showed off the haul in my hand, oysters, sea urchins, and coconut snails galore. We smashed the coconut snails with a rock, the freshness of the seafood lulling us into a brief moment of satisfaction. Phew, so full. Rin Yuan rubbed her stomach while revealing a satisfied smile. Take a break. I'll take a look up there. I thought to myself that there must be more resources here. Standing high on the reef, suddenly, a gray shadow flashed before my eyes. Hope! Hope! Quick, there's an island! I shouted, almost jumping up and down with excitement. Where? She hurried over. Over there! I pointed to the southeast. The sight of the vague island filled my heart with hope. Quick, pull me up! Rin Yuan shouted excitedly. Does your foot still hurt? I carefully pulled her up. It only hurts a little. It's much better already. There was a gleam of anticipation in her eyes. We can't maintain this place for a few days. We have to find a way to get past it. I said firmly. How do we get there? Her brow furrowed slightly. Swimming? Can you swim? I offered. I can, but I can't swim far. She hesitated a little. That's a deal. We'll swim there tomorrow. I patted her shoulder encouragingly. Waiting here for a rescue team is not an option. Okay. She finally nodded in agreement. Next, I was going to go down and find something to eat. Looking at Rin Yuan sitting on the beach, I couldn't help but feel a trace of warmth in my heart. Despite the danger, she was still like a small flower, blooming with a smile. I'm going to find some food. You wait here. I said goodbye to her and jumped off the reef, ready to find food. Chapter 6: Discovery of the Island. Wang Yuan strolled along the reef coast and saw a few fat oysters hidden in a rock crevice, so he pried them off and pocketed them. Not a few steps, he saw an empty plastic peanut oil barrel, greasy. He hurriedly picked it up, filled it with seawater, grabbed a handful of sand and put it in, shook it and cleaned it. Then he used a knife to symmetrically open 2 holes in the top, turning it into a simple bucket, and put all the oysters he found into it. He continued to wander along the beach, picking up a second peanut oil barrel and finding half a barrel of seafood. When he returned to the campground, Yuan's eyes widened. Wow, so much seafood. And picked up 2 buckets, just right for stuff. Wang Yuan said with a smile. They cleaned up all the dozen oysters, 2 sea urchins, a few sea reds, and a large coconut snail that they had picked up. Wang Yuan smashed the coconut snail with a stone, cut the meat into thin slices, and the 2 of them shared the rest of the seafood one by one. So full. Yuan sighed contentedly as she rubbed her bulging stomach. You rest for a while? I'll take a look at the high ground. Wang Yuan laid out the foam board and told her to lie down. Good. Yuan took a jacket and pillowed it under her head, lying down at ease. Wang Yuan climbed to the top of the reef and stood there looking around. Suddenly, he noticed what appeared to be a blurry gray shadow in the southeast direction. Yuan, get up. I see an island, he shouted excitedly. Where? Rin snapped up and ran barefoot. Over there. Wang Yuan pointed in a grayish direction. Yuan squinted her eyes, trying to recognize the shadow, and finally saw a ray of hope. Quickly pull me up. She waved her hand excitedly. Wang Yuan jumped down and pulled her carefully up to the top of the reef. The 2 stood side by side, their eyes locked on the shadows in the distance. It should be an island, but there are probably quite a few open and dark reefs around it. Wang Yuan said with a frown. You know quite a bit. Yuan raised her eyebrows and laughed. Hey, we have to find a way to get over there. Wang Yuan scratched his head. We won't last a few days in this place. We might not be able to survive once the tide rises. But how are we going to get there? Yuan asked worriedly. Swimming? Do you know how to swim? Wang Yuan asked. It will be, but it won't swim far. She was a little apprehensive. It's okay. We'll swim there together tomorrow. Wang Yuan comforted. It's better than waiting here to die. The seafood here will soon be eaten up, not to mention that we don't have fresh water. But there won't be sharks in the sea, right? Yuan said worriedly. It's anyone's guess, but we can only rely on ourselves than waiting for help to come at some unknown time. Wang Yuan's gaze was firm. All right, then we'll swim there tomorrow. Yuan took a deep breath and seemed to have made up her mind. To get ready for tomorrow, I'm going to find some food to dry and take with me on the way. Do you want to join me? Wang Yuan asked. Go ahead. I'll wait here. Rin smiled and shook her head. Wang Yuan nodded and carried the oil drum towards the beach. Yuan looked at his back and couldn't help but reveal a sweet smile. After a while, she carefully descended to the beach, took off her high heels, walked barefoot to the beach, rolled up her pant legs to her knees, and washed the stockings she pulled out of her pockets with seawater. Suddenly, she stepped on something hard under her foot. She bent down to feel it and fished it up to see that it was a large clam. She excitedly ran back to the shore, dried her stockings on the rocks, and then ran back into the water, carefully probing the water with her feet. Ah, another one! She cheered as she fished out a second clam, almost jumping for joy. Half an hour later, Wang Yuan walked over with a bucket full of seafood, and seeing Yuan smiling like a child, he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, What are you doing? I'm picking up clams. Yuan proudly raised the loot in her hands, her face filled with a joyful smile. Wang Yuan looked at her and felt a warmth in his heart. Although they were in a difficult situation, relying on each other at the moment actually made one feel a tinge of sweetness and strength. Perhaps, as long as there was hope, they could get out of this predicament together. Chapter 7: Preparing for Relocation. Look what I found! Yuan pulled out a handful of clams from her pocket and bragged as she handed them to Wang Yuan. Amazing! Wang Yuan laughed as he took the clams, and seeing her pull out more from another pocket, he couldn't help but quip, You're such a little clammer. Hee. Yuan smiled triumphantly. Wang Yuan put the clams into the oil drum and casually said, These are white clams. The pattern on them is quite pretty. Ah! Rin nodded. Let's take this seafood to the sun. It's hot, and it's better to dry it out and preserve it. Good idea. The two men found a large, flat rock and emptied the oil drum of seafood. More than 20 sea reds, 20 oysters, 15 or 16 white clams, and a few coconut snails and spicy snails. The two were busy smashing the conch shells open with a rock and picking out the meat and spreading it out on the rock to dry in the sun. Phew! Wang Yuan straightened up and suddenly asked, "What size shoes do you wear?" "Size 36, what's wrong?" Rin Yuan looked at him curiously. "Wait for me." Wang Yuan smiled and ran back to rummage through his suitcase, finding a pair of sneakers and 2 pairs of old men's underwear. He tore open the underwear, pulled out the leather straps, and casually stuffed the rags into the shoes, carrying them back to Rin Yuan. "Here, try this on." He handed her the modified shoes. Rin Yuan froze for a moment, took the shoes and put them on, stood up and tried them on, and said in surprise, "Haha, it fits just right. You're too smart, aren't you?" Saying this, she pounced in front of Wang Yuan and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Wang Yuan froze and touched his face, somewhat embarrassed. Rin Yuan's face instantly reddened to her neck. "I'm sorry, I'm just too excited. Thank you." Wang Yuan quickly changed the topic. "It's fine. I found a backwater bay over there. There's quite a lot of seafood there. Let's go get some for the night." "Yes." Rin Yuan had an expectant look on her face. Wang Yuan pointed to the distance. "It's not far over there. Can you walk over there?" "Oops, people's feet still hurt a bit." Rin Yuan chirped, deliberately glancing at him. "Why don't I carry you?" Wang Yuan was a bit overwhelmed. "Straight man?" Rin Yuan laughed in her heart, but on the surface, she said gently, "No need. Just help me a little." Wang Yuan had to hold her up, and the two of them walked forward slowly. When they arrived at the Huishui Wan, Rin Yuan was helped to sit on a rock. Wang Yuan explained, "This is the Huishui Wan. Seafood is washed in when the tide is high, and they can't get out when the tide is low, so we can just pick it up here." "How clever!" Rin smiled at him. Wang Yuan took off his shoes and socks, pulled up his pants leg, went down into the water, bent over, and carefully groped, and in a short, while he fished up 2 fist-sized conchs and threw them at her feet. "Follow." "Aha!" Rin Yuan laughed as she picked up the conch and put it in the bucket. Suddenly, a round thing flew over. Rin Yuan fixed her eyes on it, but it was a sea urchin, which scared her so much that she immediately retracted her hand and shouted, "You're annoying." Wang Yuan laughed his head off. "Sorry, threw it the wrong way." The laughter of the two echoed in the quiet bay, as if they had left all the plight and loneliness behind. Even though they were on a deserted island, their hearts were filled with hope and laughter. Chapter 8. An Interesting Sea Drive. "Ha!" Wang Yuan laughed his ass off, and Rin Yuan was so angry that she stomped her feet. "Nuisance! Dead Wang Yuan! Stinky Wang Yuan! Let you bully me!" She pouted her lips and squatted by the water bay, raising water to splash Wang Yuan. I surrender. Lady warriors, spare my life." Wang Yuan hurriedly raised his hands to beg for mercy, with a pleasing look on his face. "Umph." Rin Yuan huffed and turned her head away, ignoring him. Seeing this, Wang Yuan hurriedly picked up the sea urchin that had just scared her and ran to her to explain. "Look, the thorns of this sea urchin aren't sharp, and with the distance being so close, I didn't exert any force, so it won't pierce my hand." "But it hurts." Run glared at him. Fine, I was wrong. Lord Warrior Woman, spare me. In order to make you feel less angry, I decided to kill this sea urchin and let you eat it alive." With a serious face, Wang Yuan took out his knife and made a gesture to lynch the sea urchin. "I'll let you bully my family hope. I'll let you bully my Yuan." As he said this, he raised his hand and pried open the sea urchin in 3 strokes, handing it to her and pretending to say with a sharp voice, "The slave has already lynched the culprits, so please feel free to have your meal at ease, Your Highness." Rin Yuan couldn't help but laugh out loud, took the sea urchin and knife, and said in a dignified manner, "Little Yuanzi, you've performed well today. This palace rewards you with a ha. Thank you for your reward, Your Highness." Wang Yuan snickered and bent down to bow. "I'll go prepare the evening meal for the Empress." Rin Yuan set her face to imitate the noble princess. "Xiao Yuanzi, this palace is tired. You retire." "Tuh." Wang Yuan arched his hand and retreated, making Rin Yuan laugh. He jumped back into the water bay and continued to fumble for seafood in the water, while Rin Yuan ate sea urchins and watched his busy figure. Suddenly, Wang Yuan fishes up a black object and throws it over. Sea cucumber. It's a wild sea cucumber. Rin Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Well, this is a sea eggplant, a type of sea cucumber. Wang Yuan replied calmly. Rin Yuan immediately squatted down to the edge of the water bay, her eyes fixed on the clear bottom of the water, pointing excitedly. There's a sea urchin over there. Look, there's a big conch over there. Oh, there's a big lobster over there. She pointed a short distance away, waving her hand excitedly. Sure, keep your voice down. Wang Yuan cautiously approached the lobster. His hand slowly approached and violently grabbed the lobster's back and lifted it up. Ha ha! He laughed excitedly. Yay! Gotcha! Rin jumped up and down happily, cheering. Wang Yuan hurriedly put the big lobster into the oil drum and continued to catch some sea urchins and sea snails in the water. All right, no more catching. The rest of the seafood is not suitable for raw food. Let's go back. Good. Rin Yuan smiled from ear to ear and followed him back to the camp in a happy mood. They peeled and sliced and ate the large lobsters, and after a couple of sea urchins and conch, they were stuffed to the gills. I have to go for a bit. Rin Yuan blushed and whispered. Then go behind the reef. Wang Yuan handed her a pack of tissues, trying not to embarrass her. Thanks. Rin took the tissue shyly and went around to the back of the reef. Wang Yuan then walked to the place where the seafood was drying and wrapped the dried seafood in his t-shirt. He overheard that Rin Yuan's stockings were still drying on the side and hurriedly brought them back with him. When she came back, Wang Yuan handed her the stockings, and Rin Yuan took them with a red face and quietly stuffed them in her pocket. I want to go sit on the reef for a while. Do you want to join me? Wang Yuan asked softly. Well, together. Rin nodded. The two sat side by side on the reef. The sky gradually darkened, but the moon had quietly risen. The soft moonlight sprinkled on the sea surface, flooding a little silver light. The breeze was gentle, bringing a slight coolness. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Wang Yuan suddenly spoke. Happy Mid-Autumn. Rin Yuan responded softly. Wang Yuan lay down with his arm on his pillow and looked at the bright moon in the night sky, and Rin Yuan followed suit. The two of them quietly looked at the moon in the sky, as if their hearts were much calmer. Chapter 9. The Rising Tide of the Sea. The night gradually fell, and the bright moonlight spilled onto the reef, faintly visible all around. Wang Yuan and Rin Yuan lay quietly, their eyes following the full moon in the sky. Brother Jin, how old are you? Rin Yuan asked in a small voice, calling him that for the first time with a hint of discomfort in her tone. I'm 23. What about you? Wang Yuan looked at her sideways. I'm 21. What did you do before? I was a soldier for 5 years and was discharged at the end of last year. And when I came back, I never found a suitable job. Then the head of the army recommended me to work in the security department of a company. After working for less than 2 months, the company sent me to Africa to participate in the preparations for the branch, and I ended up running into these things. He smiled helplessly. I was wondering, what great things can a small security guard do? Don't you feel weirdly homesick? I miss my parents so much. Rin whispered, her eyes a little moist. I'm an orphan who grew up in an orphanage. Wang Yuan said calmly. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Rin Yuan apologized in a panic. It's okay, it's all used to it. Wang Yuan smiled and waved his hand. So do you have a girlfriend? Rin Yuan suddenly asked, a hint of curiosity in her tone. No. Wang Yuan shook his head, and the figure of a little girl appeared in his mind. She was wearing 2 crochets and standing under the tree at the entrance of the orphanage, crying while waving her little hand and shouting, Brother, be sure to come back for an eye. His heart stung and teardrops unconsciously slid down from the corners of his eyes, but he quickly wiped them away. The wind gradually grew stronger. Rin Yuan hugged her arms and shivered slightly. Jen, let's go down, it's a bit cold. Wang Yuan sat up and suddenly looked at the waves rolling in the distance and shouted sharply, Not good. The tide is rising. Quickly, pack up. Huh. Rin Yuan was confused, not reacting at all. Don't freeze, go. Wang Yuan pulled her up and quickly jumped off the reef, running towards the camp. When he reached the rocky cave, he quickly packed up his suitcase and oil drum and threw it toward the sloping platform where she was. Going back into the cave to grab the foam board and remaining supplies until he was sure he hadn't missed anything, he quickly climbed up the reef. By now, the sea water had already surged into the rock cave, rising ferociously. The two men moved their supplies to the top of the reef, and Rin Yuan looked at the approaching seawater in horror. The seawater won't rise up to us, will it? No way. Wang Yuan said firmly. How do you know? Because I found fresh water here before. Wang Yuan explained, and Rin Yuan slightly lowered her heart after hearing this. The wind gradually calmed down, the waves slowed down, and the water level stopped at 5 or 6 meters from the top of the reef. Rin Yuan took a long breath. I'm so thirsty. Don't be in a hurry. Drink less, you still need it tomorrow. Wang Yuan took out the filtered water and handed it to her. Rin Yuan took 2 sips and handed it back. Wang Yuan took it and took a direct sip. Rin Yuan's face brushed red. Isn't this indirect kissing? Wang Yuan saw her cowering and couldn't help but take out a jacket from the suitcase and drape it over her. Put it on. It's cool at night. Thank you. Rin Yuan shyly lowered her head, her voice as thin as a gnat. Wang Yuan laid out the foam board, let her lie down to rest, and found a suit to cover her. He himself stood aside and looked around vigilantly. The sea had begun to recede, but it still hadn't completely dissipated, and the cave in the distance was still submerged in water. He suddenly noticed something floating on the surface of the sea, and through the moonlight, he vaguely saw that the object was gray and was slowly drifting this way, at a distance of about 200 meters. His heart jumped. Could it be a life raft? Chapter 10, A Backpack. Wang Yuan quickly took off his clothes and shoes, jumped into the sea, and swam towards the floating object. Rin Yuan laid down for a while, not hearing any sound, sat up suspiciously, and looked around before seeing Wang Yuan struggling to swim into the distance. She couldn't help but smile, and with her hands folded over her mouth, she shouted, Wang Yuan, come on, go for it. Wang Yuan couldn't help but fill his head with black lines in the water. It's not like I'm in a competition. He quickly swam to the side of the floating object and found that it was a blue backpack. He was so happy that he grabbed it and swam back. As he climbed up the reef, Rin Yuan was still cheering him on vigorously. All right, stop yelling. Wang Yuan waved his hand, opened his suitcase, took out a disposable towel, and wiped his hair and body haphazardly before putting on his clothes. Come on, let's see what's in this backpack. Rin Yuan muttered, just know how to fool with your abs. Wang Yuan smiled and opened the backpack, finding a few women's clothes and a pair of traveling shoes inside, but they were soaked. There was also a sealed plastic storage box, and perhaps because of the buoyancy of this box, the backpack didn't sink. In addition to this, there was also a packet of chocolates and a few bags of cookies. Wang Yuan took out the organizer and carefully opened it. Inside were some cosmetics and toiletries. Soap comb, toothbrush, and toothpaste were all there. He continued to rummage through the backpack and found some medicines, a few $1,000s in cash, a roll of toilet paper, and a pack of sanitary napkins in the small pocket of the compartment. Wang Yuan dumped everything out and hung it out to dry. This pack will be yours from now on. Aha! Rin Yuan blushed like a ripe apple. Wang Yuan looked at his watch and said, it's already 12 o'clock. Take a rest. Tomorrow we have to go to the island over there. He took out 2 pairs of pants from his suitcase, rolled them up and used them as pillows, then lay down. Well, you go to sleep first. Rin Yuan whispered, looking through the contents of the plastic box. Wang Yuan quickly fell asleep. Early in the morning, when the sky was just slightly bright, Wang Yuan woke up. Out of habit, he raised his hand to look at his watch, 6 o'clock sharp. He got up and looked around. Rin Yuan was still sleeping soundly covered with her suit. The seawater had already receded, so he brought his toiletry bag down to the beach, cupped the seawater to rinse his mouth, and then brushed his teeth with his fingers instead of a toothbrush. Although there was a toothbrush, he found it inconvenient to use. After washing up, he returned to the rock cave and put away the items he had hung out to dry and put them back in the cave. In the east, the sunlight gradually colored the sky red. Wang Yuan sat on the reef, looking at the magnificent sunrise scene, and suddenly turned around and shouted, Yuan, get up! Ah, it's dawn. Rin Yuan rubbed her eyes and yawned as she walked over. Come on, watch the sunrise. Wang Yuan waved at her. Wow, it's so beautiful. If only I had a cell phone, I would love to take pictures. Rin Yuan stood beside him, her eyes shining with delight. The rising sun slowly rose, and the sky and earth were brilliant. Wang Yuan looked at his watch and said, we should get going. With that, he lifted his suitcase and backpack and went down to the reef. Fool, don't know how to appreciate. Rin Yuan spat her tongue at his back and muttered in a low voice, also lifting 2 oil buckets to follow. Wang Yuan put his luggage away, turned around, and climbed back to the reef to take down the remaining items one by one. He looked at Ren Yuan and said, you change your shoes first and wear those traveling shoes. Change your clothes too. I'll go to the beach to get ready. Good? Ren Yuan looked at his busy back and smiled slightly. Chapter 11 Migration Across the Sea. Ren Yuan took off her shoes and handed them to Wang Yuan. Her smile under the sunlight was a little nervous. You go to the beach and wash up. I'll get ready. Wang Yuan took the shoes and his gaze turned to the rags she handed over. Pretending to be calm, he puts his shoes and rags away, then picks up the foam board, mineral water bottles, and oil drums and walks away silently. Ren Yuan, meanwhile, was changing clothes by the beach, ready to go. In the southeast corner, Wang Yuan tore up the cloth while calculating in his heart. He wondered if this adventure would go well. He tied mineral water bottles and oil drums to the corners of the foam boards, silently praying that these simple tools could support them through the sea. Jin, do you think there will be survivors on that island? Ren Yuan suddenly asked, her tone so relaxed that it sounded like she was talking about the dinner menu. Maybe. Wang Yuan had a hint of uncertainty in his tone. What if we meet a shark? We can roast shark meat for dinner? Ha! Ren Yuan grinned mischievously. Wang Yuan shook his head helplessly, thinking in his heart, this girl's brain is really inscrutable. The two slowly swam towards the island in the distance, the foam board rocking gently with the water. Look, there are islands there. Wang Yuan suddenly shouted excitedly. We did it! Chapter 12. The thrilling ascent to the island. Okay. Ren Yuan responded excitedly. Wang Yuan opened his suitcase and took out a few pieces of dried seafood, and the two of them quickly shared the food and drank most of the water. Their stamina was suddenly restored. Go for it, Wang Yuan said in uplifted spirits. Go, go, go. Ren Yuan responded. The two men plopped down on their foam boards and paddled hard ahead. The island in front of them became clearer, and lush trees came into view. To the north was a reef, and to the south was a large, grayish-white sandy beach, which ended in towering cliffs, the southern side of which was blocked by rocks that prevented the line of sight from penetrating. Look, there's a dress there. Ren Yuan suddenly pointed not far away. The two of them quickly paddled closer, and Wang Yuan fished out the torn white jacket, which was riddled with holes and stained with blood. Oh no, there are ferocious beasts here. Hurry up and speed up. Wang Yuan dropped his clothes and frowned. The two of them paddled desperately towards the beach. Suddenly, there was a loud sound of water coming from the sea. A shark leaped out of the water, and the huge waves pushed them towards the shore, still more than 200 meters away from the shore. Ren Yuan screamed, horrified. Don't look back. Swim hard. Wang Yuan yelled. He smashed the corner of the foam board and pushed Ren Yuan forward with such force that she rushed out 5 or 6 meters while Wang Yuan was pushed back by the wave. Behind them, the shark's fins were exposed, and it was rushing towards Wang Yuan. Run! Leave me alone! He yelled. Ren Yuan rushed to the shore, while Wang Yuan blocked the shark's blow with his suitcase as it attacked, and his whole body was sent flying to the shore. The two lay on the beach, breathing heavily, and Wang Yuan suddenly laughed. You really should have thrown that suitcase. Wanting life, not things. You don't understand. This suitcase saved my life. He pointed at the suitcase and smiled with immense amusement. Domestic, really good quality. Chapter 13. Another survivor. Wang Yuan stood up and surveyed the island in front of him. His eyes landed on 3 coconut trees not far away and laughed. Ha, coconuts. Where? Ren climbed to her feet at the sound and looked in the direction of the tree. The two ran to the tree and looked up at the coconuts high above. Ren Yuan looked frustrated. It's too high to reach. Watch me. Wang Yuan bit the fruit knife and quickly climbed up the coconut tree on his hands and knees. Ren Yuan watched in disbelief as he climbed to the top in less than 10 seconds. Duck away, be careful of smashing, Wang Yuan shouted, and then several large coconuts fell from the trees. Just as he was looking around, he suddenly saw 2 silhouettes at the northern reef cluster. Hi, over here! He hugged the tree with one hand and waved it that way. Ren Yuan looked in the direction and saw nothing, but Wang Yuan had already slid down and handed her an open coconut. Drink it, they'll come over later. Not long after, those 2 people approached, and Ren Yuan shouted in surprise, Sister Fong? It turned out that the ones who came were Zhang Lanfang, a flight attendant from the same crew, and Jiang Yin, the president of Jiangruan Group. Can I have a coconut? I'll give you money, Jiang Yin said as she looked at the coconut. Oh, no need. Wang Yuan laughed and handed it over, and the three of them sat on the beach and ate coconut meat while chatting. Jiang Yin looked at Wang Yuan and couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" "Me? Just a small security guard. You shouldn't know me, Mr. Jiang." Wang Yuan smiled, and after introducing himself, everyone relaxed the atmosphere a bit. "My name is Zhang Lanfang. I'm the flight attendant for this flight." That flight attendant said, "My name is Jiang Yin, president of Jiang Ruan Group." Jiang Yin said, "My name is Rin Yuan. I'm also a flight attendant on this flight. I'm 21 years old, unmarried, and my family is from Springs." "Come on, it's not like we're here for a blind date." Rin Yuan was interrupted by Zhang Lanfang before she could finish her sentence. Rin Yuan blushed. As we were chatting, Wang Yuan suddenly stood up and said, "I'll go find some food. You guys change into clean clothes first." Jiang Yin bristled. "These are dead people's clothes. I don't want them." Hearing this, Wang Yuan shook his head and muttered in his heart, "It's really pretentious." Chapter 14, Catching a Cobra. Don't be so melodramatic. We're surviving on a deserted island, and we don't know when the rescue team will come. Zhang Lanfang advised, her tone firm. Not to mention the fact that we're wearing short skirts. If we get bitten by a poisonous insect, we'll be in trouble if we don't have medicine. Jiang Yin was dressed in a professional suit. Her white shirt had long been stained with dirt. Black silk under her short black skirt set off her long legs, and her feet were in a sorry state with a pair of high heels. Zhang Lanfang was also dressed as a flight attendant, with black high heels and flesh-colored stockings, looking tired and dirty. Rin Yuan glanced at the jungle in the distance, and when she saw that Wang Yuan had already walked away, she said, "Hurry up and change, don't dawdle." Although Jiang Yin was reluctant, she ended up rummaging through her suitcase to change into her casual clothes, and Zhang Lanfang also found sportswear to change into. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan walked into the jungle and explored around. Finding a cluster of cacti covered in fruits, he hurriedly picked the ripe fruits and packed them into his backpack. His hand was pricked a few times, but he didn't care. As he was preparing to return to the beach, a rustling sound came from the grass in front of him. Wang Yuan immediately stopped and listened intently. Suddenly, a thick cobra poked its head out and spat its letter. What a thick cobra! Excitement flashed in Wang Yuan's eyes as he quietly approached, the branch in his hand clenched. The cobra's body arched, ready to attack. At this instant, Wang Yuan swung the branch violently, splat. It hit the snake's 7 inches. The snake softened but was still wriggling. Wang Yuan grabbed the snake's head and laughed. "Ha, what a big one!" He returned to the beach with the snake, and when he saw the 3 women chatting, he smiled and said, "Look what I caught." "Ah!" The 3 screamed in terror. Wang Yuan laughed helplessly and cut off the snake's head in 3 strokes and threw it into the sea, leaving behind the writhing snake body. He looked at the terrified 3 women and leisurely said, "Don't be afraid. This is tonight's delicacy." Chapter 15, Building Shelters. "Hurry up and throw it away. Throw it away." Rin Yuan screamed. Don't worry, it's already dead." Wang Yuan held up the huge snake and smiled with ease. "Wait for the night. I'll make you snake meat to eat." "I'm not eating it, disgusting." Jiang Yin frowned, her eyes full of disgust. Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan also looked resistant and shook their heads repeatedly. "We don't eat it either. It's too scary." Wang Yuan shrugged. "Well, it's getting dark that day, so let's build a shelter first." Although the 3 girls were scared, they still obeyed the arrangement and began to look around for leaves and hay, preparing to build a shelter. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan found a huge, slanting rock in the group of reefs and decided to use it as a base to build a shelter. After a lot of hustle and bustle, a simple but sturdy shelter was finally built. Rin Yuan was so excited that she jumped up and kissed Wang Yuan on the face when he wasn't looking. Wang Yuan froze for a moment and touched the place where he was kissed. "People are just so excited." Rin Yuan blushed like a tomato. As the sky darkened, Wang Yuan lit a fire, and the 3 women gathered around the fire, watching him handle the snake meat. The snake meat was skewered and roasted on the fire, and before long, an aroma wafted out. It smells so good." Rin Yuan finally couldn't help but take a bite, her eyes filled with surprise. "Sister Fong, Sister Yin, it's really delicious." After a few pushes, the 3 women also began to eat the snake meat, forgetting their initial fear. In the night, the 4 people by the fire, while eating coconut meat and cactus fruits, chatting about each other's survival experiences. The whole night seemed extraordinarily calm and warm on this lonely island. Chapter 17, Funny Things Under the Moon. The three girls stood up, and Jiang Yin said shyly, Sister Fong, Yuan Yuan, are you going to relieve yourselves? Let's go together. Rin Yuan Yuan said mischievously, Wang Yuan, you can't peek. Wang Yuan had a black line on his head and could only silently watch them walk away. He lay down and prepared to rest, but the laughter of the three women floated over through the night sky. Wow, Sister Fong, you pee really hard. Rin Yuanyuan's loud voice was especially clear in the night. Damn girl, shut up. Zhang Lanfang blushed in shame. Hee, it's fine, it's so far away. Wang Yuan won't be able to hear. Rin Yuanyuan smiled and said, suddenly pretending to be surprised, Sister Yin, I realized that you probably never found a boyfriend. Jiang Yin froze. How do you know? You pee even more than Sister Fong. Huh? Rin Yuanyuan turned and ran. Damn ninny. Let's see if I don't beat you to death. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin chased after her. Returning to the fire, Rin Yuanyuan raised her hands and begged for mercy. I surrender. Two sisters, spare my life. The three of them laughed and joked back to the shelter, and Wang Yuan sent a simple pillow. Listening to the laughter coming from the shelter, Wang Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. This is a deserted island survival. Actually, can still be so happy. During the night, the three women talked quietly. Jiang Yin spilled out her first love's past while Zhang Lanfang warned in a low voice. Wang Yuan is our only hope of survival. We must stay close to him and not let him leave. Chapter 19, Choosing a Captain. Wang Yuan returned to the camp after washing up and saw that the three girls were still sleeping. So he sat by the extinguished fire and contemplated. The rescue team did not know when they would arrive, and the food and water on the island was the biggest problem. Although there were coconuts, eating too much would easily give you diarrhea, and with the limited medicines in the suitcase, getting sick would become very dangerous. Wang Yuan decides to venture deeper into the jungle and take his chances. He walked over to the group of reefs and started searching for marine garbage, mineral water bottles, bamboo poles, broken fish nets, rotten wood. Whatever could be used was picked up. When the three women woke up, they were seeing him busy. Brother Yuan, did you used to be a rag collector? Rin Yuan joked. These things are used. Wang Yuan smiled faintly and continued to busy himself. Soon after, he chipped a few thin bamboo gimlets and dismantled the broken fishnet to weave a 1-meter-long fish cage. The three women looked confused until he threw the fish cage into the sea and explained, wait to collect the fish. While the three girls looked adoring, Wang Yuan touched his nose and laughed. Let's go back and eat something first. The four of them shared coconut juice and ate cactus fruits, and the atmosphere was relaxed. Just as Wang Yuan was about to go to the jungle, Zhang Lanfang suddenly proposed, let's elect you as the captain. You'll be in charge of commanding, and we'll listen to you. Despite some hesitation on Wang Yuan's part, with the unanimous support of the three, he finally nods his head and agrees, and with responsibility and hope, begins to plan their path to survival on this deserted island. Chapter 20. Is the rescue team coming? We're going to the jungle too, Zhang Lanfang said firmly, and Rin Yuanyuan and Jiang Yin nodded in agreement. Wang Yuan frowned. You only have hope in her traveling shoes. It's not okay to wear high heels in the jungle. Rin Yuanyuan pouted. Aren't there shoes in the suitcase? Wang Yuan had no choice but to let her take out 2 spare pairs of canvas shoes and sneakers, both in size 42. Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang helplessly stuffed cloth into them and barely put them on, although they didn't quite fit. At least they didn't affect the action. All right then, we'll leave when we're ready, Wang Yuan said. With a backpack containing a few bottles of water and a tree branch in his hand, he led the three girls towards the jungle. Just as they were approaching the jungle, there was suddenly the sound of a distant motor. Listen, the sound of a motor! Rin Yuan shouted excitedly. Is it a rescue team? Zhang Yan's eyes were full of hope. Wang Yuan was immediately alert. Wait, the situation is not right. We have to observe first. Jiang Yin, however, was unimpressed and sneered. You just don't want to leave and want to be the emperor here, right? Wang Yuan froze as the three women walked straight towards the group of reefs. He shook his head helplessly and carefully peeled back the grass to observe the sea. His heart plummeted. Several speedboats approached, all of the men on board carrying AK-47s. Pirates, Wang Yuan said in his heart. He quickly ducked back into the grass and shouted, Hurry up and hide! The three girls froze and turned pale when they heard the gunshots and explosions in the distance. Wang Yuan urgently took them to hide behind the reef until those armed ships were far away, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. "I'm sorry, Captain," Jiang Yin whispered, her face full of shame. Chapter 22, Aircraft Debris. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang walked along the edge of the jungle. Wang Yuan was carrying a backpack with a tree branch in his hand, while Zhang Lanfang was carrying a peanut oil bucket and tapping it in the grass from time to time. When they reached the edge of the jungle, Wang Yuan stopped and said, "It's getting late. Let's gather something outside today and go in another day." Zhang Lanfang nodded, and the two of them began to search the periphery. Suddenly, Wang Yuan pointed at a green leaf on the ground and said excitedly, "There are capers here." Zhang Lanfang was puzzled. "Shepherd's purse? I've only eaten it. I've never seen what it looks like." The two of them squatted down and dug carefully with wooden sticks, and it didn't take long to harvest half a backpack of capers. Continuing forward for a few steps, Wang Yuan suddenly stopped, put down his backpack, and quickly climbed up a tree, breaking off a few branches. "I'm going to make a weapon," he said, using a small knife to painstakingly sharpen a 1.5-meter-long tree branch, with the front end sharpened to a sharp point. After waving it satisfactorily, Wang Yuan laughed. "All right, go back." Just as the two were about to leave, Wang Yuan's gaze was caught by a reflection on the right. "Look over there." They approached and found it to be a piece of tin embedded in the grass with brand new edges. "This could be a remnant from our airplane," Zhang Lanfang confirmed after taking a closer look. "It should be the top part of the economy class." Wang Yuan nodded and decided to bring back to the camp. While the two walked, Zhang Lanfang suddenly stopped and hesitated before saying, "Captain, we are really sorry for what happened in the morning. Everyone just wanted to go home earlier. I hope you don't take it to heart." Wang Yuan was silent for a moment and solemnly said, "Sister Fang, since you said so, I also trust you. But there are some things that I told you must be kept secret. The consequences are serious, especially in a situation like ours." Chapter 23, Analysis of the Situation. Zhang Lanfang took a deep breath, knowing that the secret Wang Yuan was about to reveal should not be underestimated. Normally, he looked at him with a big grin, but he didn't expect him to have such a deep bottom line. "Okay," she nodded firmly. Wang Yuan's voice was low and calm. "I was a member of the Special Forces, and then I entered the state's Secret Service. It was the country's sharp sword. There are some clips in the movie and TV dramas that are real, but the real action you've never seen." He paused, his gaze looking away from the setting sun. "During an operation, I mistakenly injured a colleague and was forced to retire. But even after retiring, I will still do my best to bring you guys back." Zhang Lanfang's heart shook, finally understanding what kind of responsibility this man was carrying. Although she had never come into contact with these secretive departments, she knew that these silent people were the backbone of the country. "I will keep this secret," she said solemnly. Wang Yuan continued, "It's been 3 days since the plane crash, and the 72-hour optimal time for rescue is almost up. The country must have known about it long ago, but there must be a more complicated reason for their delayed action. Do you remember the pirates in the morning? They are just small pawns under the game of great powers." Zhang Lanfang was incredulous. "There is a country behind the pirates?" "That's right. The fact that we fell in the sea is most likely related to these forces," Wang Yuan calmly analyzed. Zhang Lanfang felt her heart sink. "What should we do?" "Save yourself." Wang Yuan's tone was firm. "We have to learn to survive in this crevice." When we returned to the camp, Rin Yuan shouted with a smile, "Captain, you're back. Look, we burned salt." Chapter 24, Making Salt. The seawater in the milk powder jar was boiling, and the crystallized salt had formed a small half jar. Wang Yuan picked up the jar with a wooden clamp, poured out the seawater, and put it back on the stove. "Captain, why did you dump the water?" Rin Yuan asked curiously. "What I poured out was harmful substances, and what's left is salt, and although there are also a small amount of impurities, it's already edible." Wang Yuan explained. When the salt cooled, the three women put it into 2 mineral water bottles, while Wang Yuan was busy burning the iron plate, repeatedly heating it and hammering it, finally creating a humble pan. Rin Yuan exclaimed, "Captain, you're too good." Wang Yuan smiled. "Go collect the fish cage, it's almost dark." He pulled up the fish cage and poured out several grouper and crabs. The last thick eel slid out, and the 3 women screamed in fear. After Wang Yuan smashed the eel to death, he began to deal with the ingredients. On the stove, crabs were steaming in a pan, and eel skewers on the fire gave off a tantalizing aroma. Ren Yuan tasted a mouthful of the grilled eel and exclaimed excitedly, "Delicious, really delicious." The four of them split the crabs, and the grilled fish gradually cooked through. After eating her fill, Ren Yuan rubbed her stomach and laughed. "So full, I can't eat any more." Wang Yuan smiled and nodded. "Then save these fish for tomorrow morning." Chapter 25. Another group of survivors. Wang Yuan wrapped the roasted fish in leaves and put it into the shelter. Casually, he said, "If you guys are sleepy, rest first." Zhang Lanfang shook her head. "We're not sleepy for now, so we'll sit here for a while." Wang Yuan sat down by the stove and started fiddling with the iron pieces, throwing a red-hot piece of iron into the fire and hitting it with a pebble. The three girls stared at him curiously, and Ren Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what are you doing?" "Wait and see." Wang Yuan smiled and repeatedly heated and tapped the iron piece. A few moments later, he took out a shiny black dagger from the fire, and the three women stared wide-eyed. Then, Wang Yuan peeled 2 more bamboo slices, tied them into a sheath, put the dagger in it, and tried it by hand. It was incredibly sharp. The three girls were filled with admiration. Ren Yuan exclaimed, "Captain, you are too good." Without waiting for them to slow down, Wang Yuan made 3 more harpoons from daggers and distributed one to each of them. "No matter where you go, take it with you for defense. The island may be dangerous." Just as they were about to rest, a female voice suddenly came from the distance. "Look, there's a fire over there." A group of 8 people, 4 men and 4 women, slowly approached. Jiang Yin was surprised to recognize a few of the acquaintances. "Chief Jiang, you're here too?" The people on the opposite side shouted in surprise. More secrets seemed to be surfacing on this deserted island. Chapter 26. Conflict. "Oh, so it's you guys," Jiang Yin said calmly. The 8 people on the opposite side muttered to each other, their gazes sweeping towards Wang Yuan and their shelter from time to time. Jiang Yin introduced in a low voice, "That middle-aged man is Zhao Zhengwo, the chairman of the electronic sales company. The other man and woman are employees of my company." Zhang Lanfang recognized them all as passengers on the same plane. A man in his 20s stepped out from the other side and introduced himself. "I am Zhang Jinping, one of the survivors of the plane. We were stranded on this island, and I invite you to join us. There is more strength in numbers and a better chance of survival." Zhang Lanfang raised his eyebrows. "Join you? Then what do we have to do, and what do we get?" Zhang Jinping was speechless, and a fancy studded man next to him interjected, "Sharing resources, everyone helps each other, and the food is shared equally." Zhang Lanfang sneered, "But we don't need your help." The studded man was disgruntled and looked at Ren Yuan colorfully. "Today you help us. Tomorrow we'll help you." Ren Yuan was furious, and Zhang Lanfang blocked in front of her. "You have nothing. Why should we help you?" The studded man became infuriated and viciously pointed at Ren Yuan. "See me clean you up sooner or later." Zhang Lanfang threw a slap over, followed by a kick that toppled him. "Come and try. Move one. I'll see who dares." The people on the other side of the room were stunned, and the atmosphere was momentarily tense. Finally, a woman in her 30s stepped out and asked awkwardly, "Where can I find coconuts?" Zhang Lanfang coldly pointed to the distance. "Over there." A few people left in ashes. Ren Yuan looked at Zhang Lanfang and said excitedly, "Sister Fang, that kick of yours just now was so cool." Zhang Lanfang smiled. "Taekwondo isn't something you learn for nothing." Chapter 27. 4 men and 4 women came to the beach and looked at the tall coconut trees and fretted. The Netflix girl complained, "This is too high. How can I reach it?" The studded man glanced at her and smiled greedily. "Who climbs trees?" But everyone shook their heads and sat down helplessly. Zhao touched his pocket, hesitated, and took out an unopened cigarette. The woman next to him reminded, "Mr. Zhao, you can't smoke without a fire. Go over and ask Captain Wang over there to borrow a fire." Zhao Zhengwo nodded, tucked in 2 boxes of cigarettes, and headed towards Wang Yuan and their shelter. Meanwhile, Wang Yuan's 4 men were chatting around the stove. "Captain, will they come back?" Ren Yuan asked worriedly. "For sure, they don't have anything. The coconuts don't even come off." Wang Yuan replied calmly. As expected, Zhao Jingwo came out from behind the reef smilingly. "Captain Wang, there's something to discuss." "Go ahead," Wang Yuan said indifferently as he held the cigarette handed to him by Zhao Jingwo. Zhao tried, "Can you teach us how to pick coconuts?" Wang Yuan returned nonchalantly. "The method is simple. Find a wooden stick to knock or throw a stone. By the way, can I borrow a light?" Zhao smiled awkwardly. Wang Yuan said coldly, "No, we have enough resources for ourselves. We don't keep idlers." Zhang Lanfang added, "But if you want to exchange supplies, you can consider it." Zhao Jingwo had no choice but to hand out a second box of cigarettes. Wang Yuan took the cigarettes, lit them, and sucked them down in one gulp, casually handing him a burning log. "If you want to make a fire, just say so. Take it." Chapter 28, A Rich Breakfast. Zhao Jingwo lit his cigarette and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, then thanks, Captain Wang." Taking the burning wood, he turned and walked away. When Zhao Jingwo walked away, the three girls burst out laughing. "Captain, why did you give him fire? Seeing that look on their faces makes me angry." Rin Yuan was dissatisfied. Wang Yuan smiled faintly. "It's not easy for everyone. It's not good to see them die. And if we don't give it to them, they will still come and harass them, so it's better to take the initiative to help once." Zhang Lanfang nodded. "I agree with the captain's approach. We can't stay here all the time. If we leave, they will still come over." Early the next morning, Wang Yuan was the first to wake up, build a fire, and then began to prepare breakfast. Coconut milk, coconut meat, and cleaned wild vegetables were cooked in a pan, and the leftover grilled fish from last night was placed by the fire to heat up. He stopped by to collect the fish cage, and when Rin Yuan saw this, she was pleasantly surprised. "Wow, we've got quite a harvest today." For grouper, 2 crabs and 2 octopuses. Wang Yuan handled the ingredients, and several people quickly enjoyed a hot seafood coconut soup. Rin Yuan ate her fill and rubbed her stomach and asked, "Captain, what are we doing today?" Wang Yuan laughed. "Keep surviving." Chapter 29, Into the Jungle. "Today, Fong and I will check out the jungle and look for fresh water and food. You two roast and stock up on dried fish. And in case we don't come back by noon, we'll roast the crabs for dinner, and the fish in the cage if there are any. We'll return in the evening at the latest." Wang Yuan exhorted. Rin Yuan pouted. "Okay, listen to you." Zhang Lanfang prepared her backpack, mineral water bottle, and harpoon, and Wang Yuan also picked up his harpoon and peanut oil bucket with a dagger on his waist, and the two of them set off. When they walked to the southern beach, they saw Zhao Jingwo's men roasting something around a coconut tree. The two of them smiled at each other and continued to walk forward. They tapped the grass with their harpoons and moved forward carefully, when suddenly Zhang Lanfang exclaimed, "Ah, snake!" Wang Yuan immediately said calmly, "Don't move. That's a silver ring snake. Being bitten will surely kill you." He swung his harpoon and accurately swiped it over, and the snake tumbled to the ground. While the snake didn't react, Wang Yuan stabbed the spear at the snake's 7 inches, then drew out his dagger and nailed the snake's head. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly a gust of wind came, and Zhang Lanfang exclaimed, "Eagle," only to see an eagle falling from the sky, grabbing the snake and flying into the distance. Wang Yuan was so angry that he waved his harpoon and shouted at the sky, "It's great that you can fly. Come down and I promise I won't kill you." Zhang Lanfang was amused by him, and her laughter echoed in the dense jungle. They continued walking and accidentally found a tree full of oranges. The two quickly picked more than 20 orange-colored tangerines and packed them into their backpacks. Wang Yuan said to Zhang Lanfang, "Don't pick them all. The rest is hope, both for us and for those who come after us." "I kind of get it," Zhang Lanfang nodded. Walking deeper into the woods, the two found a few more bamboo and papaya trees, and the ripe papayas just quenched their hunger and thirst. Wang Yuan finished eating the papaya and looked at the time. "Let's take a deeder back. It will be dark when we go back." Along the way, they collected more wild peppercorns and wild mountain ginger and carried a few bamboo sticks back. Seeing that the 4 men and 4 women were still struggling to beat the coconuts, Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang looked at each other with a smile and went straight back to the campground. "We're back," Zhang Lanfang greeted with a smile. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and put down his backpack. Rin Yuan ran over to take a look and said in surprise, "Wow, so many papayas and oranges. You guys are great." After dinner, Jiang Yin walked to the beach and found Wang Yuan, sat next to him, and whispered, "Captain, I'm sorry about that day." "It's fine, I understand." Wang Yuan smoked a cigarette and eyed the distance. "Thank you. If not for you, I might have." Jiang Yan's voice weakened. Wang Yuan smiled. "Everyone is equal here. There is no president or security guards. Only survival." Chapter 32, A Heart-to-Heart Talk by the Sea. "You know, it's only been a month or so, and you've been promoted to vice captain of security, and you don't even have to patrol. You're only responsible for training. Do you think it's a coincidence? Jiang Yin stared at Wang Yuan with questions. Wang Yuan looked confused. Who is your father? What do you mean by that? My father is Jiang Hao, the chairman of our company. He took special care of you. Even going abroad to be in charge of security matters was a suggestion. He said you were very capable. Wang Yuan froze, then realized, your father was in the army, right? Airborne. That's right. He was once a hero of our southeast military region. I also served there and was introduced to this company by my old head after I retired. Jiang Yin asked in surprise. Then what did you do in the army? Special forces? Wang Yuan smiled and responded in a low key. Yes, I can't say exactly. At this time, Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuanyuan chatted, and Ren Yuanyuan curiously said, Sister Fang, do you like the captain? Look at how well you know him. Zhang Lanfang blushed. What nonsense. I think you're the one who likes the captain. No way. Ren Yuanyuan also blushed. They then saw Wang Yuan collecting the fish cages and ran over excitedly. Today's harvest was good. There were 4 fish and 2 big crabs. At dinner time, Wang Yuan decided to steam the seafood, using wild mountain ginger leaves to spread the bottom, and the aroma was overflowing. Ren Yuanyuan ate her mouth full of sweetness and said excitedly, It's so delicious. Zhang Lanfang teased, You foodie, you can't stop your mouth from gagging. It's really good. Chapter 33, Making Distilled Water. The steamed fish and crabs were really tasty, and all 4 of them couldn't get enough of them after sharing them. Wang Yuan smashed the 4 coconut shells open, and the 4 of them finished the coconut meat again before they were full. The fruits in the backpack, you guys take them and eat them. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Now that you're full, don't eat it. We have little food to begin with, economize. Zhang Lanfang said. Right. Ren Yuanyuan and Jiang Yin nodded. Wang Yuan also did not say anything, picked up a bamboo pole, cut off more than a meter long with a dagger, and looked for a wooden stick to insert to break through the bamboo joints, making a bamboo pipe. Captain, what are you doing? Ren Yuanyuan came over. We'll see in a while. Wang Yuan said, filled the powdered milk canister with seawater, snapped the bamboo tube that I had started to make, and grabbed a handful of thatch to close the gap. Put the canister on the stove to burn, inserted the bamboo tube diagonally into the hole in the side of the bamboo tube, and moved a rock underneath the tube. Wang Yuan stood up and took out a t-shirt in his suitcase, picked up the oil drum, and said, Let's go fill up some seawater more. Wang Yuan went to the beach and soaked his t-shirt with seawater, and then filled the oil drum with seawater and carried it back. Found a 5-liter mineral water bottle and opened it and put it under the bamboo pipe outlet. The wet clothes will be wrapped in the bamboo tube. The 3 women also took a few bottles of seawater and put them down and surrounded them. I see, Captain, you're making distilled water. Ren Yuanyuan's beautiful eyes were colorful. That's when the seawater and the powdered milk can opened up and the bamboo pipe opening started dripping. Yay! Ren Yuanyuan got excited again and jumped to Wang Yuan's side, taking another bah humbug bite. Wang Yuan touched his face. That? Excited. People are excited. Ren Yuanyuan said with a blushing face. It doesn't matter if you're excited. What are you doing getting a face full of saliva on me? Wang Yuan said with a disgusted face. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin couldn't help but burst out laughing. Humph. You guys are annoying. Ren Yuanyuan was greatly embarrassed. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, and said, If you guys are sleepy, rest. None of us are sleepy. That Zhao Jingwo said to come over in the evening and ask you to teach you how to pick coconuts. They can't even pick them. Jiang Yin said. At this time, by the southern beach, 8 people were gathered under the coconut tree. Zhao Jingwo and the earring man were smoking cigarettes. The rest of the people do not smoke. Several people are listless, a few days without drinking water. Today on the beach, caught a few small crabs, picked up a few clams, baked and ate. One person can only share a little. Mr. Zhao, could it be that kid is tricking us? It's been a day since we got it, and we can't even reach a coconut hair. The earring man said, I don't think so. Look at this coconut tree. It's tall and straight. Who can go up there? Mr. Zhao, Young Li, why don't we go over later and bring 2 more packs of cigarettes and see if we can exchange them for some food and fresh water or something? Zhang Jinping said, I think it's fine. We just ate a few wild fruits the day before yesterday. It's sour and astringent, and we haven't rehydrated. We'll really die of thirst in 2 more days. The studded man known as Li Xiao said, Okay, it doesn't matter if you smoke cigarettes or not. You can't really do without food or drink. Zhao Zhengwo said, Mr. Zhao, why don't you bring Big Sister Zhou over with you? Big Sister Zhou can talk. It might be better if you guys go over there. Li Xiao said. Okay, Mr. Zhao, let's go over together. The middle-aged woman, Big Sister Zhao, said. Wang Yuan looked at the time, almost 9 o'clock, distilled water, collected a small half a bucket, poured it to a mineral water bottle, the rest poured into 4 cans cups, a person's small half a cup. Here, taste it. All 4 picked up and drank. Well, it's fresh water, and there's the fresh scent of bamboo. It's so good. Ren Yuan praised. Chapter 34. Wang Yuan put the bucket back, poured some seawater into the powdered milk can, and added some wood to the stove. Humph. If that Zhao Jiangwo doesn't come, we'll rest without waiting. Ren Yuan said. Captain Wang, we're coming over. At this time, Zhao Jiangwo shouted from the distance. Zhao Jiangwo and Big Sister Zhou walked over. We're going to bed if you guys don't come. Ren Yuan gave them a blank look. No good intention, Zhao Jiangwo said in embarrassment. That Captain Wang, we used your method today, but we couldn't reach the coconuts anyhow. Look. Oh, you think I'm the one who lied to you? Wang Yuan said. No, Captain Wang, it's a misunderstanding. Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly said. Actually, we really didn't get it that way. Wang Yuan said. Oh, Captain Wang, we really didn't suspect Captain Wang. Look at that coconut tree. It's tall and straight, and it's also slippery. People can't climb up. We just hope that Captain Wang will give a helping hand for the sake of being in the same predicament. At this time, the nearby Big Sister Zhou said. Oh, this Big Sister. I don't know what to call her. Wang Yuan asked. My name is Zhou Guiyun. Big Sister Zhou said. Well, Big Sister Zhou, it's not that I won't teach you. Look at the people on your side. What kind of virtues are they? Teaching you the simplest methods, but you don't use them on your own. Wang Yuan said. Big Sister Zhou glanced in the direction of the stove and said, Yes, Captain Wang. Most of the people on our side are young masters and young ladies in the city who have never seen the world and are well-bred. Isn't it really out of the question? That's why we turned to Captain Wang for help. Saying that, Big Sister Zhou gave Zhao Jiangwo a wink. Zhao Jiangwo will understand. Hurriedly handed Wang Yuan a box of cigarettes, said, Captain Wang, look. Okay, Wang Yuan said. Do you have any out of the countryside there? I'm from the countryside. I was originally always in the countryside, and only came out to work a few years ago. Big Sister Zhou said. That's a done deal. Sister Zhou, have you ever seen anyone in the countryside repairing power lines and streetlights? How do they all climb the poles? Wang Yuan said. Well, I've seen them. They all carry a stirrup made of rubber on their feet. Big Sister Zhou said thoughtfully. That's why I didn't tell you guys the method. You won't be able to learn it even if I just tell you the way. Wang Yuan said, since Big Sister Zhou has seen a pole climber, then I'll talk to you about it, and hopefully you'll learn it. Captain Wang, please. Climbing poles that stirrups do nothing more than increase friction. The method I taught you guys is this principle. Wang Yuan slowly said, Do you guys have a belt? Using a belt is fine. Yes, I do. Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly unhooked his own belt and handed it to Wang Yuan. Okay, Mr. Zhao, Big Sister Zhou, I'll do it. You guys take a look. The exact principle is to increase friction. If I have to explain it, I can't say it in a moment. Said Wang Yuan to the belt buckle, made a circle, and then the center of the twisted two, made 8 shaped 2 circles, picked up a piece of wood, stood up, will be separated from the feet set to the belt of the 2 loops, so that the 2 feet sitting on both sides of the wood. The belt is just from the inside of the strangulation of kin wood. Wang Yuan feet along the wood upward moved 2 times. The crowd watched as realization dawned on them. Got it? Wang Yuan asked. I see. I get it too. All right, I won't keep you guys. Wang Yuan said. After talking so much, I'm a bit thirsty. He said, picking up the bottle of distilled water and taking a sip. That Hope, give me an orange. Okay. Ren Yuan opened her backpack and handed Wang Yuan 2 oranges. Chapter 35. It's raining. Zhao Jiangwo and Big Sister Zhou's eyelids jumped and their throats rolled as they watched. Captain Wang, can you give us some water? Zhao Jiangwo said. No, this is the only bottle we have. Wang Yuan said. No, Captain Wang, you see that you can still make fresh water there, but we haven't had any water for a few days. We really can't last much longer without it. So help us out, we'll switch with you. Big Sister Zhou said. Yes, Captain Wang, help. Zhao Jiangwo handed over another box of cigarettes. All right then. Wang Yuan took the cigarette and handed Zhao Jianpain the water in his hand. That. Captain Wang, can you teach us this method of making fresh water? Big Sister Zhou said. It's fine, but you also have to take something in exchange. We can't teach for nothing. Wang Yuan said. What do you want? Big Sister Zhou said. Clothes and shoes are fine. Whatever we need are cigarettes, at least 2 boxes. That's fine, we didn't bring that much tomorrow morning. Zhao Zhengwo said. That's fine, then Mr. Zhao. I won't see you off. Wang Yuan said. Okay, Captain Wang, we'll come back tomorrow. The two turned around and were about to leave. Well, see you tomorrow, Wang Yuan said. Yuan, take a few fish and grill them up for a midnight snack. I'm starving. Okay, still 2 per person. Rin Yuan deliberately shouted. It's so late. Eat less, 1 bar per person, you've all gained weight recently. Zhang Lanfang exclaimed. Zhao Jingwo stumbled. Big sister Zhou hurriedly helped, and the two of them hurriedly walked away. Ha! When they were far away, the crowd burst into laughter. You guys are so bad. Jiang Yan's stomach hurt from laughing. All right, all rest, Wang Yuan said. Ka-ching! A flash cut through the sky, and rain fell just as the 3 women entered the shelter. Ah, it's raining, Rin Yuan exclaimed. Hurry, everyone hurry and pack up, Wang Yuan shouted. Quickly pulling out the burning firewood from the stove and putting it in the shelter, the 3 girls also hurried out to pack up. Luggage backpacks, dried fish, etc. are put in the shelter. Taking all that wood and bamboo, too, and whatever won't fit under the reef. All the ones that can hold water are taken in. Wang Yuan pointed at the piles of marine trash and said. The rain was getting heavier and heavier. The 4 of them were all wet after they packed up. Wang Yuan said, all of you go inside and roast the fire. Watch the fire and don't put it out. After the 3 women went in, Wang Yuan went back outside the shelter and took out his dagger to split the bamboo. And since the reef was slanted, it couldn't get wet down there. A total of more than a dozen bamboos, all split in half. Using wood to break all the bamboo joints through, moved a few stones from the outside, lined up all the bamboos, the bottom one reached to the shelter entrance. Outside high, inside low, the rest of the bamboos were lined up on this bamboo. All 1 end high and 1 end low, the low end was placed on the bamboo below, and all of them were concave side up. This makes a good rainwater collector. The rainwater collected by the outside bamboo flows into the bamboo below, and the rainwater from the bamboo below flows to the shelter entrance. Wang Yuan walked into the shelter, grabbed a powdered milk can, and started catching rainwater. That's Sister Fang. Boil the water and then drink it. As soon as Wang Yuan received the full rainwater and turned his head, he saw the 3 women sitting around the fire, looking at him with a face of adoration. His old face blushed and said, Okay. Zhang Lanfang looked back and took the jar and said. Jiang Yin and Rin Yuan hurriedly moved a few stones and made an improvised stove on the fire, while Zhang Lanfang put the jar on it. Wang Yuan, on the other hand, took a mineral water bottle to catch the rainwater. Captain, why don't you go over and roast the fire for a while? I'll take over for a while. Jiang Yin walked over and said. Chapter 36. No harvest from the fish cages. Zhao Zhengwo and Big Sister Zhou walked back a short distance, and the 2 of them drank the bottle of water. Just as we got back to the coconut tree, it started raining. Zhao Zhengwo said, Quick, everyone get bottles to catch the rain. Fortunately, they had picked up a few mineral water bottles during the day, but the mouths of the bottles were so small that they could not necessarily be filled up even after a day of catching them like that. Let's go inside. There are some palm trees and banana trees not far inside. We can take shelter from the rain there, or we can catch water under the leaves. Big Sister Zhou said. Okay, let's hurry. Zhao Zhengwo said. The fire was doused by the rain in a moment. The 8 men walked a short distance before they came upon several palm trees. A few people walked to the tree to avoid the rain. The rain is getting bigger and bigger. Palm trees cannot block much rain, a moment all soaked. Zhang Jinping and Li Xiao each held 2 bottles to catch water under the leaves, and several women directly opened their mouths to catch water under the leaves to drink. A moment later, Li Xiao picked up the bottle and took a sip. The other bottle was handed to Zhao Zhengwo, saying, Mr. Zhao, what did you change tonight? Zhao just drank half a bottle of water, took the bottle and took a sip to pretend, handed it to a woman and said, We've switched to a different way of picking coconuts. We'll go pick them when the rain stops. Mr. Zhao, nothing else? Zhang Jinping said. No, but they have a way of making distilled water from seawater, so we'll go and learn that tomorrow. Ah. Zhang Jinping handed the other male a bottle and said, Xiao son, tomorrow you and Mr. Zhao go over there. You're smart in the head, learn well. It just so happens that you're in the same company as that kid in Jiangyan. Okay, Xiao son said as he took a sip of water, then handed the bottle to another female who was his co-worker. Lily, have a drink. Thanks. Lily finished it in 2 gulps and took the bottle to follow the rainwater as well. A few people took turns then drinking the rainwater. and that settled it down a bit. The next morning, the rain has stopped. 8 people did not sleep all night, but also received a full 4 bottles of water. They returned to the beach. They all went to the beach to find seafood. The night tide. The morning receded. The beach stranded a lot of seafood. They picked up one to eat raw. Really hungry, no way. Wang Yuan 4 people, but around the fire sleeping is fragrant. Wang Yuan is still the first to wake up. See the fire, there is still a little sparks. Hurriedly grabbed a handful of hay thrown in, and then blew hard a moment on the smoke. Ahem. All 3 women choked and woke up. Good morning, Captain. Well, you guys go ahead and fix it, but don't go into the jungle. The fire was built, and Wang Yuan said. Why? Rin asked. Don't go into the woods after the rain. Oh. The 3 girls went out with their toiletries. Wang Yuan came out and put all the bamboo away to one side, then led the fire back outside to the stove, put the pan on the stove and burned it. The pan was full of rainwater, and last night all the ones that could hold water were filled with rainwater. Adding a piece of wood to the stove, it was time to grab the wash bag and head to the beach to solve personal problems. Finished solving it and sent the stuff back. Went back to the beach to collect the fish cages. Probably a problem with the rain during the night. There was nothing in them. Captain, what's the harvest? The 3 women came over as well. Probably nothing because of the rain. Wang Yuan said helplessly before throwing the fish cage into the sea again. It's fine, don't we still have grilled fish and fruits and 3 coconuts? Zhang Lanfang said, let's go around the beach. The tide was high last night. There must be a lot of seafood. Wang Yuan said, okay. The 4 of them started a sea drive on this side of the reef complex, and they did pick up quite a few conch and scallops. Chapter 37, Making Fishing Rods. Wang Yuan's 4 returned to the shelter with the harvest from the sea drive, and the water boiled at this time. Put the seafood on the banana leaf. Wang Yuan took the pan and poured the fork and cups to the brim, and there was still a lot of water in the pan, and then put all of the seafood into the pan to cook. Let's all drink some hot water to warm up. Wang Yuan said, then lit a cigarette. After smoking and drinking, the seafood is also good. We're not going anywhere today. Let's just stay here and remember to never go into the jungle. After the 4 of them finished their breakfast, Wang Yuan said, I know, but what are we doing here? It's so boring. Rin Yuan said, then I'll make you guys something. What is it? We'll see in a minute. Wang Yuan found a few broken fish nets dismantled, a moment to rub a little, a moment to catch a little, made a few thin rope, tied the rope on the bamboo pole brought back yesterday, and then up under 3 can pull ring, a burst of knocking, and then ground on the stone. The fish hooks are also done, tied to the rope. Take it and go fishing. Wang Yuan pointed at the fishing rod and said to the 3 girls, all right, let's compare who caught more. Rin Yuan said excitedly. Wait a minute. Wang Yuan picked up 3 more floating balls, each cutting a big hole in the top and tying a rope as a carrying handle. You guys hold it, just harvest and put it in. Okay. Each of the 3 women lifted a floating ball. Just smash the conch as fish bait. Wang Yuan said, okay, let's go, fishing to go. The 3 women happily went to the beach to fish. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, packed up the cut-off bamboo branch, and together with the remaining half of the bamboo pole, used a dagger to sharpen it. And in a while all of it was sharpened into bamboo scorn. Sitting down, he began to weave. 8 men and women were sitting on the ground under a coconut tree on the beach, and Zhao was arranging the crowd. Little son, come over with me later to learn how to make distilled water. Big sister Zhou, you take the women into the jungle to look for wild fruits and whatnot. The backpack you carry, I saw them have oranges yesterday. They must have looked for them in the jungle. Li Xiao, you and Zhang Jinping together to collect some dry firewood. Put it over here to sunbathe. The weather is hot. At noon it will surely dry. All right, everyone move. Zhao Zhengwo said. Okay. The crowd, all listless, stood up. Little son, let's go. Zhao poured out the contents of his backpack and handed it to big sister Zhou, putting all the rest of the cigarettes in his pocket. The 2 of them walked towards the group of reefs and turned around 2 reefs to see Wang Yuan sitting on a rock with a bamboo gimlet and weaving something, while the 3 women sat on the beach reef and fished. Oh, Captain Wang, we're coming over. Zhao Zhengwo said. Oh, sit down. Wang Yuan said, little son is also here. Hello, Captain Wang. After all, the 2 were from the same company. Zhao took out 4 boxes of cigarettes and handed them to Wang Yuan. Mr. Zhao, there's no need for so much. Didn't we agree on 2 boxes? Wang Yuan didn't pick it up. You take it first, Captain Wang, listen to me. Zhao Zhengwo said. Okay. Wang Yuan took the cigarette. It's like this, we don't have much left there. These 4 boxes of cigarettes are intact, and there's still most of the boxes we're keeping, and we don't have any tools or anything, so we want to trouble Captain Wang to help us out by making a distillation device. And in addition, can you please ask Captain Wang to teach us how to make fishing rods again? Zhao Zhengwo said. Okay. Wang Yuan pondered, but we don't have any materials left here either. Why don't you guys go to the north and look around? There's still a lot of marine garbage, so I'll help you guys make it once we find it. Do you think it's okay? Okay. You tell me what you need. Zhao Zhengwo said. Chapter 38, Teaching Skills. Mainly tubular things. If you don't have any, you can use bamboo instead. Then metal cans and such. Cans, milk powder cans are fine. And the rest are things that can be made into ropes like fish nets, cables, and such. That's pretty much it. Wang Yuan said. Okay, let's go look for it. Zhao Zhengwo said. Together, the two of them headed north. The three women had been paying attention to this side, when Rin Yuan put down her fishing rod and walked over, asking quietly, Captain, what's the situation? Why are you acting like a secret agent? They just came to learn how to distill water and make fishing rods. I told them to go find materials. Wang Yuan said, Oh, I'll go fishing then. All right, go fishing. What are we going to eat at night if we can't catch any fish? Did you not fish on purpose? You traitor, Wang Yuan said with a deliberately stern face. Huh, I'm the traitor. I am the traitor. But I am the beautiful traitor, the lovely traitor. I'm the cute and invincible beautiful little agent. Rin Yuan turned around and arrogantly went fishing. Wang Yuan shook his head and continued to weave. After a while, to put on 2 ropes as a strap, back to try just right and very strong, it turns out that Wang Yuan knitted a basket. Captain Wang, do you think there are enough materials? Zhao Zhengwo asked as the two of them picked up quite a few things and came over. That's enough. Come over here, all of you. I'll teach you and I'll show you the principles. When it breaks, somewhere later you guys can repair or replace it yourselves. Wang Yuan said. Then Wang Yuan began to make the distillation device, taking out the dagger and explaining the role of each part as he made it. Xiao Sun listened attentively, but Zhao Zhengwo's eyes drifted and glanced around. Do not have a suitable bamboo tube for cooling water vapor with a small guide tube. Wang Yuan with mineral water bottles. Bottles cut off the bottom of the bottle. The bottle inserted into the side of the bamboo tube, open mouth, and the 2 mineral water bottles cut off the ends to do, or tube 1 by 1 set up, and set to the bottom of the bottle outside of the bamboo tube, to do as a backflow tube. Is it all clear? Wang Yuan asked. I got it. Thanks. Little Sun said. Good. A lot of these parts can find something else to replace them when they are broken. Just understand the principle. Wang Yuan taught carefully. Then Wang Yuan taught them how to make fish hooks with the pull ring of an easy open can. Fish hooks are easy to make. Wire, pins, hairpins, and other tough things can be made. Fish ropes are also broken fish nets, nylon ropes, and so on can be picked up, and you are free to give free play to the fish rods. Wang Yuan said, Okay, Captain Wang, we've basically learned it. Xiao Sun said, Captain, look, Sister Fong caught a big fish. Rin Yuan ran over. The fish cage only caught 2 small fish. Well, good. Let's do fish soup for lunch. Wang Yuan said, That, Mr. Zhao, we won't keep you guys. You guys can come back and ask me later if you don't understand. Well then, we're going back. Can we borrow a fire? Our fire got doused by the rain. Zhao handed over a cigarette and said, Yes. Wang Yuan and Zhao Zhengwo lit their cigarettes. Zhao Zhengwo and Xiao Sun took the distillation device and the fish hook and left. Captain, what have you taught them? Rin Yuan asked. Just teaching them to make distillation devices and fish hooks. All right, take a break. What did you catch? Wang Yuan said as he put the cigarette inside his suitcase. Oh, I didn't catch anything, but Sister Fong caught a bigger fish and Sister Yin caught a smaller one. Rin Yuan was greatly embarrassed. The fish cage harvested 2 smaller ones. We packed up, and the fish cage was put back down. Captain, let me cook this time. You guys take a break. Zhang Yin said. Okay. Chapter 39, Scouting the Environment. Zhang Yin put the pan on the stove, added water, put the 4 fish into the pan with a few cuts with a knife, added a few wild peppercorns, cut a few slices of wild mountain ginger and put them in, and then put a piece of wood towards the fire, and the pan was covered with 2 palm leaves. After a while, the water came to a boil. Put in some sea salt and continued to simmer for a while. All right, let's start eating. Zhang Yin used a pad of leaves to bring the pot down and said. The 4 of them split the fish soup, and Rin Yuan said, Sister Yin, the fish soup you made is so good. It's so fresh. Then I'll do the cooking from now on. Zhang Yin laughed. Okay, I agree. Rin Yuan said. Well, that's fine. Wang Yuan said, Let me and Sister Fong take a look at that cliff to the south in the afternoon. You two keep fishing. Okay, the 3 women said. The 4 of them finished the fish soup, and shared a papaya. Wang Yuan put on his back basket and set off with Zhang Lanfang picking up their harpoons, while Ren Yuan and Jiang Yin continued fishing. There is no one there at the beach. It is estimated that they have all gone to the jungle, and there is a fire still burning under the coconut tree, and Wang Yuan and the two of them did not care about it and continued to walk south. When they reached the bottom of the cliff, the two men observed. The cliff is about 10 meters high, almost vertical. The outside has been extended to the sea a long way. The inside over the beach is a gully will be separated from the cliff. The cliff and the island directly formed a mountain range, as if this island mountain is divided into two halves by this cliff. It's impossible to climb straight up the cliffs. There are very few places to land up there. Captain, are we going to climb over? Zhang Lanfang asked. Well, I'll be there tomorrow. Why? Zhang Lanfang said. Aren't we fine over here? We don't have very many supplies on our side, and with that gang, we don't have enough supplies at all. Tonight, I'm sure they'll go over and steal while we're asleep. Wang Yuan said. How did you know? Zhang Lanfang said. Zhao was watching around our shelter for a long time this morning, and he thought I wasn't paying attention. Humph. This Zhao Jingwo will give him a good time when the night comes. No need. We'll do what we have to do for the night. Leave them something to save them from thinking about us all the time, and consider it a good favor we're rescuing them. Humph. I just don't feel good inside. All right, let's go back and keep it quiet, lest Hope yells again, and when it's time to go to bed, you tell me to go into the shelter. I'll leave something outside for them. Wang Yuan said. Okay, let's go back then. The two walked back together. None of the group on the beach had returned, and the fire was much smaller. Back at the camp, Zhang Lanfang went fishing. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and brought all the broken fish nets over, sat on a rock, and started to dismantle the nets. It's been dismantled for I don't know how long, and when I lift my wrist to check my watch, it's almost 6 o'clock. Lighted a cigarette, added a piece of bamboo to the stove, as the wood was almost burned out, and the wood was to be left on fire for the night, and put the pan on with a little water. Coming to the beach, he said, Okay, get ready to cook. I still haven't caught anything. Rin wailed. It's fine. Wang Yuan began to collect the fish cages. Wow, octopus, big lobsters, crabs. After the fish cage poured out, Rin Yuan said in surprise. An octopus, a large lobster, 2 crabs, not small, plus 2 grouper. Jiang Yin also caught 2 grouper in the afternoon, and Zhang Lanfang caught an otterfish. Dinner was enough, and 8 or 9 dried fish were roasted yesterday. A few people packed up the fish, put the cages back in the ocean water, and headed back. Chapter 40. Someone's been bitten by a snake. That said, at noon Zhao Jingwo and Xiao Sun returned to the beach side to put their things down. By this time, Li Xiao and Zhang Jinping had already picked up quite a lot of firewood, spreading it out under the coconut tree to bask in the sun, and a lot of it had already dried up. The two were sitting under the coconut tree resting. Zhao Jingwo hurriedly searched for a fine grass, wrapped the lighted cigarette, and then blew hard, and a moment later the fire sprang out. After building the fire up, Zhao Jingwo said, Young Li, let's go to the beach and find something to eat. Ugh, it's so damn. When will it end? I'm tired, hungry, thirsty, and hot. Li Xiao said. Well, Young Li, aren't we all the same? No one wants us. Zhang Jinping said. 4 bottles of water were picked up last night. The women took 1 and left 3. Drink some water, drink and work. Zhao Jingwo opened a bottle of water away. The 4 of them split a bottle of water and lazily walked towards the beach in search of seafood. Mr. Zhao, Mr. Zhao. At this time, Big Sister Zhou ran over and shouted urgently, Hurry, quickly. Wu Xiaoxia has been bitten by a snake. Wu Xiaoxia is the youngest of the 4 women, only 20 years old, is a netizen, this time out of the country, just want to shoot some material in Africa. Huh. The 4 males froze. Oops. You guys go take a look. What should we do? Big Sister Zhou said anxiously. Hurry. The 4 males hurriedly ran into the jungle after Big Sister Zhou. It turns out that in the morning 4 women went into the jungle chatting and walking slowly. Lily, Jiang Yin, and Wang Yuan are from the same company as you. Do you know them well? Big Sister Zhou asked. Jiang always is the president of our company. Her father is the chairman of our company. She is usually very high and cold. I'm just a small accountant in the company's finance department. I usually don't have a lot of contact, and we only talk about work matters when we talk. As for Wang Yuan, he came to our company not long ago. At the beginning of the time, he often patrols in the company and can still occasionally see, but the impression is not deep. Recently, I do not know where to transfer. I have not seen. Vayu Lili said. Well, I came into contact with him last night. This person's ability to survive in the wilderness is very strong. Big Sister Zhou said. Those three women all listened to him, including Jiang Yin. Well, I heard he was in the military. Vayu Lili said. It would be good if we were with him. Look at those men on our side. All of them are nothing and can't do anything. Especially that Li Pengfei. The way he looks at us. All day long he's colorful. I bet he doesn't have good intentions. Wu Xiaoxia said, Li Pengfei is what they call Li Xiao. That Li Pengfei is a rich second generation. His family is rich and powerful. Even Zhao Jingwo can't afford to mess with him. Big Sister Zhou said, why don't we go defect to them? The other female of the imperial model said, Sister Zheng, you don't say this is a good idea. I agree. Wu Xiaoxia said, don't be so whimsical. It's not certain if they'll take us in or not. And even if they do you think Zhao Jingwo and Li Pengfei will let us go? Big Sister Zhou said, take one step at a time. I'll really go to them when I can't survive. Sister Zheng said, well, I will too. Wu Xiaoxia and Yu Lily both said, well, we'll be together then. Big Sister Zhou said, look, there's an orange tree there. At this time, Yu Lily pointed ahead and said, well, let's get over there. The four women came under the tree and Big Sister Zhou said, this orange is traces of being picked. Wang Yuan and the others picked it here. But why don't they finish picking? Vayu Lili said, they picked the ripe ones and the rest are unripe. Big Sister Zhou said, Chapter 41, someone's dead. Whatever, the raw ones can be eaten, so let's pick a few and taste them first. Wu Xiaoxia said several people picked a few and ate them. Hiss, it's so sour. Vayu Lili said, all right, a little sourness will quench your thirst and it's rich in vitamins. Big Sister Zhou said, one is too sour to eat one. Let's pick them all. They'll be ripe if we don't eat them and leave them for a few days. Sister Zheng said, okay. The higher ones picked up a stick and beat it down, and when all the oranges had been picked and put in their backpacks, a few of the men set off again. Look, papaya! After walking a short distance, Sister Zheng pointed ahead and said, the crowd came to the papaya tree and looked up. There are traces of being picked again. It must be that Wang Yuan and the others picked the ripe ones and left the four raw ones. Big Sister Zhou said, all right, something is better than nothing. You guys take it off. I'm a bit anxious internally. Go relieve myself. Wu Xiaoxia said, okay, you hurry up. Big Sister Zhou said, got it? Wu Xiaoxia walked behind a large tree. Big Sister Zhou's three daughters had just picked 4 papayas when there was a sudden scream. Ah! The 3 women were stunned and hurriedly ran behind the tree to see Wu Xiaoxia sitting on the ground. What's wrong? Big Sister Zhou asked. I was bitten by something, Wu Xiaoxia said. The 3 women turned their heads and looked around. Ah, snakes! Yu Lily pointed to the ground, not far away. All I could see was a small, thumb-thick, yellow snake burrowing into the grass. Bad. Xiaoxia wouldn't have been bitten by a snake. Big Sister Zhou said. Huh? Big Sister Zhou, save me, I don't want to die. Wu Xiaoxia said. Where were you bitten? I'll take a look at the wound. Maybe the snake wasn't poisonous. Big Sister Zhou said. Oh, here on the right thigh? Wu Xiaoxia cried. Big Sister Zhou hurriedly lifted her clothes and looked over. Wu Xiaoxia's pants hadn't been lifted up yet. There were 2 small holes on the outside of the right thigh near the buttocks. The wounds were very small, and a little bit of purplish-black blood flowed from the outside that had already dried up. At a glance, it was bitten by a poisonous snake. That, Kasumi, does your wound feel painful? Big Sister Zhou asked. It doesn't hurt now, Wu Xiaoxia said. That's fine, it's okay, you rest. I'll go back and call out for someone. Big Sister Zhou said, Lily, Xiaozheng, you guys stay here with Xiaoxia. Then Big Sister Zhou quickly ran away. By the time Big Sister and the 4 men returned, Wu Xiaoxia was already unconscious, and a faint greenish color surfaced on her face. Mr. Zhao, Big Sister Zhou, you guys quickly see what's wrong with Xiaoxia? Yu Lily shouted. It's not working, although there's still air, but it won't live for long. Zhao Zhengwo reached out to probe Wu Xiaoxia's nostrils and said, Is there really no way out? Big Sister Zhou asked. There's no way out. We're short of doctors and medicine. The antidote to snake venom must be an antidote serum, and it's simply not possible in our current situation. Zhao Zhengwo said. So, we're just going to watch Kasumi die without being able to do anything about it? Big Sister Zhou said. Big Sister Zhou, Mr. Zhao is right. There's really nothing we can do, Zhang Jinping said. But that's just a very small snake. Big Sister Zhou said. It can't be helped. Even the smallest snake is a venomous snake. We don't have anything. How can we treat it? Zhang Jinping said. I watched it on TV when bitten by a snake, just cut open the wound and suck out the poisonous blood. Li Pengfei said. That was just a show on TV, just bitten by a poisonous snake. Sucking out the poisonous blood may be fine, but a part of the venom will also remain in the body. The physical fitness will survive. The bad ones will be fine with a little bit of medicine, but we came over for more than half an hour. Plus, Big Sister Zhou ran over from here to call us, which is more than an hour past. Even if it is even less venomous, we can't do anything about it. Zhao Zhengwo said. At that moment, Wu Xiaoxia's body stiffened. Her hands were loose, and she really died. Chapter 42, Rope Making. Wang Yuan ate lunch and lit a cigarette to continue to dismantle the fish net, and the three women all went fishing. Until the day is almost dark, Wang Yuan looked at his watch, 6 o'clock, stood up, stretched, lit a cigarette to the beach, said to the three women, Okay, today it's here, let's pack up and go back to cook. Okay, Ren Yuanyuan said. All afternoon today, Ren Yuanyuan finally opened up and caught a fish, feeling very happy. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yan had each caught 2 fish, both of which were only the size of a palm. Wang Yuan put the fish cage away and harvested 3 fish, 2 crabs, and an octopus. The 4 of them packed up, set the cages down, and returned to camp with their rods and their haul. Jiang Yin went to cook dinner. Ren Yuanyuan and Zhang Lanfang were playing the hands, while Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and continued to fiddle with those broken fish nets. 4 grilled fish, 2 grilled crabs, 1 grilled octopus, and a pot of fish soup were eaten by the 4 of them. After eating, Wang Yuan picked up the rope removed from the fish net and rubbed it, and a moment later rubbed a piece of rope as thick as his finger. Let's help you. The 3 women came up, and Zhang Lanfang said, Captain, what do you think we do? Then you guys pick up the ropes. Some of these thin ropes that were taken apart are very short. You guys will be in charge of picking them upwards. I'll be in charge of rubbing them. The way to pick up the ropes is like this. Wang Yuan picked up 2 thin ropes and taught them to tie the knots. Catch the knot of the rope is very simple. 3 women will learn. A total of 3 strands of thin rope. The 3 women have 1 strand. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and continued to rub. Okay, that's enough, Sister Fang. Cut a papaya. Let's eat and rest. Wang Yuan looked at the length of the rope. It could rub about 20 meters. Okay. Zhang Lanfang took out a wooden claw, and Jiang Yin picked up the dagger and sliced it. Wang Yuan added a section of bamboo to the stove, put on a pan, and poured 2 bottles of water to boil, lit a cigarette, and sat down. The 4 of them ate the papaya and drank some boiling water each. Wang Yuan continued to rub the rest of the rope. All right, you all go and rest. Wang Yuan said. Okay, Captain, you should rest early too. Ren Yuanyuan said. Well, go ahead. Wang Yuan said. That, Captain, why don't you go into the shelter and rest too? It's too cold outside at night. Zhang Lanfang said, and all 3 women looked at Wang Yuan. Well, I'll be there as soon as I finish packing. The 3 women turned away and went behind the reef to finish solving their personal problems and went into the shelter to rest. Wang Yuan rubbed the last section well and tied a knot. Then he lit a cigarette, looked around, and looked at his watch. It was almost 12 o'clock. At this time, Zhang Lanfang walked out, sat beside Wang Yuan, and said, Captain, will they really come? I don't know, how can I put it? It's just intuition. They won't come tonight and will come tomorrow night. Wang Yuan said, Oh, you believe that too? Well, it's been a week and 5 days since we crashed, right? The best time to rescue is 3 days. They've been holding out for 5 days with nothing. That's when the bad nature of some of them must have shown up. As long as one person breaks out, it will lead to the realization of many people. Wang Yuan said, So, do we need to be on guard? No, let's just say we did a good deed and left them something to help them out a little bit. And we're being kind? Okay, Captain, are we leaving tomorrow? Zhang Lanfang asked. When they come, when we leave, if they don't come tonight, we won't leave. If they come tomorrow night, we'll leave the morning after. Wang Yuan said, Well, I understand. Zhang Lanfang said. Chapter 43, Stolen Goods. Zhao Zhengwo and others watched Wu Xiaoxia die and could not do anything about it. A few people's hearts are not good. Whoa, Yu Lily and Sister Zheng were both wiping tears from their eyes. All right, don't cry. We have to live after all. Big Sister Zhou said. We don't have the tools to dig up the soil either. Find something to cover it with. Zhao Zhengwo Dao said. Laying the body flat under the tree, the people picked up some branches and hay, or something to cover the body. All right, all stop crying. Let's go back. Li Pengfei saw that several women were still wiping their tears. Well, go back, Big Sister Zhou said to the other two women. A few people then slowly made their way towards the beach. When they got to the coconut tree, the crowd sat listlessly. Seeing that the fire still had sparks, Zhao grabbed a handful of hay and put it on, blew a few breaths, and the fire caught. Mr. Zhao, why don't we change the place? There isn't much food here either, and fresh water isn't easy to get. Xiao Sun said, we learned to make distilled water today, but that's too slow. It's simply not enough for so many of us. I think it's fine. We can only pick up that bit of seafood over here. Isn't enough for one person to eat. We can at least find some wild fruits when we go to the jungle. Zhang Jinping said, wild fruits aren't easy to find. And I even took a life today looking for that bit. Big Sister Zhou said, that one was an accident. Zhang Jinping said, if you ask me, let's not do anything. Go over to the reef and drive them away, grab their stuff, and we'll go over and live there. Li Pingfei said, right, there are many of us, so we're not afraid of them. Zhang Jinping said, what do you think? Zhao asked. I don't feel good about it. Little Sun said, what's wrong with it? It's all starving to death. Is this all we can do to wait for death? Li Pingfei asked, how about we wait until the latter part of the night to go over and steal their stuff and get out of here? Big Sister Zhou said, okay, I think it's okay. When they run out of stuff, they will definitely leave too. We'll come back in a couple days to take a look, and we'll go over and live there when they're gone. Zhao Zhengwo said, I agree. Li Pingfei and Zhang Jinping both agreed. Okay then, Little Sun said. The other two women didn't say anything either, keeping their heads down and depressed. Then it's settled. We'll eat something, and when it's the middle of the night, the four of us men will go over and come back and we'll leave. Zhao said, let's go ahead and pick the coconuts. It's all forgotten for the day. Big Sister Zhou said. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang packed up their things and went into the shelter. Inside, the two women had already fallen asleep, and there was still a lot of space left. Wang Yuan found 2 pieces of foam board to block the exit of the shelter, but of course only a small part of it was blocked, and then laid a piece of foam board on the place, leaning out and lay down. Around 1 o'clock, there was a sound outside, and Wang Yuan looked out through the gap in the foam board as 4 figures took advantage of the moonlight to move things. After a while, the 4 left, and Wang Yuan rolled over and fell asleep. Wang Yuan was the first to wake up again in the morning, removing the foam board and stepping out of the shelter to stretch. All get up! Something's been stolen! Wang Yuan shouted to the shelter, then grabbed a handful of hay into the stove and blew it up. Huh? What's going on? The 3 women came out one after the other. I'll take a look at what's missing. Wang Yuan built a fire, lit a cigarette, and said, there's nothing missing inside the shelter. Zhang Lanfang said, then locked eyes with Wang Yuan. These assholes, the pan is gone. Ren Yuan said angrily. Half a bottle of sea salt is gone too. Jiang Yin said, the roasted dried fish are all gone too. Zhang Lanfang said, Chapter 44 Relocation. I'll get them. Ren Yuan said, come on, no need to look. The person is long gone. Wang Yuan said, well, even if you find it, what can you do? They hide the stuff and then don't admit it. What can you do to them? Zhang Lanfang said, I'm just pissed off. What kind of people are these? Ren Yuan said, all right, I'll go wash up, then cook and eat. Wang Yuan said. After the group settled their personal problems, they went to the beach, with Ren Yuan still pouting. Luckily, the fish cage is still there. Wang Yuan said, put away the fish cage and pour it out. Whoa, another moray eel. Ren Yuan cheered at the sight of the harvest. 2 crabs, 2 grouper, and an eel were enough for breakfast for 4. The 4 of them roasted all of their harvest, and since there was no salt, that was all they could do, but it still tasted good. That's Sister Fang. How many days is this for us? After eating breakfast, Wang Yuan said, today is the 6th day. Jiang Yin said, yes. Zhang Lanfang said, we can't stay here anymore. Let's move. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, why? Ren asked, we've been missed. Move a place where they can't find us. Wang Yuan said, I agree. Zhang Lanfang said, but I'm kind of sad to leave this place. Ren Yuan said, do you remember any pirates? What if we get caught making a fire here? Wang Yuan said, well, the captain is right, and I agree. Jiang Yin said, okay, I agree. Ren Yuan said, trees move to death, people move to life, let's toss it around a bit, there might be a way out. Wang Yuan said, Captain, where do we move? Ren Yuan asked. The three girls all looked at Wang Yuan. To the south. Wang Yuan pointed south. Huh? Isn't that where the gang is? Further south. Oh. Rin frowned. All right, pack up your things and take the main ones with you. Wang Yuan said, just give up on some things. Luggage, backpack, a piece of iron plate, rope rolled yesterday. Wang Yuan put 4 bottles of water, a few empty bottles, a can of milk powder, a barrel of peanut oil, a can, and a piece of rope into the basket. Zhang Lanfang carried a suitcase, and Rin Yuanyuan carried a backpack with some fruits and the box containing cosmetics plus a toiletry bag. Jiang Yin carried a large mineral water bottle filled with rainwater. Wang Yuan put a dagger on his waist, put a basket on his back, took another bamboo tube, picked up a harpoon and swung it, saying, "Let's go. Let's go." The 3 women also grabbed their harpoons and followed Wang Yuan's example with a wave and shouted, "Ha ha!" The 4 laughed out loud. When I passed the coconut tree, I saw that the coconuts were gone and the fire under the tree was out. The 4 of them sighed and then continued south. A moment later, it was below the cliff. It's too high. How do we get up there? Rin Yuanyuan said. Captain, why don't we go around? Zhang Lanfang said. You can't go around. Look at that big ditch inside and look at the sea. The water over there is very deep. There are sharks around here, and the shallow sea can still be swum through. Wang Yuan said. What then? Rin Yuan said. All right, put the stuff down. I have an idea. Wang Yuan said. The crowd put down their things and sat down. Wang Yuan took the rope out and put it to the side, and then used the dagger to split the bamboo tube and sharpen it to make 2 1-foot-long and 2-finger-wide bamboo slices. Picked up a fist-sized pebble, bamboo pieces arranged in the shape of a cross, and pebbles tied with a rope. Wang Yuan stood at the bottom of the cliff, took a good look at the position, flung the end of the bamboo piece a few times, and threw it upward with force. Chapter 45, Climbing the Cliff. Phew! The rope flew toward the cliff with the sound of wind. Snap! The bamboo piece at the front end of the rope fell on the cliff. Wang Yuan yanked down on the rope with force. Pop! The rope fell. Wang Yuan looked above him, changed places, and flung the rope up again. This time it worked. The rope didn't tug. I'll go up first, and when you guys tie the thing up, I'll pull it up, and then you guys will go up at the end. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women nodded. You guys pay attention to my movements. Wang Yuan grabbed the rope and leapt upwards, stomping on the cliff wall with both feet, alternately grabbing the rope with both hands and climbing upwards, climbing to the top of the cliff in less than a minute. The 3 girls looked dumbfounded, all looking up with their little mouths open. Wang Yuan stood on top and looked around. To the south was a golden sandy beach. To the east of the beach was a cluster of reefs. And inside the beach there was a large forest, lush and green, with 5 or 6 coconut trees on the side. The scenery was very beautiful. On this side of the cliff was a slope with a few reefs at the bottom. Captain, how's it going over there? Rin Yuan asked. It's so beautiful over there. Okay, hurry up and work. Wang Yuan said. The 3 women were so excited that they hurriedly tied the things on, and it took them 3 separate times to pull them all up to the top of the cliff. Wang Yuan tied the rope to a rock again and shouted to the bottom, All right, you guys come up one by one. The 3 girls discussed it. Rin Yuan was a bit scared, and finally decided that Jiang Yin would be the first to go, Rin Yuan would be the second, and Zhang Lanfang would be the last. Jiang Yin followed Wang Yuan's example and leaped upward, grabbed the rope, and climbed upward with her feet stomping on the cliff wall. And within a few moments, she ran out of strength and shouted upward, Captain, I don't have the strength anymore. You hold onto the rope, I'll pull you up, and you stomp on the cliff wall with your feet in tandem. Wang Yuan shouted, then grabbed the rope and pulled upwards. Sister Yin, go for it, Rin Yuan shouted. In a moment, he pulled Jiang Yin to the top, and Wang Yuan stretched out his hand, saying, Give me your hand. Jiang Yin reached out her hand, and Wang Yuan pulled her up with one hand. Yay! Rin called out. Jiang Yin took a look at the scenery over there and exclaimed, Wow, it's so beautiful. Huh? Captain, quickly pull me up. Rin Yuan wasn't afraid anymore and hurried over, grabbed the rope, and didn't climb upwards, letting Wang Yuan pull upwards. Stomp your feet on the cliff wall to prevent your body from touching. Wang Yuan shouted. Got it. A moment later, he pulled Rin Yuan up, looked around, and shouted to the bottom, Sister Fang, hurry up. It's really beautiful over there. After Zhang Lanfang came up, the 3 women sat together and enjoyed the scenery, and Wang Yuan put the rope into the basket. I'm going to wear a bikini and sunbathe there, and I'm going to swim there. Rin Yuan had a longing look on her face. There are sharks in the sea. Wang Yuan said. The three women pretty much choked on their saliva. Facing the sea, flowers bloom in spring. Whoever builds a house here for me, I'll marry him. Rin Yuan shouted. Come on, you're dealing with pirates. They're gonna laugh at you. They're gonna say morning, morning, morning. Why don't you run? Wang Yuan said. Ha! Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin laughed so hard that they wiped their tears. How I want to beat the shit out of you so badly. Rin Yuan was so angry that she said, Can we still have a pleasant conversation? Slave greeted the empress to the beach. Please move over. Wang Yuan hurriedly said respectfully. You. Huh? You're a chat terminator. Rin Yuan laughed. Ha, I mama. I can't. Huh? Sister Fang? Huh? Quickly help me, huh? Jiang Yin laughed so hard that she covered her stomach with one hand and reached out to Zhang Lanfang. Huh? I can't do it either, huh? My stomach hurts. Zhang Lanfang laughed out loud. Chapter 46, Golden Sands. Three women and a man helped each other down the slope, below which there were several reefs, which surrounded a small cove of water. Look, there's a bag there. Jiang Yin pointed to the middle of two reefs near the sea and said, You guys wait, I'll go over. Wang Yuan saw it too, and circled around the watery bay, carefully went over the reef, and retrieved that bag. This seems to be a standard backpack used by the army. The outside is camouflage waterproof material. There is a small piece of trademark in the corner, except for a bunch of foreign languages below 4 words, made in China. Open it and take a look. Zhang Lanfang said. Wang Yuan unzipped and opened his backpack. Inside was a set of camouflage uniforms, a pair of combat boots, 2 military undershirts, 2 pairs of underwear, 2 packs of a certain Chinese instant noodles, a pack of compressed cookies, and a military dagger. The side small pockets rummaged through, a box of needle and thread packets, half a cigarette, a lighter, 2 dozen rounds of pistol ammunition. This could be a soldier from a certain country. Zhang Lanfang said. Maybe it's the rescue team. Wang Yuan said. Huh? Is it really a rescue team? Rin Yuan said. I'm just guessing. All right, Mr. Jiang, you carry this backpack. Let's go. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin said. Yay, we're here. Rin yelled as she rushed toward the beach. The 2 women in the back followed and ran with them to the beach. Running to the middle of the beach, the 3 women threw their things down and lay down. Wang Yuan walked unhurriedly behind him, looking around at the environment. Captain, will you build a house here? I'll marry you once it's built. Rin Yuan sat up and shouted at Wang Yuan. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin also sat up to look at Wang Yuan. That what? Let's take a break and eat something. Wang Yuan rubbed his nose and said. Straight man of steel. Rin muttered. The hopeless kind. Zhang Lanfang also whispered, then brought her backpack over and took out 2 papayas. Ha! Jiang Yin opened her backpack and took out the saber, slicing the papaya. That, you guys take a rest and then go to the beach to catch the sea. I'll go up to the East Reef to have a look. After the crowd finished sharing the papaya, Wang Yuan said. Okay, the 3 women said. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and with a dagger on his waist, he picked up his harpoon and headed east. When they reached the reef complex, Wang Yuan searched around. There's also a lot of marine garbage. The world is such that many people do not care about the marine environment. Garbage is just thrown away, polluting the environment. Wang Yuan is mainly away from the shore to find suitable places to station, places that are both hidden and observable. Walking felt wrong and slowed down. Stand still. Don't move. Hands up. Suddenly something was pressed against his back, and a man speaking a common language said behind him. Wang Yuan sensed from experience that the top of the self was a pistol and slowly raised his hand. Turn around slowly. The man ordered. Don't shoot. Wang Yuan said in the universal language. We have something to talk about. Wang Yuan slowly turned around and suddenly his body lowered, swept his right leg, and with a tackle with both hands, he knocked the man to the ground and locked his right hand from behind, and the pistol fell to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? The man said. Wang Yuan let go of the man and picked up the pistol. The man turned around and looked at Wang Yuan, and both of them froze together. King? The man spoke in Mandarin. Big Black. Wang Yuan said. It's me, my friend. Dahe, and Wang Yuan hugged. Big Black, a black man, looked at Wang Yuan and said, Wang, why are you here? I retired from the military and was on my way to work in Country A. Who knew the plane crashed, and I ended up here. Why are you here too? Wang Yuan said, I'm just the rescue team, here to search and rescue you. Chapter 47, Another New Member. Then how come it's just one person? Wang Yuan asked, seeing that Dahe was dirty, his left arm was still injured, a piece of rag tied around the wound, and he was barefoot. A few days ago, our country received a request for help from the Chinese embassy, saying that an airplane crashed in this area, requesting us to help search and rescue. This is not our company participated in the search and rescue. I brought a dozen people to drive the oil tanker in the south not far from the sea to search. I do not want to meet the pirates, and now I am the only one left. Big Black said, Dahe, I'm also very sorry. I'm sorry for your loss. Wang Yuan said, 2 days ago, I heard a gunfight in the south. Was that you guys? Well, it's us. It's a shame about those brothers of mine. Since we came out on a search and rescue mission this time, we didn't bring any equipment with us. Otherwise, those pirates wouldn't have gotten away with it, and I would have made them fly off the handle. How is your injury? Wang Yuan asked. A little skin grazed by a bullet. It's fine. Let's see. No, it'll be fine in a few days. Come on, I got a couple companions over there. We got some medicine. Show me the wound so I can treat you. Okay. Wang Yuan untied the cloth onto Hei's wound, looked at it and said, It's all septic, and you're still saying it's fine. You wait, I'll call them over. Wang Yuan threw the pistol to Dahe again. It's out of bullets, and you're still taking it out to scare people. When he reached the beach, he saw that the 3 women were catching the sea on the beach, so he ran over to them. That, all of you, shouted Wang Yuan. The 3 girls all came over when they heard that, and Wang Yuan said, There's a man over there, a rescue team sent by Country A, but he encountered pirates a few days ago, and the rescue team was left to his own devices. Huh. The 3 women had a lifeless look on their faces. All right, let's pack up and head over. He's hurt now and needs treatment. Oh, okay. It took the 3 women a moment to come back to their senses and gather their things and walk over together. A few people got to know each other, and Big Black pointed at the military backpack and said, That one belonged to my comrade in arms, but it's a pity that the person is gone. All right, Dahe, we will take revenge. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and handed it to Dahe, lighting one for himself. I'll help you treat the wound. Luckily, there was some medicine in the suitcase. Wang Yuan helped Dahe take off his shirt, picked up the saber, wiped it with an alcohol cotton ball, and said to Dahe, Bear with it. Come on. Wang Yuan used the saber to cut away the pus-filled part of Big Black's wound, took an alcohol cotton ball and wiped the wound, took a needle and threaded it on the line, also wiped it with alcohol, and started sewing the wound. After the wound was sewn up, 2 Band-Aids were put on. From the beginning to the end of the Big Black did not say a word. Wang Yuan patted him on the shoulder and said, Big Black is a man. Our conditions are limited, can only be dealt with this way. That's right, I'm a purist. Puffed. The 3 women couldn't help but laugh when they heard Big Black speak foreign-style Mandarin. Thank you, King, Big Black said solemnly. We are friends, Wang Yuan said. You guys knew each other in the past? Zhang Lanfang asked. All 3 women looked at the 2 of them. Well, Big Black's name is a man. He is a soldier of Country A. Our country and Country A are strategic partners. Our country often assists Country A. I once carried out a mission with Big Black. We all like to call him Big Black. We are comrades in arms. Wang Yuan said, No, we're brothers. Big Black said, Why don't you change your clothes first, and let's go find something to eat. Wang Yuan handed that military backpack to Dahe. Wang Yuan and the 3 girls went to the beach to catch the sea, and Dahe opened his backpack, changed his clothes, and put on his military boots. Chapter 48, Scavenging Again. Dahe put on his clothes and also went to the beach, and the 5 of them drove to the sea together. Wang Yuan picked up 2 floating balls, and both made a hole with a saber to hold seafood. Dahe, how have you spent the past 2 days? Wang Yuan asked. Our tanker was blown up by pirates, I was shaken up, woke up over here, and then it was raw seafood. So, where do you sleep? There's a couple of reefs around there, just enough to keep the wind out, but it rained the night before last, and I got drenched, and I'm not handy enough to make something to shelter me from the rain, and there's no shelter around here. Dahe said, pointing to a spot inside. All right, you guys continue, Big Black, and I will go over and look at the place to stay, pack up, and we'll stay there. Wang Yuan said to the 3 girls. Okay. Wang Yuan and Big Black walked to the place that the latter said, only to see 4 pieces of more than 2 meters high reef around. The ground laid a few pieces of foam board. This is the place where Big Black rests. The square circle also has more than 20 square meters. If it is covered with a roof, 2 to 4 seems to block 3, leaving an exit properly a house. Dahe, I'm going to pick up some things, so rest if you're injured. Wang Yuan said, No, my right hand is fine. I just don't use my left. It's fine, you pack your broken gun. There are bullets inside the backpack. You load it just in case. Wang Yuan said. Well, I'll help you when I get it done. Big Black picked up the pistol and disassembled it, finding a rag to wipe the gun with. Wang Yuan started scavenging again at the reef complex, and after a while Dahei donned his pistol to help out as well. Seeing that it was getting dark, Wang Yuan greeted the crowd and went back to cook. It is good to have a lighter, and a fire was built, and the three women were roasting seafood, boiling water in the powdered milk cans, and Wang Yuan and Dahei were smoking and chatting next to them. King, are these three beauties your girlfriends? Big Black asked. All three women pretended to listen with their ears open to nothing. No, they're all survivors. We were all on the same plane. But I can feel them looking at you differently. Ahem, Dai, let me introduce you. This is Zhang Lanfang. This is Ren Yuan Yuan. They are both flight attendants. Oh, no wonder it's so pretty. What about this beauty? Big Black asked. This is the president of my company, Ms. Jiang Yin. Oh, are all the female presidents of your country so beautiful? Big Black said. I also want to marry a female president of your country. I don't want to struggle. Ha ha. The crowd laughed. Dahei, you already have a wife, so don't think about it. Wang Yuan said, but we are allowed 3 wives in our country. Big Black said, Dahei, why can you have 3 wives in your country? Rin Yuan asked curiously. That was many years ago when our country had a civil war. Almost all men over the age of 10 went to war, which eventually led to a very small number of men. Luckily, we got aid from China in the past few years, and we were able to slow down, but the number of population is still a big problem. And it was only a few years ago that the country came out with a policy that a man can marry up to 3 wives. Big Black explained. Oh, then aren't you allowed to take 2 more wives? Rin Yuan asked. Of course, many of my age in our country have 2 or 3 wives, and men in our country can marry at 15. If I wasn't in the army, I'd have 3 wives by now. Big Black said. How old are you, Big Black? Do you have children? Zhang Lanfang asked. I'm 23, and I have a son who is 7 years old. Chapter 49, Building Houses L. Wow, Dahei, wouldn't you have a child at 16 then? Rin Yuan said. Yeah, but we're still in high school at 16 in this country. King, why don't you join our country? With your ability, you can definitely be a general in our country, and then you can marry all 3 of these beauties. How great would that be? Big Black said. Cough, cough. Dahei, don't talk nonsense. You do know that our country will not allow me to change my nationality, and I love my country. Wang Yuan said, Oh, that's too bad. It's time to eat. Zhang Lanfang greeted the crowd for dinner. After the people finished eating seafood, Wang Yuan made 5 cups with cans, and the 5 people drank some boiling water. The 2 men started smoking again. King, what do we do now? Build a shelter? Big Black asked. Well, yes, but you all help me with the ropes. I'll do the building. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan carried over a broken fish net. Dahei held a saber. Zhang Lanfang held a fruit knife, and Jiang Yin and Rin Yuan were in charge of the understudy. After a while, Jiang Yin said, Dahei, your hands are inconvenient. It's better for me to do it. All right. Big Black also felt that his own speed was too slow, so he handed his saber to Jiang Yin. Wang Yuan took over a pile of bamboo and wood, first made a bamboo frame with 4 bamboos, and then tied a few bamboos in the center vertically and horizontally, and the long bamboos were cut off with a dagger. Find a few pieces of torn canvas and torn plastic sheeting. Lay them onto the bamboo frame and tie them tightly with string. Wang Yuan climbed onto the reef and greeted the crowd by handing him the bamboo frames, which they then worked together to attach to the 4 reefs. Wang Yuan jumped down. There are 4 more exits below, picked up a bamboo pole, held it against the center of the bamboo frame, dug a pit below, and stood the bamboo pole on the ground in the pit, and buried it with sand. The 4 exits leave the one facing the sea. The other ones are used in the same way to stand on the bamboo top of the bamboo frame. Then all 3 were tied to the bamboo with wooden boards, foam boards, or plastic sheeting to block the gap. But a small window was left in each direction. The 3 women had already seen it all, but Dahei looked at Wang Yuan with a face of adoration and said, Wang, although we've known each other for quite a while, I still find you strange. Can you tell me what else you don't know? At this time, the 3 women also looked at Wang Yuan at the same time. Wang Yuan bowed his head in contemplation and solemnly said, Do you believe me when I say that I won't be able to give birth to a child? Ha ha. The 3 women couldn't help but laugh out loud. Big Black, due to language comprehension problems, only said after a long time, I believe you, damn it. Ha, Captain, he doesn't believe it, ha. Rin Yuan laughed. Ha, Captain, my stomach hurts. Ha ha ha. Jiang Yin laughed. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha. Captain, you give birth to one for him to see? Ha ha. Zhang Lanfang held her stomach and said, I. Look at him. Is he a head full of question marks? Wang Yuan said, Oh, it's still true. Rin Yuan said, Well, I think so. You guys, and he will have a child that's definitely coffee-colored. Wang Yuan said glumly. Huh. The three women didn't react for a moment, and after a while Jiang Yin looked at Rin Yuan and then at Zhang Lanfang. Zhang Lanfang looked at Jiang Yin and then at Rin Yuan, then nodded and said, I have a feeling hope is a possibility. Huh? Why? Rin asked. Because your skin is a bit on the yellow side. Jiang Yin said, Oh. Rin Yuan touched her face and said, Was it blown by the sea breeze? Ah, no. Why would I want to have a child with him? Ha! Chapter 50. Into the Woods. Hi, King. What do they mean by that? I can't understand. Big Black was confused. Oh, they said it's too hard to transfer a nationality, or they'll marry you. Wang Yuan said, I can do it, King, I can do it. Big Black said with an excited face. Huh, is transferring nationality that easy? The three women all looked at Wang Yuan. Big Black, aren't you sleepy? Wang Yuan laid down 2 foam boards and lay down. The three women laid a couple of foam boards inside and lay down as well. Hey, Wang, what do you mean? I'm not sleepy. Why are you all sleeping? Big Black road. All right, Dahe, go to sleep. You'll have everything when you fall asleep. Wang Yuan rolled over and turned his back to him. Oh yeah, I'm going to relieve myself. Big Black said. In the morning, Wang Yuan was the first to wake up, see the Big Black sleeping next to self. Climbed up to go to solve personal problems. Because there is a lighter, not in a hurry to make a fire. After solving the personal problems, lighted a cigarette and sat down. Consider what to do next. Suddenly, there was the sound of a motor in the distance. To the north, Zhao Zhengwo, 4 men and 3 women, stole something and ran into the jungle, and the people stopped when they reached the edge of the woods. Mr. Zhao, let's take a break. Big Sister Zhou said. Yeah, Mr. Zhao. We can't even run anymore. Li Pengfei said. All right, rest in place and talk about it at dawn. Zhao Zhengwo saw that everyone was panting and said. The people put their things down and sat down, and before long they were all asleep, some resting on their backpacks, others leaning against large trees. Only when the sun had risen high did the people wake up one after another. Zhao Jingwo looked at the sun and said, It's almost noon. Let's eat something. We have a total of 8 grilled fish, 3 bottles of water, 6 coconuts, and 4 papayas, so we have to count the food and drinks. Zhang Jinping said, How about 1 grilled fish for each person? And how about those 2 small ones for me? Li Pengfei said, Okay, I'm fine with that. The crowd finished the grilled fish and shared 3 bottles of water. Let's continue walking towards the woods. Big Sister Zhou said, The trees are thick inside. There must be quite a few wild fruits. So are we searching separately? Zhao Zhengwo said, Well, I suggest not to spread out. We need to act together. There might be poisonous snakes and beasts inside, so we will have a care together. Zhang Jinping said, Well, I agree. The crowd thought of Wu Xiaoxia and all agreed to act together. The 7 got up and headed for the woods. Ah, a hare. Suddenly a hare scurried out, and Big Sister Zhou exclaimed, Chase! Zhao Zhengwo said. The 7 men went after the hare, but lost it after a short distance. Ah! The crowd sighed. Look, guys, isn't that a banana tree? Lily pointed to a few trees ahead and said, Well, the leaves are a bit like that, but there's no banana on it. Li Pengfei said. The crowd walked closer and observed. It shouldn't be a banana tree. There's no sign of fruit on it. Big Sister Zhou said. Everyone, look at how wet the soil is on this ground. Let's look around to see if there's any fresh water. Lily observed very carefully. Okay, but everyone mustn't stay too far away. Zhao Zhengwo said. The people were scattered and separated in search, none of them very far apart. Come over here. There's a puddle here. Suddenly Xiao Sun's voice came out. The crowd rushed toward Little Sun. I saw Sun standing under a plant that looked like a banana tree that I had seen earlier, and there was a small puddle of water next to it, which didn't have much water in it, just enough to fill 4 or 5 bottles of mineral water, and it would turn cloudy if it was moved a little bit. Chapter 51. The Little Boar. Fill up this water. It doesn't matter if it's cloudy. You can drink it even if you settle it. Big Sister Zhou said. All 4 mineral water bottles were filled. Why don't we station here? It's not far from the beach. We can spot the rescue team when they come. Zhang Jinping said. I agree. Li Pengfei said. So, what do you guys mean? Zhao Zhengwo said. I agree. The crowd agreed. Well, here it is then. Zhao Jingwo said, let's send 2 people to the reef quietly at night to check out those guys. Okay, let's go look around for food first. Li Pengfei said. The crowd spread out to look for food again. By evening, the crowd returned to find the puddle. A few people really find a little not big wild fruit. Do not recognize what fruit, some like wild jujubes, some like virgin fruit, are not much, barely enough for each person to share 3 or 4. Let's eat these wild fruits, then split 2 papayas and open 2 coconuts. Zhao Zhengwo said. The papaya was not yet ripe and a bit bitter, but those wild fruits were delicious. The people ate and drank, and then leaned under those trees to rest. Who's coming with me to check out the reef? Zhao asked. The crowd was silent. It's fine, just quietly go over and observe. I'll be back in a while. Zhao Zhengwo said. Why don't I go with you? Zhang Jinping said. Okay, let's go. The 2 men took advantage of the moonlight to head toward the beach. Almost at the reef complex, the 2 lay on the edge of the thatch and watched the shelter. Although the moonlight was bright, it was too far away to see much. There was no sound from the shelter, and the fire outside was gone. Mr. Zhao, are they asleep? Zhang Jinping asked in a low voice. Maybe. Why don't we go over there and take a look? Forget it. Maybe they're guarding against us. So, we'll just watch from here? Just a little more observation, and we'll be back in a few minutes. After a while, there was still no movement. Zhao Jingwo said, All right, let's go back. The 2 walked slowly back again. Several people in the woods were leaning against trees fast asleep when a whimpering sound came from what sounded like some kind of animal. The crowd was shocked to turn their heads to look, only to see a black thing towards the small puddle. To see the puddle, there has been no water, and whimpering through the moonlight to see. It was a small boar, about 50 or 60 pounds. Li Pengfei picked up a stone to the small boar thrown. Bang, sound missed. The stone fell next to the boar. The wild boar turned his head toward Li Pengfei, found Li Pengfei, and rushed over. Li Pengfei hit a jolt. See, the boar rushed to self-turn and run. Ran not a few steps, was caught up. The boar forward arch. Bang. Li Pengfei was knocked out 2 meters away. Li Pengfei, wow, hurriedly climbed up to continue to run. Ran a few steps and was knocked out, this time no longer able to climb up. Help! Help! Li Pengfei yelled. But no one else dared to come over. The boar looked at Li Pengfei and walked closer, at which time Li Pengfei was too scared to speak and looked at the boar in horror. The little boar gently arched him, turned around, and slowly walked away, walked a few steps, and also turned his head to look at him, and then walked out of sight. The crowd did not dare to come out of the atmosphere. Ouch, ouch! At this time, Li Pengfei's moans came out. The crowd rushed over. How are you doing? Li Xiao. Big Sister Zhou asked. Ouch! I can't get up, Li Pengfei said. Chapter 52, Pirates Again. Young Li, where are you hurt? Xiao Sun asked. On my waist and thighs, ouch. It hurts? What's wrong? At this time, Zhao Zhengwo and the others returned. Young Li was just arched twice by the wild boar, and I guess he hit his waist and thighs. Big Sister Zhou said, Young Li, let me show you the injury. As long as the bones aren't broken, you'll be fine. Zhao Zhengwo said. Okay. The 3 women walked away. Zhao Zhengwo unzipped Li Pengfei's pants and took them off downwards. Ouch! Gently, it hurts, Li Pengfei yelled. You bear with it. Zhao took off his pants and said, There's no blood, but I can't tell if the bones are okay. Only to see Li Pengfei waist and thigh root a black and blue, all swollen high. Zhao Zhengwo added, Li Xiao, you bear with me. I'll put your pants on. We can only carry on with a lack of medicine. You also be strong. Maybe the rescue team will come at any time. You try not to move in the next 2 days. Maybe a few days will be fine. Well, I know that too, Li Pengfei said. Zhao put his pants back on and bared his teeth again. Let's all get some rest. We'll talk about it when it gets light, Zhao Zhengwo said. Li Pengfei could only lie on his back, and the crowd rested for a while, and finally it was dawn. Zhao stood up, stretched, clapped his hands, and said, Everyone wake up. When everyone woke up, Zhao Jingwo said, We went out to observe last night. There's probably no one over the reef group. There's no movement at all. Let's go over there. At the very least, we can make distilled water, fish, and catch seafood there. What does everyone say? We agree. The crowd looked at each other. All right then, a few female clays, and I will go ahead and go over to observe just in case. Zhang Jinping and Xiao Sun, you 2 take turns carrying Li Xiao and follow behind. Zhao Zhengwo said. Okay. The crowd agreed. Then let's set off. Zhao Jiangwo put on his backpack and said. Zhao Jiangwo and the three women went to the edge of the thatched bush together and got down on the ground to observe. It seems like there's really no movement at all. Big Sister Zhou said. Wait a little longer, maybe they're all sleeping. We'll go over when the sun comes out and there's still no movement. Zhao Jiangwo said. Just then a motor sound came over. The crowd was delighted. Could it be a rescue team? Let's go down quickly. Vayu Lili said. Wait, you guys look? Big Sister Zhou pointed to the northern sea. It's pirates. An oil tanker was seen coming from the north, followed by 5 speedboats. On the deck of the tanker stood 7 or 8 men, each with a long gun in his hand, and on each speedboat there were 3 men, 1 at the wheel and 2 sitting behind with guns. Hide them all, Big Sister Zhou called out. Zhao's eyes darted around, glancing at the 3 women from time to time. Seeing that the pirates are about to pass, suddenly Zhao Jingwo climbed up, grabbed the nearest Yu Lily's arm, and pulled Yu Lily to run toward the beach, waving and yelling as he ran. Hey, we're here. There's someone here. Seeing that the boat was about to disappear, suddenly the last speedboat turned back and Zhao pulled Yu Lily to the beach. Zhao Jingwo, let go of me. You asshole. Yu Lily cursed. Lily, don't be afraid. Let's go with the pirates. We'll figure out how to leave when we get to the pirates' side. Zhao Jiangwo said. Zhao Jiangwo, you just want to give me to the pirates so that you can keep them from killing you. You're an asshole trash. Yuck. Pa. Zhao slapped Yu Lily. You shall not die. You're not human. Yu Lily shouted. The 2 women in the thatched bush were stunned and dumbfounded. Damn Zhao Jiangwo, this trash. Big Sister Zhou cursed at the top of her lungs. This asshole should be killed by pirates, Sister Zheng said. Chapter 53. Burial. The speedboat was getting closer. One pirate raised his AK-47 and aimed it at the 2 men. The other 2 were shouting something. Huh? The 2 pirates suddenly laughed out loud. Da-da-da-da. The gun went off. Zhao Jiangwo and Yu Lily collapsed. Zhao was shot 3 times in the chest, and Yu Lily was shot twice in the chest. Right. Sorry. Zhao Jingwo looked at Yu Lily and said, breaking off when he finished speaking, his eyes full of remorse and unwillingness. Yu Lily also didn't breathe in her anger. The 3 pirates walked over with their guns and tossed the backpack aside after turning it over. After rummaging through Yu Lily's body, one of the pirates punched the pirate who shot him and then said something. The 3 pirates laughed and then returned to the speedboat and accelerated away. The 2 women didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the speedboat was out of sight. What's going on? At this time, Zhang Jinping's trio walked over. Why were there gunshots just now? Big Sister Zhou pointed to the 2 corpses and told the story. Ugh, Lily is a pity. Zhao deserved to die. The crowd sighed. Let's go over there. The shelter must be empty. Big Sister Zhou said. Xiao Sun carried Li Pengfei on his back, and the people came to the shelter and put Li Pengfei inside. Let's go over and pick up the backpack and bury the body. Big Sister Zhou said. Zhao Jiangwo should be thrown into the sea and fed to the fish. Sister Zheng said. All right, the dead are great. Don't care so much when people are dead. Big Sister Zhou said. The crowd picked up their backpacks, which contained 4 bottles of water, a coconut, a few clothes, and nothing missing. Hopping together, they dug a hole by the beach and thatched bushes, and had just buried Yu Lily when a pack of dog-like animals rushed out of the jungle. Ah, what was that? Sister Zheng screamed in terror. Don't talk, don't move, Big Sister Zhou said. The 4 stood motionless and silent. The group of animals ran to Zhao's body and dragged it away, with 2 of them looking back at them twice from time to time. The crowd didn't breathe a sigh of relief until the group of animals ran off into the jungle out of sight. Those are jackals. They usually don't attack humans as long as we don't mess with them. They usually only eat all kinds of animal corpses. Big Sister Zhou said. Humph. Deserved it. This is the will of heaven. Zhao Jingwo deserves to die without a burial place. Sister Zheng said. All right, let's go back and eat something. Zhang Jinping said. The crowd returns to the shelter, where there were 8 people, but now there are 5 left. Are they all buried? Li Pengfei asked, lying on a foam float. Zhao Jiangwo was carried away by jackals, Zhang Jinping said, then told him what had just happened. Hearing this, Li Pengfei also sighed. There are 3 coconuts here and 1 in the backpack, for in total, let's split 2 first. Big Sister Zhou said. After the people finished drinking the coconut juice, Zhang Jinping said, we have to find a way to build a fire. Nothing can be done without a fire. Do you guys have any ideas? I only know how to get fire by drilling wood and focusing a magnifying glass, but I really don't know how to do it exactly. Xiao Sun said. The bottom of the glass bottle can be made into a magnifying glass. Drilling wood for fire. That is, take a stick sharpened and rub to drill another wood. The specific how to operate I do not know, but let's look for materials first, come back, and then fumble to try. Zhou Big Sister said. Well, it will have to do. Zhang Jinping said. The four people went out to look for materials, and Li Pengfei continued to rest on his back. The four of them spread out to look for materials, and suddenly Zheng found a rope with one end tied to a rock and one end in the sea. Quick, everyone come here. There's a rope. Sister Zheng yelled. The crowd gathered. Chapter 54, Discovery of the Fish Cage. Zhang Jinping pulled the rope and said, It's quite heavy, Xiao Sun. Help, let's pull it up together. Okay. The two men pulled up together. It's a fish cage. This must be the fish cages those people left behind to catch fish. Big Sister Zhou said. Quickly open it up and take a look. Sister Zheng said. Zhang Jinping found the fish inlet and opened it to look. Wow, there are fish, lots of them. Let's see. Several people looked curiously. Whoa, there's crabs, Sister Zheng said. Xiao Zheng, you watch here, let's go find something to load up. Big Sister Zhou said. Okay. The three of them went off to look for something, and Xiao Sun found 3 floats outside the shelter, the very same floats that Wang Yuan had made for the 3 girls to hold the fish. Little Sun greeted the 2 men who took the float to fill the fishing cage with their catch. Several people cheered excitedly as the fish cage was emptied out. 5 or 6 palm-sized grouper and 4 large crabs were enough to fill a few people up. The people loaded the fish cages and threw them back into the sea, and took their harvests and put them back into the shelter, and Li Pengfei was excited to see them. Then the 4 were just about to go out in search of materials for their lives, when suddenly the sound of the motor came again. Not good. Are the pirates here again? Big Sister Zhou said. Quick, hide. Jinping, you carry Li Xiao on your back. Little Sun, you take the floating ball. We'll go to the thatch bush. All hurry. Then Big Sister Zhou put on her backpack and ran with the crowd toward the thatch. The people just hid an oil tanker 5 speedboats from the south to come. It is just the gang of pirates. A few people lay on their backs in the thatched bushes, not daring to breathe. It wasn't until the pirates sailed away that the crowd breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the shelter. Wang Yuan heard the sound of the motor and hurriedly greeted the crowd. Get up! Get up! What's wrong? Big Black asked. Listen, the motor sounds. I hear you. Is it a rescue team or pirates? Zhang Lanfang asked. Okay, never mind that. Hide first. All to the inside bushes, Wang Yuan said, hurriedly put on his back basket and carried his suitcase, ran outward, grabbed a harpoon outside, and ran toward the thatched grass bush inside. Behind the crowd took the things and followed. The 5 had just gotten down when a tanker followed by 4 speedboats came slowly from north to south. At that moment, there was a burst of gunfire from the north. That's them. It's these pirates who attacked us, Big Black said, pulling out his pistol and about to charge up. Don't be impulsive. Wang Yuan pressed down on him. But my brothers are dead. King, I want revenge. Die. Calm down. You'll die if you rush out like that. And we will all die. You have to take revenge, but you have to live to take revenge. Wang Yuan said. Ugh, good. I'll listen to you. Big Black slammed his fist on the ground. King, can you help me? Die, we are brothers. Let's find a chance to kill them all. Wang Yuan's eyes revealed a murderous aura. Thank you, brother. With your help, I will get my revenge, Big Black said. The 5 boats drifted away when another speedboat came rapidly after them. Shall we go and intercept the speedboat? Big Black asked. No, if we intercept this speedboat, the ones in front of us will know in a moment, and they'll come over. Let's find another time. Wang Yuan said. The speedboat caught up with the fleet in front of it in a moment. Was the gunfire just now from the speedboat behind us? Zhang Lanfang asked. Then is it possible that Zhao, Zhangwo, and the others were attacked? Rin Yuan said. It's possible. Wang Yuan said. Forget it. We can't care that much. Let's save ourselves first. Jiang Yin said. Chapter 55, Making Fishing Rods. All right, everyone wash up. Wang Yuan said. Dahe and the 3 women went to wash up. Wang Yuan went to the coconut trees behind the beach, climbed to a coconut tree in 3 moves, removed 5 coconuts with a dagger, left 2 on the tree, slid down, and returned to the shelter with the coconuts in his arms. That's when the sound of gunfire and a few occasional explosions came from far to the south. A few people shuffled all the way back to the shelter. It shouldn't be pirates attacking the rescue team again, right? Zhang Lanfang said. It won't be. This sea is close to our country and sea country, and sea country is having a civil war. The fastest rescue team sent out is our country, and there are several pirate forces in this sea. The rescue team usually won't come over, and I'm from the military, so I came over. Originally, pirates generally will not start a conflict against the military of each country. This time they attacked us must be behind the back to support their forces instructed. Big Black Road. Well, all the pirates in this neighborhood have some countries behind them, including the Civil War in Country C. There are also some countries behind the two forces. Wang Yuan said, "We are now surviving between the cracks." After a while the gunfire stopped. Wang Yuan said, "Let's drink some coconut juice and eat some coconut meat. Hurry up, eat and hide. The thieves will be back in a while." As the crowd finished sharing the coconuts, the sound of a motor rang out in the distance, and they hurriedly grabbed their things and ran for cover in the thatch. After a while the sound of motors came nearer, and the 5 men watched from a gap in the grass. And it was the same pirates who had just been there, an oil tanker and 5 speedboats drifting away. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief and returned to the shelter. "Captain, you said that we are surviving in the cracks and the rescue team can't get through. So how are we going to get back?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Don't worry, we will go back, and when the time comes I will bring you back one by one." Wang Yuan said. "Everyone rest assured, Wang is the best Chinese soldier I've ever seen." Big Black said, "All right, you guys can cook some sea salt later, and I'll make a fish cage." Wang Yuan said, "Outside the shelter, build a stove with stones, build a fire, picked up a milk powder, came to the beach with fine sand and seawater to brush clean, filled with seawater to the stove and burned. The 3 women picked up mineral water bottles and plastic buckets, and they like to fill a lot of seawater to put next to the stove." The Big Black is curious to watch the whole process. "Dahe, why don't I make you a fishing rod for fishing?" Wang Yuan asked. "Great, I haven't fished in a while. I love fishing." Big Black said. Wang Yuan took down a can-pull ring to make a fish hook. The 3 women helped to dismantle the fish net and rolled the fish rope, picked up a slender bamboo pole, and a while later a fishing rod was ready. And pick up a floating ball, open a hole in the top, tie a rope to make a handle, and hand it to Big Black. "Dahe, you take this and load it with fish. Use conch meat or oyster meat or something as bait. Take the fishing rod and go fishing." Wang Yuan said, "But you have to be careful that the fishing rod is too dry. It's easy to break. Be careful." "Okay, that's Sister Fang. Let's go inside and search." Wang Yuan said. "Okay," Zhang Lanfang said, then put a few empty bottles toward her backpack to carry on her back and picked up her harpoon. Wang Yuan carried the oil barrel, his dagger at his waist, picked up the harpoon and swung it, saying, "Depart." After the 2 left, Ren Yuanyuan bristled and said, "Sister Yin, does the captain like Sister Fang?" "No way," Jiang Yin said. "Why not?" "Look, the captain takes Sister Fang with him every time he goes out. Why not me?" "What's the point of taking you? What will you do?" "Well, that too. They're not going off to drill the grove, are they?" 56. Searching the jungle. Wang Yuan and Zhang Lanfang came to the grass first, tapped the grass with their harpoons, slowly walked inwards, and looked around to observe their surroundings. Suddenly, he found a small dirt slope with a patch of saddle vine growing on it, and a piece of iron inserted in the vine. 2 people walked close to the front. Wang Yuan pulled out the iron piece. The iron piece is about 70 centimeters long. One end is wide and one end is narrow. The wide place is about 40 centimeters. The narrow place is about 20 centimeters. Both ends have just broken traces. The narrow place has 4 screw holes. There is a hole also inserted with a broken and deformed screw. The iron piece side also has broken traces. The hole a little twisted. It looks new. It should be from our airplane. Zhang Lanfang said. Well, it could be any part of the propeller or the blades of the exhaust. Wang Yuan said. So, do we take it back? Let's put it here first. Let's search a little more and find if there's any fresh water or fruits or something, and bring it with us when we come back, in addition to some rattan. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 10:30, and said, Okay. The 2 searched their way inward, finding no fresh water or wild fruit, but digging up quite a few wild vegetables. Wang Yuan greeted Zhang Lanfang and went back, cut some rattan, and returned to the shelter with that iron piece. Dahe was still fishing, and Jiang Yin and Ren Yuanyuan had already burned most of the bottles of sea salt. All right, let's burn it later. You guys go and wash these wild vegetables first, Wang Yuan said, and then sat on a rock to organize that rattan, removing the leaves and forks. The 3 women went to the beach and washed the wild vegetables and came back, and Wang Yuan picked out a few plantain grasses, put them in a can, and poured water on the stove and burned it. Seeing that the crowd had returned, Big Black also returned to the shelter with a fishing rod and a float. "King, I caught 3 fish." Big Black shouted. "Sister Fong, why don't you guys use a powdered milk can to put wild vegetables to cook some fish soup?" Wang Yuan said. "Okay." The 3 girls took the fish and the powdered milk cans and went to the beach to handle the fish and wash the powdered milk cans. The water in the easy open can boiled, and Wang Yuan put it aside with a wooden stick and said, "Dahe, let me show you the wound." "Okay." Dahe sat beside Wang Yuan and stretched out his left arm. "The wound is recovering well. The stitches can be removed in a couple days." Wang Yuan unraveled the cloth wrapping the wound on Big Black's left arm and checked it out. Then a few amaranths were taken out of the wild greens, pounded into a paste with a stone, and applied to the Big Black wound, which was bandaged with a strip of cloth. The 3 girls had already returned to cook the fish soup and sat down to watch Wang Yuan. The easy open can of boiled plantain soup was still a little hot. Wang Yuan tried it, then put it on a piece of foam board and said to Dahe, "Delang, come, drink the medicine. My name is not Oro. My name is Daikoku." Dahe said, "Delang in our country means big brother." Wang Yuan said in a serious manner. "Pataha?" The 3 women couldn't help but laugh. With a confused look on his face, Big Black took the can, tasted it, and said, "It's a little slightly bitter and a little sweet. This is herbal medicine. It has the effect of reducing inflammation and swelling. You drink all of this, and it's best to eat those plants as well. These plants are called Planago ovata, and the tinder can be cooked and eaten." Wang Yuan said, "Thank you, King." Big Black ate and drank all of it, leaving no soup at all. "The fish soup is ready. Let's eat," Jiang Yin said. "Okay." The 3 women divided the wild vegetable and fish soup into 5 easy open cups, and then the 5 of them served it on foam boards with sharpened bamboo chopsticks and ate it. After eating, Wang Yuan and Dahe lit cigarettes, and Wang Yuan said, Yuan, you're not good at fishing. Stay and continue to burn sea salt. I'll make a few more rods and the others will go fishing." "Okay," the crowd replied. Dahe went fishing first, Ren Yuan burned sea salt, Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang played hands to make fishing rods, a moment to make 2 fishing rods, and with 2 floats to make 2 pockets, the 2 women went fishing. Wang Yuan smoked a cigarette and sat on a rock to make a fish cage, splitting bamboo into strips for the skeleton and weaving it with rattan. Chapter 57, Making a Fish Cage. Ren Yuan added a piece of wood to the stove and some seawater to the can of powdered milk on the stovetop, and asked, "Captain, what kind of soldier are you? What do you do?" "I used to be a paratrooper, serving in an airborne unit in our southeast military region of China." Wang Yuan took a drag on his cigarette and lowered his head to continue weaving the fish cage. "But I've heard Big Black talk like you're good." "Oh, aren't our country and Big Black's country brother countries? Our country often supports them. A few years ago, our country sent several teams of soldiers to help train their country's army. I was once sent over to help them train paratroopers." "So why did you retire?" "Oh, it's just my personal problem. Forget it if you don't." "So do you like Sister Fong? Why you call her up every time you go out?" Ren Yuan beamed. No." "So do you like Sister Yin? She's so pretty and she's the president of your company." "Let's not think so much, okay? Think about how to get back alive first." "Fine." Rin skimmed. Wang Yuan made a good fish cage, picked up an empty bottle and the original rope for climbing the cliff, and went to the beach to put the fish cage. "Captain, is the fish cage done?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Well, how many have you guys caught?" "We both caught 2. "Okay then, that's enough for dinner." Wang Yuan picked up some small conchs smashed into the bottle, covered it with a lid, used a dagger to tie a few holes, put it into the fish cage, tied it to the mouth of the fish inlet, tied a rope, and threw it into the sea, and the rope was tied to a rock. "You guys go ahead and fish, I'll go back and fix the shelter again." "Okay." Wang Yuan walked towards the beach, went to the coconut tree, looked at the tree, then climbed up, threw down 5 coconuts and began to pick leaves, came down and climbed to another coconut tree to pick leaves. 5 coconut trees picked a lot of leaves, grouped them together, dragged a few leaves back to the shelter, and then put on a basket on his back and went to the coconut tree again, loaded coconuts into the basket, and carried them on his back, dragged a few leaves back to the shelter again, and returned to the shelter in 3 trips before the leaves were all moved. Tossed all the coconut leaves to the top of the shelter and climbed up, laying the leaves one on top of the other all over the top. "Hope, hand me those canes." "Okay." Wang Yuan used the rattan to tie all the leaves with the rattan, fixed it, and jumped down. Looking at the time, it was almost dark. Coming to the beach, sitting next to Big Black. The two lit a cigarette. Wang Yuan said, "After smoking, let's pack up and go back." "Okay. How many have you all caught?" There were 12 fish in total. The two women started to kill the fish. Wang Yuan and Dahe went to collect the fish cage and harvested 3 more fish and 3 big crabs. The fish were gutted into bottles, put into cages, and thrown back into the sea. The 4 returned to the shelter with their harvest and poles. Yuan, fill up the salt. This salt is enough for now. Use the milk powder can to boil some boiling water. Wang Yuan said, "Okay." In one afternoon, Yuan burned a large bottle of sea salt. "Captain, how are we going to eat these fish and crabs at night?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Regenerate a fire and roast them all." Wang Yuan said, then peeled more than 10 bamboo sticks. Yuan boiled water, and the 3 women skewered fish and crabs together and grilled them. Wang Yuan and Dahe were smoking and chatting next to each other, speaking the indigenous African language. None of the 3 women could understand, and Yuan asked, "Captain, you still know their language, huh?" "Well, I've been an A for over half a year, and me and Big Black and the others are learning from each other, but of course I can't understand them if I talk fast." Chapter 58, Making Pans Again. "Right, Captain, we don't have enough fresh water. There are 2 bottles left after drinking these." Yuan saw the water boiling and hurriedly removed the canisters by clamping them with a piece of wood. "It's fine. We'll look for it again tomorrow. We can still hold out for a few days with the coconuts now. If we can't, we'll make distilled water." Wang Yuan said, "The crabs are baked. Let's eat the crabs first. The fish will have to wait for a while." Jiang Yin said. After the people ate and drank some boiled water, the 3 women sat together and chatted. Wang Yuan and Dahe smoked cigarettes, and Dahe Dao said, "If only there's wine. If we can find suitable fruits, we can make some fruit wine ourselves." Wang Yuan said, "You still know how to make wine?" Big Black asked, and the 3 women also looked at Wang Yuan. "Well, when I was a kid in the orphanage, our director used to make his own wine from some grapes or prunes or something." "Oh." After smoking, Wang Yuan said, "Rest if you guys are sleepy. I'll make another pan. We're not stuck for a while." Wang Yuan took out the iron plate brought from the cliffside and put it on the fire, then went to move a relatively flat and a little curved big stone to the fire as an anvil, and picked up a pebble as big as his fist as a hammer. A wooden stick was used to pick up the red-hot iron plate and place it on the cutting board, and then it was hammered. In about 2 hours, the pan was ready. "King, you're great." Big Black gave a thumbs up. There were still some edges left. Wang Yuan picked up a large piece and burned it again, and after a while made another dagger. "Pick up the iron piece picked up today and throw it into the fire, wait for it to burn red, and clip it out with a wooden stick. Knock half a day, and only knocked out a few craters, and I don't know what material that iron piece is made of. It's very tough," and finally gave up. "It's 11 o'clock. Let's rest," Wang Yuan said as he looked at his watch. The crowd finished solving personal problems into the shelter rested. The 3 women slept inside. Wang Yuan and Big Black slept in the position against the outside. The night of the beach is still very cold. Wang Yuan blocked the doorway, blocked a plank, although not all blocked, but it can also play a lot of role. The next morning, Wang Yuan was still the first to wake up, solving his personal problems and putting the fire in the stove on. Dahe came over and also lit a cigarette, and the 2 sat down. "King, what are we doing today?" Big Black asked. "You guys might as well fish while Fong and I go find fresh water." "Oh, okay. Go wash up. I'll change your medicine later." Wang Yuan picked up an easy open can, put in 2 plantain plants, poured water on it, and put it on the stove to boil. Big Black went to work on a personal problem. "Good morning, Captain." The 3 women walked out as well. "Well, good morning. Why don't you guys go wash up, and I'll go collect the fish cage." Then grab a float and dagger and walk to the beach. Putting away the cage and unlocking the inlet, I poured the industry in and harvested 5 or 6 palm-sized fish and a large moray eel, 3 crabs, and 2 octopuses. Knocked the eel unconscious, gutted it with a dagger, packed up the fish and octopus, washed them with seawater, put them in the float, loaded the cage with fish, put it in the sea, picked up 2 handfuls of purslane on the reef, picked up the float, and returned to the shelter. The hay sat by the stove and removed the cans and set them aside to dry. Wang Yuan puts the float down and lights cigarettes with Dahe. "King, what's the harvest?" Big Black asked. "There's a big eel." Wang Yuan put the pan on the stovetop, smashed open 2 coconuts, and poured all the coconut juice into the pan, cut the 3 crabs in half with a dagger, and put them into the pan, and then started cutting the octopus. By this time, the 3 girls had finished solving their personal problems and had come over. Chapter 59, A Female Corpse. Captain, what do we do? Rin asked. You guys grill the fish. Wang Yuan pointed at the floating ball. Okay. Rin Yuan and Zhang Yin walked towards the floating ball, and Zhang Lanfang went to regenerate a fire. Wow, what a big eel! Zhang Lanfang used a dagger to split the eel into 5 sections, and the 3 women threaded the fish with bamboo sticks and grilled it. The coconut milk in the pot opened. Wang Yuan put the octopus in it, tore the purple cabbage twice and put it in it, sprinkled some sea salt, 2 coconuts smashed open, took out the coconut meat, broke it up and threw it into the pot. Smells good. Captain, what did you make? Rin Yuan's mouth was watering. Nori seafood coconut soup. Wang Yuan said, the name is so long. It sounds and feels delicious. Rin Yuan said, Delang, it's time to drink the medicine. Wang Yuan said, okay, Big Black Road. Ha. The 3 women laughed. Wang Yuan picked up 2 amaranths and mashed them with a stone, saying, Dahe, I'll change your medicine. Dahe finished drinking the medicine and held out his left arm to Wang Yuan. It's almost done. I'll remove the stitches for you tomorrow, and then it will heal in a few more days. Wang unraveled the cloth and inspected the wound, saying, after changing Big Black's medicine and bandaging him up, Wang Yuan said, let's start dinner. The crowd divided the grilled fish and seafood soup and began to eat. It's so good, Big Black said. It smells so good, Zhang Lanfang said. Ren Yuan ate too much to speak, sticking her thumb up straight. The strong milky flavor mixed with the freshness of the seafood is indeed delicious. Jiang Yin said. The crowd ate and drank their fill, and Ren Yuan held her stomach and said, so full, I feel like we're on vacation. Ha. The crowd laughed. Captain, what are we doing today? Zhang Lanfang asked. That, Sister Fang, we're still going to look for fresh water with me today. You guys still fish, we may not be able to come back at noon. I want to expand the search. If we are lucky, we will be back early. If we are unlucky and can't find fresh water, we will be back before dark at the latest. At noon, you guys put away the fish cage and cook and eat for yourselves. Wang Yuan said, okay. The crowd replied. Big Black lit a cigarette, and the 2 women took their rods and floats to the beach to go fishing. Sister Fang, take the dagger. Wang Yuan handed Zhang Lanfang a dagger. Okay. Zhang Lanfang followed Wang Yuan's example and pinned the dagger to her waist, put on her backpack, and took her harpoon. Wang Yuan took out the 3 coconuts in the basket, put in a peanut oil bucket and 2 empty bottles, put a dagger on his waist, picked up his harpoon, waved it in the direction of the beach, and said, let's go. The 2 set off toward the beach, and Wang Yuan said, let's go into the jungle from the coconut tree side today. It's low ground there, so there might be fresh water. Okay. The 2 had just reached the coconut tree when they suddenly noticed a wooden box floating on the seashore. Wang Yuan said, look, a box. Let's go over and take a look. It's heavy. The 2 ran over to the box, which was quite heavy, and the 2 of them worked together to pull it down to the beach. Let's open it up, Wang Yuan said. Okay. The box was nailed so tightly that Wang Yuan had to exert a lot of effort to start the nails on one side and open the planks on this side. Hiss! Wang Yuan sucked in a breath of cool air. Ah! Zhang Lanfang screamed in fear and backed up, only to see a woman's body curled up in a box, blonde hair. The face has been soaked with seawater and a little puffy. There is a sandbag in the box to increase the weight of the box. It looks like it hasn't been dead for a few days. It's likely that it was killed and dumped, but it didn't weigh enough to be washed here by the seawater. Wang Yuan pulled Zhang Lanfang back to the side. Captain, what should we do? Zhang Lanfang was pale with fear. Chapter 60, Discovery of Pheasants. Why don't we push it to the sea? Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan picked up the boards and prepared to re-nail them, and it was at that moment that a pack of jackals rushed out of the jungle. Run! Wang Yuan hurriedly pulled Zhang Lanfang and ran. After running for 50 meters or so, he looked back to see that the jackals had dragged the body out of the box, and several of them combined their efforts to drag the body quickly into the jungle, where it disappeared a moment later. What were those just now? Zhang Lanfang asked with a palpitating heart. Jackals, as long as you don't mess with them, they usually don't bite. They usually only eat dead animals unless they're starving and attack another animal. Oh, let's go, Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 2 of them went in through the coconut trees and found a place where the grass was lower. The 2 of them were slowly walking along with their harpoons tapping the grass, when suddenly Wang Yuan stopped Zhang Lanfang, made a motion to prohibit the sound, and pointed to the grass in front of them. Only a section of the snake's body was exposed in the grass, covered with dark brown scales, about the thickness of an arm, with no head or tail visible, so I don't know how long it was. Wang Yuan waved his hand backward, signaling Zhang Lanfang to step back, and gently crouched down and picked up a stone. Moving forward slowly, he then threw the stone gently toward the other side of the snake, which rolled forward in a bone-jarring motion, and the snake felt the ground shake and poked its head that way. It's now, hoo-pa! The harpoon was swinging to 7 inches. Wang Yuan repeated his trick and leapt forward, poo! A metal head of the harpoon was sticking at 7 inches, pinning the snake to the ground, and the snake's body jerked backward. Wang Yuan let go of the harpoon and stepped back, and the snake twisted and coiled onto the harpoon. Wang Yuan drew his dagger and rushed up, swish! With a sound on the ground, the snake's head was chopped off. Ha! So fat! Wang Yuan picked the snake with his harpoon and said, "Ah! Careful!" Zhang Lanfang yelled, only to see a large eagle swooping down. Who? The ground sound cut through Wang Yuan's eyes. Then look at the harpoon empty. Wang Yuan wanted to cry, silently took out a lighter and cigarettes, lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. The harpoon heavily forked to the ground. Zhang Lanfang walked over and patted Wang Yuan's shoulder, saying, "Captain, I'm sorry for your loss." Wang Yuan silently glanced at Zhang Lanfang, then took another drag on his cigarette, his eyes filled with sadness. Ha! Zhang Lanfang was amused and laughed out loud. Wang Yuan dug a small pit with his harpoon, picked the snake's head in and buried it, and stomped on it heavily twice. "Go!" Wang Yuan said. The two continued inward. "Captain, why do I feel like this is a road?" Zhang Lanfang said. "Well, I think so. Where there was a slope, there were a few slabs of stone laid to make stone steps. Where there was no slope, there was some short grass, with some bushes and thatch on either side, and the path continued inwards with a wood in front of it, and the path was out of sight until it reached the wood. Shall we continue then?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Go on. We'll see what we decide when we get into the jungle." Okay. The two of them patted the grass and slowly came to the edge of the woods, when suddenly, puff, ground out, and 2 pheasants flew out of the bushes beside them. "Whoa! Pheasants!" Zhang Lanfang called out. "Aha! All right, we can't catch up." Wang Yuan said, "Let's go over and take a look, maybe find their nest." The two of them walked over in the direction where the pheasants had flown out, tapping the grass with their harpoons, when suddenly Zhang Lanfang cried out, "Here it is! Captain, there's a nest here." Chapter 61, Discovery of the Hare. Wang Yuan ran over, only to see that there was a nest in the grass under a bush. Inside there were 4 eggs. Picking up one, Wang Yuan said, "It's still a little warm. It should be the eggs of the 2 pheasants just now. You put the eggs into the backpack. Don't break them." Got it?" Zhang Lanfang said, then packed the wild eggs into each of the 4 pockets of her backpack. "If only we had a gun. None of the 2 pheasants would be able to run away." Wang Yuan said, "Isn't there a pistol? Why don't you take it?" Zhang Lanfang said, "Keep the pistol for Dahe and their defense. After all, there are still pirates around." Wang Yuan said, "Look, a hare." Zhang Lanfang pointed ahead, only to see a hare hopping and running away not far away. Wang Yuan ran over to take a look and said, "There's a hole here. It's probably a rabbit hole." Zhang Lanfang walked over and said, "Captain, let's come over to catch rabbits when we have time." "It's not easy to catch. Isn't there an idiom called the cunning rabbit has 3 holes? This is just one of the holes. There might be a few more elsewhere. So, do you have an idea? That's going to require some preparations. It's not going to work today. Some other day, let's just keep going." Wang Yuan said. A moment later, the two reached the edge of the woods, and the two stood still to observe that the path went deeper into the woods, and not far inside they could not be seen. "Captain, are we going to go inside the woods?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Well, get in there. It's thick with trees, which means there's plenty of water. Let's keep looking." "Oh, okay. Plenty of fresh water means plenty of animals, so don't leave me too far and make sure to stay close." Wang Yuan solemnly said. "Don't worry, Captain." Zhang Lanfang also said seriously. "Okay, let's go." "Wait, look, what's that?" Just after entering the woods, Zhang Lanfang pointed under a tree on the left. "Let's go over there." Only a backstrap peeked out from behind under a tree. The two walked over and saw a canvas satchel lying on the ground, covered in a layer of leaves and dust. Wang Yuan grabbed the strap and lifted it up. Hiss, the bottom of the satchel cracked and a few things fell out. It seems that the satchel has been here for not a short period of time, all weathered to the point of unusability. Seeing something on the ground, Wang Yuan was overjoyed. After rummaging through the satchel and seeing that there was nothing left, he tossed it aside and picked up the ground to examine it. An engineer's shovel with screws and other parts intact, and two sections of connecting rod that could be attached, not rusted, should be stainless steel alloy. A chisel and a burin for carving stones, but both rusted, should still work. There is also a compass, which is broken, but the compass in the center of the compass is still intact. These things can still be used, and this time we have a handy tool again. Wang Yuan removed the compass from the compass and handed it to Zhang Lanfang, while the rest of the things were loaded into the back basket. What is this thing? Zhang Lanfang held the compass and looked at it. This is a compass used by some feng shui readers in our country. It's weathered and can't be used anymore, but that compass in the middle still works. Take it and you won't get lost in the future. Oh, okay. Zhang Lanfang put the compass into her backpack. Let's go. The two followed the path into the woods, and after walking for a while, the two found a number of palm and banana trees, but none of them were fruitful. Captain, look at that tree. Is it a banana tree? Zhang Lanfang asked, pointing to a tall tree not far ahead. Chapter 62, Finding Fresh Water. Just see, the tree has no trunk. The upper leaves are very large, like banana leaves, the lower petioles in a fan-shaped interlocking growth. The highest place is 5 meters. The following one person cannot hold over. Great! We have water, Wang Yuan exclaimed. Where is the water? Zhang Lanfang looked around suspiciously. Quickly take the bottle. We'll see it in a moment. Wang Yuan put down his backpack, took out mineral water bottles and oil buckets, and took out a section of the connecting arm of the engineer's shovel and walked to the tree. Zhang Lanfang also put down her backpack and took out 4 mineral water bottles and walked over. Where's the water? Prepare to receive water, Wang Yuan said. Drawing out his dagger, he thrust it towards the underside of one of the leaf stalks of that tree and pulled it out. Then a water arrow shot out from the wound. Wang Yuan hurriedly unscrewed a bottle and picked it up. Ah, there's really water, Zhang Lanfang said joyfully. Come on, Fang, get ready to pick it up. Okay. Zhang Lanfang hurriedly opened a bottle to catch it. Wang Yuan opened all the lids, rinsed the connecting arm of the engineer's shovel, and then inserted it into the spout. The water flowed out along the mouth of the connecting arm's pipe and put the oil drum on the ground under the water flow to catch the water. Sister Fang, tastes good? Wow, sweet and refreshing. Both of them drank 2 bottles of water, and a moment later all the guest vessels were filled. Both also proceeded to wash their faces with the water, but now they were refreshed. Wang Yuan pulled out the connecting arm and put it on his back and lit a cigarette. Captain, what kind of tree is this? This is called Traveler's Banana. Can provide water for travelers to drink to call this name. This tree does not grow fruit, only in the petiole to store a large amount of fresh water. Cut open the mouth for a while to grow, so I insert a tube, if the groundwater is sufficient, the flow of water to replenish the end of the night. Wang Yuan said, Captain, how do you know so much? I was a paratrooper in the army, and paratroopers have to be airborne behind enemy lines without backup or supplies, so we have to learn a lot about survival. Wang Yuan took a deep drag on his cigarette. Oh, Captain, let's get something to eat. There's a papaya and a couple oranges in the backpack. Good? It's almost 1 o'clock. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. At this time, the flow of water on the traveler's banana gradually stopped. The two sat down. Zhang Lanfang took out the papaya and orange, took out the dagger to cut the papaya. After the two of them shared the fruit and put the water into their backpacks and carriers, Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Sister Fang, let's go on. We must go back before 3 o'clock whether we find food or not. If we go back any later, it will be dark. Okay. A short distance away, the two found another traveler's planet. All right, Sister Fang, let's just check around here. There's plenty of water here. Let's see if there's a place around here that we can live in. And if there is, we'll move here. Captain, look. Is that a bamboo forest over there? Zhang Lanfang pointed to the canopy of trees in front of her left. Yeah. Behind a few trees blocked a bamboo forest so thickly foliaged that only a single bamboo leaf peeked out from the canopy. The two continued to walk forward along the path for more than 10 meters. The eyes opened up, only to see a green meadow in front of them, the square circle such as a soccer field, and the surrounding formed a stark contrast. The grass is very flat. The grass are not high, just up to the ankles. The meadow sparsely growing a few palm trees and banana trees. Each banana tree is long with bunches of bananas. But there are only 2 trees on the bananas have a small part of the maturity of each. To the left of the meadow there were a few pine trees. Behind the pine trees was the bamboo forest that I had just discovered. And to the right of the meadow there was a faint sound of running water. There might be a stream over there. It's so beautiful here, Zhang Lanfang said. Well, there's the sound of water over there. There should be fresh water. Let's go check it out. Okay. Chapter 63. There are wild boars. The two of them walked to the right of the lawn, and not far away they found a pool of water. The water was crystal clear, and there was a small stream flowing into the pool in front of them, but the water didn't flow out of the pool, so it was presumed to have seeped into the ground. The pool was not deep, and small fish could be seen swimming through it. The brook is flowing out from the side of a rock. The rock is very big. Two huge rocks stand together. There's a rock crevice in the middle. The top of the rocks lap together, forming a rock cave. Below the rock cave is an earth slope. The inside of the rock cave is high. The outside is low. The height difference is 2 meters. This place could be a shelter. I don't know how big it is inside. Zhang Lanfang said. Well, if it's okay, we'll move in. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Wait, you back away first. Wang Yuan said. What's wrong? Don't ask questions yet. Listen to me. Zhang Lanfang walked to the edge of the lawn and looked at Wang Yuan. Seeing that Zhang Lanfang was far away, Wang Yuan put down his backpack, took out his engineer's shovel, and picked up another fist-sized stone and threw it into the stone cave. The hole made a thumping sound, and after a while, Wang Yuan picked up another stone and threw it in, and suddenly there was a whimpering sound in the hole, and then a wild boar rushed out. The boar was not large, about 120 to 30 pounds, and should not have been an adult. The boar came out and saw Wang Yuan at a glance, staring at him and about to charge. Sister Fang, don't ever come over. Wang Yuan shouted as he held a harpoon in his right hand and an engineer's shovel in his left, his eyes fixed on the boar. Zhang Lanfang was just about to go over when she heard Wang Yuan's words and hurriedly stopped, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Wang Yuan observed the terrain and pointed a harpoon at the wild boar, which became furious and charged towards Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan turned around and ran to the left where there was a palm tree, ran to the palm tree and stopped and turned around, saw the wild boar immediately rushed up. Miso. Wang Yuan turned around the palm tree, turned to the right front of the wild boar, swish. Harpoon forked at the boar. The harpoon hit the boar right in the right eye. Splat! The impact of the boar was so great that the harpoon broke with a loud snap. Ow! Ow! The boar let out a pained grunt and threw its head so hard that the harpoon head speared over its right eye was thrown off. The boar turned its head to look at Wang Yuan with that left eye, and a whimpering sound came out of its mouth before its hind legs gave out and charged at Wang Yuan again. Wang Yuan's engineer's shovel was handed over to his right hand, and he also rushed towards the boar, and seeing that he was going to collide, he leapt to the left because the boar's right eye was blind, and this side was the boar's blind spot. Swinging his engineer's shovel, he slashed at the boar. With a click, the boar's right front leg was cut off. Ow, ow, ow! The boar let out a squeal and struggled to stand up, turning its head to look for Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan had been roaming in the blind spot to the right of the boar and had to make quick work of it. The boar's squeal was supposed to be calling for a companion. Wang Yuan kept approaching the wild boar and suddenly leapt at it. Bang! Pouncing the boar down, his left leg pressed against the pig's hind leg. His left arm pressed against the engineer's shovel, which pressed against the pig's head. The handle of the shovel pressed the pig's front leg under the pig's belly, and his right hand pulled the dagger from behind his waist and stabbed it against the pig's windpipe. The pig's squeals came to an abrupt end, with only the sound of grunting coming from the pig's windpipe and the pig's blood flowing all over the place. After a while, the blood was drained and the boar was completely dead. Wang Yuan stood up and picked up the harpoon head and put it into the back basket. Sister Fangwell, come over. Wang Yuan said. Captain, you're too good. Zhang Lanfang walked over, her beautiful eyes sparkling with little stars. That Fang, we have to get out of here. There's a chance there are still boars. Okay. Chapter 64, Handling of Boars. That's Sister Fang. You put the backpack in the basket and carry it. I'll carry the wild boar. Let's hurry back. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan attached the connecting arms of the two sections of engineer shovels and found the broken harpoon head, removed the metal head, and put it into his coat pocket, shouldered the wild boar, and the two of them quickly walked back together. After an hour or so, the two returned to the beach under a coconut tree, put their things down, and lay down on the ground, panting and sweating with exhaustion. The wild boar, after bloodletting, also has about 120 pounds, the basket about 30 pounds. The two of them walked for an hour together with their weights and were really tired. Zhang Lanfang took out 2 bottles of water and handed one to Wang Yuan, and the two of them drank it in one gulp to recover some strength. Come on, let's go back. Wang Yuan said, "Okay." Zhang Lanfang put on her back and ran to the front. And when she reached the reef and saw that the three Dahe men were fishing, she shouted, "Quick, everyone come and help." The three of them turned around and saw that it was Zhang Lanfang, saying, "Sister Fang, you guys are back." Putting the rod down and running over, Rin Yuan said, "Where's the captain?" "In the back. You guys go help the captain, who killed a boar." "Captain, captain." The three of them ran to the back again. And when they saw Wang Yuan carrying the boar, Rin Yuan was excited. "Put the boar down. Let's carry it back together." Jiang Yin said, "No need to carry it back. We'll just put it over here to pack it up and take it back after we finish packing it up. The water is shallow on this side of the beach, and the water is deep on the reef side." Wang Yuan said. The four men helped carry the boar to the beach. The wooden box on the beach was gone, presumably washed away by the tide. "Let's go back to get our stuff and come back to clean up." Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, "Wang, where did you get an engineer's shovel?" Dahe asked when he saw Wang Yuan pick up the engineer's shovel. "Picked it up and we found fresh water." When the four of them returned to the shelter, Zhang Lanfang was packing up her things. "Are you thirsty? There is water here." Zhang Lanfang pointed to the mineral water bottles and oil drums that were taken out. Big Black and the three of them drank some water, and Zhang Lanfang asked again, "Is it good?" "This is water taken from the traveler's banana." "What is a traveler's banana?" The three looked at Zhang Lanfang. "It's a plant that the captain recognizes, otherwise I wouldn't have known about it. I'll show you guys some other day." Zhang Lanfang said. Wang Yuan looked at the time 4 o'clock and went to his suitcase to find a pair of pants and a t-shirt. "You guys take the tools and then the foam box to the beach to pack up the wild boar." Wang Yuan said. "What about you?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "I'm going over to wash up too. I'm covered in pig's blood." The group took daggers, sabers, and other tools, and Rin Yuan picked up a foam box that was still intact, and together they went to the beach. Wang Yuan body is black training uniform. Wearing the body to see not out, took off to see the upper body is full of blood. "King, you've been retired for almost a year, and you still have abs?" Big Black said, "I keep training every day. I train every day too. Why don't I have any? It's only weird that you have that 3 days of fishing." Yes, since I became a company commander, I rarely train, net training my men." Big Black scratched his head and laughed awkwardly. "All right, you guys clean up. Don't throw away the pig skin and innards." Wang Yuan finished rushing into the sea in his underwear. "Dahe, your hands are not convenient. Just play the hand. You can come back if we can't get it." Zhang Lanfang said. "Okay, I'll get it first." Big Black said. The four of them started to get busy, and the three women glanced at Wang Yuan from time to time. Chapter 65, Digging for Wild Vegetables. Wang Yuan grabbed a handful of seaweed a while later and threw it back into the foam box, saying, "Pork bone stewed seaweed at night. These are not enough. I'll go find some more." After saying that, he rushed into the sea again. "Umph, 8-pack abs are amazing. I saw a long time ago." Rin Yuan muttered in a small voice. "Huh." Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin heard. Rin Yuan blushed. That before coming to this island, the captain took off his clothes and went into the sea. "Oh." The two women looked at Rin Yuan suspiciously. "Oops. It's true. That suitcase is the one he picked up when he went down to the sea." Rin Yuan hurriedly said. "Oh." The two women nodded. "What do you mean?" "Ha!" Big Black looked at the three women with a confused look on his face. Wang Yuan took another handful of kelp and put it in the foam box a while later, picked up the set of training clothes, and went to wash them, then put them on the reef to dry in the sun and changed into the new clothes. "Dad, I'm going to go get some more wild vegetables or something from the forest. Which one of you is going?" Wang Yuan said. "I'll go." The four raised their hands at the same time. "Don't go if the big black hand is not good. Sister Fang is tired for a day, and while you change your clothes and wash this body." Wang Yuan said. "Sister Yin, let's guess the fist then." Rin Yuan said. "Okay." In the end, Jiang Yin wins and Rin Yuan looks upset. "We'll just go around the neighborhood and be back within an hour." Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin took the dagger. Wang Yuan took the engineer's shovel. The two of them returned to the shelter. Wang Yuan carried the basket on his back. Jiang Yin took the harpoon and entered from the forest. Wang Yuan taught Jiang Yin to pat the grass from as the two of them walked slowly. From time to time on the discovery of wild vegetables. As long as you can eat, Wang Yuan taught Jiang Yin, some of the vegetables are very bitter. Some vegetables cannot really pick up to eat the need to now water. These vegetables are not picked. Some can be eaten raw. Some have to do cook to eat. These are dug up. There is a taste of sh, how to identify which are poisonous are explained in detail. Jiang Yin learned very carefully, and after a while she was able to search for herself. Wang Yuan found a wild mountain ginger and told it to Jiang Yin, who knew that Jiang Yin found several trees in a while. Wild onions. Quick, let's dig together. Wang Yuan found a cluster of wild onions, and this cluster had at least 30 to 40 plants. The two men walked over and dug in together. After digging up the wild onions, the two of them continued to walk inward, and when they reached the bushes, Wang Yuan said, "All right, let's just turn around in this neighborhood." Okay. The two men searched just at the edge of the bushes. A while later, I found a wild pepper plant with a lot of ripe peppers growing on it. Be careful not to stab your hand. Wang Yuan said, got it. Not long after the picking ripe. Immature are not picked, but ripe is also more than a pound, enough to fill the pants pockets of two people. Let's go back and head back in the other direction. Wang Yuan said, okay. The two men patted the grass and specialized outward, and when they saw wild vegetables, they continued to dig, and in a few moments found a mango tree with 7 or 8 large wasted mangoes, for ripe, which the two men plucked, leaving 3 unripe. We'll pick the rest in a couple days. Wang Yuan said, yes. Jiang Yin was excited. Come on, let's go back. The two of them picked a few more palm fronds a while later and walked back. The three of them, Dahe, had finished packing up the wild boar and had just returned to the shelter. Zhang Lanfang was washing clothes on the beach. Captain, you guys are back. Rin Yuan said. Well, you guys will wash the wild vegetables. Wang Yuan said. Whoa, mango. Rin Yuan and Jiang Yin packed their things in surprise. Separate the wild vegetables by type. Wang Yuan pulled out the peppercorns into a plastic bag and handed it to Jiang Yin. Okay. Jiang Yin also pulled out the peppercorns and loaded them in. Wang Yuan and Dahe lit their cigarettes. Chapter 66, Stewed Big Bone Soup. Zhang Lanfang came back from washing clothes to help. Wang Yuan poured water on the pan and put it on the stovetop, adding a piece of wood to the fire. From the foam box, he took out 4 pig leg bones, one of which was cut by Wang Yuan, broke all the bones with a stone, put them into the pot with the pig's hooves, cut a few slices of wild mountain ginger, and put them in, and took 2 palm leaves to cover them. King, is stewed pig's feet good? I never eat it. Big Black asked. Of course it's delicious. Our country makes a very tasty one. The two lit another cigarette. Wang Yuan said, Dahe, let's go find some more foam boxes. Okay. The two men smoked cigarettes and searched for marine trash, and a while later each found a foam box to wash and take back to the beach. The 3 women had finished washing the wild greens and put them in the foam box. So, you guys cut up the kelp and put it in the pot. I didn't put any salt in it, so watch what you do and make some kebabs and grilled fish. Big Black, and I will pick up some more marine trash before it gets dark. Wang Yuan said, okay. The 2 men picked up a lot of wood, and Wang Yuan picked up a large mineral water bucket, but Wang Yuan was so happy that he washed it with seawater and brought it back. It was dark by this time, and the 3 women were grilling skewers of meat. Dahe, let's go and collect the fish cage. Wang Yuan said, then took the dagger and the floating ball and walked towards the beach. Big Black followed with his saber. Putting away the cage, the harvest was 5 or 6 fish for crabs and 5 or 6 peeps. The 2 men finished packing up the fish, put down the cage, and returned with the float. Captain, the meat skewers are ready. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, let's barbecue and eat up. Wang Yuan said. Yay, if only we had beer. Rin Yuan said. Ha! Roast the crabs and peeps too. If you can't finish these fish, make them into dried fish. Wang Yuan said. The people ate the roasted meat and chatted. Zhang Lanfang told about her experience during the day, listening to the 2 women exclaiming in astonishment, guessing at the female corpse, laughing at the eagle taking away the snake again, and marveling at Wang Yuan's fight with the wild boar. The 3 women looked at Wang Yuan with continuous admiration. All right, Sister Fang, share the soup for everyone. Wang Yuan said. The 3 women shared the soup together, placing the bones and pig's feet on the palm fronds. It's so good. Rin Yuan said. That smells good. Big Black said. After the crowd finished the soup and ate the seaweed, Wang Yuan said, you guys split the pig's feet. Women eat them for beauty. Dahe hasn't eaten pig's feet, so let him taste our delicacies. Captain, I won't eat, you eat. Jiang Yin said. No, I'll gnaw on a bone. Wang Yuan picked up a bone and gnawed on it, saying, Thank you, Captain. The 3 women said. King, these pig's feet are really delicious. Dahe said. Yummy. Rin Yuan said. It still smells a bit fishy. If only there was soy sauce. Zhang Lanfang said. Well, we're missing seasonings, or it would be even better. Jiang Yin said. We're full. You guys eat. The three women said as they finished nibbling on the pig's feet. Then you guys take a break. In a moment, rub salt on those pork to marinate it. Otherwise, it will go bad soon, right? You can use the fat meat to boil some lard. You can fry it later. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The three women's eyes lit up. Wang Yuan and Dahe gnawed the bones and finished the crabs and peeps, and the two of them went to smoke together, and the three women marinated the pork and cut off some fat meat and put it aside. Sister Yin, you're a good cook. You go boil the lard. We'll just marinate these meats. Rin Yuan said. Yeah. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. Jiang Yin brushed the pan and began to simmer the lard. Chapter 67. Made 2 machetes. Wang Yuan finished smoking. Find out today, picked up the burin and chisel. Pick up the propeller fragments to the fire burned red with a wooden stick clamped up to a large stone, and then picked up a stone with the burin nailed up. The propeller is very tough, burned for a while, nailed for a while, and finally nailed along the middle of the vertical row of holes, and then changed the chisel nailed up to the small holes connected. Wang Yuan poured seawater into the propeller a few times, picked it up and inserted it into a reef crevice, broke it back and forth a few times, and broke it in half with a clang. Handing a piece to Dahe, he said, Dahe, sharpen this side. Okay. Big Black found a flat rock to grind on. Wang Yuan took the other half and found a piece of wood, sharpened it in contrast with the dagger, and then fixed the 2 sharpened boards with a rope through the screw holes. A machete was ready. Dahe, you sharpen this. Handing it to Dahe, he took Dahe's piece and proceeded to make the machete. King, it's smooth. Dahe took it and waved it twice before pouring some seawater on the stone and continuing to grind it. That's for sure. This machete is very tough. Wang Yuan laughed. Captain, the lard is boiled. Jiang Yin poured the boiled lard into the easy open can and filled it up just right. Captain, the pork is also marinated, and so are the pork ribs. Zhang Lanfang said. Ah, Captain, there's just the pig's head, tail, and innards left. Rin Yuan said. So, are those guts clean? Well, it's all washed, including the intestines. Zhang Lanfang said. All right then, let's put all the innards in the pot and cook them together, and we'll have the downers in the morning. Okay. The three women put the pot with water on the stovetop, the innards in, sliced a few slices of wild mountain ginger, added some wild peppercorns, put in 2 whole wild onions, covered it with palm fronds, pressed on 2 pieces of wood, and added a piece of firewood to the fire. All right, wash your hands and eat some fruit, Wang Yuan said as he made the machete. Wow, it's so delicious. The 5 of them split 2 large waste mangoes, and Rin Yuan called out again. That's sweet. That all rest after eating. Wang Yuan said. Wang Yuan and Dahe sat down to smoke again, chatting about things the two could understand. The 3 women went around behind the reef to relieve themselves. Sister Fang, Sister Yin, you two still pee as much as you do. Rin Yuan said. You dead and anyone to look for a fight again, don't you? Zhang Lanfang said. Jiang Yin had gotten acquainted with all of them by this time, so she didn't blush anymore and asked, That my period is coming up? What should I do? It's okay, I have tampons there, the whole pack. Rin Yuan said. So, when will you guys arrive? Jiang Yin asked. I still have 7 or 8 days. Zhang Lanfang said. I have half a month left, I think, just before I came. Rin Yuan said. Then we have to save it. Don't throw it away when you're done with it. Wash and dry it all, and use it next time. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. The 2 women nodded. When the 3 daughters returned, they saw that Wang Yuan had used a wooden stick to pick open the fire, put the pig's head in, and buried the fire. Okay, I'll rest. Going to finish solving his personal problems with Dahak, adding a piece of wood to under the stove, he went into the shelter to rest. In the morning, Wang Yuan woke up and walked out of the shelter, stretched and saw that the fires in the fire and stove were out. Walked over to the stovetop and lifted the leaves off the top of the pan. Smells good. There's still a bit of residual heat in the pan, built a fire in the bottom of the stove, and went to work on a personal problem. After washing up, all 4 of Big Black's men came out as well. Morning. Good morning, Captain. Good morning. Why don't you guys go ahead and fix your personal problems? Chapter 68. Removal of stitches from wounds. Wang Yuan saw the pan boiling, lifted the pan and put it to the side, and put the powdered milk can on it, poured water, and put in 2 plantain grasses. Lighting a cigarette, I saw Dahe come back after washing. Dahe, let's go collect the fish cage and come back, and I'll remove the stitches from your wound. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Dahe also lit a cigarette, and Wang Yuan went to collect the fish cages. The fish cage yielded 5 or 6 fish, 3 crabs and 2 peeps. The 2 men returned to the shelter after packing up the fish and releasing the fish cages. The 3 girls came back after washing up. Wang Yuan removed the boiled medicinal soup and put it aside to cool. That, Sister Fong, you guys cut up those downers and divide them up, boil the soup again, add some salt, cut up some wild onions, and we'll eat later. I'll remove the stitches from Big Black's wound. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women busied themselves. Wang Yuan took the Mountain 2 amaranth and pounded it into a paste, untied the cloth onto Hei's wound, and wiped away the dregs of the medicine on it. Dahe, the wound is recovering well. Bear with it. Don't worry, King. Wang Yuan used a fruit knife to pick off the line that sewed the wound, and then used the regimen on the fruit knife to draw it out. The needle hole seeped out a few beads of blood, wiped it with an alcohol cotton ball, put the pounded herb paste on the wound, and tore a piece of cloth to tie it up. Well, it's better not to push too hard for the next 2 days, and it will heal in a few more days. Here, drink the medicine. Wang Yuan handed Big Black the powdered milk can. Thanks. Big Black finished the medicine, and the 3 women cleaned up the pig's jerky. Captain, there's still pig's waste that hasn't been cooked. What are you going to do with it? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let's fry it at noon. Wang Yuan said. Keep those large and small intestines for frying at noon as well. The hearts, livers, and lungs are already enough for us to eat. Jiang Yin said. Good. The crowd divided the chopped offal and poured on the soup with wild onion flowers, and the aroma wafted out. It smells so good. Ren Yuan's mouth was watering. It's delicious. Big Black took a bite and praised. Still not enough seasoning. Jiang Yin said, well, it can't be helped. It's good enough to be made like this. Zhang Lanfang said, let's go fetch some water after eating and look for any spices on the way. Wang Yuan said, good. The crowd ate to their heart's content and drank all the soup, then opened 2 coconuts and split the coconut milk. All of you go and fill up some seawater and come over. The pickled pork used quite a bit of sea salt. There isn't much salt left, so let's burn some more. Wang Yuan said. The crowd went to fill up the seawater. Wang Yuan stripped out the boar's head inside the extinguished fire, poured some seawater to clean it, and then scraped it with his dagger. When the 4 Big Blacks returned from beating the seawater, Wang Yuan said, you guys build another stove to cook sea salt. The 4 of them built another stove of rocks where the fire had been, built a fire, and put the cans of powdered milk on it to pour the seawater on. Wang Yuan scraped the boar's head clean and washed it with seawater, put it in a pan, and put it on the original stovetop, added water, and boiled it. At this time, there were still 2 bottles of fresh water left, and it was almost used up. The upper part of a large mineral water barrel was cut off, 2 small holes drilled in the bottom, and the lower part snapped onto the pot just over the hog's head with a stone pressed on top. Who's going to fetch water with me this time? Wang Yuan asked. Captain, I'll go this time. I haven't gone looking for anything once. Ren Yuan pleaded. Captain, let her go. Zhang Lanfang said. All right then, there are wild boars over there. Make sure you listen to me. Wang Yuan said. Got it. Ren Yuan said excitedly. Chapter 69. Freshwater. You guys grill those cured meats by the way. Add some water if it's low in the pot. Don't boil it dry. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Zhang Lanfang said. Dahe, I'll go over and pick a few coconuts. You go over and carry them back. You guys drink the coconut juice first if you're thirsty. We'll be back soon. Okay. Big Black said. Wang Yuan loaded his backpack into a peanut oil barrel and a few empty bottles on his back, took a machete, and pinned a dagger on his waist. Ren Yuan loaded her backpack into 7 or 8 empty bottles on her back and picked up a harpoon. Dahe took his empty backpack on his back, and the 3 of them came together under a coconut tree. Wang Yuan put down his backpack, climbed to the coconut tree, cut down 8 coconuts with his machete, and slid down. Dahe, go back to your home. If you have nothing else to do, go fishing or pick up seafood. Put Big Black's military backpack into the coconut, just full, and help him on his back. Okay. Big Black carried back to the shelter. Wang Yuan and Ren Yuan entered the jungle. The 2 of them entered from the other direction, and after walking a short distance, they found 2 clusters of cactus with a lot of cactus fruits, and next to them there was a small patch of lotus trees with a lot of lotus fruits. Captain, what kind of tree is this? Ren Yuan asked. This is a lotus tree. The lotus fruit is also called wild pineapple. It's delicious. Wang Yuan picked a ripe one and said. The wild pineapple was shaped like a pineapple, but larger than a pineapple, and Wang Yuan unscrewed a piece, put it in his mouth, sucked on it, and then chewed on it before spitting out the residue. Sweet and sour. Wang Yuan unscrewed another piece and ate it, handing the rest to Ren Yuan Yuan. It's delicious. Ren Yuan Yuan ate, like Wang Yuan. Eat all of this if you like. There are quite a few ripe ones here. We'll come back later. Okay. Ren Yuan Yuan was happy in her heart. Give me the harpoon, and you take the knife. Wang Yuan drove ahead and patted the grass, while Ren Yuan Yuan ate the wild pineapple and followed behind. The two of them walked slowly around this Luda forest. Along the way, found a lot of wild vegetables the two did not dig, save for later. Found the wild mountain ginger and wild onions to dig out. Also found a piece of kudzu, also saved for later to come to dig kudzu. When the two reached a small hill, Wang Yuan looked around and said, "Let's go left. Not far away is the traveler's banana." Okay. Ren Yuan Yuan finished the wild pineapple. The two men turned to the left, and after a short walk found a small patch of morning glory peppers, many ripe and red. Ha ha ha, think what you want. Wang Yuan laughed. It's been a long time since I've had spicy food. Ren Yuan Yuan said. Pick them quickly, leave a little uncooked. The two hurriedly picked up, green and red, big and small, looking very happy. A moment pick half a basket, only a dozen small, uncooked left. All right, let's go. Wang Yuan said. Okay. I just love spicy food. Ren Yuan Yuan said. Hot girl hot. Hot girl hot. Hot girl born, not afraid of hot. Sang Wang Yuan in a runaway tune. Ren Yuan Yuan gave him a blank look. Huh. Wang Yuan scratched his head and walked forward. The two saw another wild pepper, and each picked two more pants pockets. Found a cluster of bamboo. Wang Yuan cut one, peeled off the branches and leaves. There are still 5 or 6 meters. Give Ren Yuan Yuan to carry. When he reached the traveler's banana, Wang Yuan whispered, "There might be wild boars over there. That's where I hit them. We must keep our voices down." Ren Yuan Yuan nodded and whispered, "Captain, this is the traveler's banana." Huh? Well, take out the bottles. Wang Yuan put down his backpack and took out the oil drum and bottles. Chapter 70. There really are boars. Wang Yuan picked up the bamboo and chipped off a section of the bamboo pipe, sharpened one end of the bamboo pipe diagonally, and then inserted it in the lower part of one of the leaf stalks of the traveler's banana. A stream of fresh water flowed out of the bamboo pipe. Ha ha ha, real water. Ren Yuan Yuan laughed. Should keep your voice down, Wang Yuan said. Then he picked up the oil drum and put it under the stream of water to continue. And then he took a bottle of water and handed it to Ren Yuan Yuan, saying, "Drink it." Yummy. Ren Yuan Yuan took it and took a sip. "You catch the water here, I'll go inside. Just pull out the bamboo tube when it's full, and if there's not enough water, you can insert a different leaf into it." Wang Yuan also drank a bottle of water and said, "Okay, you be careful," Ren Yuan Yuan said. Wang Yuan picked up the machete and cautiously walked towards the inside, and before he reached the lawn, he heard the sound of humming and puffing. He walked to the edge of the lawn, hid behind a big tree, and looked inside. Sure enough, there are still wild boars. Wang Yuan thought to himself, "I saw 2 adult boars in the grass, each at least 200 pounds, one arching around, and one was under a banana tree, staring at the bananas above, jumping upward from time to time to reach the bananas, but it couldn't jump high enough to reach them. Thinking that they had eaten all the bananas below and couldn't reach the ones above, they gave up after a while, and the 2 boars puffed and puffed their way to the waterhole on the right. Wang Yuan slowly backed away. Ren Yuan Yuan had already filled up with water. "Captain, how's it going?" Ren Yuan Yuan whispered. "Sure enough, there are still wild boars. I only saw 2, both adult. We can't deal with them for now." Wang Yuan said, "Then we should be careful when we come to get water in the future." Ren Yuan Yuan said, "Well, let's go back." Wang Yuan put the bamboo pipe under the traveler's banana for later use. The 2 men put the bottles and oil drums into their carriers and backpacks, put them on their backs, and headed out with their gear. Walking to the place where he found the pheasants yesterday, Wang Yuan carefully walked over. Suddenly, fluttering 2 sounds, 2 pheasants flew up. Wang Yuan walked over. "Huh, another egg," Wang Yuan said excitedly. Ren Yuan Yuan also walked over and picked up the eggs. "Ha, they're still warm, Captain. How are we going to eat them? Scrambled eggs, egg soup, whatever." Wang Yuan laughed. "Well, scrambled eggs with wild greens and nori egg drop soup." Huh? Ren Yuan Yuan gulped. "Look, hares." Wang Yuan pointed in a direction and said, "Wow, what a cute rabbit." Ren Yuan Yuan said, "Captain, let's catch it and keep it, okay?" You can't catch it now. I'll make a trap some other time. Wang Yuan said, Okay then. Let's go. A moment later, the two walked to the coconut tree. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Look at the time, 11:30. Go back to eat just right. We're back, Rin called out as the two returned to the shelter. Captain, you guys are back. Zhang Lanfang said. King, what goodies did you get? Big Black asked. Zhang Yan's beautiful eyes also looked at Wang Yuan. The two women had burned 2 bottles of sea salt in the morning. Dahe had picked up quite a lot of seafood. Here, we picked up another egg. Rin Yuan handed the egg to Zhang Lanfang. Oh, we have 5 eggs, Zhang Lanfang said. Wang Yuan and Rin Yuan put down their backpacks and rucksacks. You guys take a break. We'll clean up. Jiang Yin walked over. Wang Yuan pulled out the pepper and handed it to Jiang Yin, saying, Good. Dahe, what seafood did you get today? Wang Yuan and Dahe were sitting together smoking. Sea tonto, conch, sea urchins, mussels, scallops, lots of them in general. Daikoku said, Okay, we'll collect the fish cages later. Chapter 71. Eating fried vegetables. Wow, so many peppers. Jiang Yin said. Of course, we found a lot of fruits and wild vegetables. The captain said we'll go pick them later. Rin Yuan bragged. Oh, our family Yuan is just awesome. Zhang Lanfang said. That's... Wang Yuan looked at the pig's head in the pan. It was still almost on fire, put the pig's head on a palm leaf, brushed the pan clean, and said, That's Sister Fong, Mr. Jiang. You guys stir-fry some vegetables. I'm going to collect the fish cages with the hay. Yuan, you take those wild onions and wild mountain ginger and go to the beach to wash them. Okay, the crowd replied. Wang Yuan and Dahe went to collect the fish cages, and Rin Yuan followed with the wild onions and wild mountain ginger. I'll cut the vegetables. You start frying. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, you cut some chili peppers and wild onion blossoms first, then cut the cashews. Jiang Yin said. Okay. Jiang Yin put the pan on the stovetop, took a bamboo slice as a spatula, dug some lard into the pan, then put in the chopped chili peppers and wild onion blossoms, added some wild peppercorns and popped the aroma, put in the chopped pork intestines, stir-fried for a few times, added a bit of sea salt, stir-fried for 2 more times, and poured it on the palm leaves. The same method fried another slice waste. At this time, Rin Yuan came back after washing the vegetables. Wow, it smells so good, Rin Yuan said. You snacker, Zhang Lanfang said. Hee, Sister Yin, scramble another egg, Rin Yuan said. Okay, then you guys cut up some wild onions, and I'll make a wild onion scrambled egg, Jiang Yin said. Then put some lard into the pan, put in some chili and wild onion flowers, added 2 slices of wild mountain ginger, popped them, added a handful of wild greens, put the chopped small intestines in, and stir-fried them for a few seconds, added a bit of sea salt, stir-fried them well, and poured them over the palm leaves. Wow, it smells so good. Dahe returned from collecting the cages and brought back 4 fish, 2 octopuses, and 2 crabs. Where's the captain? Rin asked. He went to get some nori and said for you to fry the octopus. Big Black said. Okay. Zhang Lanfang took the octopus and cut it up. Jiang Yin beat 3 eggs and scrambled them, and after putting in the wild onions, the fragrance wafted up. Chinese food, I like it. Big Black gulped. Wang Yuan came back grabbing 2 handfuls of nori. Not bad, Mr. Jiang. Make another egg drop soup. Wang Yuan smelled the fragrance and then handed the purple cabbage to Zhang Lanfang. Okay, Jiang Yin said. Wang Yuan and Dahe lit cigarettes and said, Dahe, come pry open all this seafood you picked up. Okay, Big Black said. Jiang Yin made a spicy fried octopus, put water in the pot, put it on the stove, and put in the purple cabbage. Mr. Jiang, put all this seafood meat in. Wang Yuan said. Okay, Jiang Yin said. Put the fried seafood meat into it, and finally pried open the sea urchin, put the sea urchin yellow into it, added a little salt. And when the pot opened 2 wild eggs and put them into an easy open can, stirred them with bamboo chopsticks, poured them into the pot, and stirred them for a few times and said, Okay, let's start the meal. Dinner. Wang Yuan flicked his cigarette into the fire and said, Yay, dinner is served. Rin Yuan said, putting 2 palm leaves on a large stone slab. On the palm leaves were 5 dishes. Jiang Yin put the pot on the stone slab as well, set up 5 cans, and poured the soup in separately with a small half of the pot left. The crowd took a sip of the soup, using foam board to pad the cans. Wow, yummy, Rin Yuan said. Smells good. Big Black said. It's so fresh. Wang Yuan said. Yin, your cooking is awesome. Zhang Lanfang said. Jiang Yan's face turned red and said, It's good that you guys like it. Then the crowd began to eat the stir-fry. Wow, over the top. It's been a while since I've had spicy food. Rin Yuan Yuan said. I love Chinese food. Big Black Road. Chapter 72, Straw Hat. The crowd ate heartily. So full. Rin Yuan Yuan said delicately as she held her stomach. I see you've gained weight. Zhang Lanfang said. Not at all. I'm the physique that doesn't get fat no matter how I eat. Rin Yuan Yuan said. You just blow it. Wang Yuan and Dahe lit a cigarette and sat down to rest. King, what are we doing this afternoon? Big Black asked. Why don't you go fishing and replace the fishing pole with that bamboo pole we brought back this morning? I'll go digging for wild vegetables with the girls. Wang Yuan said. Why don't I come along? My wounds are out of the way. Big Black said. Okay then. Wang Yuan put the pot on the stove, put the pig's head in it, poured water on it, covered the bucket, pressed a stone, and added some firewood. Bring the equipment and let's go. Wang Yuan said. Okay, let's go. The crowd brought their equipment and followed Wang Yuan towards the place they had discovered in the morning. When he came to the cactus, Wang Yuan put down his backpack and said, You guys pick some cactus fruits and Dahe goes to pick wild pineapples. Okay, the crowd replied. Be careful not to get stuck by the cactus. You can also pick a few slices of cactus. Cactus can also be cooked and eaten. Remove the sash. Wang Yuan said, okay. Wang Yuan and Dahe came to the little woods. Dahe went to pick wild pineapples, and Wang Yuan went to pick little leaves. The leaves of the doodle tree were tough and bore jagged thorns on their edges. Wang Yuan picked quite a few leaves and then sat down, using his dagger to peel off the thorns on the edges of the leaves and braided them with the peeled leaves. Captain, we finished picking the ripe cactus fruits and picked a few thick slices. Rin Yuan walked over. King, I've picked a dozen wild pineapples too. Big Black said. Well, good. Then he handed Rin Yuan a straw hat made of dewdrop leaves. Wow, it's so beautiful, Rin Yuan said in surprise. Well, it keeps the sun out. Well, it's pretty, Jiang Yin said. Oh, it's just a bad color. Zhang Lanfang said. Sister Fang, can you say something nice? Rin Yuan said angrily. All right, all of them. The hat will change color in a couple of days. I'll make it up here. Yuan, you take them to dig for wild vegetables. I'll make it up and go over. Wang Yuan said. Good. The crowd responded. Dahe, leave the wild pineapple here, and we'll bring it with us when we go back. Okay, Big Black said as he walked off with the three girls. Wang Yuan continued to knit. And after an hour, he knitted 4 hats, lit a cigarette, put on a hat, and took 3 to chase the 4. The captain is here. We dug up quite a few wild vegetables. Rin Yuan said. Well, you guys put on your hats. Wang Yuan distributed the hats to them. Is it nice? Zhang Lanfang asked. Well, beautiful. Jiang Yin said. You're all beautiful. Big Black said. The key is that the captain is handy. Rin Yuan said. That, you guys continue digging for wild vegetables. You guys bring the basket and backpack. I'll go over there with Big Black. Wang Yuan pointed in a direction. Okay. Wang Yuan took Big Black with him. Where did the captain go? Zhang Lanfang asked, and Jiang Yin also looked at Rin Yuan. There are some kudzu vines over there, and the captain said that kudzu roots can be eaten, so they should be digging for kudzu roots. Rin Yuan said, Oh, is kudzu really edible? Zhang Lanfang asked. It should be able to. I've heard that kudzu powder can be eaten. Jiang Yin said, King, what are we doing? Big Black asked. We'll see in a while. Wang Yuan said. Then seeing a piece of kudzu vine, Wang Yuan followed the vine to find the roots and cut the vine down, saying, Dahe, you dig from here and dig out all the roots. Okay, Big Black dug in with his machete. Chapter 73, Digging Up Kudzu Roots. Wang Yuan packed up the cut canes and removed the leaves, then found another kudzu, cut down the canes, removed the leaves, and said, Dahe, dig out that one and then come over and dig this one. Okay. Wang Yuan lit up a cigarette and handed it to Dahe. Then he also lit up a cigarette and took a deep breath, sat down on the ground, and picked up the rattan to weave. King, this kudzu is so big. Dahe dug out a kudzu root. This kudzu was as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long. Great, now there's something delicious. Wang Yuan said, What can I make of this? Big Black asked. You wouldn't understand if I told you, so go ahead and keep digging. Okay. Dahe continued digging for another kudzu. Wang Yuan braided a back basket a while later, cut the kudzu roots, and put them in the basket. King, this one is big too. Big Black said. The one dug out was about the same size as the one just now. Wang Yuan also chopped it into a few sections and put it into the back basket, looked at the remaining kudzu vines and said, "There are about 3 more. Let's come back later." "Okay, Captain, we're here." Rin Yuan shouted from a distance. "Well, how much have you guys dug up?" Wang Yuan asked. "Look, the backpacks are full, and one of the backpacks is full too." Rin Yuan said. "Captain, you made up another backpack, huh? Is this kudzu?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Well, kudzu is rich in starch, so we can make kudzu flour and use it to make pancakes to eat or thicken stir-fry vegetables for soup." Wang Yuan said. "Well, great. The soup at noon would be better if it had starch." Jiang Yin said. "Really?" Ren asked. "Of course, you snacker," Zhang Lanfang said. "Umph. Sister Fang, you just bully me." Rin Yuan beamed her little mouth. Wang Yuan looked at the sky, then looked down at his watch. It was 4:30 and said, "Let's go back. It might rain tonight." "Okay." The crowd looked up at the sky as well. The 5 people hurried back to the loaded tree, put 8 wild pineapples into the military backpack as filled. The remaining 4 put into the freshly woven backpack. Wang Yuan back on the backpack, Big Black back on the backpack. On the way, he picked a few more palm leaves. A moment later back at the shelter, when thunder struck the sky, lightning streaked the sky, and rain dripped sparsely. It was getting dark. Big Black and I will move the stove to the shelter, then go collect the fish cages. The 3 beauties go wash the wild vegetables. Let's hurry up. Wang Yuan said. "Okay." The crowd replied. Hurriedly, all got busy. Wang Yuan put the pot into the shelter. The pig's head was already cooked. Dahe moved the stones. Wang Yuan moved the wood and bamboo, and a while later built a stove in the shelter and moved the fire in. The 2 hurried to collect the fish cages. Harvested 6 fish, 2 crabs, and octopus. Gathered the fish, put down the fish cage, rushed back to the shelter. The 3 women also washed the wild vegetables back when the rain was heavy. Wang Yuan took off his hat and put it to the side, saying, "Luckily we were fast, otherwise we would have all become soup chickens." "Yeah, luckily the hat is big enough to keep out the rain as well." Zhang Lanfang said. Yeah. What are we having for dinner tonight?" "Captain," Ren asked. "Since there are vegetables and meat and seafood, let's eat hot pot." Wang Yuan said. "Yay, hot pot is my favorite." Rin Yuan exclaimed excitedly. "But how do you make the soup base?" "I don't know how to make it," Jiang Yin asked. "Leave it to me. You guys cut off the fish meat from the noon fish, and these ones, put the heads and spines together, slice some meat, and categorize the wild vegetables and put them away." Wang Yuan said. "Okay." The 3 women busied themselves separately. Chapter 74, Hot Pot. "So what do I do?" Big Black said. "You don't know how to do anything, so you can split the wood a bit. Be careful not to use force on your left arm. Be careful of the wound." Wang Yuan said. "Okay." Wang Yuan cut a few slices of wild mountain ginger and a small handful of wild onion flowers, and used the scissors on top of the fruit knife to cut a handful of chili pepper segments. Put the pot on the stove, put in some lard, heat it up, and put in the wild ginger slices, wild onion flowers, and cut chili pepper segments, and grabbed a small handful of wild peppercorns and put them in. The crowd was choking on the odor and sneezing, with tears and snot coming out of their eyes and noses. "It's choking." Rin Yuan ran to the door and hid. Wang Yuan poured water into the pot before the odor diminished. "Captain, do we need to catch some rainwater?" Rin Yuan looked at the heavy rain outside the shelter. "No need. We have enough fresh water for later. The rainwater we caught has quite a lot of harmful substances in it, even if we boil it." Wang Yuan said. Put the head and spines in the pot, put the spine of the boar in, and then sat down with Big Black to smoke. "All right, you guys don't need to cut it. We have enough to eat," Wang Yuan said. "Okay." The 3 women gathered the ingredients and took them to the stove, each moving a rock to sit around. When the pot boiled, Wang Yuan put in some sea salt, cut all the crabs in half, put them in the pot, and put in a few slices of meat. "That's fine, you guys can put in whatever you want to eat. Let's eat slowly, there's no rush anyway," Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin put in a handful of wild vegetables, and Zhang Lanfang put in a few pieces of fish. When the pot boiled, Wang Yuan scooped out a bit of soup from an easy open can, took a sip, and said, "It's delicious. So fresh." Rin Yuan said. "It smells so good, but it's so spicy." Big Black said. "Let's finish the fish head and fish slash first," Wang Yuan said, then chucked out a fish head, put it on a piece of blade, and took it to eat. The crowd followed Wang Yuan's example of fishing for the fish head and fish sashimi and sucked it up, then picked at the wild vegetables and ate them. "Great, yummy. Too bad there's no dipping sauce," Rin Yuan said, "It's good to be able to eat hot pot. I'm afraid others can't even eat cooked food." Zhang Lanfang said, "Well, Zhao Jingwo and the others don't know what's going on these days." Jiang Yin said, "Who cares about them? We're having a good time. It would be nice to get some more beer." Rin Yuan said, "Captain, why don't we open 2 coconuts as a drink?" Zhang Lanfang said, "Okay, some other day if we can find the right fruits, I can make some fruit wine." Wang Yuan said, then opened 2 coconuts and poured them into separate easy open cans for the crowd. "What fruit is appropriate?" The crowd looked at Wang Yuan. "It's best to be grapes. Wild grapes will do. It can be brewed in a few days. Other fruits are fine, as long as they are juicy, but the brewing time is long." Wang Yuan said, "Well, let's pay attention to it in the future." Zhang Lanfang said, "Captain, can I eat cactus shabu shabu?" Rin Yuan said, "Try it." Wang Yuan said, "Okay." Rin Yuan picked up a piece of cactus. All the sash on it was peeled off, picked up the dagger, and peeled a few slices and put them in the pot. The crowd ate a few slices of the fish, and the cactus was cooked, chucked out, and tasted them all. "Sticky, it's okay." Jiang Yin said, "Everything I eat tastes good." Big Black said, "Ha ha." The crowd laughed. "It's true, I love Chinese food." Dahe said, "Let's eat ribs stewed with cactus tomorrow." Wang Yuan said, "Okay." Jiang Yin said, "The crab is also ready. Let's split it and eat the spine later." Wang Yuan took a sip of coconut juice and said, Chapter 75, Making 3 Ponchos. Outside the lightning and thunder, heavy rain, the shelter is hot. Eating hot pot, chatting. The crowd ate and drank enough, and simply cleaned up. Wang Yuan and Dahe smoked cigarettes. "I'm going to relieve myself. What should I do?" Rin Yuan said, "Let's be together." Jiang Yin said, "Captain, how are we going to get out?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "That one, how about a foam board on top?" Wang Yuan said, "I can't. My hands are holding the foam board. How can I?" Zhang Lanfang's face turned red. "Then you guys wait." Wang Yuan put on his straw hat and rushed out, looking for a large piece of broken plastic sheet in the garbage, and found a worn-out woven bag, rinsed it with the rainwater, took it back to the shelter, cut the plastic sheet into 2 halves with a dagger, and cut the woven bag into a sheet, handing it to the 3 women. "You guys drape yourselves in this. You can tie a rope on it to tie it up and use it as a rain poncho." Wang Yuan said, "Well, it'll have to do." Rin Yuan said. The 3 women tied 2 pieces of plastic sheeting and the cut-up knitting bag to the rope, made 3 simple ponchos, draped them over their bodies, put on their hats, and rushed out. "How is the captain so smart?" Rin Yuan said as the 3 women ran behind a reef not far away. "Of course, it must have been a soldier king in the past." Jiang Yin said, Yuan, you and the captain have been together since the crash. Are you in love with the captain?" Zhang Lanfang said, and Jiang Yin also looked at Rin Yuan. Sister Fang, what are you talking nonsense about?" Rin Yuan said with a red face. "I'm not making this up. The way you look at the captain these days, the tone of your voice when you talk to the captain, and then look at how your face is red." Zhang Lanfang teased. "Stop it now, it's humiliating. I like the flower boys and idol dramas, you know that." What's so good about a flower beauty man? He only knows how to play handsome. He has no ability whatsoever. Look at the captain again. Angular-looking, strong survival ability, good at everything. This kind of man is only handsome." Zhang Lanfang said, "I think Sister Fang is the one who likes the captain, right?" Rin Yuan said, "What I've been married. I don't deserve the captain at all. Now I'm talking about you. You see, you don't have a boyfriend, and the captain doesn't have a girlfriend. You're the natural pair. What era is it now? Isn't divorce still the same as breaking up a boyfriend or girlfriend? Maybe the captain likes you like that. Didn't the captain often ask you to join him when he went out the other day?" Rin Yuan said, "Well, I'm just saying, if you like the captain, you should take your chance. There aren't many men like him." Rin Yuan fell silent. "Let's go back." Jiang Yin stood up and said, "Okay." The 3 women walked back together. Not good." A sudden gust of wind blew, and Jiang Yin screamed. "What's wrong?" "My hat was blown away by the wind." Jiang Yin hurriedly went after him. "What's going on?" Wang Yuan shouted as he heard voices in the shelter. "Sister Yan's hat was blown away by the wind. We're going to get it back." Rin Yuan said, "All right, don't even look for it. I'll come back." Wang Yuan said, "But," Jiang Yin said, "Nothing but come back." Wang Yuan shouted, "Oh, okay." The 3 women returned to the shelter, and Jiang Yan's hair was wet. "You guys roast a fire. Don't catch a cold." Wang Yuan said, "Okay." The 3 women untied their ponchos. Wang Yuan and Big Black put on their ponchos and hats and went out to relieve themselves. After returning, the crowd roasted the fire for a while and rested. Chapter 76. Jiang Yin is sick. Captain, quickly see what happened to Xiaoyan. Before dawn, Zhang Lanfang shouted. Wang Yuan hurriedly got up and looked over. What's wrong, Sister Fang? Yuan rubbed her eyes. Dahe also looked over, only to see Jiang Yin shivering and curled up inside. Wang Yuan hurriedly walked over and touched Jiang Yin's head with his hand. It's so hot, it should be a fever. Wang Yuan said. What then? Zhang Lanfang asked. Yuan, you go look around and see if there are any anti-inflammatory or cold medicines, and Sister Fang, you go boil some water. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The two women rushed off to get busy. Mr. Jiang, wake up. Wang Yuan said. Team. Leader. Jiang Yin woke up. How are you doing? Feeling sick anywhere? I have it. Head. Ache in my throat. Hurts. Will I? Jiang Yin said powerlessly. No, it's just a cold from the rain last night and a fever caused by inflamed tonsils. Just take some medicine and you'll be fine. Wang Yuan said. Captain, I found some medicines. Which one do you want? Yuan brought over a few boxes of medicine. Wang Yuan looked for a box of anti-inflammatory medicine and a box of cold medicine for pharyngitis, taking out 2 capsules of each. Pass the rest to Yuan. Sister Fang, is the water boiling? Wang Yuan said. Well, I boiled the small half of the can first. Zhang Lanfang poured water into the easy open can. You guys feed her the medicine first, and I'll burn some more herbs. Okay. The two women went to feed Jiang Yin her medicine. Wang Yuan put the can of powdered milk on the stove, added some water, and found some bitter greens and the wild vegetables to put in. Big Black walked over and said, King, is this good? This is bitter cabbage. It's very bitter, so we haven't eaten it in the past 2 days. It should have an effect on pharyngitis. Wang Yuan handed Dahe a cigarette, and both of them lit it up and smoked it. Oh, I don't know anything about Chinese herbs, but thought it would be useful. Big Black, let me take a look at your wound. Okay. Big Black reached over his left arm. The wound is healing well. That herb can't be taken anymore. It's not good to take too much of it. Just put some medicine on it. Wang Yuan untied the cloth on Big Black's wound, checked it, and said, Okay. Wang Yuan pounded some herbs and put them onto hay and tied the cloth. The boiled bitter vegetables had boiled, and after boiling for a while, Wang Yuan took it off, poured it into 2 cans, patted it with a wooden board, and took it to Zhang Lanfang. Sister Fang, you guys feed her. Wang Yuan said, Mr. Jiang, this is bitter vegetable. It's very bitter, but it's useful for sore throats. You eat it and drink the soup. I'll think of another way. Okay, Zhang Lanfang said. Jiang Yin also nodded her beautiful eyes, gratefully looking at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan looked outside. The sky was already hazy and bright. The rain was already small. Only a trace of drizzle. I guess it will stop in a while. Hey, I'll go out to look for some herbs. I'll be back in a while. When the rain stops, I'll go collect the fish cage. Make some breakfast you guys eat first. Don't need to wait for me. I'll come back and eat. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Big Black said. Captain, but... Zhang Lanfang said. All right, there's no buts. Wang Yuan put on a rain poncho, put on a hat, pinned on a dagger, picked up an engineer's shovel, attached 2 connecting arms, lifted a backpack, and rushed out. Dahe, the captain, said he wouldn't go into the mountains after the rain, but why did he go into the mountains? Yuan said worriedly. Don't worry, you know why I call him King? Dahe said. Why? Not because his last name is King. The 3 women looked at Big Black curiously. Chapter 77. The Wolf. We call people usually by their last name followed by their first name. So we call Wang by Jen Wang, who was an instructor in our country that year when I was a squad leader, and he was in charge of training our company. Once, a group of mercenaries were instructed by a certain country to come to our country to deliver arms to the remnants of an opposition organization. We were ordered to intercept them, and Wang, as a Chinese instructor, was not allowed to go, so our company dispersed in a primitive forest to ambush them. I don't know how the news leaked out. The intelligence was that 40 to 50 mercenaries came, but more than 200 came, divided into 5 teams, divided and surrounded our company, killing them one by one. Our platoon was surrounded in a ravine, and at any time the whole army would be wiped out. That's when King came alone, not even carrying a weapon, and killed more than 100 mercenaries in the jungle, bringing our platoon out of the jungle, and our whole company was left with more than 20 people from our platoon. The remaining 70 to 80 mercenaries were chased by Wang alone to escape, and killed more than 50 more people. Since then, the international mercenary community has spread a name called Yin Wang. Our company's brothers directly call him king. Big Black said. The three women were shocked to hear this. It's incredible. It can totally be made into a movie. Zhang Lanfang said. Then the captain went to play the lead role, absolutely in his element. Jiang Yin said. Well, I'm the captain's #1 fan. Rin Yuan said. So, in the jungle he's king. We don't have to worry. Big Black said. Well then, Sister Yin, you finished these bitter vegetables. Rin Yuan said. I have a sore throat. I can't swallow. Jiang Yin said. Then you should also eat less, drink more soup, and take a rest. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. That said, Li Pengfei's gang in the north finally found a glass canning jar and used the bottom of the jar to get fire out through spotlighting. I have finally had cooked food for the past few days, and I've been able to eat fish and seafood by fish cages and fishing, and I have made some distilled water by distillation, and I have enough to drink even if I save it. Li Pengfei, after a few days of injury, is also a little better, has been able to stand up, hobbling, can also walk 2 steps. That night, the 5 of them had some grilled fish, and Big Sister Zhou and Sister Zheng were making distilled water. Little son, Jinping, let's go relieve ourselves. Li Pengfei said. Okay. The 3 men walked out together. Xiao Sun supporting Li Pengfei and Zhang Jinping leading the way. Walking behind a reef, the trio began to work out their personal problems. In the shelter, Big Sister Zhou said to Sister Zheng, look at these 3 men, they can't do anything, and they're the first to eat anything. If I had known, we wouldn't have been with them. But there's nothing we can do. What can we 2 women do? Sister Zheng said. Why don't we go look for the gang tomorrow? Big Sister Zhou said. What's the point of finding it? They can't even take a man with 3 women. And if they add the 2 of us, they'll want it? Give it a try. As I see it, that Wang Yuan is very capable. Let's be more sincere in our attitude and be more diligent when we go over there. I think they will take us in. That would also be better than being over here, where we're exhausted all day long, but the food and water we're allotted is only a little bit. Big Sister Zhou said. Well then, it's better than serving these people. Sister Zheng said. Ah, what was that? A sudden shriek came. Li Pengfei's 3 men had just finished relieving themselves when suddenly there was a rustling sound in the grass. Then 5 pairs of eyes, glowing green, were revealed. Then slowly walked out. Li Pengfei let out a scream, and the crowd looked over. Wolf, run, Zhang Jinping said, then turned and ran. Chapter 78. Another death. Run. Xiao Sun pulled Li Pengfei and ran. No, I can't run. Li Pengfei hopped on one leg. Here, I'll carry you. Little Sun bowed down. Li Pengfei was just about to get on the ground. Suddenly, Yao was pounced on the ground, and Xiao Sun was also brought to the ground. Ah! Li Pengfei screamed in fear, his hands flailing wildly. Help! Little Sun climbed to his feet and picked up the stone and smashed it. Ow! A wolf yelped, at which point 2 wolves rushed at Little Sun, who threw another rock and turned around in fear. A wolf pounced on Li Pengfei at once and bit down on his right arm, and a wolf bit down on his left leg. Ah! Li Pengfei let out a scream. The other wolf leapt up high to bite at Li Pengfei's throat. Plop sound. Li Pengfei's screams ended abruptly. Only a whimpering sound remained, his limbs twitching. A moment later, he did not move, completely cut off his breath. Xiao Sun ran back to the shelter and saw the 2 women trembling with fear, and Zhang Jinping was holding a wooden stick in his hand. Quick, block the door, Little Sun shouted. The crowd found 2 planks to block the doorway, but unfortunately the planks were too small and blocked less than half of it. The 2 wolves were wandering around in front of the shelter. Xiao Sun and the 2 daughters squatted against the wooden boards, and Zhang Jinping held a wooden stick outstretched and waved it on top, momentarily bluffing the 2 wolves, and both wolves didn't dare to come forward. Wolves are afraid of fire. Quick, go to the fire and light a few pieces of wood, Big Sister Zhou said, then turned to the fire, picked up a piece of burning wood, and added a few more pieces to the fire. When she reached the doorway, she threw the burning wood at the 2 wolves. The 2 wolves stepped back in fear. Seeing that the approach worked well, Zhang Jinping also picked up a burning piece of wood and threw it at the 2 wolves. The 2 wolves retreated once again. Xiao Sun and Sister Zheng also saw it and didn't care about the planks blocking the door, rushed to the fire to pick up burning wood to throw at the 2 wolves. Don't throw it. If you do, there will be no fire. Add some wood, and one of us will take a torch. Little Sun and Jinping watched the entrance. Big Sister Zhou said. Then each person took a torch Big Sister Zhou and Sister Zheng added wood to the fire, and Little Sun and Zhang Jinping held the torch at the door, waving it twice from time to time. A moment later, the fire rose again. Two wolves prowled in the distance. Ow! At that moment, a wolf howled from the distance. The two wolves outside heard the sound and ran off into the distance. Phew! The crowd sighed in relief and sat paralyzed on the floor. Little Sun, how is Young Li doing? Big Sister Zhou asked. It should be fierce. Xiao Sun told what had just happened. The crowd sighed, and the two women looked at Zhang Jinping with strange eyes, not realizing that Zhang Jinping looked big and bold, but his guts were also too small. Zhang Jinping also felt it and bowed his head in embarrassment. The four of them toiled helplessly until dawn. No one dared to go out or sleep. Let's go out. Staying here all the time is not a solution, Big Sister Zhou said. Okay. Each man went out warily with a stick. We must not separate in the future. We originally 8 people. Now there are only 4 left, although it is said that Li Xiao used to be a bad person, usually lazy, and Zhao Jingwo is the same raccoon. The death is also dead. We do not feel sorry. But in the future, if whoever meets with trouble again to run away, we will not care about him. Even if he found a mountain of gold and silver, I will not be envious. And the same he met with danger, I will not save him. You guys listen to me, we will be together from now on. If you don't listen to me, then we will go our separate ways. I won't blame you either. Everyone make a stand. Big Sister Zhou said. Chapter 79, Searching for Food. I am not going to leave. Sister Zheng said. Me too. Little Sun wasn't stupid. I won't go either. Although Zhang Jinping still had some thoughts in his heart, his ability did not allow him to do so, so he could only accept helplessly. That's good. I'm not an unreasonable person. I'll say the ugly words in advance. I just want to go back alive in the future. Whoever doesn't listen to me, don't blame me for being unsympathetic. Either I go, or you go. Big Sister Zhou said. Don't worry, Big Sister Zhou. Sister Zheng said. I'll listen to you. Big Sister Zhou. Little Sun said. I'll listen to you too. Zhang Jinping's eyes flickered. Well then, let's go collect the fish cages. Whatever you do in the future, don't act alone. Big Sister Zhou said. Got it. Understood. The crowd replied. The 4 of them collected their fish cages and ate their fill, having finally had enough to eat for the past few days. We don't have enough firewood. Let's go and find some. All that can be burned or picked up. At night it will also protect against some mosquitoes and wild beasts. Everyone must be careful not to leave the beach. If you want to relieve yourself or something, you must say hello. Don't ever go off on your own. Big Sister Zhou said. Okay. The crowd agreed, and then began to move. Walking to the place where they encountered the wolves last night, they saw only a large puddle of blood and a shoe on the ground. With fear, sadness, and despondency in their hearts, the 4 stood for a while and went to work. Pick up all the wood, bamboo, plastic, etc. from the beach and put it under the reef outside the shelter. It looks like there's a big pile, but it won't actually burn for a few days. Seeing that it was noon, the 4 of them collected the fish cage and harvested 4 palm-sized fish and 2 crabs, which were grilled to barely fill their stomachs. We only have enough firewood to burn for 2. We can barely eat, and if any of the fish cage harvests are low or gone, we'll still go hungry, so we still have to go into the jungle to find fresh water and food and firewood. Big Sister Zhou said. What if we meet a wolf? Sister Zheng asked. We'll only look around. As long as we don't separate, the wolves won't attack us. They usually only attack those that are left alone. Big Sister Zhou said. Okay then. I agree. We'll just look around the neighborhood for wild fruits and vegetables and stuff, and hay and firewood and so on. But we don't recognize wild vegetables. It's fine, I recognize it. I'll teach you to identify it. After all, Big Sister Zhou was from the countryside and recognized some wild vegetables. Okay, we'll take those floats for our stuff, and 2 take a couple of bamboo pieces so we can dig for wild vegetables. Each person take another stick for defense. Be careful. Never leave the crowd's sight, and say hello if anything happens. All right, let's go, Zhou Big Sister said. The 4 walked through the grass and looked around and did find some wild vegetables. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the bushes in front of them, and the people hurriedly stopped and looked over, all standing afraid to move. Big Sister Zhou, is that a wolf? Sister Zheng asked in a low voice. I don't know, everyone stay still first, don't run, see the situation before making a decision. Big Sister Zhou reminded in a small voice. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Suddenly 2 strange sounds came from the bushes, and a clump of bushes shook and clattered. The crowd was startled. and they all looked over with wide eyes as cold sweat broke out all over their bodies. Suddenly, there was a flutter, and two unknown things came out from there. Ah! Wolves! Zhang Jinping screamed and turned to run. The other three were scared by him and turned their heads to look, only to see Zhang Jinping running a few steps, tripped over something, fell, got up, and continued to run. The three looked again at what scurried out, and it turned out to be two pheasants. Chapter 80. What happens when you run away? The three of them breathed a sigh of relief and then looked at Zhang Jinping, who fell behind a shrub with another fall. Zhang Jinping, come back here. Big sister Zhou shouted angrily. Come back. Just two pheasants. Little son shouted back, but there was no sound at all from there. What's going on? Sister Zheng said. I don't know, let's go over and take a look. Xiao Sun said. Okay, Big sister Zhou said. The three of them slowly walked towards the place where Zhang Jinping had fallen, when suddenly Big sister Zhou hurriedly whispered, Stop! Only to see that Zhang Jinping fell on a bush in front of him. A wolf was biting Zhang Jinping's neck. A wolf was eyeing the trio from the side, and a cobra as thick as an arm was slithering into the grass on Zhang Jinping's leg. The three men sucked in a breath of cold air. Zhang Jinping's eyes looked at the three people, eyes full of remorse and despair, twitching, stretching out his right hand. His mouth said intermittently, Save? Save? Me? Don't even go over there. Back up slowly, Big sister Zhou said in a low voice. The three of them slowly backed away as Zhang Jinping took his last breath in despair. The trio didn't turn and run for the beach until they had retreated so far that they couldn't see this jungle anymore. When they reached the shelter, the three sat on the ground huffing and puffing. You all saw it, didn't you? I emphasized again and again. Don't act alone. Don't run away. What's the result? I'm not going to say much more. In the future, you guys look after yourselves. I don't care anymore. Now it's just the three of us left. I'm not going to accommodate you guys anymore. It's better if nothing happens. I won't go to the rescue if something happens. If you guys follow me, listen to me. If you don't listen, just leave. Big sister Zhou said angrily. Sister Zhou, I'm not going to leave in the future. Just order me. I'll absolutely have no second thoughts. Sister Zheng said. Zhou, big sister, we are together for not a short time. What kind of person am I? You are also clear. I used to be a small staff. What the top says, I do what? Never discount. I'm not a timid person. We are from 8 people to now 3 people. My performance you also know, so I think we should not be jealous of each other calculating. Although I don't have much ability, but I will work hard to do things, will not drag everyone's legs in the future. You can just command. I do things, you can rest assured. Xiao Sun said. Okay, Xiao Sun, I'm not unreasonable people. We are the same. We are all in trouble here to come together. How we were originally 8 people, so 5 dead. The reason is selfish. You look at the death of those people, which is not selfish people. Only care about themselves, not care about others. Look at Wang Yuan's gang. Why didn't they team up with us? Why did they leave? It is not to see the nature of our gang. I am from the countryside. I have a little knowledge of the wilderness. Xiao Sun, you and Xiao Zheng are the same people who don't talk much, but are obedient and able to do things and are willing to suffer. So in the future, you must listen to me. If there is a difference of opinion, let's discuss it again, and I think we'll surely get out of here alive. Big sister Zhou said. Don't worry, sister Zhou. Sister Zheng said. I'll listen to you from now on. Big sister Zhou, just give me your orders. I absolutely have no second thoughts. Little son said. That's fine, there are fewer of us. There should be enough food. Even if the harvest is small, we can get by. If we save a little bit and hold out, I won't go into the jungle from now on. We'll look for firewood out there if we don't have enough. If we can't, we'll go and pull up some grasses. The thatch over there that's sun-dried can be burned too. Big sister Zhou said. Chapter 81. Searching for herbs. Big sister Zhou. What do we do next? Little son asked. It's late in the day, so let's go get some seawater back and boil some distilled water. Tomorrow we'll go fishing together, hunt for firewood, and pull grasses for drying. Big sister Zhou said. Okay. The three of them picked up empty bottles and went to the beach to fetch water. And just as they returned to the shelter, it started to rain, so they hurriedly moved firewood to the shelter. Then the three of them boiled distilled water. Wang Yuan walked into the jungle from the coconut tree, walked to the traveler banana where the rain has stopped, took off the raincoat, put it into the basket, put an oil drum, wait to come back, and then fill some water. Instead of going directly to the lawn, I turned to the right and walked through the woods toward the lawn. On the ground to see a few dandelions. This is a good thing, can be used as both wild vegetables and herbs, and can also cure pharyngitis. Wang Yuan dug when he saw it, dug a dozen or so in a while, and found a lemon tree with more than 20 lemons, picked 2 ripe ones and put them in the basket. Walked to the edge of the lawn, hid behind a big tree, and observed. There was not a sound from the lawn, and the stone cave was quiet, so I guess the wild boar went out to forage for food. Wang Yuan was just about to take a step when suddenly a snake head stuck out from under the dead leaves next to him and was biting at his calf. Wang Yuan a jolt, to the side of a leap to avoid the past. The snake has 1.5 meters in length, arm thick and thin, yellowish-brown. It is the highly poisonous cobra. A hit missed and scurried over to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan swung up the engineer's shovel to the snake. Slap, slap on the snake. The snake pressed the snake to the ground. The snake's head curled back, biting into the engineer's shovel, biting the shovel handle. The snake's head curled back and bit into the shovel, biting into the handle. Wang Yuan lifted the engineer's shovel. See, the upper shovel handle was bitten by the snake, 2 teeth marks, but not deep, so big cobra's bite force is very big. Can see the quality of the engineer's shovel is very good, maybe domestic. The snake's body on the ground was still twisted, its head still open. Wang Yuan dug a hole with an engineer's shovel and buried the snake's head in it. Having already suffered 2 losses, he looked up into the sky, and sure enough, there was an eagle circling in the sky. It was in the woods. The eagle couldn't rush down. Laughing bitterly, he slit the snake open with his dagger, took out the bile, picked a leaf, and wrapped it in his pocket. Picked it with an engineer's shovel and threw it towards the lawn. The eagle swooped down and landed on the snake and started pecking, looking up at Wang Yuan from time to time. Wang Yuan walked over and touched the eagle's wings, and the eagle let Wang Yuan caress it and pecked at the snake's meat from time to time with its head down. Wang Yuan stood up and walked towards the waterhole, and the eagle gave him a look. The soil around the waterhole was moist, with lush, growing vegetation. Tapping the grass with an engineer's shovel and walking along the edge of the waterhole towards the stream. Found a few toadstools by the waterhole, which is also a wild vegetable that can reduce inflammation and cure pharyngitis. Wang Yuan dug 7 or 8 and picked more than 10 leaves of wild spinach. When I got to the point where the creek joined the waterhole, I found a cluster of wild mint and pinched a dozen or so and put them in my backpack. Wang Yuan did not continue to move forward. The front is the boulder. Under the boulder over there is the cave where the wild boar lives. This time the wild boar does not come out, should be out. Took out the oil bucket filled with water, put into the basket, and hurried toward the lawn under the banana tree. With a dagger, cut down 2 ripe bananas and picked 2 banana leaves into the basket on the back and hurried back. When the eagle saw Wang Yuan leaving, it grabbed the snake and flew away. Wang Yuan walked back to the shelter and looked at the time. It was just 9 o'clock. The sun had already come out, and Dahe was sitting outside the shelter, smoking a cigarette. King, you're back. Well, have you guys had breakfast yet? Not yet. Beauty Zhang is cooking fish soup. Chapter 82. Eating snake gallbladder. Captain, you're back. Ren Yuan heard the sound and walked out, then helped Wang Yuan unload the basket. Well, you washed the wild vegetables inside. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Whoa, bananas. I just love bananas. Ren Yuan said in surprise. Wang Yuan and Ren Yuan packed their backpacks. Then Ren Yuan put the wild vegetables into the float and carried them to the beach. Wang Yuan carried the oil drum and bananas into the shelter. Seeing that Zhang Yin was asleep, Zhang Lanfang was boiling fish soup. Sister Fang, how's it going? Wang Yuan asked in a low voice. It shouldn't be anything serious. I drank some bitter vegetable soup and went back to sleep. Zhang Lanfang whispered. Ren Yuan came back from washing the vegetables. Wang Yuan picked out a dozen wild spinach leaves and handed them to Zhang Lanfang, saying, Add some wild spinach leaves to the fish soup. Okay. Seawater has salt content. These wild vegetables will be rinsed with water again. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Ren Yuan rinsed the rest of the wild vegetables with fresh water again. Wang Yuan walked out of the shelter and lit a cigarette and sat down with Dahe as they chatted idly. Captain, it's time to eat. Ren Yuan walked out and said, Bring out the rice. Don't disturb Mr. Zhang's rest. Move the fire out as well. I'll go wash my face. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Ren said before heading back to the shelter, and Dahe went in to help. Wang Yuan went into the shelter to pick up his toiletries and went to the beach. After washing up and coming back, the 3 big blacks had already split the fish soup and a fire had been built in the stove. Wang Yuan put the pan on the stove, added some water, put in some dandelions and toadstools, and then sat down. The 4 of them finished the fish soup, and each of them shared 2 bananas. Captain, this banana is a bit sour, but it's also delicious. Ren Yuan said, Well, wild bananas are like that. The bananas we used to buy were artificially cultivated through hybridization and other methods. Wang Yuan said, Oh, All right, we won't go out today. Go fishing if you want to go catching the sea if you want to. In short, don't leave everyone's sight. All right, I'll go and get busy. Wang Yuan said. Ahem. Captain, what about me? At this time, Jiang Yin walked out. That you eat something and then rest. Wang Yuan said. Yuan Yuan, let's go catch the sea. Zhang Lanfang shouted. Oh, okay, Fong. That king, I'm going fishing. Big Black said. Then there were only two people left, Wang Yuan and Jiang Yin. Wang Yuan scratched his head, took the pan off the stove, and put it on the ground to cool down. Then took out the snake gall wrapped in leaves from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Yin. That, Mr. Jiang, eat this, don't chew it, just swallow it. Wang Yuan took another bottle of water and handed it to Jiang Yin. Jiang Yin took it, opened the leaves, took out the dark green snake gallbladder, swallowed it in one gulp without saying a word, unscrewed the water bottle, and drank most of the bottle. Wang Yuan took out the cooked vegetables in the pan with chopsticks into an easy open can and handed it to Jiang Yin. Mr. Jiang, you can eat these wild vegetables. Even though they don't have salt, they're good for your throat, so you can eat them for breakfast. Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin took it. Frowning and enduring the pain in her throat, she finished it in 3 bites, then drank it all with the soup. What did you give me to eat? Jiang Yin looked at Wang Yuan. Intestine-piercing poison. Wang Yuan said. Cut. Jiang Yin gave him a blank look. Oh, that's toadstool and brahmi. Both are wild vegetables. Both have the effect of anti-inflammatory treatment of sore throat. Brahmi is dandelion. Toadstool's scientific name what I don't remember. Wang Yuan said. What's that leaf wrapping? Snake gall. Chapter 83, Mixed Pork Head Meat. Huh? Snake gall? Jiang Yin stared at Wang Yuan with wide eyes. Yeah, cobras. Wang Yuan calmly said. Then he picked up a banana leaf and sat on a rock and peeled it with a dagger path. Being able to increase your kung fu by 1 armor. Wang Yuan dejectedly said. Pfft. Jiang Yin was just about to thank Wang Yuan when she heard this and almost choked on her saliva. Wang Yuan scratched his head. Hold this in your mouth. Wang Yuan picked a wild mint leaf and gave it to Jiang Yin. What's this? It's cool like the flavor of mints. Jiang Yin contained it in her mouth. Wild mint, you can pick a piece when it runs out of flavor. There's plenty of it. Wang Yuan knitted with the peeled banana leaves. This is for you, Rest. You'll be fine tomorrow. Wang Yuan made up another straw hat from banana leaves, and there was a bow on the side of the top of the hat. Thank you. Jiang Yin was touched and held the hat lovingly. Wang Yuan entered the shelter and changed his clothes into his training uniform. Jiang Yin walked in and sat on the foam board. Do you need your clothes changed? I'll help you wash them. Wang Yuan said. I don't have to. Jiang Yin said with a red face. It's okay. There are still clothes to change into here. Really? Really don't need to. Jiang Yin lowered her head. Oh, okay then. Wang Yuan took the changed clothes and walked out, going to the beach to wash his clothes. Humph. Straight man. Jiang Yin cursed, then unwrapped a piece of Annie's napkin. Wang Yuan washed his clothes and put them on the reef to dry, then took off his clothes and jumped into the sea, grabbing 2 handfuls of kelp up a while later. Putting on his clothes, he walked back to the shelter and put the kelp into a pan to cook on. Grab a dry sun-dried boar skin and tie it with a rope and throw it into the seawater to soak and tie it to a rock. Returning to the shelter, took the boar's head out onto a banana leaf and used a dagger to cut off all the meat from the head and then sliced it into pieces. Again, flooded out the seaweed from the pot and put it on the banana leaf. Looking at the time, it was past 11 o'clock. Light a cigarette and go call Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan to come back to cook. Sister Fang, you cut up the seaweed and mix it with the pork, and Yuan will go and cook the seafood you've picked up. I'll go and collect the fish cages with Dahe. Wang Yuan said. Okay. After collecting the fish cage with Dahe, he harvested 4 small fish and 5 peepa shrimps. After collecting the fish and putting them in the fish cage, he returned to the shelter and saw that Jiang Yin was also helping with the cooking. Mr. Jiang, how does your body feel? Wang Yuan Raccoon said. Much better. My head doesn't hurt anymore, and my throat doesn't hurt as much. That snake gall is still very useful. Jiang Yin said. Snake gall? Where did you get snake bile? Rin Yuan looked at Wang Yuan with wide eyes. Killed a cobra this morning. Wang Yuan said. Huh. Rin Yuan was stunned. All right, the captain's routine operation. Don't make a fuss. The captain has killed several snakes. Zhang Lanfang said. Captain, this pig's head meat is mixed well. It's a pity that there is no vinegar. Adding some vinegar is even better. Jiang Yin said. Oh, didn't I bring back 2 lemons this morning? Why don't you take one over here, cut a few slices, and squeeze out the lemon juice for vinegar? Okay. Jiang Yan's eyes lit up. This could also work. It's ready for dinner. Jiang Yin mixed the pork and put it on the banana leaf. Then let's eat. The crowd gathered around to feast. King, this meat smells so good. Well, fat but not greasy. Sour. The crowd ate the pork and split the seafood, and each person split a banana. Captain, what are we doing this afternoon? Zhang Lanfang asked. Hey, I almost forgot about your wound. Come here and let me take a look. Wang Yuan and Big Black lit cigarettes and examined the wound. Chapter 84, Making Puraria Mirifica Powder. It's not suitable to go into the jungle just after the rain. Let's stay here. You guys just cook the salt and roast those fish in a dried fish, by the way. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Hey, your wound is already healed. There's no big problem anymore, so you don't need to put medicine on it. Hey, why don't you use the machete to split that pig's skull, take out the pig's brain, and cook a soup at night? Wang Yuan said, Okay. What about me? Jiang Yin said, You just nap with a mint leaf in your mouth. Ha ha. The crowd laughed. Jiang Yin blankly glanced at him, picked a mint leaf, and contained it, saying, I can't sleep. There are wild pineapples over there. Hold one and eat it. I'll set you up afterward. Get out. Ha! Jiang Yin held 2 wild pineapples and cooked salt with Zhang Lanfang Rinyuanyuan. The 3 women ate the wild pineapples and grilled the dried fish, adding seawater to the milk tea pot on the stovetop for a while. The 3 women chatted, with loud laughter coming from time to time. After smoking, Dahe went to split the pig's head, and Wang Yuan took a few kudzu roots to the beach and washed them, and brought them back to prepare for making kudzu powder. First he took out a ragged garment, and then he took the bucket that had been cut as the lid of a pot, and brought up another pail of water, both of which he placed beside a large stone. Wang Yuan sat down and cut the kudzu into several small sections. With broken clothes wrapped 2 sections put on the stone, and then picked up a pebble smashed thinly after the milky white juice squeezed into the bucket, squeezed almost, pour some water to continue to squeeze, a few times until the squeezed juice then turned clear before the residue is poured out, and then put 2 sections of kudzu to continue. King, what are you doing? Big Black walked over. Make kudzu flour. Oh, Big Black looked confused. Piggyback split? Well, the pig brains are out. Light me a cigarette. Okay. Big Black helped Wang Yuan light a cigarette and lit one for himself. Dahe finished smoking and go fishing. Wang Yuan continued. Okay. Big Black took the rod and float and went fishing. Captain, what are you doing? Rin Yuan asked loudly. I'm making kudzu flour, and at night, I'll make wild vegetable pancakes for dinner. Wang Yuan said, Oh, I haven't had pasta in ages. Captain, can you make noodles? Rin Yuan said, Yes, I can. I can make buns and dumplings. Just blow it off. Jiang Yin said, Really, I've done it in the army cooking class. I'll make it for you guys when I find the ingredients some other day. Wang Yuan thought of when he was in the army. When he made a mistake, he was punished by the chief to go to the cooking class. After a while, the kudzu were all squeezed out, squeezing a bucket full. Looked at his watch. It was 3 o'clock. Came to the stove, lit a cigarette. Seeing the 3 women's dried fish roasted, 2 wild pineapples also finished, and burned 2 bottles of sea salt. All right, let's go catch the sea. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin spat out the mint leaf in her mouth and contained a new one. The 4 of them carried the floating ball to the beach. Captain, get over here. There's a big conch there. Rin Yuan pointed into a large puddle. The crowd gathered around. Only a football-sized conch was visible in the puddle. Wang Yuan took off his shoes and pulled up his pants leg and walked down, fishing out the conch. Ah, it's so big. Rin Yuan clapped her hands. Captain, what kind of screw is this? Zhang Lanfang asked. Coconut snail. The meat is bouncy ground and very fresh. Wang Yuan threw the coconut snail to Rin Yuan. So beautiful. The 3 women gathered around and looked in awe. Wang Yuan searched the puddle. A little while later, I picked up 2 more scallops the size of ping-pong paddles. Wow, what a big scallop. Rin exclaimed again. Wang Yuan threw the scallop to her and said, There's a chance that pearls will open up in here. Chapter 85, Wild Vegetable Cakes. Wang Yuan threw the scallop to her and said mysteriously, There's a chance that a pearl will open up inside. Really? The 3 women's beautiful eyes were glowing. Of course it's true. Wang Yuan picked up another 5 or 6 abalone. The three women simply stopped walking and sat directly at the edge of the puddle, watching Wang Yuan fish for seafood, letting out exclamations and laughter from time to time. It was only when it was getting dark that the four of them went back unfulfilled. The harvest this time was quite rich, enough for the crowd to have a good meal. You guys go help Dahe put away the fish cage, come back and pick some more purple cabbage, and make a soup with the pig's brain. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The three women headed for the beach. Wang Yuan saw that the kudzu powder in the bucket had settled well, poured out the water on it, and the rest would be pure kudzu powder when it dried in the sun during the day. Dig out a large piece of kudzu powder and put it on the palm leaf. Picked a handful of amaranth and ashwagandha, and chopped them up and put them on the palm fronds as well, added a little salt and kudzu powder, and mixed them together and kneaded them. Captain, what are you doing? Rin Yuan asked curiously as the four big blacks returned. I'll cook you vegetable pancakes for dinner later. Yeah, okay. You guys go make the soup. Zhang Yin and Zhang Lanfang went to the stove to make purple cabbage and pig brain soup. Wang Yuan built a fire with seafood on the side and roasted it, then sat down with the hay to smoke and chat. The three women made the soup and divided it, and Zhang Lanfang called out, Captain, the soup is ready. Bring it over. Let's eat seafood and drink soup. Rin Yuan ran over first, picked up a large scallop, picked it with a fruit knife, and said with disappointment, Captain, there are no pearls. Isn't there another one then? L. Che, this one doesn't have any either, so it's a lie. Rin Yuan picked at another scallop. I've said it's possible. The chances of a scallop opening a pearl are very small, unless it's artificially implanted. Wang Yuan said, okay. But if it does open a pearl, it will be a fortune. Natural pearls are worth a lot of money. Well, that's why things are rare. That's all unattainable. Zhang Lanfang said, okay, let's eat. Zhang Yin made a dipping sauce with wild mountain ginger foam, wild onions, chili peppers, lemon juice, and lard. Zhang Lanfang picked up a fruit knife and divided the two scallops, and the people each took a dip in the dipping water and ate it. Yummy. Too fresh. It's so good dipped in this. Wang Yuan also put the 4 flap shells of the scallop on the fire, and then put some lard on each. The kudzu powder that was kneaded together with the wild vegetables was divided into 5 clusters, flattened with his hands, and put on the scallop shells, turned over a little while later, and branded them. 5 people finished eating seafood. Pancakes also branded. Each person picked up a 2-sided golden pancakes eat up, a mouthful of pancakes, a mouthful of soup. Eat the crowd full of oil. That smells good. Yummy. Well, the soup is good too. Look at your stomach, like you're 3 months pregnant. Get out. It's the captain, isn't it? I'll beat you to death, you little ninny. Ha! After the people finished eating, the 3 women roasted dried fish, Wang Yuan, and big black smoke cigarettes. The life of the 5 people was really cozy. In the morning, Wang Yuan was again the first to wake up and wash up, and Dahe was also up. Good morning, King. Morning. Why don't you go wash up and come back, and we'll collect the fish cages. Okay. Wang Yuan built a fire in the stove, lit a cigarette, put the pan on it, poured water on it, and put all the remaining wild vegetables in it. After Dahe washed up, the 3 girls got up as well, and all went to work on their personal problems. Dahe, let's go collect the fish cage. Wang Yuan carried a floating ball. Okay, Big Black said, lighting a cigarette. Chapter 86, The Hornet's Nest. Wang Yuan and Dahe harvested 3 fish, 2 crabs, and an octopus. After gathering the fish, put down the cage and carry your harvest back outside the shelter. The 3 women returned from solving their personal problems. Mr. Jiang, how does your body feel today? Wang Yuan asked. Slightly sore throat, but it's no longer a problem. That's good. Contain the mint leaves when you're not doing anything. Wang Yuan cut the crab in half and put it into the pot, and the octopus was also cut into small pieces and put in. Okay, you guys watch the pot. I didn't put any salt in it, and bake the fish again. Let's eat some baked fish and have some soup in the morning. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan poured the kudzu powder from the bucket onto the palm leaves, cut it into small pieces with a dagger, and put it on a boulder to dry. The crowd ate breakfast, drank some water, and split a banana each. Captain, what are we doing today? Zhang Lanfang asked. We don't have much fresh water left, first of all, to fetch fresh water, and secondly, our food stock is dried fish and some wild boar meat, which is enough for us to save for 5 or 6 days, so we still need to dig up some wild vegetables or pick some fruits to replenish our vitamins. For water, our containers are too small, just an oil drum and a few mineral water bottles. So today we'll split up into two ways. One way is Big Black, and Jiang, always two sick people just collect marine garbage on the beach, no matter what they collect together, and sort it out when we come back. The other way I'll go with Sister Zhang and Yuan to go into the jungle from the other place to get fresh water. And by the way, we'll dig up some wild vegetables and pick some fruits if there's any. Wang Yuan finished and lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Okay, the crowd replied. The crowd all packed up individually to bring their gear. Sister Yin, why does your hat look so good? Let's switch, Rin Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin awkwardly looked at Wang Yuan. No change. Rin Yuan pouted. You damn ninny jealous? Hurry up and go. Zhang Lanfang slapped Rin Yuan's head. Let's bring our equipment and set off. Wang Yuan said. Zhang Lanfang put a backpack on her back, a dagger on her waist, picked up a harpoon, and said, Okay, set off. Rin Yuan carried a backpack full of empty bottles and a dagger on her waist, picking up a harpoon to follow. Wang Yuan loaded an oil drum and a machete on his back, disassembled the engineer's shovel and put it in, and walked at the end carrying the fish. Captain, where do we go from here? Zhang Lanfang asked. We've walked on the right side once, so feel free to walk from the left this time. Wang Yuan said, then walk to the front to lead the way. There is less thatch on this side, and after a few steps you reach the bushes. This side of the wild vegetables are not much. The three people digging and walking not far. Wang Yuan found something wrong. How there are so many hornets in the vicinity. The beginning of a few, and now more and more stopping looking around. Captain, what's wrong? Zhang Lanfang also stopped to ask. Look out everyone, you guys, hornets. I noticed it just now and didn't care. Rin Yuan said. Well, you guys hold still for now. Wasp stings hurt, and if you sting too many it can be fatal. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Both women crouched still. Wang Yuan searched in the neighborhood and found a cluster of mugwort, folded down a few trees, and brought them back, giving one to each of the two women. This is mugwort. It can protect against insects and ants. All of you follow my example and rub out the juice and apply it to your bare skin. Wang Yuan picked a few slices of mugwort leaves and rubbed them with both hands, then applied them to his face, and rubbed a few more to his neck and hands. The second girl followed Wang Yuan's example and painted it as well. You guys wait, I'll go over and take a look, Wang Yuan said. Then after taking a few steps forward, he found a large hornet's nest. Chapter 87. Pineapple Honey. I saw this hornet's nest hanging on the branch of a shrub, about a meter in diameter. The branch was bent almost to the ground, and it was densely populated with hornets coming in and out. Wang Yuan hurriedly retreated. Right over there, less than 10 meters, there's a large hornet's nest. Let's go around it. Wang Yuan pointed ahead and said, Okay. The two women glanced that way. Wang Yuan led the two girls around to the left. There are a lot of flowering plants near the hive. Let's pay attention. There might be fruits. Wang Yuan said. Really? Rin Yuan stopped digging for wild vegetables, stood up straight and cruised around, and really found a lot of wildflowers, some of which had wasps crawling on them. You dead ninny. Don't look. Hurry up and go. Be careful of the wasps stinging you. Zhang Lanfang said. Oh. Rin Yuan bristled and followed. The three of them dug for wild vegetables and came to a slope with a gully in front of them. But it wasn't deep, just a meter or so. Look, durian. Rin pointed to the slope of the gully in front of her right. That's not durian, it's pineapple honey. Everyone saw it, and Wang Yuan said, Be careful, there might be snakes in this terrain. Huh? Rin Yuan's mouth dropped open. Don't make a sound. Zhang Lanfang patted Rin Yuan and whispered. Wang Yuan carefully made his way towards the pineapple honey, harpoon slapping the grass, which got denser the further down he went. Just as I reached the pineapple tree, a snake's head poked out of the grass next to it. Ah! Rin Yuan screamed in terror. Wang Yuan swung his harpoon at once. Pa! The snake's head was swept. Wang Yuan rushed over, and with a swish the harpoon hit the snake's 7 inches. Dagger! Wang Yuan shouted. Zhang Lanfang ran over and drew her dagger towards the snake's head. The snake's head was chopped off. Sister Fang mighty, Wang Yuan praised, then put down his backpack, took out his engineer's shovel, and dug a hole, burying the snake head in it. Picking the snake up with a harpoon, it was a small silver-ringed snake over half a meter long, its body still twisted. Ah! Captain, throw it away! Rin Yuan screamed in fear. Huh! Wang Yuan looked at the sky, then pointed at the snake's body with his hand. Then with a whoo sound, a large eagle swept by, and the snake's body disappeared. Huh! Rin Yuan's eyes widened, and her mouth fell open. Haha. What's all the fuss about? That's the captain's pet. Zhang Lanfang laughed. Ah. Wang Yuan scratched his head. Let's pick pineapple honey. I saw 6 pineapple nectar growing on the tree. 2 were ripe, and 4 were still green and unripe. The rest will come back in a couple days. Wang Yuan dispersed the few wasps above and picked 2 ripe ones and put them in the back basket. Look, there's a papaya tree on the opposite side. Zhang Lanfang pointed diagonally across the gully and said, You guys wait, I'll go over and pick it. Wang Yuan said. After observing for a moment, Wang Yuan jumped with an assist to the opposite half of the slope, then tapped the grass with his harpoon to walk to the papaya tree and pick 2 ripe ones and 2 larger unripe ones, leaving 2 small ones on the tree. Sister Fong, I peed my pants. Rin Yunyun blushed and whispered, You dead ninny. You're so timid. There's nothing to do but go back and change it again. Well, people have been afraid of snakes since they were kids. Let's go. Wang Yuan jumped over and said. 3 people around the side, digging wild vegetables to the direction of the traveler banana. The traveler banana has dug a full basket of wild vegetables. Each person drank a little water, will be the oil bucket and bottle filled. Wang Yuan, look at the watch, has been 11 o'clock. Let's go back just in time for lunch. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Okay. When the 3 of them returned to the shelter, Jiang Yin was making fish soup and Dahe was smoking. 88. Current situation. King, you guys are back? Big Black said. Well, it's back. You guys picked up a lot of stuff. Wang Yuan unloaded his backpack and saw a large pile of marine trash. Of course, a lot of things in there are useful. Big Black said smugly. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, sat down with Dahe, and said in a language. Dahe, the pirates haven't come over in the past 2 days. They must be up to something. I feel it too. Maybe it has something to do with the shootout the other day, or the woman's body. Why? Do you think it would be necessary to kill someone in the deep sea in a wooden crate and sink it to the bottom? It's possible that the pirates were going to fight a certain power a few days ago, and that woman's body could be a special person. That group of pirates is the power in this area. The shipping channel is in the south. They can't stay out of action, unless they have stopped action for a while. What could make them stop their operations might have something to do with that shootout the other day, or that female corpse. Wang Yuan said, Well, okay, King, I'm with you on that, and I'll listen to you on what to do next. The pirate forces in this sea are intricate. Each pirate force has some country behind it. Perhaps in the next 2 days there will be which gang of pirates will come over to investigate. This may be our chance. I see, those damn countries, surely there is no shortage of them. No civil war in any of our African countries is without their shadow. So are you ready? We might have to kill someone. Can you still pick up a weapon? King, I'm the soldier you brought out. Big Black tossed a cigarette and stood up, saying with red eyes. Captain, what are you doing? It's time to eat. Rin Yuan said as she walked over. Nothing, let's eat. Wang Yuan said. After the people finished eating and divided the 2 ripe papayas, Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what are we doing this afternoon? Have the afternoon free. Do whatever you want to do. Wash your clothes, catch a fish, go swimming, anything, but no jungles or deep waters, no going alone. Okay. The 3 women all got excited. Sisters, let's go swimming. Rin Yuan said happily. It's better to wash the dirty clothes first. Jiang Yin said. That's it then. Let's go swimming after washing your clothes. Look at your clothes. They should have been washed a long time ago. Zhang Lanfang said. Oh, yeah. Rin Yuan's face reddened at the thought of peeing her pants in the morning. But we don't have swimsuits. Jiang Yin said. You guys go ahead, Big Black, and I will go to the east to catch the sea. Definitely not to the beach. Wang Yuan said. King, I want to swim too. Big Black said. You can do it some other time. Wang Yuan said. Sisters, let's go. Rin Yuan said as she picked up a change of clothes. Let's go. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin also took a change of clothes and walked to the beach with Rin Yuan. Wang Yuan picked up 2 papayas each in the position of the melon tip, cut a small mouth. The small mouth, out of the milky white viscous liquid, will be placed on the papaya can so that the liquid into the can. Let's go. Wang Yuan said as he lit a cigarette and picked up a floating ball. Okay. Dahe also lit a cigarette and picked up a floating ball and went to catch the sea with Wang Yuan. When the crowd returned in the evening, Jiang Yin had already boiled water in a pan. Sister Fong, why don't you and Dahe go collect the fish cages and wash all these seafood and the wild vegetables you dug up in the morning? Wang Yuan handed the floating ball to Zhang Lanfang. Good. The 3 girls and Big Black went to the beach. Wang Yuan picked up the two wooden claws and saw that the liquid in the two cans had turned transparent, each half a centimeter thick. Chapter 89. Eating Noodles. Wang Yuan collected the sun-dried kudzu powder and poured it into a small-sized foam box, leaving 2 large handfuls among the palm fronds. The 2 easy-open cans were collected with papaya pectin, which has a good consistency, and each was added with a little water, shaken vigorously for a few moments and poured into the kudzu powder on the palm fronds, which was blended and kneaded into a ball. The pot of water boiled, poured into 5 cans, added more water to the boil, and added a block of firewood to the stove. Captain, we're back. Are you making wild vegetable pancakes? Rin Yuan said. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, No, we'll know in a while, Mr. Jiang. Cut up all the seafood and put it in the pot, and add some wild vegetables and wild boar meat. Okay, Zhang Yin said. Sister Fang, you guys grill all the fish. Wang Yuan saw that he had harvested 2 fish and 2 crabs and octopus and said, Okay. Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan skewered the fish and grilled it. Zhang Yin cut the crab into 2 halves, octopus cut into dices, took a piece of salted wild boar meat and cut it into slices, and put it into the pot in 1 bone. Wang Yuan sharpened a bamboo tube, spread palm leaves on a board, sprinkled some kudzu powder, put the kneaded kudzu powder dough on it, rolled it up with a bamboo tube, rolled it into a thin sheet for a while, folded it up, and sliced it with a dagger, and soon the noodles were cut. Mr. Jiang, you can put down the noodles now. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Yay. I love noodles. What is it you don't like to eat, you dead ninny? Hey! Zhang Yin put some wild vegetables in the pot, and when the pot boiled, she put the noodles in, added some sea salt, and cut some wild onion flowers and put them in. Captain, it's time to eat. Rin Yuan said. Then let's eat. Zhang Yin took down the pot and divided the noodles, saying, There aren't many noodles, so let's all have some more grilled fish. Okay. Wang Yuan said. King, these noodles are delicious. It smells so good, and a fruity, sweet scent. After everyone finished eating, Wang Yuan said, Let's share a pineapple honey. Yay! Sister Fang, I haven't eaten pineapple honey yet. Is it good? Rin Yuan said. Of course it's delicious. It's fragrant and sweet. Zhang Lanfang said. Don't throw away any of the cores after eating them. Collect them. Wang Yuan said, prying open a pineapple nectar, revealing the golden-colored flesh inside. What does nuclear energy do? Rin asked. The kernel can also be eaten when cooked. It has a high starch content. Wang Yuan used a dagger to dig out the pulp and distributed it to the crowd. Yummy. Rin Yuan said. It smells very sweet. Zhang Yin said. Everyone rest after eating. After Wang Yuan finished eating, he drank some cool white water and said, Okay, sisters, let's go relieve ourselves and put away the clothes on the way. Zhang Lanfang said. Wang Yuan and Dehei sat down and chatted as they smoked. Big Black, how many packs of cigarettes do you have left? 3 packs of cigarettes, and you? 4 packs. We can still smoke for 10 days or so if we save it. Is the pistol okay? Is it loaded? The pistol is fine. It's loaded. That's fine. I always had a feeling pirates would be coming in the next few days. Then when the pirates come, let's compare who killed more pirates. All right, don't fool around. We'll see what happens when the time comes. But you must listen to my command. Okay, King. Captain, we're back. Rin Yuan said. Okay, you guys rest then. Well, but there are too many mosquitoes at night. Rin Yuan said. Then why don't you guys move the fire to the shelter, and I'll figure it out. Okay. Chapter 90. The pirates are at it again. Wang Yuan rummaged through the pile of marine garbage and found some waste plastic bags and a few pieces of pine wood, scraped off the pine bark, and poured in some water to soak it. You guys wait outside. Wang Yuan brought the soaked pine bark and broken plastic bags into the shelter. When all 3 women and Auro were out, he threw both the pine bark and the broken plastic bag into the fire, then walked out and sat down with Auro at the stove to smoke again. Captain, what are you burning? It's too choking. Rin Yuan said. Soak pine bark in plastic bags that fumigate mosquitoes. Oh, let's go in and rest when the smoke clears. The crowd picks at the cactus fruit, chatting as they eat. After an hour or so, the smoke had almost dissipated and Wang Yuan said, All right, we can go in and rest. Then he threw away the cigarette and walked into the shelter. The crowd followed, and Wang Yuan added some firewood to the fire and lay down to rest. Then everyone else laid down to rest. On the following day, Wang Yuan woke up, built a fire on the outside stove, put the pot on it, poured fresh water on it, and boiled it, and then went to solve his personal problems. When he came back, he lit a cigarette and Big Black and the three women got up one after the other. Dahe, let's go collect the fish cages after washing up. Wang Yuan poured boiling water into each of the 5 easy open cans and said, "Okay." Big Black said, "Good morning, Captain." The three women said, "Good morning. Go wash up and come back before we start dinner." Wang Yuan added some more water to the pot and boiled it, picked up an easy open can and slowly drank the boiling water. When Dahe came back and also drank some boiling water, the two of them went to collect the fish cage. Harvested 4 small fish and 2 crabs and 3 shrimp. After gathering the fish, put down the cage, returned to the shelter, cut the crabs in half and the shrimp into a pot, cut up some wild boar and put in some more wild greens and added some sea salt. When the 3 girls came back, Wang Yuan said, "Let's share some soup and then split that pineapple honey. Not enough for some bananas." Okay. The 3 women got busy. Jiang Yin went to distribute the seafood and wild vegetable soup, while Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan went to get the fruits. After everyone finished breakfast, Wang Yuan said, "Sister Fang, we've stored quite a lot of grilled fish, right? Let's take all the grilled fish to the reef today to prevent mold and deterioration, and use it as our reserve food in the future." "Okay, King, what are we doing today? Let's just have a free day again, no soloing." "Okay, okay, yay." Rin Yuan excitedly said, "Sister Fang, Sister Yin, let's go to the puddle where the captain got the scallops that day. There might be pearls, yo. You little ninny, little money grubber." "Yeah, hey." The 3 girls grabbed their gear and left. "King, shall we go fishing?" "Okay." Wang Yuan and Dahe picked up the fishing rod and float to the seaside reef. Used out the fishing rod and sat down. Each person lit a cigarette and smoked comfortably. Suddenly, Wang Yuan heard the sound of a motor from the east. "No good." "Dahe, listen, it's a speedboat." Wang Yuan said sharply. "Yes, it's a speedboat, King. What do we do?" "Quickly, go tell him to go back to the shelter. I'll wait for you there. Be quick." Wang Yuan threw down his cigarette and fishing rod and ran to the shelter. Big Black also threw down his fishing rod and ran toward the 3 women, shouting as he ran, "Come back quickly. Be careful of the pirates." The 3 women weren't far away, and when they heard Dahe's shout, they turned back to see Dahe's anxious appearance and hurriedly walked over. "What's wrong, Dahe?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Listen, guys. There's a speedboat. Get back to the shelter." The sound of the motor was getting closer and closer, and the 3 women heard it and rushed back to the shelter with Big Black. Chapter 91. Another gang of pirates. Dahe and the 3 girls returned to the shelter, and Wang Yuan had already doused the fire with water. "Quickly, grab your weapons and take cover in the jungle. Abandon all the rest of your stuff," Wang Yuan shouted. "Okay," the crowd replied. Wang Yuan stuck the dagger into his boot, attached the engineer's shovel, and threw it to Dahe, picked up a machete, and pinned it to his waist. "Hurry! It's too late. Don't let the stuff run." Wang Yuan held a harpoon and shouted. The group ran towards the jungle, and just as they plopped down, they saw a speedboat coming from the east. "Everyone hide. See, they must be pirates. Don't show your head. In case you were discovered, run deeper into the jungle." Wang Yuan saw that there were 4 or 5 people on the speedboat. Some of them were carrying long guns and whispered, "Got it, Captain." The crowd replied in whispers. The speedboat pulled up to the edge of the beach and stopped. From the speedboat, 4 men stepped down and walked towards the beach, one of them taking out a telescope and peering into the jungle. "Dahe, give me the gun," Wang Yuan said. "Okay." Big Black pulled out his pistol and handed it to Wang Yuan. "Captain, what are you doing?" Rin Yuan asked. "I'll get down. This is not the time to chat." Big Black, Sister Fang watched them. None of them move. Wang Yuan said seriously, "Don't worry. These few people aren't enough for King to stuff his teeth." Big Black said. Wang Yuan checked the pistol and inserted it into the right pouch of his pants, then quietly fell down. "Well, I've seen the captain's skill. He can even kill wild boars, so we all listen to the captain, don't move." Zhang Lanfang said. "Got it." Wang Yuan catapulted himself and dodged a few times to behind a reef that was still far away from those people. Already, he could hear them talking. "David, we've been searching this part of the ocean for 2 or 3 days now, and we've checked pretty much every island in the vicinity, so it may have actually sunk to the bottom." They were using the international language. "Brett, you are also a pirate force in these waters. Who else around here could rob our cargo?" David asked. "The closest to here are Simon's forces. They've been operating in the area, and we've had frequent friction with them, so maybe they did it." Brett said. "How strong are they?" Their strength is about the same as ours, with a manpower of more than 200, but I heard that they have the support of the E-Nation behind them, and their weapons and equipment are very sophisticated. Then it must be them who messed up. Even the goods of our mod family in M country dared to rob. Even the whereabouts of the mod family's Ms. Lena is unknown. No one dares to do this except for the group of people in E country who back them up. Let's just get out of here. This is Simon's sphere of influence. Don't let them run into us. The few of us are no match for them. It's okay. Our family knows we're coming over, and if something happens to us, there's no need for them to exist. Okay. This time they cost us millions in arms and delayed our plans to support the opposition organization in Country C. Don't let me find evidence, or I'll exterminate them. Let's explore the coast here. We might be able to find clues, according to our satellite signal. The place where Ms. Lena's accident happened is only about 20 nautical miles away from here. Our ships are searching over there. Let's take a look at the periphery over here. Wang Yuan secretly thought, sure enough, the civil war in Country C has the shadow of Country M. This mod family seems to have not a small influence and power in Country M, and even internationally. David was seen wearing a black suit and a pair of sunglasses, with a tall black man standing beside him, who was dressed in dark green camouflage and carrying an M16 assault rifle. Chapter 92, Seizure of the Speedboat. Brett and a pirate beside him both had bandanas wrapped around their heads, and each carried an AK-47. There was also a pirate on the speedboat with a bandana around his head and sunglasses. David was searching along the beach with a few men. Wang Yuan saw them heading to the other side. It would take a long time to get to this side. Anyway, they're not good people, so let's leave them all behind and grab the speedboat first. Pick up the harpoon and dive silently into the sea water. Diving to the back of the speedboat, he poked his head out to see the pirate reclining in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette. Wang Yuan dived down again, diving next to the driver's seat, and suddenly grew up, harpooning quickly. Right in the throat. Pirate hands over the throat, eyes looking at Wang Yuan in horror. Mouth issued a coo-coo-coo sound, twitching a few times, and then died. Wang Yuan jumped on the speedboat, glanced in David's direction, saw that they were heading towards the coconut tree, and did not find anything unusual. Pulled off the key from the speedboat and pocketed it, crouched down and searched the pirate's body. A pistol, 2 fully loaded magazines, a military dagger, a designer lighter, a pack and a half of cigarettes. Positioned the body as if leaning on a seat to sleep. Wang Yuan carefully rummaged through the items on the speedboat. A toolbox, a suitcase, a traveling case, and a large box of food and drinks. At this time, David's men found some marks at the coconut tree, which bore the imprints of coconuts freshly picked, and a number of footprints under the tree extending to the reef complex to the east. "Be on the lookout," David shouted, and said, pulling out his binoculars again to look toward the reef complex. The black guy next to him also raised his M16, which had a scope on it, and also aimed in the direction David was looking. The other 2 pirates also raised their guns and aimed that way. David pointed to the footprints on the ground and then waved a hand toward the cluster of reefs. The 4 men tiptoed cat-like toward the cluster of reefs. When he reached the outskirts of the group of reefs, David pointed to a tall reef, and the black man nodded and climbed up, then prodded out his M16 and peered around the scope. Suddenly, the black man spotted the shelter. S-H-H-H-H-H-H. 2 sounds came out of the black man's mouth, and he pointed in the direction of the shelter. David saw it and pressed his right hand downward twice in a vain gesture, and Brett understood and nodded. The 3 of them carefully walked slowly toward the shelter, and when the 3 found it, David held out his hands and pointed to either side, and Brett and the pirate nodded and flanked it from both sides. By this time, Wang Yuan had already dived from the sea to the bottom of the reef where the black man was lying. He gently climbed up and saw that the black man was watching through the scope. Suddenly pounced on him, covered the black man's mouth with his left hand, and drew a dagger into his neck with his right hand. The Negro stirred his legs a few times and then did not move. Seizing the rifle, he looked through the scope at David's 3 men. Seeing that the 3 were still far from the shelter, he unloaded the magazine and looked at it and loaded it again, checked the gun and pulled the bolt. Took aim again. The 3 Davids surrounded the shelter, and Brett waved a hand at the pirate, who nodded and suddenly kicked at the side of the shelter. Ah! Suddenly, there was a soft cry from the grass, and David and Brett raised their guns and took aim. Ping! 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 After 3 sharp gunshots, Wang Yuan jumped off the reef and ran over. The pirate was hit in the forehead before he could kick the shelter. Brett was hit in the throat, and both were out of breath. David was hit in the chest and was breathing out and in. Wang Yuan came close and aimed his gun at him. David struggled a few times and broke off as well. 93. Inspection of seizures. Wang Yuan waved his hand toward the grass and shouted, "Come over here, all of you." Big Black and the three girls ran over. Val vomit, vomit. Jiang Yin and Ren Yuanyuan vomited when they saw the three corpses. Zhang Lanfang's face paled as well, and it was obviously not a good time either. "Captain Yu, you killed someone?" Jiang Yin said. Ren Yuanyuan also looked at Wang Yuan in shock. "They are pirates." Wang Yuan pointed at the bodies of Brett and that pirate, and then pointed at David's body, saying, "He's from the M country, and the civil war in the C country was instigated by them, and they support the opposition organization." "I believe in the captain," Zhang Lanfang said. "I also believe in the king. Many of our African countries are having civil wars, including my country's past civil wars, all of which are in the shadow of these imperialist countries. And they're also supporting these pirates and mercenaries to make money from our national tragedies. So if they don't die, more people will die. King, I support you. This is the open sea. No rescue team has come for so many days, so no one will convict you. We are just defending ourselves for the sake of words going down." Big Black said. "We also just saw a killing for the first time, so..." Jiang Yin said awkwardly. "Captain, we're just like this because we've never seen a dead person before. Don't misunderstand." Ren Yuanyuan said, "All right, no need to take sides. I understand it all. I just want to get you guys out of here alive. You all understood what just happened. If they don't die, it's you who will die. I'm not going to sit back and wait for death. They can't kill me either." Wang Yuan said, "Captain, we don't mean anything else. We just don't feel comfortable seeing dead people." Zhang Lanfang said, "Yes, Captain, we don't have any other ideas. We will all follow you in the future." Jiang Yin said, "Well, Captain, it's just going back, and I'm following you." Ren Yuan said. Everyone looked at Ren Yuan in surprise. "Oops, what are you guys looking at me for?" Ren Yuan covered her face with both hands. "Ha! Ha! Captain, look at them. Why are they like this?" Ren Yuan said. That, Sister Fong. Why don't you take them to collect the fish cages in Big Black, and I will dispose of the bodies." Wang Yuan said. "Okay." The crowd replied. "Mr. Jiang, you guys will cook when you come back." Wang Yuan handed Jiang Yin a lighter. "Okay." Jiang Yin took the lighter and said. Zhang Lanfang, Ren Yuanyuan each carried a float, and Jiang Yin went to collect the fish cages. Wang Yuan and Dahei searched all the bodies and put all the items they searched into the shelter. Even the clothes and shoes were stripped off. "Carry all 4 bodies over to the speedboat. Take the suitcases and trunks from the speedboat back to the shelter, and a large wooden crate of food back to each. All right, Dahei, let's talk after dinner." Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. "Okay, let's count the loot." Big Black also lit a cigarette. "Captain, what have you grabbed?" Ren Yuanyuan ran over. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin went to cook. "Hee, let's take a look together." Wang Yuan said, "Sister Fong, Mr. Jiang, all come over. There's a big box of food here." "Wow! Lunch meat, bread, milk, and beer, brandy, haha, all in one case." Ren Yuanyuan said excitedly. "And 2 bottles of salad dressing." Jiang Yin said. "Captain, there are 2 more cigarettes here." Zhang Lanfang said. "Okay, put it aside for now." Wang Yuan was checking the captured weapons with Big Black. 1 M16, 2 AK-47s, 1 full magazine for the M16, 1 magazine on the gun used 3 rounds. AK magazines, including the 4 on the gun, were full, 2 pistols with a total of 4 full magazines, and 2 military daggers. Chapter 94, Negotiating Relocation. A cell phone was recovered from David, but unfortunately there was no signal, and it didn't work at all. A total of 4 lighters were searched, and another 5 packs of cigarettes were recovered. Wang Yuan opened his suitcase, which was full of military clothing, a dirt yellow camouflage suit and undershirt, a pair of combat leather boots, half a cigarette, 2 boxes of AK bullets, and a dagger. Wang Yuan played with the dagger for a while. This should be a domestic one. At the bottom of the handle is a small compass. The compass can be unscrewed from the handle. After unscrewing, it is a magnesium rod. This should be the most convenient tool for survival in the wild. "Mr. Jiang, this dagger is yours." Wang Yuan handed this dagger to Jiang Yin. "Thanks." Jiang Yin took it and drew her dagger to open the can of lunch meat. "Mr. Jiang, this dagger has many functions. Study it when you have nothing to do." "Okay," Jiang Yin said as she sliced her lunch meat. "Captain, what about mine?" Ren asked. Wang Yuan handed the 2 military daggers to Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuanyuan respectively and said, These two and Big Black's one have different styles but similar functions. Not as many functions as Mr. Zhang's one. But it is very practical. It's a military standard dagger, and it's tougher and more durable than that one. You all study it, and I'll teach you when I have time. Okay. Rin Yuan played with the dagger. Zhang Lanfang took the dagger and went to help cook. King, this is full of ammunition. Big Black opened the suitcase. Wang Yuan looked through it. 5 grenades, 4 boxes of bullets, including 3 boxes of M16 bullets and 1 box of pistol bullets. Captain, it's time to eat. Okay, let's eat first then, Wang Yuan said. A pork chop stewed with papaya and a wild vegetable mixed with luncheon meat were eaten to the delight of the crowd. After eating, Wang Yuan put the pineapple honey core in a pot to cook on. The 5 sat down around a stone slab with some cactus fruits and 2 wild pineapples on it. The people ate and chatted. Let's divide the supplies now. We have 5 lighters, 2 disposable ones, 1 for me and Big Black, 3 waterproof branded lighters, 1 for each of the 3 female Earths. It's a sharp weapon for survival in the wilderness. Everyone keep it well. Wang Yuan distributed the lighters. Okay, the crowd replied. Mr. Jiang, that dagger of yours is multifunctional. There is a magnesium rod at the back of the handle that one can start a fire. Don't lose it. Keep it with you. I'll teach you all to use it later. These things are just for your safekeeping and use. If anyone can use it later, then borrow it from others. Well, we all understand. Zhang Lanfang responded. As for those guns, we have plenty of ammunition. Together with Dahei's pistol, we have a total of 3 long guns and 3 pistols. Fortunately, the pistols are the same model, with more than 100 rounds of ammunition. Only Big Black and I are familiar with the use of the guns, so for now, only Big Black and I can use them. I will teach you guys how to use them when I have time, and later on, depending on how much you learn, you can decide who will use the long guns or the pistols. The clothes and shoes in those boxes are all small sizes, Sister Fong. I think you should just distribute them with them. There are 2 pairs of those shoes that Dahei and I can't wear, so you guys should be able to wear them by padding some cardboard or foam board or something into them. The crowd nodded in unison. Now we're almost out of pork, and although we say we still have some dried fish, that's only going to serve as our reserve food for a rainy day. So I've decided that tomorrow we'll move to the wild boar's place, and that cave should be able to house us. There are 2 wild boars there that will kill straight away, so we'll have pork to eat again. What do you all think? I agree. I agree. We all agree. Chapter 95. Then it's done. It's decided. In the afternoon, Big Black and I will go and dispose of the corpse so you guys can brush your shoes and wash your clothes. Wang Yuan said. But Captain, can't we leave in that speedboat? Rin Yuan asked. No, I've seen it, and the speedboat is low on fuel and has about 100 nautical miles or so left to travel, and we'll have to anchor before we can drive to land. I heard them talking, and there's a big ship searching the area where the gunfight was 2 days ago, and they're in cahoots with them. In our area is the territory of the gang of pirates from the other day, so the big ship won't come over. We are surviving in the cracks. Don't worry, everyone. I'll take you back, so let's get to work. Okay, the crowd responded. Wang, this is a good smoke. Dahei and Wang Yuan walked towards the beach. Well, it's okay, but I'm used to smoking our domestic ones. Wang Yuan was carrying an M16, and Dahei was carrying an AK. Should we bury the body or throw it away? Big Black said, let's just throw it in the deep and feed it to the fish. Burying it will leave a trail of jackals or something digging it up, or rain or something. Okay, not good. 2 bodies are missing. Suddenly Wang Yuan called out. The 2 ran to the speedboat. Only 1 body on the speedboat and 2 below. The bodies of the 2 pirates were gone. It should have been dragged away by jackals. Wang Yuan pointed at the marks on the ground and said, only 2 dragging marks and some beast tracks on the ground were seen, extending all the way into the jungle. Dahei said, careless. It's okay. These 2 are the important people. Let's throw them into the sea to destroy their bodies. Wang Yuan pointed at David and the sniper on the ground and said, that body won't float away, will it? No, there are sharks around here. I've encountered them. Okay, we'll put all the bodies on a speedboat, drive out into the deep, and drop them. Okay. The 2 of them carried the body into the speedboat, combined their efforts to push the speedboat into the sea, and jumped on. Wang Yuan took out the key and started the engine, driving the speedboat out. The 3 girls were washing their clothes when Rin Yuan saw it and said in surprise, wow, look guys, the captain can also drive a speedboat. Zhang Lanfang said, well, the captain comes from a military background. Rin Yuan, but soldiers don't always know how to drive speedboats. Jiang Yin said, he might have been a special forces soldier before. Really? Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan both looked at Jiang Yin. He's supposed to be in the same unit as my father. Every time I ask my father about his unit, he's vague. And so is the captain, so I'm guessing they're special forces. Ren Yuanyuan frowned and said, but the special forces aren't that mysterious. Aren't they often shown on TV? Could they be some mysterious department? Zhang Lanfang laughed. Oh, you just read too many TV dramas and novels, and what mysterious department? It should be that the special forces have discipline, and none of them can divulge the secrets of the force after they're discharged from the army. Jiang Yin said, I think what Sister Fang said is correct. Our country's troops are highly disciplined, and the special forces are even more so. They use code names when they carry out their missions, so it should be what Sister Fang said about not being able to divulge secrets. Ren Yuan, okay. Wang Yuan drove the speedboat about 2 nautical miles and stopped, and the two of them worked together to throw the body into the sea, then turned around and drove back. The body surfaced again a moment later, and Big Black turned to watch. King, look, sure enough there are sharks. Big Black shouted. Wang Yuan turned his head to look, only to see that 5 or 6 sharks had surrounded the body and were tearing it apart. All right, this has definitely destroyed the corpse. Wang Yuan continued to drive the speedboat. Chapter 96, Hide the Speedboat. Wang Yuan drove the speedboat to the beach and saw that the 3 women were drying their clothes at the reef. Big Black, go get them all, and let's tow the speedboat to the jungle and hide it. Okay, Big Black said as he jumped off the speedboat and ran toward the 3 women. Wang Yuan took out a cable on the speedboat and tied it to a hook at the front of the speedboat. Big Black came over with the 3 girls. Captain, what do we do? Ren Yuan said. Let's tow the speedboat over to the jungle and hide it. We can't leave it on the beach to be found by pirates. Okay. Big Black and I will pull the rope at the front. You guys push it at the back. This speedboat doesn't weigh much. The 5 of us can easily drag it. Wang Yuan said. Okay, start. Zhang Lanfang said. Wang Yuan and Big Black pulled the rope in front, and the 3 women pushed behind. The speedboat wasn't really that heavy. It was still very easy for 5 people, and when it reached the grass, it was even less effortful due to less friction. Dragging himself behind a cluster of shrubs, Wang Yuan said, all right, let's find some branches and thatch or something to cover the camouflage. I'll go back and get the machete. Zhang Lanfang said. No, we directly plucked and planted around the speedboat, above, and then cover some tree branches and dry grass and vines. With machete traces are too big, not easy to eliminate. Pluck traces under a rain scrape a gust of wind on the elimination. Wang Yuan said. It took more than 2 hours for the crowd to camouflage the speedboat in such a way that it could not be detected from a distance unless it was brought to heel. All right, let's go back. Wang Yuan lifted the toolbox down. When the 5 returned to the shelter, Wang Yuan and Dahe put down their guns and tools and lit cigarettes. Sister Fang, you guys collect all the clothes. They should all be dried. Come back and you guys distribute them. Then come back and cook. There are wild vegetables and pork. Big Black and I will collect the fish cages and come back to grill seafood. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd responded, then went about their business. Wang Yuan and Dahe went to the beach to knock some oysters. See, the day is almost dark. The fishing cage collected. Only harvested a few fish. Wang Yuan thought, this harvest is not too stable. One day, no harvest will not be hungry. Some other day to do a few more fish cages, separate down to the sea. When the 2 returned to the shelter, the 3 women had already cooked a pot of soup with wild boar meat and wild vegetables. The crowd ate grilled fish and oysters and drank soup, and Wang Yuan brought over the pineapple honey cores that had been cooked during the day and taught the crowd to peel and eat them. Captain, your shoes are all out of order. Get a new pair. We have 5 pairs of shoes here. Jiang Yin said. Okay. Wang Yuan took a look at his own shoes. Some places were corroded by the seawater and opened up, and some places were scratched by something unknown. He picked out a pair of training boots and changed into them. Took 2 steps, tried them on, and said, this is the right pair, they fit. These shoes should have belonged to the Black Sniper. 90% new, same size as Self's shoes. Have you all changed your shoes? Wang Yuan said. Well, there are 2 pairs of 40 sizes. My feet are 3/8 and Xiaoyan's are 3/7. We both padded with 2 layers of cardboard. Much better than the original pair. Zhang Lanfang said. That's good. Captain, we want to learn how to shoot a gun. Ren Yuanyuan said. The 3 girls all eyed Wang Yuan. All right then, I'll teach you to use the pistols first. They are lighter, easy to carry, and simple to operate. These 3 pistols will be yours from now on. Yay! Great! Ren Yuan said excitedly. The lance is heavier and more powerful. The recoil is also large. It's not easy to control, Dahe, and I will use it first. Wait until you guys learn it later. I don't need it. I just like pistols. This baby will be a beautiful agent from now on. Rin Yuan said. Che, watch too many movies, okay. Stop talking and listen to the captain's explanation. Zhang Lanfang said. Chapter 97. Grouping Firearms. Wang Yuan explains to the three girls about the chivalrous use of pistols, loading, safety, aiming, and shooting. After the explanation, the three women practiced loading and unloading their bullets and aiming their shots. Captain, when are you going to let us practice with live ammunition? Rin Yuan said. Let's do it tomorrow. Even though we say we have more than 100 rounds of pistol ammunition, but this is a deserted island, and there are many unknown dangers here. So let's try to conserve our bullets as much as possible. How about tomorrow we go to the wild boars and leave those 2 boars to you guys? Wang Yuan said. Promise to complete the mission. Rin Yuan stood up and gave a substandard military salute. You dead ninny, don't pee your pants when you see a wild boar. Zhang Lanfang was also a bit eager to try. Sister Fang. Rin Yuan made a big red face and said in a delicate voice, You must be calm and collected when you shoot. Don't shoot indiscriminately, and don't point the gun at your own people. Wang Yuan said in a deep voice. Got it, Captain. The 3 women were all excited and said in unison. All right, you all familiarize yourselves. Wang Yuan said. The 3 women were each holding a pistol and playing with it there. Wang Yuan took the 3 lances and threw 1 AK to Dahe. Dahe compare? Wang Yuan took an AK apart and took a rag to wipe the parts. I'm not going to compete with you. You're not human with that speed. Big Black also disassembled the gun and took a piece there and wiped it up. Why don't I cover my eyes? Wang Yuan said. Really? Big Black asked. What are you guys comparing? The 3 women asked curiously. We'll find out later. Let's see how I beat him. Big Black said. The 2 of them wiped the parts and laid them all out on the palm fronds in front of them, and Wang Yuan found a piece of cloth to blindfold him. Sister Fang, you call for the start. Wang Yuan said. Okay, are you all ready? Zhang Lanfang understood when she saw the 2 men's stance. Okay, Wang Yuan and Big Black said. 1, 2, 3, go. Only Wang Yuan and Big Black quickly assembled the parts in front of them, dazzling the 3 women. Yes, Wang Yuan shouted. Dahe raised his head, only to see Wang Yuan with the assembled gun in front of him, and was reaching out to remove the blindfold. Big Black had the assembled gun in his hand, but the clip was still on the palm frond. Wang, don't hit me in the future, okay? I'm the fastest gun loader in our country. You're even faster than me with this blind load. Big Black said. All right, everyone rest. Wang Yuan saw that the 3 girls were staring at him, dumbfounded, and said, All right, let's go relieve ourselves. Zhang Lanfang greeted the 2 girls. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and took the M16 apart again, wiping the parts with a cloth. King, the big ship over there won't come over, right? Big Black asked. It shouldn't be. This part of our sea belongs to the sphere of influence of those pirates a few days ago. Both parties are on guard against each other. Even if a situation occurs, it's still them who are suspicious of each other. Wang Yuan said. After the 2 of them finished smoking, Wang Yuan loaded the gun, and the 3 women came back to the shelter to rest. Wang Yuan and Big Black also went to finish solving their personal problems and came back to rest. In the morning, Wang Yuan woke up. Dahe and the 3 women were still asleep. Out of the shelter, outside of fog, 10 meters away has been unable to see. This kind of weather the big ship will certainly not come over. The surface of the firewood was a bit wet, so I found some dry ones to build a fire, boiled water in a pan, and then went to the beach to wash up. After washing up and returning, Big Black and the 3 girls woke up one after the other to go and solve their personal problems. Wang Yuan poured boiling water into each of the 5 easy open cans to cool and added fresh water to the pot, cut up the rest of the wild boar meat, and put it into the pot, and put all the wild vegetables in as well. When Big Black returned, the 2 men lit cigarettes and went to the beach to collect the fish cages. Chapter 98. Moving to the lawn. There wasn't a lot of seafood in the harvest this time. 2 fish, 1 crab, and 2 peep of shrimp, so the 2 of them packed up, put down the fish cages, and went back to the shelter, cutting up all the seafood and putting it in the pot. Mr. Jiang, there's no salt in the pot. Wang Yuan said. Okay. After everyone drank some water and ate breakfast, Wang Yuan said, Let's pack up and leave. Don't need to bring too much, guns, tools, clothes, just bring them. After packing up the wild boar Big Black, and I will come back for another trip. We will come back later if we lack anything. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd responded. The backpack carrier was loaded with iron pots, cans, bottles, etc. on their backs, and the three women carried pistols and daggers on their waists and harpoons. The five entered the jungle from the coconut tree fully armed. Soon the sun rose. The fog gradually dispersed. On the way, and found 2 pheasants and 2 rabbits. Look at the 3 women screamed repeatedly. The crowd did not pay attention to continue to rush. When they arrived at the traveler's banana, Wang Yuan told the crowd to put down their things and rest, and sat down with Dahe to smoke. Captain, Dahe, drink some water. Zhang Lanfang picked up 2 bottles of water and handed them to Wang Yuan and Dahe. Okay, thanks. Take a break, and you guys bring your weapons and go to the lawn there, and shoot the boars with your pistols if you come across them. Wang Yuan said. Okay. All 3 girls were excited. Remember, you must hide yourself well. Don't let the wild boar find out. The 2 wild boars over there are both adults, and adult wild boars are fiercer than tigers. Try to aim before you shoot. It's best to shoot within 50 meters. A pistol over 50 meters won't necessarily cause damage to the boar. Mainly shoot at its vitals, head, throat, heart position, etc. If you can't hit it, then shoot at its limbs so that it can't move. Do you understand? Wang Yuan said. Understood. The 3 women responded. Let's move then. Rin said. You only carry weapons, check the guns and ammo first, exactly how to act you discuss among yourselves, and leave when you are ready. Wang Yuan said. I promise to complete the mission. Rin Yuanyuan stood up and gave a substandard military salute. Ha ha! The crowd laughed. The 3 women stepped aside and pulled out their pistols, pretending to inspect them and gathering low to mutter again. Captain, we're ready. Zhang Lanfang said. All 3 women were seen with daggers at their waists, pistols in one hand and harpoons in the other. Good then, set off. Wang Yuan waved his hand. The 3 girls excitedly ran towards the lawn. King, aren't you afraid that the 3 cabbages will be given to wild boars? All right, let's go watch the show. Wang Yuan said as he picked up the M16 and checked it. I'm not going. What can I do if you go? I'd better rest here. Big Black lit another cigarette and said, Oh, you just be lazy. Hey! Wang Yuan carried his gun, grabbed a machete, and scurried toward the woods. When they reached the edge of the lawn, Wang Yuan hid behind a cluster of bushes and observed, only to see that the 3 women were squatting under a banana tree and muttering. 2 wild boars were at the waterhole. One was drinking water, and the other was arching around on the ground, and the 2 sides were more than 100 meters apart. At this time, Zhang Lanfang waved her hand, and the 3 women scattered, Jiang Yin on the left, Rin Yuanyin on the right, and Zhang Lanfang in the center dragging a little bit of position. The 3 women were catatonic, slowly walking towards the wild boar. Wang Yuan saw through the scope and thought to himself, well, it's not bad, the formation is good, and they know how to cooperate, but it's a pity that they don't know how to hide their bodies well. Sure enough, he didn't get far before the boars spotted him, and the 2 boars raised their heads to look over. Not good, it's been discovered. Rin Yuanyuan shouted. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the crowd was startled. Chapter 99, Killing the Boar. Rin Yuan let out a scream, dropping her pistol to the ground and covering her ears with both hands. The crowd looked at her. It turned out that Rin Yuanyuan was found by the boar panic shot. This time the distance from the boar is still 70 to 80 meters, and as the first time to shoot can be hit is strange, but the sound of the gun since they were scared to throw away the pistol. At this point, the 2 boars were angered and charged towards Rin Yuanyuan. Oh, grab the gun! The wild boar is coming over. Zhang Lanfang shouted. Rin Yuan screamed again in fear, picked up the pistol, and fired in the direction of the boar with her eyes closed. Bang! Bang! Card. A few shots, and it's out of ammo. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin were still relatively calm, raising their pistols and aiming at the boar until it was about 50 meters away. Bang! Bang! The 2 shots didn't even hit. Bang, bang. Finally, one of the bullets hit, but the bullet was embedded in the boar's back and did negligible damage to it. No, Sister Fong, hit its legs, Jiang Yin shouted. Good, Zhang Lanfang said. Bang, bang, bang. It wasn't until the bullets ran out that they hit the front legs of a boar. The boar ate the pain, couldn't bear the force, and fell down, climbed up, looked toward Zhang Lanfang. Then Ao squealed twice, pawed at a front leg, and rushed towards Zhang Lanfang, while the other boar continued to rush towards Rin Yuanyuan. Rin Yuanyuan was scared out of her wits. Help! Run! Zhang Lanfang shouted, turning around and running. But Rin Yuanyuan fell to the ground in fear and sat down on the ground screaming. Captain, help me! Jiang Yin also stared at her beautiful eyes in shock, frozen on the spot. Seeing that Rin Yuan was about to be hit by the boar, Rin Yuan closed her beautiful eyes, covered her face with her hands, and screamed, "Ah, Wang Yuan!" Bang! Bang! Suddenly 2 gunshots came from the nearby woods, only to see the 2 boars flop to the ground at the same time, squeal twice, twitch a few times, and die. Rin Yuan cried for half a day and saw that there was no sound, moved her hands away, only to see a wild boar lying in front of her, motionless, dead beyond death. Turning her head toward Zhang Lanfang was also sitting on the ground with her face white with fear, and there was also a wild boar lying in front of her. Jiang Yin walked over and pulled Rin Yuan up, saying, "It's okay, it's okay." "Ooh, Sister Yin, Sister Fang, scared me to death." Rin Yuan cried when she saw that Zhang Lanfang had also come over. "It's okay, don't cry, don't cry." Zhang Lanfang patted Rin Yuan's back. "Dead boar, let you scare me." Rin Yuan turned and kicked the boar on the ground. "All right, all dead." Wang Yuan walked over with his gun. "Humph, why didn't you come earlier?" "Scared me to death." "Humph, humph," Rin Yuan said and kicked the boar 2 more times, glaring angrily at Wang Yuan. Well, aren't you a beautiful agent?" Wang Yuan rubbed his nose and said, "You, humph." Rin Yuan twisted her head away, ignoring Wang Yuan. Now let's go back and bring the stuff over," Wang Yuan said. "Humph, let's go." Rin Yuan pulled the 2 women back. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin cast a loving look at Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan walked back after the 3 girls. Big Black was sitting under the traveler's banana smoking a cigarette when he saw that everyone had returned and asked, "Wang, how did it go?" "I heard a lot of shots fired." "Oh, nothing, killed 2 wild boars," Wang Yuan said. "Humph." Rin Yuan snorted coldly. Let's move the stuff over," Wang Yuan said. Dahei saw something wrong and winked at Wang Yuan. The crowd grabbed their stuff and headed for the lawn. Chapter 100, Inspection of the Cave. The group walked out onto the lawn, and the 3 women were about to head for the cave. "Kumibek, don't go in yet," Wang Yuan shouted. "What's wrong?" Zhang Lanfang asked as the 3 women stopped. "What if there are still wild boars?" Wang Yuan said. "Oh." The 3 women thought of the scene just now and shivered in fear again. "Put the stuff down and I'll take a look at it. You all load your pistols," Wang Yuan said. The crowd put their things down, and the 3 women took out their pistols and started loading them. Wang Yuan picked up an AK and walked towards the cave, picked up a rock outside the hole and threw it in, listened for a moment for nothing, and walked in with his gun. There was a lot of space inside. Only 2 boulders outside were built up to become the entrance of the cave, and the inside was full of sand and soil, and it was also 20 to 30 square meters in circumference. "There's no danger inside. All come in," Wang Yuan observed and shouted to the outside. "Ouch! What a stench!" Rin Yuan came in and said. All 3 women covered their noses, and Big Black walked in with a frown. "It's no problem for 5 people to live inside, but there's a stench of wild boar droppings all over the place. Let's go out first," Wang Yuan said. The crowd walked out again. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 9:30. "As you can see, this cave is big enough for us to live in, but there's a lot of feces in it, more feces and more mosquitoes, so next we need to clean up the inside. The 2 wild boars need to be dealt with as well. So today go and cut bamboo, and I'll make something so that we can clean up the feces in there. And in addition, everyone go and pick up some dry wood so that we can make a fire for cooking. Does everyone still have any comments?" Wang Yuan said. "That captain, can we go wash up first?" Zhang Lanfang asked. Wang Yuan saw that the 3 women all had red faces and lowered their heads. The 3 women must have private things that they were not comfortable saying. "All right then, let's drag the boar to the water hole, then Big Black, and I will go cut bamboo or something. And after you guys wash up, you can go gather some dry wood and dig up some wild vegetables for cooking." "Okay," the crowd responded. The people worked together to drag the 2 wild boars to the edge of the water hole. Both boars were about 200 pounds. It was enough for 5 people to eat for half a month, and digging up some more wild vegetables or something would be enough for a month. Wang Yuan brought the peanut oil bucket over, filled it with water, rinsed the boar, and carried the water to rinse the blood on the ground. "Captain, what are you doing?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Luckily the ground here is sandy, and the boar's blood has seeped into the ground, or the bloody odor emanating from it might have attracted other beasts. Didn't you guys see jackals the other day?" Wang Yuan said. "All right, Big Black and I are leaving. You guys pay attention, shoot if there's any danger, we'll come as soon as possible. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The three women responded. Wang Yuan and Dahe lit cigarettes, carried AK on their backs, and took their machetes to the west. Seeing the two of them walk away, the three women breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Fang, come on, let's go get the clothes. Rin Yuan said. You dead ninny. You're so timid. You said you've peed your pants a few times. Zhang Lanfang said. Aya, Sister Fang, stop it. It's all embarrassing. Rin Yuan said with a red face. Okay, I almost peed my pants too. Jiang Yin said. Let's all go take a bath. I've been washing in seawater all these days, and I'm not feeling well all over. Zhang Lanfang said. Yeah, but we won't be seen by them, right? Rin Yuan said. All right, the captain is not that kind of person. Otherwise, for so many days, the captain would have given the three of us that long ago. Zhang Lanfang said. Which one? Rin pretended not to know. You dead girl, I think you just hate the captain for giving you that. And you even threw your face at the captain today. Zhang Lanfang said. Chapter 101, Natural Shelter. If I say, both of you have no boyfriend. If anyone likes the captain, then hurry up and go after him. These days, there are not many good men like the captain. You have to catch them. Zhang Lanfang said. Jiang Yin bowed her head in thought. But the captain is a log. I've hinted at him several times. Rin Yuan blushed. That means the captain doesn't like you. Zhang Lanfang said. Huh. Rin Yuan's face pulled a long face. I don't think so. The captain must be afraid that we'll go our separate ways when we get back, and then no one will recognize anyone. Jiang Yin said. Well, then, Sister Yin, when we go back, I'll quit my job and come to your company, okay? Rin Yuan said. But I'm afraid he'll quit too. Jiang Yin said. Or we can go wherever he goes. I don't want to be separated from everyone anyway. All right, it's too early to think about this. Let's take a shower first. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. The three women took everything to the waterhole, took off their clothes, and jumped into the water. There was a large bamboo forest not far to the west. Wang Yuan and Big Black walked over. Such a large area of bamboo was enough for them. The two of them were chopping the bamboo at the periphery, and after each of them had chopped a few, Wang Yuan said, Dahe, you chop first, I'll weave something. Okay. Wang Yuan splits bamboo with a machete and dagger to make gabions. Splitting a pile of bamboo gabions, Wang Yuan moved a rock and sat down, taking the gabions and weaving them. After about an hour, a dustpan was woven. Bang! Suddenly there was a gunshot. Dahe, hurry back! Wang Yuan threw his things away, copied his gun, and ran out. Big Black also rushed after him. Bang, bang! 2 more shots rang out. When they reached the waterhole, they saw the 3 women standing at the edge of the waterhole, holding their pistols up and pointing them at the grass on the east side of the waterhole. What's going on? Wang Yuan asked. It might be jackals. At first 2 scurried out. I fired a shot, missed, and ran away. After a while 2 more scurried out. Chief Jiang and I each fired a shot, but unfortunately we missed again and both ran away. Zhang Lanfang said. It's fine, Mr. Jiang. Have you shot a gun before? Wang Yuan had long seen Jiang Yan's standardized posture in shooting a gun, so he asked her. Well, I used to shoot at a shooting club, but back then I used the Type 8-1, and I only shot it 3 or 4 times. Jiang Yin said. AK is similar to 81. Try firing a few shots at that side. We have limited bullets, 2 less shots. Wang Yuan handed the gun in his hand to Jiang Yin. Good. Bang, 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 bang. Jiang Yin came with 3 point-blank shots and a 5-shot burst. Great. Bravo. The crowd clapped their hands. Jiang Yin handed the gun to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan waved his hand and said, You take this gun first. The long gun has a long range and is powerful. You guys can't just use the pistol when you're together. The pistol is only good in melee combat, and you guys aren't skilled at it, so you'll use this gun first and practice when you're not doing anything. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin said. We all practice more in the future when shooting must be calm. The killing power of the pistol is small. The closer the target, the higher the hit rate. Even if we wait for the other side to the front of the eyes and then shoot, it doesn't matter. Can hit it on the line. Our bullets are limited. We can save on saving. We can use a shot to hit the target, don't open the second shot, so we must be calm when we encounter danger. Our purpose is to go back. We want to live. Any threat to our life, hindering us to go back, is our enemy. Treating the enemy, we can't be soft. Those beasts, no matter how many levels of protection, including those pirates, kill it. Here is the high seas. There is no law to sanction us. Behind us, there is a great country in support. Wang Yuan said. Chapter 102, Making Tableware. Big Black and the 3 women listened with fervor. Can everyone understand what I mean? Wang Yuan said. Understood. The crowd said in unison. That's good. There are quite a few wild vegetables here. You guys dig them over here first, Big Black, and I will go and carry the bamboo over, and then we will go and pick up some dry firewood and come back to build a fire for cooking. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd responded. Wang Yuan and Dahei went to move the bamboo, while the three women dug wild vegetables nearby. After 2 runs, Wang Yuan and Dahei carried the dustpan and a dozen bamboo sticks to the waterhole. All right, everyone come back. Wang Yuan greeted the crowd. Mr. Jiang, why don't you build a stove? Dahei, you guys go gather some dry firewood and send some back first to cook for Mr. Jiang. Everyone bring their weapons. After the crowd returned, Wang Yuan looked at his watch at 11 o'clock and said, Okay. The crowd went about their business. Wang Yuan moved a stone, sat down, picked up the engineer's shovel with the side with the serrated teeth, and began to saw the bamboo. A moment with a dagger to sharpen, a moment to streamer with a chisel, a moment to drill with a burin. Ren Yuan carried a bundle of dry firewood back, and Jiang Yin built a fire and started cooking. Captain, what did you do? Ren Yuan said, Oh, some things for our meals. You go back and talk to them, and together you'll each carry a bundle of dry firewood back, and we'll have dinner. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Ren went back to gathering dry wood. Mr. Jiang, here, this spatula for cooking. Wang Yuan peeled a bamboo spatula and handed it to Jiang Yin. Oh, here, this can ladle soup. Wang Yuan made another soup ladle. After sharpening 5 more pairs of chopsticks, he picked up the engineer's shovel and started sawing bamboo again. Sawing off a dozen bamboo tubes, he picked up the dagger and started trimming the edges of the tubes. Captain, what are you doing with these bamboo tubes? From time to time, Jiang Yin just looked at Wang Yuan and finally couldn't help herself. She opened her mouth and asked, This thicker one can be used as a bowl, and the thinner one as a cup so it's not hot. Wang Yuan said, Oh. Jiang Yin's beautiful eyes lit up, and her gaze toward Wang Yuan radiated a strange color. Sister Yin, is the meal ready? I'm starving. Ren Yuan called out as the 3 returned from gathering firewood. Okay, dinner can start, Jiang Yin said. Then let's eat. Wang Yuan stood up, lit a cigarette, and said. Jiang Yin was about to get the bamboo bowls when Wang Yuan said, Let's use the easy open cans first. These aren't ready yet. It's easy to crack them now. Oh, okay. Jiang Yin took the easy open cans again to share the wild vegetables and salted fish soup. Captain, what is this? Zhang Lanfang asked, pointing at the bamboo tube. This coarse one is used as a bowl, and the thinner one is used as a cup, but these are fresh bamboo. Now use it and wait for it to dry out. It will be easy to crack and not sturdy, so wait for me to process it again after dinner. Wang Yuan said, How do you work it? The crowd asked curiously. Just cook it. Oh. After everyone finished eating the wild vegetables and salted fish soup, Wang Yuan said, I'll pack up the cave here in the afternoon, so all of you go to the beach, collect the fish cages, and bring back some more things. Okay, what to bring? Zhang Lanfang asked. Bring back some of the floats, cut them up, and use them as pots or scoops. Foam boards can make beds or be used as pillows. Bottles, buckets, ropes, plastic sheeting, woven bags, and whatnot, as long as they can be used, bring them back. Don't tear down that shelter. We can still use it in the future. Wang Yuan said, Okay, don't bring too much. Not enough stuff for tomorrow. Remember to bring your weapons. Okay. The 3 girls in Big Black took their weapons and left with their backpacks and rucksacks on their backs. Wang Yuan put the pot on the stove with water, put some salt, put 5 bamboo tubes in to cook on, added some dry firewood, lit a cigarette, picked up the machete, back him 16 into the woods. Chapter 103. Packing up the cave. Wang Yuan went to the woods to cut some pine branches and pulled some mugwort, bundled, and carried to the cave entrance spread to dry. Then go to the water pool and sit down, light a cigarette, and start splitting gabions. After splitting the gabions and weaving them, a moment later another dustpan was knitted. Standing up, stretching, looking at his watch, it was 2:30. He lit a cigarette, picked up the 2 dustpans and the engineer's shovel, and entered the cave. Setting the gun and dustpan aside, he copied the engineer's shovel and began shoveling boar dung into the hole. That's when the 3 girls in Big Black came back. Captain, we're back. Ren Yuan shouted. Okay, put everything down. Wang Yuan was shoveling boar dung out of the hole, and by this time had shoveled a large pile. Captain, what do we do next? Zhang Lanfang asked. Take a rest first. You guys go pick some bananas to eat. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The three girls excitedly went to pick bananas. Wang Yuan greeted Dahe as he sat at the mouth of the cave and smoked. King, these beauties should be able to hold their own, right? Big Black said as he smoked a cigarette. Well, you see, of course. Aren't you training them? If we go for revenge and don't make it back, they'll at least survive. Well, don't ever tell them. Don't worry, King. We're sure we'll be fine. We can definitely go back with you. Aha! Wang Yuan patted Big Black's shoulder. Captain, Dahe, eat the banana. Rin Yuanyuan shouted. Each of the three women came over with a handful of bananas. Just these ripe ones, there are still quite a few raw ones. Let's eat them slowly. Zhang Lanfang said. The crowd sat down and ate their bananas. Captain, what do we do next? After eating the banana, Zhang Lanfang asked. You female soil go to the waterhole and take care of the two wild boars. The weather is so hot. If you don't take care of them, they'll be bad. Big Black and I will proceed to clean up the cave. By the way, you guys take out the bamboo tubes from the pot and put a few more in, and add more if there isn't enough water. Okay. The three women grabbed their weapons and the seafood they had harvested and went to the waterhole. Hey, you go in and shovel the wild boar feces. I'll go dump the feces. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Dahe grabbed the engineer's shovel and entered the cave. Wang Yuan used a dustpan to load up a bit of the wild boar dung piled up outside, came to the edge of the waterhole, went around the waterhole, went to the grass on the opposite bank, divided into several places, and poured the dung. Captain, what are you doing? Rin Yuanyuan shouted when she saw Wang Yuan coming back. Wild beasts are territorial. I spread the wild boar feces around, and some of the wild beasts wouldn't dare to come over when they smelled the odor. Wang Yuan said, Oh. The three women continued to handle the boar. Wait for you guys to finish the meal. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Wang Yuan returned to the outside of the cave, filled another dustpan with wild boar feces, and went to the edge of the bamboo forest to spread it. Several times back and forth the surroundings were sprinkled with wild boar feces. Big Black also finished cleaning up the cave. The cave smells a little less, so I'll clean it up some other time, but there's still a lot of flies in there. Dai, take a break and just go collect dry firewood. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Okay. Big Black lit a cigarette as well. After smoking, the two came to the waterhole and drank some water. Wang Yuan looked at the bamboo tube in the pot. There, it's ready to use. Take the bamboo tube out to dry. Dahe went to help with the wild boar, and Wang Yuan carried a bundle of dry firewood to the cave. Then he took in the half-dried pine branches and mugwort that were drying outside the cave. Splitting the dry firewood into two piles and lighting them until the fire burned brightly, he covered the pine branches and mugwort onto the fire, and then smoke rose from the two piles of fire. Wang Yuan hurriedly ran out. Look at the watch for 30, light a cigarette, pick up the machete, and go to the bamboo forest to cut bamboo. Chapter 104. Living in a Cave. Wang Yuan cut a dozen or so bamboos and carried them twice to the cave entrance. The smoke in the cave had dissipated. Wang Yuan walked into the cave and looked around. The mosquitoes and flies were no longer there, and the stench of feces could barely be smelled. There were still quite a few gaps of light coming through the two boulders lapped together above. Walk out, grab a tarp, climb over the boulder, cover the gap with the tarp, and press rocks around the tarp. After coming down, he took an engineer's shovel and a dustpan into the hole, picked up the engineer's shovel, and started digging the inside wall of the hole. Put the soil dugout into the dustpan, and when it was full, he poured it into the potholes on the ground and leveled the ground. Captain, it's time to eat. Rin Yuan came in. A good? Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 6:30, and lit a cigarette and smoked it. Captain, this place is livable. Rin Yuan surveyed the cave. Well, that'll do. Let's go. The two walked together to the waterhole. It smells so good. What's it made of? Wang Yuan asked. It's all made of offal. Zhang Lanfang said. Stir-fried pork loin flour, spicy sausage, wild greens with pork liver, wild greens, and seafood soup. There's still quite a lot of internal organs, so I'll cook them all later. Zhang Yin said. Well, the two boars are all packed up, huh? Wang Yuan said. It's all packed up. When we finish eating, we'll marinate the meat and fish, and the pig's head has to be cooked. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, let's eat then. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The soup was poured separately into bamboo bowls made of bamboo tubes, one for each person, and the vegetables were placed on palm leaves. Each person had a pair of bamboo chopsticks and ate. It smells so good. Yummy. The crowd winds up and devours the food, and in a while they all finish it. So full. Rin Yuan said as she rubbed her stomach. Captain, what do we do next? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let's move everything to the cave. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Okay. The people will put the boar meat into the dustpan and foam box. 2 boar head into the plastic sheet. Each person moved 2 trips to move the boar meat. In the hole on one side of the plastic sheet will be put on the boar meat. 2 boars get down. The meat has more than 200 pounds, plus awful bones and so on, enough for a few people to eat half a month. Bring in everything else. Wang Yuan said. Wang Yuan started to build a stove in the cave, while Dahe and the 3 women went to carry things. A moment later, the fire was built, a pan was put on, water poured in, and 8 boars' feet were put in to simmer on. Spread the woven bags and foam boards inside the hole as beds. Carried in all the bamboo we cut today and chopped it up with a machete. It was already dark, and the cave seemed very dark with only the fire in the hearth for illumination, but there was not much dry wood left, only what could be burned on the hearth, so there was no fire to regenerate. Big Black and the 3 women brought in all the items. Captain, what are you doing? Zhang Lanfang asked as everyone sat down. Make a door. Wang Yuan said. What do you need us to do? Zhang Yin said. No, it'll be done in a minute. Wang Yuan used a thicker bamboo to stand at the entrance of the cave, dug a pit, and buried part of it in as a door shaft. The split bamboo pieces were woven, and the sides were tied securely with a rope, and in a while a door 2 meters high was made, and a few bamboos sharpened, diagonally sticking out of the gap. Captain, what's this for? Rin Yuan asked. This one protects against wild beasts. If a wild beast comes by, these bamboos will be able to zap it, and when they do, they will be able to give us an alarm. Oh, I know. All right, fish out the pig's trotters and put the rest of the lower water in to cook on. Wang Yuan looked at the time. Okay, Chapter 105, Making Bamboo Strips. You guys marinate the pork. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women went to marinate the wild boar meat. Wang Yuan and Dahe sat down and started smoking and chatting. After smoking, Wang Yuan added some dry wood under the stove. Captain, we're running out of sea salt. Zhang Yin said. Then you will apply less salt for a while, and tomorrow we will go to the sea and boil salt. Okay. Dahe, help me peel some bamboo strips. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan and Dahe started splitting bamboo. Split all the remaining bamboo and cut it into strips. The pot was almost ready to cook down, and Wang Yuan lifted the lid off the pot as the aroma filled the air. It smells so good. Rin Yuan twitched her nose. Well, it's cooked. Luckily we have seasoning, or it would be fishy. Wang Yuan said. Strip out the charcoal from the bottom of the stove and bury the 2 boar heads in charcoal. All right, let's wash our hands and go to bed. Wang Yuan said. Well, it'll be ready in a minute. The 3 women rubbed the last piece of boar meat with salt. You guys go ahead, and remember to bring your guns. Try to hurry. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women put a pistol on their waist. Zhang Yin took another bar of soap. Wang Yuan opened the bamboo door, and the 3 women went out towards the waterhole. The moonlight outside was very bright, and they could still see the situation within 50 meters. The 3 women came to the waterhole, washed their hands, and went to the side to solve their personal problems before returning to the cave. Wang Yuan and Big Black went out to solve the problem again. When they came back, the 3 women had already laid down. Wang Yuan closed the bamboo door behind him and laid down with Dahe as well, falling asleep in a while. The next day, Wang Yuan woke up as soon as 6 o'clock arrived. Put the stove on fire. Putting the pot on the stove, he fished out the lower water from the pot and cut it all up and put it in the pot to continue cooking. The 3 girls and Big Black also woke up when they heard the sound. Good morning, Captain. Morning, everyone. Let's go wash up. Aha! Wang Yuan walked out first and went to the woods to solve his personal problems. A moment later, Big Black came along and the 2 of them lit cigarettes. Dahe, I'll go get the toiletries. You go straight to the waterhole. Wang Yuan finished walking back. The 3 women were packing their toiletries. The toiletries were in the same suitcase that they had originally been in, but one side of that suitcase had been cracked by a shark. Let's wait for me to weave another basket. Put me and Dahe's toiletries in it, and the ones you guys use still go in the suitcase. Wang Yuan felt that it was inconvenient to keep the toiletries together. Okay, the 3 women said. Let's go. Wang Yuan took his toiletries to the waterhole, and Big Black also came. The 3 women took their toiletries and went to the woods first to work out their personal problems. After the 2 had finished washing up, the 3 women came over. Wang Yuan and Dahe walked back to the cave, and the 2 of them lit cigarettes. The pot was already boiling, and there was a little bit of wild greens, all of which went into the pot with a little more salt. That smells good, Big Black said. Well, dinner will be served in a few minutes when they get back. When the three women came back, the five of them began to drink the pork mince soup. The five ate with fervor. Captain, assign tasks. Rin Yuan said after eating her fill. Beauties all go to the beach to cook salt. Dahe go to cut firewood. I'll continue to clean up the cave. You guys collect the fish cages after cooking the salt and see what you have to bring back. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd responded. Big Black picked up his machete, put AK on his back, and walked out into the woods to gather firewood. The three women pinned on their pistols and daggers and walked out with their backpacks and harpoons. Wang Yuan took the machete, carried a few bamboo strips, and followed with AK on his back. Captain, why are you here too? Rin Yuan said. I'll make some traps and see if I can catch a hare. Chapter 106 Expansion of the Cave. Wang Yuan and the three girls walked past the traveler's banana to the place where the wild rabbits were infested. You guys wait a bit to check out the place, and on your way back, see if you caught any hares. Okay. Wang Yuan looked around and made 3 traps with bamboo strips and ropes. Well, you guys go ahead and make sure to hide when you run into pirates, or run back in a hurry. If you shoot over, hear me, and Big Black can hear you. Any farther and you won't hear me. Okay. The 3 women headed for the beach. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and came to the bamboo forest, cut a dozen or so, and carried them to the entrance of the cave. Skinned out the 2 boar heads and carried them in a woven bag to the waterhole. Went back to the cave to take the pan and the cut bucket to the waterhole. Seeing that the 2 boar skins were still on the edge, they were tied with a rope and put into the waterhole to soak them up. Took out a boar's head, scraped it with a dagger, scraped it and washed it, put water in the pot, put it on the stove and made a fire, put in the boar's head and covered the bucket. Until the fire burned brightly, he added some more dry wood and came to the cave. Big Black also carried a bundle of dry wood back. Big Black, take a break. Okay. The 2 men sat on dry wood and lit cigarettes. In a while, you'll pick up some more dry firewood to go to the waterhole there, and add more firewood to the stove. Wang Yuan said. Okay. After the 2 of them finished smoking, Big Black went to collect dry wood. Wang Yuan gathered up all the beds on the ground and put them aside, picking up the engineer's shovel to dig up the cave walls and expand the cave. The soil dug down was matted to the ground, and the cave grew in size. The ground became more level, and the original smell of manure was suppressed and could not be smelled. 3 hours later, Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and looked at Self's masterpiece. Not bad. It can be made into 3 rooms, 1 for storage and 2 for resting. Wang Yuan thought. Grabbing his machete, he went to the woods and found a thigh-thick tree to cut down. Dahe barred a bundle of dry firewood and walked over, saying, Wang, what's the point of chopping down trees? Get some wood for the bed. Oh, did you add wood to the stove? Added. Big Black carried the dry wood away. After chopping down the tree, he greeted Big Black and dragged him along to the entrance of the cave. The 2 sat down on a tree trunk and smoked a cigarette. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 11:30. It's about time the beauties came back, isn't it? Big Black said. Well, it should be soon. Captain, we're back. Rin Yuan shouted from a long distance away. Aha! We boiled 2 bottles of salt and picked up some seafood. The fish cage harvested some fish and crabs. Zhang Lanfang walked over and said, Didn't look at the traps? Look, the traps aren't even moving. Look, I picked up 2 wild eggs. Rin Yuan bragged. Put the stuff down and rest for a while. Wang Yuan said. The 3 women put down their things and drank some water. Dai, go carry some water. Wang Yuan carried 2 floating balls, which were filled with seafood. Big Black carried 2 buckets of water, and the 2 of them walked towards the waterhole. Big Black carried 2 buckets of water back to the cave. Wang Yuan added some dry firewood to the stove. Taking the boar's head out, he put it on a palm leaf, and the other boar's head was cleaned up and put in a pan to cook on. Captain, what are we making for lunch? The 3 women walked over. Mix the pork, and you guys grill some seafood. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women took out the seafood and washed it, putting it on the grill by the fire under the stove. You guys dig up some more wild vegetables to mix with the pig's head meat. Wang Yuan said. The 3 girls went to dig up wild vegetables, and Wang Yuan took out his dagger to pick the pork head meat. A while later, the 3 girls returned from picking some wild mint. Captain, I'll do it, Jiang Yin said. Okay. Wang Yuan picked off all the pork and made room. Chapter 107 Making Bamboo Beds. After the people finished their lunch, Wang Yuan and Dahe lit cigarettes, and Zhang Lanfang asked, Captain, what are we doing this afternoon? Dahe, go cut the bamboo. You guys go cut the firewood, dry or wet. Wang Yuan handed Zhang Lanfang a machete and said, Okay. The three women stood up, sabers and pistols on their hips, and headed for the woods. Wang Yuan added some dry firewood to the stove and walked towards the cave with Dahe smoking a cigarette. Dahe, right now we need a lot of bamboo, so go cut more. Wang Yuan said, Okay, as it should be. Dahe picked up his machete and walked towards the bamboo forest with AK on his back. Wang Yuan picked up the engineer's shovel and cut up the trees that he had dragged back in the morning. The thicker branches and trunks were cut into sticks of about a meter, and all of them were carried into the stone cave. Captain, what are you doing? Rin Yuan said as each of the three women carried bundles of dry firewood and put them in the cave. I'll make 2 bamboo beds. Wang Yuan said. Do you need us to do anything? Zhang Lanfang asked. No, you guys go chop wood, rest for a while if you're tired, or go digging for wild vegetables. I found quite a few mushrooms in the woods. I don't know if I can eat them. Jiang Yin said. Why don't you guys just go pick mushrooms, and remember that the brightly colored ones that are poisonous, don't want them, and we'll split the rest when we get them back. Okay. The three women put on their backpacks and rucksacks, and were about to leave. Bring a harpoon and be careful of the danger. Wang Yuan said. Oh. The three girls grabbed their harpoons and ran off cheekily. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and dug a pit with an engineer's shovel inside the hole, dug more than 10, buried the wooden stick in, tamped it with a shovel, made it into legs, and tied bamboo around it so that the frame of a bed came out. Big Black carried 2 trips of bamboo back. There are more than 10. Wang Yuan split all the bamboos in the center and then measured them to cut them at the same length. The bamboo pieces were lined up on the bed frame with the convex side up and tied with rope again. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and went up to sit on it. It was sturdy. This bed is 2 meters wide and 5 meters long, which is enough to sleep 5 people. Big Black carried another bundle of bamboo and also came back, saw the big bed and laughed. Haha, Wang, this bed is good. Well, it's okay. I'll make 2 more small ones later. 1 for each of us. Fantastic. The 2 men lit cigarettes and sat at the mouth of the cave to rest. In the distance, the 3 women returned as well. Captain, we're back, picked a lot of mushrooms and dug up some wild vegetables. Rin Yuan winked and said, Oh, pour it into the dustpan and divide it. Wang Yuan said. The 3 women put down their backpacks and equipment, and Zhang Lanfang brought over a dustpan. Wang Yuan picked up a backpack and poured it up. Some mushrooms poured out, and suddenly a snake poured out as well. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed as he took a closer look. The snake's head was gone, and he grabbed the tail and lifted it up. Cut! I thought I'd be scared. Rin Yuan said. You guys killed it? Wang Yuan asked. Well, we combined our efforts to kill it. Zhang Lanfang said. Nice. Do we roast it? Jiang Yin asked. Forget it. Snakes can get parasites if they're not roasted properly, so don't eat them if you can. We have enough food. Wang Yuan emptied out the other basket and backpack. It was all mushrooms and wild vegetables. Luckily, the mushrooms were non-toxic, and packed the wild vegetables into the basket again. Take another dustpan. Separate these mushrooms and put them on the ground to dry in the sun. Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin went and brought over another dustpan. Wang Yuan separated the mushrooms into the dustpan and flattened them, then put them on the sunny ground to dry. Captain, I saw a big bed made in the cave. Is it that we can sleep on the bed at night? Jiang Yin said. Aha! Chapter 108. Make a table. Huh? Is it done? Let me see. Ren said as she rushed to the hole. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin also ran in. The 3 women sat and lay down on the bed. Well, it's kind of sturdy, heh, Ren said with a roll. This bed is also too big. It's enough to sleep 5 or 6 people. Jiang Yin said. So, are we going to sleep in the same bed as the captain? Rin Yuan said. You little ninny, get up. Don't roll around. When the night comes, you can roll around with the captain. Zhang Lanfang said. Say what? Rin made a big red face. Then you sleep next to the captain at night. Zhang Lanfang asked. How about we take turns being next to the captain every day? Rin asked as she sat up. You dead ninny. What do you think we are? Zhang Lanfang said. All right, let's go out and see what we can do again before it gets dark. Jiang Yin said. Okay. The 3 women walked out. Wang Yuan and Dahe are smoking. Captain, are we still going to chop firewood? Zhang Lanfang asked. Well, go chop it again, and leave the wet ones over here in the sun. Wang Yuan said. Okay, we'll go then. Zhang Lanfang said. Wait a minute. Wang Yuan looked towards the sky, lifted the snake and walked to the center of the grass, then waved his hand to the sky and threw the snake towards the ground. A moment later, a large eagle flew down, landed beside the snake, and pecked away. Wang Yuan squatted down and touched the feathers of the big eagle, stood up, and walked back. Whoa, Captain, can we pet it? Yuan's eyes were bubbling with little stars. What kind of bird is that? Jiang Yin asked curiously. Haha. Wang Yuan laughed. What are you laughing at? Jiang Yin gave him a blank look. It's not a good bird. It's a type of eagle called the sea eagle. That's a raptor. If you guys want to touch it, go over and try. Wang Yuan said, never mind then. The three women picked up their gear and walked around towards the woods. Suddenly, the sea eagle swooped down and flew away with the snake in its mouth, and the three women screamed in terror. Ha ha! Wang Yuan laughed. Ha ha! Big Black smiled back. Humph. The three women blankly glanced at them and turned to walk away. Dai, go ahead and chop the bamboo. I'll go make 2 more beds. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Big Black walked towards the bamboo forest. Wang Yuan walked to the water pool, added some dry firewood to the stove, then fished the 2 wild boar skins out of the water pool and put them on the rocks to dry in the sun, then returned to the cave to continue making the bamboo bed. The 2 bamboo beds were ready in an hour or so, and looking at the time, it was 5:30. Hey, all right, no need to chop, it's enough. Seeing Big Black carrying the bamboo back, Wang Yuan said. Okay, Dahak said, putting down the bamboo. The 2 sat down again to smoke and chat. By this time, the 3 women had also returned carrying firewood. Put down some water and rest. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women put down their firewood and walked into the cave. Huh. The 3 women froze. Just you still talking about 5 people sleeping in one bed? The captain is not like that. Zhang Lanfang slapped Ren Yuan. Oh. A hint of disappointment appeared in Ren Yuan's eyes. The 3 women each took a bottle of water and walked out. Seeing Wang Yuan doing something with the bamboo again. Captain, what are you doing again? Ren Yuan asked curiously. We'll see in a minute. Wang Yuan for a while with a dagger to sharpen, for a while with a chisel to chisel, and finally the bamboo pieces will be put together and then tied with a rope to tie strong. A length, width, and height of each about 1 meter square table is done. Yay! Captain, you're too good. The 3 girls looked at Wang Yuan adoringly. All right, go cook, make those pigs feed. It's been a long day. Let's have some wine. Chapter 109. Drinking beer. Yay! The 3 girls went to the cave and ran to the waterhole with pig's feet and wild vegetables. Hey, you also go over to help cut the boar bones and take these mushrooms over. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Big Black said as he walked towards the waterhole with a skip full of mushrooms. Wang Yuan entered the cave and rebuilt the stove in the cave. The original stove burned with more smoke, mainly because it did not burn well. Basic good cooker and will repair the bamboo door repair will be fixed on both sides of the hole with bamboo blocking, in the middle of a small door, and with wood to make a door latch. Wang Yuan tried, very strong, unless the wild boar-like beast can crash open. Light a cigarette and walk towards the waterhole. The captain is here. Is dinner ready? There's 1 more soup. It'll be ready soon. Jiang Yin said. Is there enough lard? I boiled up quite a bit yesterday when I handled the boar, so that's enough. It's going to be dark soon. Let's move our stuff back to the cave. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The people carried everything back to the cave. The finished food was put on the table, the pan was put on the stovetop, and a fire was built to continue the stew. The light in the cave was too dim, so Wang Yuan built another fire. What kind of wine are we drinking? Wang Yuan asked. Anything. Zhang Lanfang said. I'll have a beer. Jiang Yin said. Then I'll have a beer too. Ren Yuan said. That's fine, we'll all drink beer. Wang Yuan said. Wang Yuan opened the case of beer and shared 1 can per person. After they were all opened, Wang Yuan said, We're all tired today, but we've built our home. Come on, let's do it. Fuck. The crowd threw back their necks and drank. Ah, cool. Rin cried out. Yes. Ha. Wang Yuan and Big Black both dried up, and the 3 women only took a big sip. Come, eat the dishes. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, eat the food. The crowd began to eat the dishes. Pig's head, pig's trotters, pig's brains. It smells so good. Ren Yuan said. Captain Big Black, do you guys want another can? Jiang Yin said. Forget it. I'll drink brandy with Big Black. Wang Yuan said. Yeah, I haven't had brandy in a while. Big Black said. Jiang Yin went and opened a brandy case, took out a bottle, and handed it to Wang Yuan. Wang Yuan opened it and smelled it, saying, "This wine is not bad." Taking 2 bamboo cups and pouring them full, an aroma wafted out. Wow, that smells good. That smells good. Then pour some for you guys to taste as well. Wang Yuan said. Yeah. Yuan said. Wang Yuan took 3 bamboo cups and poured a little into each, and the bottles were empty. Come on, let's taste it. Wang Yuan raised his cup. Okay, cheers. Yuan said. Cheers. The people clinked their glasses, the 3 women took a sip, and Wang Yuan and Dahe also took a sip. Yummy. It smells good. It's good wine. Although this wine is good, it's easy to get drunk, so you guys should drink less. Wang Yuan said. Got it. Then get another bottle. Just finish this one. Wang Yuan said. Yay. Yuan ran over to get a bottle, opened it, filled it up for Wang Yuan and Dahe, and divided it among the 3 women. Eat more vegetables. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd ate and drank for a while before Jiang Yin brought the pan over. The soup is ready. Let's drink the soup. Jiang Yin divided it up for everyone. The bones stayed in the pot, and the soup and mushrooms were divided into bamboo bowls for everyone. This soup is good. Big Black took a sip. By this time, the 3 women had already drank to the point of blushing plainly, making the 3 women look better than one another. Captain, I can't finish my beer. Let me give it to you. Jiang Yin handed her own half a can of beer to Wang Yuan. Good. Wang Yuan took it and took a sip. Humph. Yuan gave a small hum and pouted. Chapter 110, Setting Up the Shed. Jiang Yin didn't know if she had drunk too much. Her neck was red, and she lowered her head to drink the soup. Dahe and Zhang Lanfang looked at this and that. Come, drink. Zhang Lanfang said. Yeah, drink. Big Black raised his glass. Come on, drink. Wang Yuan didn't seem to feel the strange atmosphere, raised his cup, and said. After the wine and food, all the people were a little dizzy. The 3 women were even more unable to speak, holding a big bone in their hands and gnawing on it, a moment of heckling, a moment of babbling. Wang Yuan got up and found a piece of rag, wiped his hands, spread the 3 boar skins on the big bed, and spread the foam board and put the foam pillows. Turning back to the 3 women, he wiped their hands clean and held them one by one on the big bed, finding some clothes to cover them with. One's mouth was still muttering. Sitting back down at the table, he lit a cigarette. King you. Dahe also drank too much. Wang Yuan put the cigarette into Hei's mouth and lit another one. I'm going to relieve myself. Are you going? Wang Yuan stood up and said. Go. Big Black shook himself to his feet. The 2 hooked up and walked out of the cave to a banana tree and began to drain the water. The 2 men returned to the cave, helped Big Black to his bed, and returned to close the door and latch it. Blown by the wind, the alcohol came up and he fell straight into bed and went to sleep. The next morning, Wang Yuan woke up, saw that they were still wide awake, built a fire on the stove, and boiled water. Opening the door and walking out, he was refreshed by the early morning wind and took a deep breath. Walked to the woods to finish solving his personal problems, came back and grabbed his toiletries and went to the waterhole to wash up and returned to the cave after washing up. The water in the pot had boiled and was poured into 5 cups. Added more water to the stove and put it on to boil. Went to the side and grabbed a couple of chopped ribs and put them in the pot and added some dry wood. Lighting a cigarette and walking out of the cave, he sat down on a rock, picked up the bamboo, and sharpened it with his dagger. And in a moment he had sharpened a bunch of gimlets. Taking up the bamboo splints and weaving them, he made a bamboo basket after a while. Take the bamboo basket into the cave, put the toiletries in it, and set it aside. Good morning, King. Big Black woke up. Good morning. Go wash up. Wang Yuan pointed to the bamboo basket. Okay. Dai walked out with the bamboo basket. Head hurts. Rin woke up, sitting up and rubbing her temples. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin also woke up, both sitting and rubbing their temples. Wang Yuan walked out of the cave with an engineer's shovel and started digging a few pits on the right side of the cave entrance. Morning, Captain. The 3 women walked out as well. Morning. Go wash up. Wang Yuan picked up a bamboo pole and buried it upright in a pit, stepped on the soil with his foot, and buried 3 more consecutively. Walked into the cave and carried the bamboo table out. Then step on the table and build a shelf by tying bamboo poles horizontally to the uprights. Dahe came back from washing up, Wang Yuan tied up the rack and jumped down, and the two of them sat down to smoke again. Captain, what did you do there? Rin asked as the three women returned. Build a shed, dry firewood can be put in it. It's fine, we'll go in and sit there too, to protect from the rain and the sun. Wang Yuan said, Oh, soup's simmering in the pot. You guys add some wild greens and eat when you're done. Okay. After the group finished breakfast, Wang Yuan and Dahe went out of the cave again to smoke a cigarette. The three women washed the dishes and came over as well. Captain, what are we doing today? Zhang Lanfang asked. There's not much to do today. So why don't Big Black and you all go down to the beach and check out the fish cages and the traps I laid yesterday? Boil some salt if you have time, and pick up some useful marine trash. Okay. Big Black and the three women walked towards the beach with their gear. Chapter 111, Making Bamboo Stools. Wang Yuan threw his cigarette away and stood up, picking up a few bamboo poles and tying them to the shed frame to make a beam. Went and picked some palm and banana leaves and spread them on the roof of the shed and secured them with string. Picked up the machete to the opposite bank of the waterhole to cut thatch. Cut 2 large bundles, carried to the shed below, thatch spread to the roof leaves, and with bamboo poles pressed and tied, tightly fixed. Look at the time, 9:30, sat down, lit a cigarette, took a machete, split the bamboo, split a dozen bamboo strips, and with the sawtooth side of the engineer's shovel, sawed a few bamboo segments and chiseled on the segments with a chisel. After chiseling the bamboo segments were put together and then woven with bamboo strips. And in a while, a 4-sided bamboo stool was ready. Wang Yuan sat on it, and it was sturdy. By this time, the sun is already very hot. Hot Wang Yuan went to drink some water, and then moved the bamboo stool to the shed, sit down and continue to make bamboo stool. I made 4 more bamboo stools, lit a cigarette, and looked at my watch. It was 11 o'clock. Take the pan and ribs, go to the waterhole, put the stove on fire, pour water on the pan, and put the ribs on the stove to simmer on. Then, with machete in hand, he went back to the opposite bank to cut the thatch until a large area of thatch was all cut, leaving a large grassy area free, and then in front of him was the hillside, which was covered with a wooded area. 7 or 8 bales of thatch were carried under the shed in several trips. Look at the time, 12 o'clock. Light a cigarette, pick up a bottle of salt and wild vegetables into a dustpan. Take the dustpan to the waterhole. Captain, we're back. Rin Yuan was heard shouting from a long distance. The 4 Big Blacks walked over. Look, caught a hare, Big Black said as he carried a hare. The crowd put their stuff down. Captain, are we really going to eat the rabbit? Look at how cute it is, Rin Yuan said as she picked up the bottle and took a sip of water. Aha! Wang Yuan glanced at the hare. It was still alive. Its legs were tied with a rope by Dahe, struggling on the ground. Oh! The 3 women had a hint of intolerance in their eyes. We cooked 2 more bottles of sea salt, Zhang Yin said. Also picked up some seafood and harvested some fish and shrimp. Zhang Lanfang said. By the way, we came back and found 2 more pheasants. Rin Yuan said. Oh, I'll think of a way to catch them and come back to raise them and lay eggs for us to eat. Wang Yuan said. Yeah. Rin Yuan clapped her hands. You snacker. Zhang Lanfang slapped her. All right, let's cook and eat, Wang Yuan said. Then he took the dustpan to the waterhole, washed the wild vegetables and mushrooms, and put them all in the pot. Grill the seafood and fish, Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women washed the seafood and grilled it all. Wang Yuan and Dahe sat down to smoke again. A little while later, the meal was ready, and the people took it all under the shed and put it on the table. This stool is very sturdy, Zhang Lanfang said. It's still the captain who's handy, Rin Yuan said. Captain, teach me when you have nothing to do, Zhang Yin said. Okay. Let's eat, Wang Yuan said. The crowd began to feast. Captain, what are we doing this afternoon? Zhang Lanfang asked. Take a break and just go digging for wild vegetables or go chopping firewood, Wang Yuan said. Why don't I go chop wood and they go dig for wild vegetables? Dahe said. Okay, but you take care of the hare first, Wang Yuan said. Huh? Captain, it's so cute, Rin Yuan with a hint of crying. Yeah, it's so cute, it's a shame not to eat it, Wang Yuan said. Ha. The crowd laughed. What other fruit is there? Take it out and eat it, Wang Yuan said. Okay. Zhang Lanfang walked into the cave and took out 2 wild pineapples. Chapter 112, Construction of Rooms. After eating the fruit, the 3 girls went to dig for wild vegetables. After Wang Yuan and Dahe finished smoking, Dahe carried the hare to the waterhole to slaughter it. Wang Yuan took the thatch under the shed and tied it up with a bunch of rope, all tied up and carried into the cave. A shelf was built between the big bed and the small bed, and the thatch was lined up and tied to hold it in place, which separated the big bed from the two small beds. In the same way, the two big beds outside, all with thatch frame block, also left a small door. A room is built. Then a room was built where the two cribs were as well, and there was enough room in both rooms for several people. King, this is a nice room. Big Black walked in. Is the hair taken care of? Wang Yuan said. Okay. Big Black took the hair wrapped in palm leaves. Okay, give it to me. Wang Yuan took the hair. Then I'll go chop wood. Dahe carried his gun on his back and carried his machete away. Wang Yuan cut some wild mountain ginger and wild onions, rubbed the handled hair with sea salt, sprinkled it with cut wild mountain ginger and wild onions, and sprinkled some wild peppercorns and wrapped it tightly with palm leaves. When he came to the water hole, he dug a hole by the stove, buried the wrapped hair in it, pulled out the firewood that still had a little spark in the stove, covered the hair, and added some dry wood to start the fire. Look at the time, 3 o'clock, lit a cigarette to come under the shed. At this time the sky darkened, gloomy, all around feel hot and stuffy. No good, it's gonna rain today. Wang Yuan muttered. Hastily, he took out his engineer's shovel and dug on the other side of the shed. King, it looks like it's going to rain. Big Black walked back carrying a bundle of firewood and put it under the shed. Well, you cut more firewood, it's gonna rain for days yet. Okay, what are you doing? I'll build an outhouse. It's raining, we can't still go to the woods to fix it. Oh, okay. Dahe went back to chopping wood. Wang Yuan dug a large pit covered with thicker wood and bamboo, leaving a pit hole. Surrounded by a bamboo frame with a shelf, covered with plastic sheeting to protect it from the rain, surrounded by palm leaves and banana leaves to block, leaving a small door, and then made a door with a woven bag and bamboo. To fix it on, the improvised toilet was built. Wiped the sweat from his forehead. The heat was a little too much to bear. Lit a cigarette and went to the water hole. Added some dry wood to the fire. After finishing his cigarette, he flicked it off, took off his clothes and shoes, and dove into the pool of water. Cool, Wang Yuan cried out in comfort. After swimming for a while, I found quite a few freshwater fish, all in shallow water, breathing oxygen due to the fast rain. Captain, where is everyone? The 3 women returned to the cave, put down their equipment, and when they couldn't find anyone, Ren Yuanyuan shouted. At that moment, Wang Yuan came out of the water hole, walked to the shore, and shouted, I'm here. After saying that, he wiped his hair with his shirt, then squatted down and began to wash his clothes. Captain, I'll wash it for you. The 3 women walked over, and Zhang Lanfang said, No, you guys go back and get a change of clothes over and go down to wash as well. Wang Yuan said, Okay. The 3 women went back to the cave and came over with a change of clothes and toiletries. Wang Yuan washed his clothes and walked under the shed wearing only his underwear, hung his clothes outside the shed, walked into the cave, and changed his clothes. Captain, they won't see it. The 3 women were at the waterhole, and Ren Yuanyuan said, No, the captain went into the cave. Let's hurry up and wash. Zhang Lanfang glanced in the direction of the cave. Well, Dahe just came back from carrying bundles of firewood and left again, it's fine. Jiang Yin said, Well then, let's hurry. The 3 women quickly stripped off their clothes and went down to the waterhole. Sister Yin, you're done with your period? Ren Yuanyuan said, I just finished. You guys, what soon? I'm still a couple days away. I'm still early too. The 3 women grabbed a quick wash, changed into their clothes, and squatted by the waterhole to wash their change of clothes. Wang Yuan put the stove on fire in the cave and stewed the ribs in the pot with some wild mountain ginger and wild onions. Then he sat down and lit a cigarette. After smoking, and took over the bamboo, began to split the bamboo gabions, split a pile of gabions, began to weave up. In a moment, it was knitted into a pillow. Captain, we're ready. Rin called out as the 3 women hung up their clothes there in the shed. Well, it's getting dark, so cook and eat. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women walked in. You guys watch the pot, I didn't add salt. Wang Yuan finished and walked out. Big Black walked back with firewood on his back and put it in the shed. Dahe, get a change of clothes and take a shower. Okay. Dahe went to the cave to get a set of clothes and joined Wang Yuan at the waterhole. Big Black took off his clothes and jumped into the pool of water. Wang Yuan dug out the hair buried in the soil, took it back to the cave, and put it on the table. Captain, what is this? Zhang Lanfang asked. The 3 girls looked at Wang Yuan curiously. A hair. Wang Yuan said. Huh? You really murdered Bunny? Ren Yuanyuan pouted, tears welling up in her beautiful eyes. Oh, we have to live, Wang Yuan said. Chapter 113, Continuous Drizzle. We definitely don't eat rabbits, don't we, Sister Fong and Sister Yin? Ren Yuanyuan said. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin both had a hard look on their faces, and there was a hint of intolerance in their beautiful eyes. All right then, Wang Yuan said. Captain, you've done quite well with this room. Jiang Yin changed the topic. Well, wait until I make you guys another table to put it in. Great, Captain, teach us. Ren Yuanyuan said. This pillow is for you. I'll teach you to knit pillows after dinner. Wang Yuan handed her the knitted pillow. Yeah, Ren played with the pillow, loving it. Everyone, put your clothes away. It's raining outside. Big Black said as he came back from his shower. The crowd rushed out to collect their clothes, only to see raindrops begin to drip outside, and retrieve them and hang them on the racks outside the room. Wang Yuan called on Dahei to go out again to receive the sun-dried wet firewood into the shed, the dustpan to collect it into the cave, and to carry the dry firewood into the cave. Close the door and use bamboo poles to top it. The light in the cave is dark. Wang Yuan built another fire to illuminate. Everyone, let's eat, Jiang Yin said. Okay, dinner is served. Want some wine? Wang Yuan asked. How about a can of beer each? Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. Wang Yuan took out the beer and shared a can with each person. Jiang Yin distributed the ribs and wild vegetable soup to the crowd, and Wang Yuan opened the palm leaf that wrapped the hair, and an aroma emanated out. It smells so good, Ren Yuan said as she sniffled. That smells good, Big Black said. Wang Yuan tore open the hair and divided the meat into small pieces. Ren Yuan reached out her hand to take the hair meat. Aren't you not eating? Wang Yuan said. I didn't see you guys kill the hare. The hare is so cute, Ren Yuan said, then took a piece of hare meat and ate it. Yummy, rabbit, spicy, cute, smells good. Ha ha, ha, come on, cheers, Wang Yuan said. Cheers, the crowd clinked and gulped. After everyone finished eating, Wang Yuan opened the door. The three women went to the shed to wash the dishes, and Wang Yuan and Dahei sat at the door to smoke. This damn weather, it's hot as hell in the morning and raining at night, Dahei said. The weather in this sea is anyone's guess. How long can it rain? I don't know. Didn't it only rain all night the last couple times? It might be possible this time. Wang Yuan finished his cigarette, flicked it into the rain, and walked back. The three women had also returned from washing the dishes, and Dahei closed the door and returned to sit by the fire. Captain, teach us to make pillows, Ren Yuan said. Okay, I'll teach you to split the bamboo gabions first. Wang Yuan brought the bamboo over, split it with a machete, and then sharpened it a little bit with his dagger. The three girls also followed the example, and asked if they did not understand, and if they did not do a good job, Wang Yuan said it. In the end, each person had made a good pillow. Wang Yuan inspected it, and it was all very delicate. The three women had very skillful hands and did it very carefully. Okay, we have enough pillows. Now let's make the table, Wang Yuan said, then divided the pillows. Okay, make a longer table in your room, and I'll make a square table with Dahei there. The weaving method is the same, just the length is different, Wang Yuan said. Next, Wang Yuan weaves a bamboo table. The three girls work together to weave a bamboo table. Wang Yuan instructs them and even teaches them how to weave patterns. The three daughters were so fine-minded that they understood when they said it once. Dahei sat smoking a cigarette and watching with great interest. After a while, the two tables were ready, and the people tried them out. They were both sturdy, and then they each put them in their rooms. Wang Yuan looked at the time, almost 10 o'clock, added a dry wood to the fire, picked up a cup and drank a cup of water, lit a cigarette, walked to the entrance of the cave, looked out through the doorway. It was very dark outside. Nothing could be seen, and I could feel that the rain was not very heavy. Everyone take a break. Do you guys want to relieve yourselves? Wang Yuan turned back and asked. Well, we're going, Zhang Lanfang said. All right, let's make 2 torches and take them to relieve ourselves. It's too dark outside, Wang Yuan said. The 3 women took 3 burning logs directly from the fire and came over. Wang Yuan opened the door, and the 3 women ran into the shed and took turns going to the toilet. Wang Yuan turned back and took the pole AK and sat in the hole to smoke. After the 3 women settled back into the cave, Wang Yuan and Dahei go to the shed and settle directly into the rain. Back at the cave, the 2 men bolted the door and topped it off with another bamboo pole. The two made their beds and lay down. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan woke up and got up to put on a fire and boil water. When I opened the door, it was still drizzling outside. Walked under the shed, lit a cigarette, and went to the restroom to fix the big one. Returning to the cave, he picked up a plastic float, cut it down the middle with a dagger, split it in two, picked up one half to use as a wash basin, poured water on it, grabbed the bamboo basket with the toiletries, and went under the shed to wash up. After washing up and returning to the cave, he set down his things, divided the water, put the pot on the stove, added water, and put in a couple of salted fish. Moved a stool, took a glass of water, and sat under the shed to smoke. "Good morning, King." Big Black walked over. "Good morning, Captain." The three girls came over as well. "Morning." Chapter 114, Fishing for Freshwater Fish. Big Black went to the restroom first, then washed up, and the three women finished solving their personal problems in turn. "Let's just have some dried fish and wild vegetable soup in the morning. This rain doesn't know when it will stop. Luckily, we have enough food reserves," Wang Yuan said. "Okay." The three women walked into the cave. Dahe moved the table and stools under the shed and sat down, smoking and chatting with Wang Yuan. "Captain, it's time to eat." The three women brought out the fish soup in separate bamboo bowls. After everyone finished breakfast, the three women cleaned up the dishes. Wang Yuan and Big Black sat in the shed and smoked, and it was drizzling outside. "Dahe, I guess the rain won't stop today. There are fish in the water hole. Let's go fishing," Wang Yuan said. "Yeah, I've never fished in the rain before," Big Black said. "All right then, I'll make 2 umbrellas," Wang Yuan said. With that said, he rummaged through the marine trash he had brought back. "Plastic sheeting is too small, so I found 2 woven bags cut with a dagger to form a sheet with a bamboo gabion with a wooden stick in the center for the umbrella handle, and in a while 2 inseparable herringbone umbrellas are ready." Dahe found 2 can poles for hooks, and a moment later the 2 rods were done. "Captain, are you guys going fishing?" Rin Yuanyuan asked as she walked over. "Uh-huh," Wang Yuan said. "So, what do we do?" "The rain isn't sure to stop today, so you guys are free to move around. Then let's go watch you guys fish," Zhang Lanfang said. "Okay." Wang Yuan tapped his head and said, "We can't fish with an umbrella. I think it's better to build a shed over there. We can bathe in the shed later." "Okay." The people put on their straw hats. The 3 women put on their ponchos. Wang Yuan and Dahe put on their umbrellas, carried their guns on their backs, took their tools, carried a few bamboos, and the 3 women took a tarpaulin and a few woven bags of plastic sheeting and so on, and walked over to the waterhole. Rin Yuanyuan gave Wang Yuan an umbrella, and Wang Yuan dug a few holes and stood up bamboo poles and buried them in to make pillars. Zhang Yin helped Dahe with his umbrella, and Dahe and Zhang Lanfang worked together to tie up the beam. Wang Yuan first tarpaulin on top of the 4 weeks with a rope tied to fix it. Tarpaulin is a little small, the side with plastic sheeting, and cut open the woven bag spliced on. "All right, for the time being, we don't have enough materials. We won't block it on all around first. We'll use leaves to block it on another day," Wang Yuan said. "Okay. Dai, let's go dig up some earthworms. You guys go back and get some fruits, move the stools over, and close the door by the way," Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd went their separate ways. Wang Yuan and Dahe searched up in the nearby grass and dug up several earthworms in a while. The 2 from both wrapped them in leaves and took them under the shed. The 3 women also moved their stools over. Wang Yuan and Dahe started fishing. The crowd ate wild pineapples and relaxed. Suddenly, Wang Yuan picked his fishing rod, and a palm-sized carp was caught. "Wow! Ha! Captain Awesome!" The 3 girls clapped and laughed. Wang Yuan took down the carp and put it into a float aside, filling the float with some water. Wang Yuan strung the fish hook with a worm and flung it into the pool of water again, picked up an orange and peeled it. A little while later, Big Black also caught a carp. The 2 fished back and forth for several fish. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 11 o'clock. "Dahe, let's fish the last one, and then we'll cook." Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, "Okay." Big Black said, lighting a cigarette as well. The 2 men stared intently at the water, and the 3 women looked on curiously. Suddenly, Wang Yuan's float made of foam moved. "Captain, there are fish," Rin Yuan whispered. Don't talk." The float suddenly sank. Wang Yuan picked upward, and the rod was bent, but the fish did not come up. "Ha ha, it's a big guy." Wang Yuan laughed. Wang Yuan pulled hard toward the shore, and then loosened and let go downward a moment later, engaging the fish in a tug-of-war. Finally pulling the fish into shallow water, the crowd saw that it was a large bluegill with a length of half a meter. Almost dragging it to the shore, Wang Yuan handed the fishing rod to Zhang Lanfang and said, "Quick, you guys help me pull it." The three women combined their efforts to pull the fishing rod. Wang Yuan ran to the edge of the water pool, took off his shoes, pulled up his pants leg, jumped into the water, and then picked up the fish with a hand. The fish struggled in his arms. The strength was not small. Wang Yuan threw the fish toward the shore, and it jumped on the grass. Ha ha ha! The three women threw their fishing rods and gathered around. Wang Yuan ran over and took out the fish hook. Ha 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 ha! Big Black looked at the four and also hemmed and hawed. Suddenly, the float on Big Black's rod moved and then sank downward as well, and Big Black picked upward and missed. Whoa! Whoa! Wow! It's a big one, too, Big Black shouted. Ha ha! The three women gathered around Big Black again and looked at the water. Wang Yuan wrestled the mackerel unconscious and took it into the shed, and also walked next to Dahei to watch. Dahei also learned to fish like Wang Yuan, pulling and loosening at one time. Eventually, a mackerel pulled up as well, and Wang Yuan jumped into the water and threw the fish up. This fish was smaller than the last one, but it was over a foot long. All right, let's pack up and go back to make fish for dinner. Wang Yuan saw that the crowd was all elated and said, Chapter 115, Making Freshwater Fish. Wang Yuan and Dahei began to handle the big fish, and the three women handled the carp. There were 5 carp and 2 mackerel in total. The crowd giggled and scraped the scales, peeled open the bellies of the fish, and pulled out the innards. After processing, return to the shed outside the cave with your harvest and belongings. Wang Yuan built another stove in the shed and built a fire. How do you make these fish? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let's make soup for the small fish and steam the big fish. Jiang Yin said. You guys watch and do it. Wang Yuan looked at the fine rain outside, then sat down and lit a cigarette, saying, Sister Fang, you cut some wild onions and wild mountain ginger, and Yuan, you hit the fish with a flour knife. Jiang Yin set up the pan and said, Okay. Zhang Lanfang went and got a wooden board and wild onions and wild mountain ginger and cut them up, while Ren Yuanyuan beat the fish with a flour knife. Jiang Yin dug up some wild boar oil and put it into the pot. After it was hot, she picked up the carp and put it into the pot to fry. Wang Yuan picked up a thicker bamboo and sawed off a section of the bamboo cylinder with an engineer's shovel, with the bamboo joints still on the cylinder, and then split it in 2. Use these 2 sections of bamboo as a plate. Put the big fish into this and steam it. The steamed fish will still have a bamboo fragrance. It's delicious. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin said. The Crucian carp was fried to a golden brown on both sides, shoveled out the fish and put it on a palm leaf, put some more lard in the pot, heated it up, put in the chopped wild onion and wild mountain ginger, popped the aroma, then poured on the water, boiled it, and then put in the fried Crucian carp. A few bamboo slices were placed on the pot to separate them. The mackerel was rubbed with some sea salt. The belly of the fish was stuffed with some wild onions and wild mountain ginger, and some wild onions and wild mountain ginger were placed in the bamboo tube. The fish was placed in it, and even the bamboo tube was placed on the pot and covered with a cut bucket of water to steam on. All right, let's sit and wait for the pot to come out, Jiang Yin said. Wang Yuan and Dahei smoked cigarettes and frowned deeply as they looked at the rain outside. Captain, what are you thinking? Jiang Yin asked when she saw Wang Yuan's expression. The wild boar droppings I spread around the other day will surely be finished with the rain. The smells will all be washed out, and other beasts will come through. We have to think of a way. Wang Yuan said. Well, how do we do it? Everyone looked at Wang Yuan. Why don't we make a few fences or hedges to enclose this place into a yard? Wang Yuan said. It can only be this way. Jiang Yin said. Let's eat first. We don't have enough materials, so we'll go cut bamboo when the sky clears up. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin opened the pan and took out the 2 bamboo tubes. The fish soup was ready, sprinkled some sea salt and wild onion flowers into the milky white fish soup, and divided it into 5 bamboo bowls. Brush the pot clean and put it on the stove. Put the 2 green fish sprinkled with wild onion and a few wild peppercorns. Wait for the pot to heat up and put in the wild boar oil. When the oil is hot, pour it onto the 2 green fish. The sound of zizi came out. A fragrance emanated. It smells so good. Ren Yuan sniffled. And I'm fragrant. Big Black sniffled as well. All right, let's start eating. Jiang Yin said. Okay, eat. Wang Yuan said. The crowd sat around the table and began to eat. It's so delicious. Jiang Yin said. Well, the fish soup is good too. After eating, Wang Yuan and Dahei sat down to smoke again. Oops, I'm stuffed. I don't want to move at all. Rin Yuan held her stomach and said, "Look at you. You've gained a circle of weight." Zhang Lanfang said, "Huh? Yes." Rin Yuan rubbed her face. "Where?" "No." "All right, get up and go brush the dishes, move around a bit, and consume the food." Zhang Lanfang said, "Okay." The three women went off together to paint the dishes. "We have enough food now, and it's raining outside. So let's move freely next, but we can't go farther than the crowd's line of sight, and if there are any special things to report to at least two people." Wang Yuan said, "Yes." The three women said, "Yes, SIR," said Big Black. "All right, don't be so serious. We are all trying to survive, but we can't do anything about it if we make our own deaths. I've been with Dahe for the longest time, and we're very familiar with each other, so I'm most assured of Dahe." Followed by Yuan, "Mr. Jiang, don't say anything yet, just hear me out. Even though I've been working for a few months in our company, I've seen you no more than 3 times in my working period. Not more than a minute each time." Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin was ready to speak, but was interrupted by Wang Yuan. "Hope, you have the least ability to survive and the least guts out of all of us, so hold your tongue and hear me out. We're the ones I've been with the longest since the shipwreck, but after all this time, you're the one who's grown the fastest, and even though you act childish at times, I know that it's on purpose." Rin Yuan kept her head down in silence. "Sister Fong, you're the oldest among us. Sorry, I don't mean to be sarcastic. I mean that you have the most social experience among us. There are many things I didn't expect you to have done already. You can't learn these things by studying. It's all about experience and exposure. Maybe it has to do with the fact that you're a flight attendant. You've seen people of all shapes and sizes and everything before you've worked it out, and it'll take a few more years of experience like that for Yuan to learn." Wang Yuan said, "Captain, what exactly do you mean by saying so much?" Jiang Yin sensed something was wrong. Chapter 116, Weaving Mats. "What I mean is that in case we get separated by something, everyone must survive." Wang Yuan said, "Huh? What? Why are we splitting up?" Rin Yuan didn't seem to get the point. "Well, I understand." Jiang Yin said, "I also understand." Zhang Lanfang said, "What? Sister Fong? Sister Yin? Why don't I understand? Why do we have to separate?" I. Oh, what am I going to do if I leave you? Ugh, guys? What? Rin Yuan wiped her tears. Wang Yuan looked at Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin helplessly. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin gave him a blank look, and both went over to comfort Rin Yuan. "King, isn't it too early for you to say that?" Big Black spoke in a language. "Alas, I don't know how to say. We are now in the open sea. There are many pirate forces around, and there are poisonous insects and beasts on the island. Anything can happen. I can only teach them some ways to survive, and I can't do anything about the rest. I can't train them to become a special forces soldier, not to mention that our conditions don't allow it." Wang Yuan said, "Why don't we build a country on this island? With just the two of us, it might work out. It's also on the high seas. You'll be the king. I'll be the prime minister. And we'll let those 3 beautiful women be the princesses. What do you think?" Big Black said, "Scram." Wang Yuan kicked him. "In less than a month, we'll have no bones left. Do you think it's that easy to build a country? How many forces cakes would have to be moved then? We won't even know how we'll die when the time comes." Wang Yuan said, "Heh." Dahe scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. Wang Yuan looked at the light rain outside and fell into deep thought. "King, I'm going fishing," Big Black said. "Okay." Wang Yuan took the bamboo and began to weave the stool and table again. "Captain, let me help you make it up." Jiang Yin walked over and sat down. "Good. Let's go fishing then," Zhang Lanfang said. Rin Yuan looked at Jiang Yin and then blanked Wang Yuan and said, "Umph, not going. I'm going to weave stools too." "All right then, I'll go fishing with Dahe," Zhang Lanfang said, finishing putting on her hat and poncho and walking to the shed by the waterhole to fish with Dahe. "You guys make it up then. Don't forget to make up a table." Wang Yuan said, "Got it," Jiang Yin said. "Umph." Rin Yuan gave him a blank look. Wang Yuan walked into the cave, took a rope, walked to the room of the 3 women, measured the rope, marked the rope, and then went back to the shed and measured the rope to split the bamboo gabions. Split a bunch of bamboo splints, sat down, and began to weave. "Captain, what are you making up?" Jiang Yin asked. "Make up a cooler for you." Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Oh! More than 2 hours later, the 2 women had made up 4 stools and a long table, plus the 1 stool that Wang Yuan had made up at the beginning, exactly 5. "Captain, we made it up," Jiang Yin said. "Well, take a break." Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, By the way, do we have any more fruits? No more, Jiang Yin said. Then go pick some bananas. There are quite a few that are already ripe. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin and Ren Yuanyuan put on their hats, put on their ponchos, and took their military daggers to pick bananas. Wang Yuan took a deep drag on his cigarette and continued to weave the cooler. After a while, the two women picked some bananas and came back. Jiang Yin twisted off a few and handed them to Wang Yuan. Thank you. Wang Yuan took it and peeled one open and ate it. You guys bring the rest to Dahe and the others to eat together. Okay, Jiang Yin said. Move one of the tables over and 2 stools. Wang Yuan said. Got it. The two women placed 2 stools and bananas on the long table, and the two carried the table to the waterhole. Wang Yuan ate the banana and lit a cigarette to continue weaving the cooler. After the cooler was braided, Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 5 o'clock. He lit a cigarette, took a deep breath, rolled up the cooler, carried it into the cave, and put it in the 3 women's rooms. Put a fire on the stovetop, pour water in a pan, and put it on the stovetop to boil. Then 2 racks of bamboo were built next to the stove, and all the wild boar meat was pierced with daggers, strung on strings, hung on the racks, and smoked over the smoky fire in the stove to make bacon. These 2 days have not been eating wild boar meat. Eat all the awful ribs and so on. This more than 200 pounds of wild boar meat made in a bacon can prevent decay, but also to remove the fishy smell. The water was boiled and divided into cups, and Wang Yuan drank a cup of water and carried a bucket and stool to the shed by the waterhole. How many have you caught? Wang Yuan asked. We've only caught 4 carp in total. Zhang Lanfang said. It's 6 o'clock. You guys go back to cook. In the cave, I made 2 racks to smoke bacon there. You guys take a piece of fried mushrooms to eat, and in a while Big Black and I will go back and make a pot of fish soup. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan took the fishing rod in Zhang Lanfang's hand and sat down. The 3 women went back to cook. After a while, Dahe caught another carp. Wang Yuan also put away the fishing rod. Nothing was caught, and the bait on it was gone. Okay, let's go back. Chapter 117. There really are still beasts. Wang Yuan and Dahe finished handling the carp and beat a bucket of water to take it back to the cave. Zhang Lanfang took the fish and took it aside to change the knife. Wang Yuan and Dahe came to sit under the shed to smoke and chat. The light rain was still falling, and it was getting dark. The 2 men finished their cigarettes, carried the table and stools into the cave, and all the bamboo poles, and closed the door behind them. The cave went dark for a moment. Wang Yuan hurriedly built another fire for illumination. Let's eat first. The soup will be ready in a while. Jiang Yin said. All right, eat first. Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin put the table on palm leaves, and in the palm leaves a large pile of sautéed wild boar meat with mushrooms. Does everyone want a drink? Wang Yuan asked. Why don't you drink some of it? There's no use in keeping the wine today. Zhang Lanfang said. All right then, Big Black and I will drink brandy. What about you guys? Wang Yuan said. Let's drink beer. Zhang Lanfang said. Wang Yuan brought over 3 cans of beer and a bottle of brandy to distribute to the crowd, and Jiang Yin took 2 bamboo cups to distribute to Wang Yuan and Dahe. Big Black opened the brandy and poured 2 glasses, and the 3 women opened their beers. Cheers! Wang Yuan raised his glass. Fuck! The crowd responded. The 5 clinked their glasses, and each took a sip. Eat the vegetables. Wang Yuan said. This mushroom-fried wild boar meat is delicious. The crowd ate with rave reviews. After eating for a while, Jiang Yin gave everyone another portion of fish soup. After everyone ate and drank, Wang Yuan opened the door. The 3 women walked to the shed to wash the dishes, and Wang Yuan and Dahe hugged their lances and sat at the entrance of the cave to smoke. Outside, the rain had lightened up a bit. A hint of it. Maybe it would stop in a little while. After the 3 girls finished washing the dishes, Wang Yuan said, Are you guys going to relieve yourselves? Hurry up while you can and don't go out when you're done, and close the door. Oh well, everyone go. Zhang Lanfang said. Then the crowd took turns to relieve themselves. After everyone came back, the door was closed and topped off. Wang Yuan cut a floating ball and put it in the corner, saying, This floating ball is for everyone to relieve themselves. Don't go out at night. Now that it's raining outside to wash all the traces away, the wild beasts are coming out at any time, so we absolutely can't go out at night. Do you all understand? Understood, the crowd replied. Roar! The crowd had just finished speaking when a beastly roar came from far outside the cave. Huh, there really is a beast, Zhang Lanfang said. The 3 women looked at each other in shock. Captain, what was that sound just now? Rin Yuan Yuan asked in a low voice. That voice just now could be a tiger. Wang Yuan said. Huh? Really? Rin Yuan Yuan said. Don't worry, even a tiger can't get in. Don't forget we still have guns. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan sharpened one end of several bamboo poles and stuck them out through the gap in the door, the other end resting against the ground. Well, even if a wild beast comes over, it will be stabbed by the bamboo tips, and we'll be ready early. Wang Yuan said. Okay. It's okay. You guys go put the bamboo mats on and rest if you're sleepy. The three women entered the room and went to spread the cooler on the bed. Wang Yuan and Dahei sat down by the fire and smoked. The three women made their beds and gathered around as well. Wang Yuan brought over a few bamboo poles and split the gabions with his dagger, and the three girls and Big Black followed along. Tomorrow it is estimated that the rain will stop. We mustn't go far. We don't go into the mountains after the rain. We will at most go to the bamboo forest to cut some bamboo. Wang Yuan said. Got it. The crowd said. Roar! At that moment, another beast roared. The three women turned pale with fear. All right, it's fine. Calm down. We have guns. Wang Yuan said. Wang Yuan began to weave a bamboo mat, and Zhang Lanfang followed Wang Yuan's example to weave another one. Dahei and the two women split bamboo scorn. When the two bamboo mats were woven, Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 10:30 and lit a cigarette. Everyone rest. It's 10:30. Wang Yuan added some dry wood to the fire. Okay. The three women went into their rooms to rest. Wang Yuan and Dahei spread the bamboo mat, and the two of them lay down on the bed to smoke. The next day, Wang Yuan was again the first to wake up, and the stove built a fire, boiled water, and then opened the door. Outside the rain had stopped, and it was still cloudy. Wang Yuan walked out, breathed in the fresh air, and looked around. Everything was normal. Settle in at the restroom and head back to the cave to grab your toiletries and wash up at the waterhole. Big Black and the three women also got up one after the other, taking turns to finish solving their personal problems, and also went to the waterhole to wash up. The three women hadn't slept well all night, and all had dark circles under their eyes. Wang Yuan washed up and returned to the cave, divided the water, picked up a cup, moved a stool to sit in the shed, and lit a cigarette. After a while, Big Black also got a glass of water and a stool and sat down next to it. Wang Yuan finished smoking and put the stove in the shed on fire, went back to the cave, poured water on the pan, took it out and put it on the stove. The three girls came back after washing up, and Wang Yuan said, Let's cook some soup with dried fish and wild vegetables for breakfast. Okay. The three women took out dried fish and wild vegetables and put them in the pot. The people finished breakfast, washed the dishes, and sat under the shed drinking water while Wang Yuan and Dahei smoked cigarettes. Captain, what are we doing today? Zhang Lanfang asked. Let's go cut bamboo and come back to make a fence. You three go and see if there is any harvest from the hair traps. Wang Yuan said. Chapter 118, Fencing a Yard. The crowd rested for a while and then got up to go about their business. Wang Yuan and Dahei went to the bamboo forest to cut bamboo with a machete on their backs. The three women put on their backs, donning pistols and daggers, and taking their harpoons to look at the traps. When Wang Yuan and Dahei arrived at the bamboo forest, they found that a lot of bamboo shoots had been born on the ground, perhaps because of the rain, and a lot of them had been born in a day's time. Wang Yuan broke off a bamboo shoot, peeled off the outer skin, peeled off a piece with his dagger, put it in his mouth and chewed a few times, saying, Well, it's not bitter, it's a sweet bamboo shoot. You can eat it directly. Shall we dig the shoots first? Big Black asked. Let's cut the bamboo first, and let the three girls dig when they come back. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The two men began to cut the bamboo. After chopping for a while, they each tied a bundle and carried it back. Dahei, you go back and continue cutting bamboo. I'll make the fence here. Wang Yuan and Big Black lit cigarettes and smoked. Okay. Dahei went back to the bamboo forest to continue cutting bamboo. Wang Yuan sat down and used the machete to cut all the bamboo into poles of about 2 meters, all cut, and then used the dagger to sharpen one end of all the poles. At this time, Dahei returned with another bundle of bamboo on his shoulder, and the three women also returned. Captain, we caught a hare, Zhang Lanfang said, and 2 wild eggs. Rin said. The three women put down their backpacks, and Zhang Lanfang grabbed a hare out of the backpack. The hare's legs were tied with a rope. Rin pulled 2 eggs out of her pocket. I could put it down and rest for a while. Wang Yuan said as he lit a cigarette. Each of the three women took a glass of water and sat down to sip it. We found a few more pheasants. Zhang Yin said. Big Black also sat down, lit a cigarette, and asked, Wang, are we trying to find a way to catch two of them? Well, wait until the fence is done. Wang Yuan said, that pheasant is beautiful. Rin said, did you check all those traps? Didn't you re-rack them? Wang Yuan asked. All done. Zhang Lanfang said. Good. After resting in a while, you guys go to the bamboo forest with Big Black. Quite a lot of bamboo shoots have been born there. You guys go and dig some. Wang Yuan said. Really? That's great. Rin Yuan said. Well, for lunch we'll eat bamboo shoots stewed with wild rabbit. Wang Yuan said. Oh, another rabbit to eat. Rin Yuan grimaced bitterly. So, are you going to eat it? Zhang Lanfang asked. Then this princess will barely eat two. No 3 pieces. Wang Yuan directly sprayed out a mouthful of water. Haha, the crowd laughed out loud. All right, let's move, Zhang Lanfang said. The 3 women put on their backpacks and walked towards the bamboo forest with Dehe, while Wang Yuan sat down and continued to handle the bamboo. Once the bamboo was all chipped, it was off to dig pits with an engineer's shovel, and several rows of about 10-centimeter pits were dug around the outside of the cave to enclose the cave shed and outhouse, which was the framework for the yard. Every third sharpened bamboo is then crossed and framed together, with the bottom buried in the pit and the intersections tied again with string. Secure the ground in groups of 3, spacing each group about half a meter apart. Until all 3 sides are done, the ground is firmly stepped on, leaving a space of about 2 meters on each side so that the door can be installed. Dahe came back with 2 more trips carrying bamboo, saying that the 3 women were helping to cut bamboo after digging bamboo shoots. Wang Yuan looked at the time, 11 o'clock, let Big Black call the 3 girls back to cook, and wait for the afternoon to continue. Big Black answered and walked away. Wang Yuan lifted the hare to the water hole to slaughter it. Captain, we dug 2 back baskets of bamboo shoots. Zhang Lanfang came to the edge of the water hole and said, Oh, quite a lot. Wang Yuan said, So what do we do? Zhang Lanfang asked. Peel all the bamboo shoots and cook them all. Leave the ones for lunch and pickle the rest. Wang Yuan said, Okay. Zhang Lanfang walked back. Wang Yuan finished handling the hare, then chopped it into small pieces with a machete, washed it with water, put it into a palm leaf, and wrapped it, and the rabbit skin was washed and taken back together. Is it all cooked? Wang Yuan asked. Not yet. It's only half cooked. Jiang Yin said. It's fine. Let's cook first. We'll cook the rest after dinner. Wang Yuan put the palm leaves on the table and opened it. Stew the hare with bamboo shoots. After saying that, Wang Yuan took the hare skin into the cave and hung it on the cave wall together with the last one. Captain, how long will it take for the fence to be ready? Zhang Lanfang asked as Wang Yuan walked out of the cave. I should be able to get it done this afternoon. Wang Yuan said. Big Black carried a bundle of bamboo back. Put it down, and Wang Yuan sat down to smoke and chat again. The 3 women finished stewing the hare and cooked another pot of wild vegetable and egg drop soup. The crowd sat lazily and rested after eating the fresh game and being propped up again. Sister Fong, you all didn't sleep well last night, so go get some sleep first. The dishes will be brushed by Big Black and I. Wang Yuan said. We're fine. We'll just go to bed earlier in the evening again. Zhang Lanfang said. It's okay. We have plenty of time. Go ahead. Wang Yuan said. All right then. The 3 women went into the cave to rest. Wang Yuan and Dahe finished smoking, brushed all the dishes, and started working again. Big Black carried AK on his back with a machete to cut the bamboo. Wang Yuan sat down and cut the bamboo into poles of about 1 meter, with one end of the pole sharpened. When you have cut about the same number, you set up these poles again in the center of the bamboo frame that was originally set up again in groups of 3 cross-eyed. At this time, the 3 women walked out after resting, and Big Black also carried a bundle of bamboo back. Chapter 119. A big yard was built. You guys go chop the bamboo. I guess 2 more bundles will be enough, but you guys chop more to have a spare. Wang Yuan handed the machete to Zhang Lanfang. Okay, bring back those cut bamboo branches that can be used as well. Be careful. There might be snakes in the bamboo forest too. Got it. The 3 girls and Big Black went to cut bamboo together. At this time, the sky finally cleared. The sun came out. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. The stove added some dry firewood, set up a pan. Inside, the bamboo shoots cooked, and then continued to build bamboo shelves. A moment later, Jiang Yin and Rin Yuan each came back with bundles of bamboo branches. No need to put it in the shed, just put it under the fence. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The The two women put down the bamboo branch. Are they cutting bamboo? Wang Yuan asked. Well, they're in charge of chopping, and the two of us are in charge of delivering. There are still quite a few thin bamboo branches over there. Quite a lot of bamboo has been cut in the past 2 days, and even more bamboo branches have been chipped off. Zhang Yin said. Good, carry it all back. What's the use of these thin bamboo branches? Rin Yuan asked. Stick it in the fence for camouflage. It also looks good, and even if it dries out, it can be used as firewood. Wang Yuan said. Oh, let's get on with it then. Okay. Wang Yuan put up the bamboo frame so that they are all arranged one tall and one short. The tall one is 1.5 meters or so, and the short one is 70 centimeters or so. Then again with the bamboo across the top and bottom of the 2 layers of the bamboo frame connected, and then tied with a rope to fix. The fence is done. Leaving the door is not done. The 3 sides of the fence are in the center of the position left to do the door. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette, took out the bamboo shoots from the pot, put them in the dustpan, and put them aside to dry in the sun. Sitting down, he picked up the bamboo pole and used his dagger to split it down the middle before splitting it into strips. Wang Yuan took a bamboo pole to the 3 sides of the fence doorboy position and measured it, and used the dagger road to carve a mark. Go back under the shed and sit down. Pick up a bamboo pole and measure the length to saw it with an engineer's spade. Then, with 4 of them put together for the frame, tied with string and braided with strips in the center, a door was made, and 3 doors were made in succession. The bamboo strips above each of the 3 doors grew a dozen centimeters or so and were sharpened with a dagger. Then all 3 doors were fitted, and on each side of each door a thick bamboo pole was erected, one for the axle of the door and one for holding the door in place when it was closed, all sharpened diagonally at the top and buried deeply in the ground underneath. After making the gate, I lit a cigarette and looked at my watch. It was almost 5 o'clock. Then I looked around the fence. All 3 sides of the fence were about 15 meters long. The whole yard was in a square shape. This yard was already very wide. A large pile of bamboo was placed under the shed, and there was a large pile of bamboo branches under each side of the fence. Satisfied, Wang Yuan smoked a cigarette, walked out of the yard, closed the door, and walked towards the bamboo forest. All right, no need to chop, it's enough for now. Wang Yuan saw that everyone was still busy and said, Okay, everyone get some rest and head back. Big Black wiped his sweat, lit a cigarette, and said, What time is it now? It's 5 o'clock. The crowd all sat down on the bamboo to rest. Is the fence done? Zhang Lanfang asked. Okay. Wang Yuan looked around. A lot of bamboo had been cut down around him, leaving a large empty space. After resting for a while, Wang Yuan and Dahe tied 2 bundles of bamboo and carried them back on their shoulders, and the 3 women packed up all the branches and leaves that they had chipped off and carried them back as well. The crowd returned to the shed, put down their things, and looked at the well-built fence and the spacious yard with great relief. Captain, is that all? Zhang Lanfang asked. No, let's stick these bamboo branches up again, camouflage, and trim them. And when the bamboo leaves fall, you can also find some flowers and vines or something to plant on them. Wang Yuan said, Well, let's go plug it in together. The people went over together and took bamboo branches and stuck them up, the longer ones in the ground and the shorter ones right into the fence. The crowd was busy in a while, and even the doors were covered with bamboo branches, which looked like a bamboo-generated fence from a distance, which was very beautiful. Well, it's pretty. The crowd stood and gawked under the shed, and Rin Yuan rubbed her chin. You guys cook, and Dahe, and I will go fetch some water. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan and Dahe took buckets and mineral water bottles and smoked cigarettes to fetch water from the waterhole, closing the courtyard gate on their way out. What are we doing for food? Rin asked. We only have wild boar meat and dried fish. The wild vegetables are gone, so we have bamboo shoots left. Why don't we make a soup with wild boar meat and bamboo shoots and roast some dried fish? Jiang Yin said. All right, tomorrow we'll go dig up some more wild vegetables. There might be mushrooms again after the rain. Zhang Lanfang said. The 3 women started working on cooking in the shed. Wang Yuan and Dahe came back from fetching water and sat under the shed again to smoke and chat. After the meal, the group packed up their dishes and it got dark, so they returned to the cave and built a fire for light. Dahe closed the door behind him and walked over to sit by the fire, smoking and chatting with Wang Yuan. The occasional roar of an animal could still be heard in the distance outside, but it was much less loud than last night. This tiger's roar is smaller. It should have gone far away or be in the cave. Wang Yuan said, It's not coming over, is it? Rin asked. That's not necessarily true. So, you must not act alone and carry your guns with you. Wang Yuan said. Chapter 120. Making a slingshot. Got it, the three women responded. Aren't you going to relieve yourselves? Hurry while it's dark, and don't go out at night. Wang Yuan said. All right, let's go relieve ourselves first. The three women looked at each other, and Zhang Lanfang said. The three women opened the door and walked to the shed, taking turns to go to the toilet. Wang Yuan and Dahei followed with their long guns on their backs and came out for a smoke. After everyone had settled back into the cave, Wang Yuan bolted the door shut. Everyone sat down around the fire again and made small talk. Wang Yuan found a tree fork and sharpened it with a dagger, a moment later sharpening it into a small palm-sized fork and then repairing it with the dagger, smoothing the surface. Captain, what are you doing? Rin Yuan asked curiously. We will know in a while. Wang Yuan said, walked inside to find out the suitcase and opened it, took out a box in one of the small pockets inside, closed the suitcase and took the box, and cut a piece of hare skin with a dagger, went back to the fire and sat down, lit a cigarette. Mr. Jiang, give me that multifunctional fruit knife. Wang Yuan said. Jiang Yin pulled out the fruit knife and handed it to Wang Yuan. The crowd also saw what the box that Wang Yuan took out was at this time. The three women's faces flushed red. It was clearly a box of safety products. Wang Yuan used the small scissors on the fruit knife to cut off the hair on the small piece of hare skin, and two small holes were cut on both sides of the hare skin. Opened the box, took out two small packages, tore open the package, took out two adhesive leather products, wiped off the liquid on it with a rag, tied the adhesive leather to a small fork, and then the small piece of hare skin will be two adhesive leather through the past and tied it. Wang Yuan picked up a small stone wrapped to the rabbit skin, pinched and pulled. Against a small hole in the door, a loose hand, pop sound, the small stone from the small hole out. Oh, a slingshot, Zhang Lanfang said. You've shot arrows, come on, try it. Wang Yuan threw the slingshot to Zhang Lanfang. Zhang Lanfang picked up a small stone, followed Wang Yuan's example, and hit it, and the small stone went through the small hole. Yes! The crowd clapped and shouted. Then Wang Yuan made 5 more slingshots, which the crowd took and played with. After playing for a while, Wang Yuan said, This slingshot is not very strong. We'll use it to hit pheasants and rabbits or birds and other small animals, but it's not very powerful and generally can't be killed. As long as it hits, they can't run fast enough to hurry up and catch it. We'll go pheasant hunting some other day. Got it, the crowd said. Okay, everyone, let's rest. Okay. The people went back to their rooms one after another to rest. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan got up, opened the door, observed for a while, turned back to build a fire, boiled water, went to relieve himself, and went to wash. Came back and sat down under the shed to drink and smoke. The crowd also got up one by one to go and solve their personal problems. The 3 women made a pot of bamboo shoot and pork soup, and the group finished breakfast, washed the dishes, and sat down under the shed. Captain, let's go dig for wild vegetables today. We don't have any more wild vegetables. Let's see if there are any mushrooms left. It should be able to produce quite a few after the rain. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, Big Black, and I'll take a look around here and check out the traps in the meantime. Wang Yuan said. The 3 women grabbed their gear and headed out. Wang Yuan and Dahei also took their equipment, closed the door, and went to look at the traps first. Walking past the traveler's banana to the traps, several of the traps did not trigger. Wang Yuan changed the traps a few more times. The 2 walked forward again, and sure enough, they heard a giggle. The 2 held their breath and slowly walked to hide behind a clump of bushes. Dahei was about to get his gun from behind his back when Wang Yuan stopped him, pulling his slingshot out of his pocket and raising it toward Dahei. Dahei pulled out his slingshot as well, and the 2 of them picked up rocks from the ground and loaded them onto the slingshot. Wang Yuan picked up another stone from the ground and threw it towards the place where the shouts were coming from in front of him. Flap, flap, flap. A pheasant flew out and landed about 20 meters in front of the 2, peering around with its head sticking out. Wang Yuan gestured to Dahei. Big Black nodded. The 2 of them slowly pulled up their slingshots to aim at the pheasants. Wang Yuan whispered, 1, 2, 3. Pop, pop. The 2 fired off almost simultaneously. Bingo! Wang Yuan shouted. The 2 rushed forward. Both stones hit the pheasant, one in the wing and one in the belly. The pheasant was flopping on the ground. Dahei lifted it up as soon as he could, and Wang Yuan grabbed a handful of grass blades from the side to tie the pheasant's legs together. Ha, great! Big Black laughed excitedly. All right, put it in your backpack. Wang Yuan was also happy. Dahei opened his backpack and stuffed the pheasant in it, zipped it up, and the pheasant struggled in it for a while and then didn't move. Dahei put on his backpack, The two of them walked towards the pheasant nest, and sure enough, they found another wild egg. Wang Yuan picked it up and put it into his coat pocket. Both of them were very excited. Hey, let's search towards the grass inside. We saw two of them that day. Let's do the same as just now. We'll fight together. You hit the wings, I'll hit the thighs so he can't run away. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The two walked carefully, trying not to make a sound, looking around. After walking about 200 meters, I did hear the pheasants again. The two slowly walked behind a clump of bushes and peered forward. Sure enough, a pheasant was pecking at the ground in a meadow about 50 meters ahead. Chapter 121. Pirates are coming. Wang Yuan made a few gestures to Dahe, who understood and nodded. The two men bowed and slowly walked forward. Slingshots have little lethality and are almost negligible against pheasants at a distance of 50 meters or so the two men have to get infinitely closer without scaring it away. The two moved noiselessly until they were more than 20 meters away from the pheasants. Wang Yuan pressed his left hand downward in vain, and the two crouched down, picking up the slingshot, wrapping it with stones, and pulling it away to aim. Wang Yuan whispered, 1, 2, 3. Snap! Pop! Bingo! The two men ran over to the pheasant, and Black grabbed it, hitting it squarely in the wing and thigh with 2 rounds of stones, and the pheasant struggled in Black's hands and clucked miserably. Wang Yuan grabbed another handful of thatch to tie up its legs, and then threw it into the back basket behind him. Haha, King, is this just the male and female? Big Black asked. The males. Yours is just the female. Wang Yuan said. Oh, then eat this one at night and keep the female. Big Black said. Okay, let's search the neighborhood and see if there are any more. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The two searched separately, but not too far apart to see each other. The duo found no pheasants but 2 hares, but both were run off. It wasn't until Wang Yuan saw a cobra in the grass that he quietly retreated to greet Dahe. Big Black, there shouldn't be any more around here. There are poisonous snakes around here. Oh, I saw one over there too. Big Black said. Let's go back then, put the pheasants back, and check somewhere else. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The two of them carefully returned to the cave again. Wang Yuan found a rope and tied the 2 pheasants together to a bamboo pole, closed the door, and the two of them went out again. Where are we going this time? Big Black asked. Don't you feel that the road we came over looks like it was manually repaired? Wang Yuan said. Well, there are places where there are stone steps made of slate. Then we'll take a walk in the direction of that road. Okay. The two of them walked over and followed the direction of the road, glancing in both directions, where it would have followed the outside of the bamboo forest all the way to the hillside at the back of the cave. Let's climb up and take a look. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Big Black followed Wang Yuan up the hill. The hillside is mostly grass with some short shrubs, and the top is rocky. The slope of the hill is steep, and there is some difficulty in climbing upwards. The two crawled carefully. Suddenly, a section of the snake's body was revealed in the grass in front of them. Wrist thick, black and white, a silver-ringed snake. Wang Yuan gestured to Dahe, pointing at the silver-ringed snake. Dahe nodded and drew his machete, while Wang Yuan picked up the engineer's shovel and screwed the connecting arm on. Suddenly, the snake poked its head out and looked toward the two, gulping its letters from time to time. The two men stared intently at the snake, slowly raising the weapons in their hands. The snake suddenly scurried towards the two, and Wang Yuan swung his engineer's shovel and slapped it down. Snap! There was a loud thud, and the engineer's shovel struck the snake's head squarely, pinning it dead center in the grass. The meter-long snake coiled up toward the engineer's shovel. Dahe swung his machete and chopped off the snake's head in one fell swoop. Wang Yuan lifted the engineer's shovel and shook the snake's body down. The snake's head was still in one piece, and the snake's body was writhing. He looked up to the sky and then beckoned. Sure enough, the big eagle flew down, pecked at the snake's head, pecked a few times, and started pecking at the snake's flesh again. Wang Yuan dug a hole and buried the snake's head in it. Big Black, let's go. Okay. The two men climbed a moment later to the rocks on the hillside and looked around. Beyond the hillside was a basin-like valley surrounded by mountains, which could only be crossed in order to enter the valley. Looking back, I could see the ocean in the distance, but the coast on this side was blocked from view. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was almost 11 o'clock. Big Black, let's take a break and head back, and then we'll go back down after lunch and take a look around. Okay. The two men sat down, lit cigarettes, and smoked. Suddenly, a reflection shone through the valley. Wang Yuan stood up and said, Dahe, look, what's that? It should be an item like metal or glass. Dahe also stood up and moved towards Wang Yuan to look over, saying, "Well, then we'll bring our binoculars and scopes with us this afternoon." Wang Yuan said, "Okay, come on, let's go back." Wang Yuan threw down his cigarette and stamped it out with his foot. The two walked back together to the snake, and when they came to the snake, the eagle and the snake were gone. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot came from the distance. "Hurry!" The two looked at each other, and Wang Yuan shouted. The two men hurriedly slid down. Da-da-da-da. Came another burst of continuous fire. Almost at the bottom of the mountain, Wang Yuan threw the engineer's shovel and the basket downward and leaped down. Big Black threw down his pack and leapt off as well, and the two of them lifted the AK-47 up and sprinted toward the woods. After running not far in the woods, they saw the three women each hiding behind a tree, and it was only with relief that the two of them ran over. The three women also discovered Wang Yuan and Dahe and hurriedly waved their hands downward to the two of them in a false press, but they didn't dare to speak. Wang Yuan and Big Black rushed not far from the three women and hid behind a tree. "What's going on?" Wang Yuan asked in a small voice. "There are pirates." Zhang Lanfang pointed in a direction and whispered. Chapter 122, Pursuit. Wang Yuan and Big Black looked over. About 100 meters away, there were two pirates hiding behind a tree. "How many of them?" Wang Yuan asked in a small voice. "It should be 4. Zhang Lanfang said. "Okay, you guys stay put. Leave it to me and Big Black." "Aha! Da-da-da-da-da." Suddenly, there was another burst of strafing from across the street. The crowd hurriedly cowered and hid. The gunshots stopped. Wang Yuan poked his head out and peered over there, and sure enough, there were 4 people probing and searching over there. Wang Yuan made a few hand gestures to Dahe, who gave an okay. Wang Yuan slowly raised his gun and took aim. Tot! A point-blank shot. Immediately after that, Wang Yuan rolled to the side. Da-da-da-da. Big Black fired a 5-shot burst. Wang Yuan climbed up and charged forward, then ducked behind a tree. At this time, Big Black ran over and said, "They ran away. Shit, overestimated them. Let's chase." Wang Yuan said. The two ran over, only to see a pirate shot in the head, his body lying on the ground. "Sister Fang, you guys come over here and search," Wang Yuan shouted. "Got it," Zhang Lanfang said. The 3 women ran over. "Let's go," Wang Yuan said and rushed out. Big Black followed behind. The 3 women came to the body, began to search the body, next to a handful of AK-47. The body chest tied a bullet bag. Zhang Lanfang unraveled. There are 3 magazines inside. There was a military dagger with a holster hanging on his belt. Jiang Yin pulled the belt out and picked up the dagger and looked at it, domestically produced and of good quality. Rin went through the corpse's pockets, a pack and a half of cigarettes, an inflatable lighter, and a couple of euros in his jacket pocket. Jiang Yin picked up the AK-47, unloaded the magazine, looked at it and loaded it again, saying, "I'll go after it too." Jiang Yin tied his belt to his own waist and chased after him with his gun in hand. "Let's go take a look too," Zhang Lanfang said. "Good." The 2 women picked up their things and loaded them into their backpacks, drew their pistols, and went after them as well. Wang Yuan and Big Black quickly chased after the 3 pirates. The 3 pirates looked to be running to the beach. The distance is still more than 100 meters. The pirate wailed and wailed, turning back to fire from time to time. When they reached the beach, Wang Yuan leaned against a coconut tree, raised his gun, and took aim at the pirates. The pirate wowed and yelled as he waved and ran quickly toward the speedboat on the beach. Dahe was about to rush over, but Wang Yuan stopped him. "Dahe, don't go over there." Dahak also hid behind a coconut tree and raised his gun to take aim. The speedboat had been started, and a pirate on it was sitting in the driver's seat, yelling at the pirates on the beach. Wang Yuan and Dahe gasped tiredly as they both adjusted their breathing. "Tada! Tada!" The 2 men fired together. One of the pirates on the beach collapsed. The pirate on the speedboat also lost his voice. At this point, 2 pirates jumped onto the speedboat, and both of them plopped down. Wang Yuan gestured to Dahe, who nodded. The 2 of them separated and charged towards the speedboat. Suddenly, the speedboat moved, turned around, and went away as if unmanned. It turned out that 2 pirates had crawled to the front and combined their efforts to drag the body in the driver's seat to one side, one pirate lying on his back, and take control of the speedboat and sail away. "Fark!" Big Black said angrily. Da-da-da-da-da. The gun was raised in a burst of 5 shots at the speedboat. "Big Black, come on, don't waste bullets," Wang Yuan said. "Ugh, these pirates have a good IQ." Big Black sat down on his butt. Wang Yuan walked over to the pirate who had fallen on the beach, looked at him, and said, Dahe, good shot. At that moment, one of the pirates on the runaway speedboat stood up and raised his gun to fire at the beach. Tot it up until the clip runs out. Wang Yuan and Big Black watched without moving. It would be strange if they could hit it at more than 500 meters. At this time, the three women also ran over. Captain Dahe, how's it going? Zhang Lanfang asked. Ran away with two. Big Black said, why did you guys come over? Wang Yuan said, it's not because I'm afraid something will happen to you guys. Rin Yuan gave him a blank look. Wang Yuan looked at them tired and sweaty, couldn't stop panting, stopped talking, squatted down, touched the pockets of the corpses, and felt out 2 packs of cigarettes. Dahe, there's a good smoke. Wang Yuan looked and raised it to Dahe. Dahe walked over and took a box, pulling out one and handing it to Wang Yuan, and pulling out another and lighting it. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and sat down with Dahe. The 3 women looked at the 2 and were speechless. Walked over and sat down to rest as well. Captain, I'm thirsty. Rin Yuan said. That's fine. Wait, huh? Dahe, search the body. Wang Yuan said. Then he went to a coconut tree, lowered his gun, looked upward and climbed up. In a moment, he threw down 5 coconuts, slid down, picked up the coconuts, and walked towards the crowd, throwing 1 coconut each. Everyone drew their daggers, dug holes in the coconuts, and tilted their heads back to drink the coconut juice. Dahe, what was searched? Wang Yuan asked. A pistol, a few magazines, some cash, and a designer lighter. Big Black threw Wang Yuan a lighter. Well, the lighter is nice. Wang Yuan played with it for a bit and put it in his pocket. We also found a few magazines and a dagger on that pirate inside, as well as some cash. Zhang Lanfang said. Chapter 1, 23 Repair of Steamer. All right, let's put all the cash together. We've harvested quite a bit of cash these past few days. Maybe we can use it later. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was almost 1 o'clock. The crowd smashed open the coconuts and dug out the coconut meat to eat. Everyone's hungry, right? Let's go to the shelter. Wang Yuan asked. Okay. The group arrived at the shelter, and the surroundings were the same as before, so they shouldn't have been discovered. Dahe, you go check the fish cages and we'll go pick up the marine garbage. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd was busy. An hour later, the group met in front of the shelter. Dahe, is there enough seafood harvested? Wang Yuan asked. Enough. Big Black said. All right then, build a fire and roast them all. Wang Yuan said. Zhang Yin began to build a fire, and the crowd skewered all the fish, shrimp, and crabs on bamboo sticks and roasted them. Captain, I picked up a pot, but unfortunately it's a leak. Rin Yuan said. What pot? Wang Yuan asked. It's one of those aluminum steamers. Bring it over here. Rin Yuan took out a steamer from the trash pile next to her. Wang Yuan took it over and looked at the sky. Only the bottom of the pot had 2 small holes. The rest were intact. Even the plastic on the handle was intact. It's a good thing I have a way to fix it. Wang Yuan said. Huh, really? The 3 girls all looked at Wang Yuan. Well, let's eat first, and then we'll go find something afterward. Wang Yuan said. Great, we can add a lot of delicious food in the future. Zhang Yin said. How many wild vegetables did you dig up today? Wang Yuan asked. We picked 2 baskets of mushrooms and took them back to the sun, and after it rained in the place where the mushrooms used to grow, there were quite a few more mushrooms, and we saw the 2 pheasants you caught, and they were so beautiful. Then all the wild vegetables we dug are here, just about 1 basket. Ren yon shirpit. Well, that's good. Wang Yuan said. After the people finished eating, Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was almost 3 o'clock, and Dahe lit a cigarette. Captain, what are we looking for? Zhang Lanfang asked. I found some wires and stuff in the marine garbage. I didn't care about it in the past. I didn't pay much attention to it when it was all rusted, but it seems to work now. Let's go look for it. And by the way, let's go catch the sea and see if there's any seafood. Wang Yuan said. Okay, it's been a long time since I've had seafood. The crowd responded. Everyone scattered and searched the reef area. Wang Yuan picked up a floating ball and cut a hole with a dagger to hold something. Everyone followed Wang Yuan's example of picking up a float first and cutting it open to fill it. Wang Yuan was prying oysters with a dagger and picking sea vegetables on the reef. Dahe picked up some marine garbage, and the 3 women picked up some shellfish and crabs and other seafood. The reef area is still well stocked from a few days' absence. 2 hours later, Wang Yuan greeted everyone back at the shelter. It was past 5 o'clock and time to go back. Looking at the full harvest, everyone's face was full of joy. The people packed up their belongings and put all the seafood into one basket, which Wang Yuan carried on his back, and the wild vegetables into one basket, which Rin Yuan carried on her back. The rest of the supplies were left for the three of them to either carry on their backs or carry, and walk towards the cave. The body of the pirate on the edge of the beach was gone, and when he got to the woods, he went to check on the first pirate's body, and it was gone as well, and the two bodies were supposedly dragged away by wild animals. When they reached the cave, they set down their things, and the group sat down to rest. "Captain, is one of the pheasants dead?" Rin Yuan saw two pheasants, one of which was lying motionless on the ground. Wang Yuan walked over to take a look and said, "Well, yes, this one was injured more seriously, so it died. Luckily, this one that died is the male, and that one is the female, so when it recuperates, it can lay eggs." "That's great. But what are we going to feed it?" Rin Yuan asked. "There are many things it can eat. Worms, wild vegetables, wild fruits, seeds of some grasses, etc. We'll get some other time. Feed it some wild vegetables now," Wang Yuan said, then sat down and smoked a cigarette with Big Black. The three women looked around the pheasant and grabbed a handful of wild vegetables and placed them in front of this pheasant. "Ah, it really ate it. Well, but when will it get better if it has a wing injury?" "It's okay. The injury isn't serious. It'll be fine in a few days." The three women chattered and teased the pheasants. "Well, it's time to cook," Wang Yuan said. "What are we doing tonight?" Zhang Yin asked. "Let's cook the seafood, save the sea vegetables for tomorrow, and then dispose of the dead pheasant and stew the mushrooms," Wang Yuan said. "Okay." The three women went to wash the seafood and wild vegetables, while Big Black took out the dead hare and gutted it. Wang Yuan built a fire, and the pan boiled water. Then take over the leaky steamer, and look at the small hole at the bottom. Fortunately, the small hole is not too big. Picked up a wire with an aluminum core, put it on the fire, burned off the outer insulating skin, cut off 2 aluminum cores with a dagger, put the 2 aluminum cores through 2 small holes in the bottom of the steamer, patted it on a stone, and gently knocked on the bottom of the burin a few times, and put it on the fire for a while, and then knocked on it hard again. Knocked on it for a while, poured water on it, and tried it. "Okay, it's not leaking, it's ready to use," Wang Yuan said. "Great, those seafood can be put inside and steamed," Zhang Yin said. The three women were washing seafood and wild vegetables when they came over to take a look. Wang Yuan handed them the pot. Big Black put the handled pheasant in half afloat and brought it over. Wang Yuan poured boiling water in to scald it and then started plucking the chicken feathers. After plucking the chicken feathers and chopping it into small pieces, he handed it over to the three women. Then he and Big Black went to one side to sit and smoke and chat. Chapter 124, Digging Traps. Wang Yuan went inside and took out the medical bag and applied some antiseptic solution to the pheasant's wound. As the sky grew dark, Wang Yuan built another fire and used bamboo gimlets to weave a partition curtain for the steamer. After a while, dinner was ready, a pot of pheasant stew with mushrooms and a pot of steamed seafood. The crowd feasted again, eating so much they almost swallowed their tongues. After eating, the three women went to wash the dishes, and Wang Yuan and Dahe lit cigarettes and sat by the fire to chat. The three women also sat around after they were busy. "Captain, what have you all discovered today?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "We climbed the hill behind the cave. Behind the mountain is a valley, and there's no way out of the valley, so we had to go over the mountain. Let's wait until tomorrow, and we'll take a look," Wang Yuan said. "Oh, okay. Are you guys going to relieve yourselves? Close the door later, and don't go out," Wang Yuan said. "Well, go ahead, all of them." Wang Yuan and Dahe picked up their lances, and all of them came together under the shed outside. The people took turns relieving themselves and returning to the cave. Wang Yuan bolted the door, and everyone sat down by the fire again. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and asked the crowd to help split the bamboo gabions. Wang Yuan picked up the bamboo splints and braided them. After a while, he made up a cage, untied the pheasant, and put it in the cage. "All right, we'll keep it here from now on. Tomorrow go pull some hay and put it in so that it can lay eggs," Wang Yuan said. "Great." Rin Yuan looked at Wang Yuan with a face of adoration. Each of the three women held an AK-47 and played with it on one side. Of course, there were no bullets in the magazines. Only the bullets were used when practicing loading. "Now that we have plenty of weapons and ammunition, we can let you guys try out the guns tomorrow," Wang Yuan said. "Yeah, all right, everyone rest," Wang Yuan said. The people put down their weapons. Back to the room to rest. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan woke up and opened the door, looked around, walked out, went under the shed, put the stove on fire, boiled water in a pan, lit a cigarette to go to the toilet, and then went back to the cave, carrying toiletries to the waterhole to wash up. A while later, Big Black and the three women also came to the waterhole one after another to wash up. Wang Yuan went back under the shed, poured a cup of boiling water, and sat down. The crowd returned, and all poured cups of boiling water to drink. Let's do some sea vegetables and wild boar meat this morning, Wang Yuan said. Okay. The three girls went to cook. Dai, let's go get some water. Okay. The two smoked their cigarettes and carried buckets and empty bottles to the waterhole to get water. Ren Yuan took some wild vegetables to feed the pheasants. Captain, what are we doing today? After finishing breakfast, Zhang Lanfang asked. This morning we go digging traps. We've been exposed and the pirates can come at any time, so we have to protect ourselves. In the afternoon, we'll go up the mountain to see what's going on in the valley behind us. And if it's possible, we'll go down and search. Wang Yuan said. Okay, but we dig traps with just a shovel and no other tools. Zhang Yin said. It's fine. The main thing is for you to memorize the place to prevent us from falling in ourselves. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The three women responded. Then everyone bring their equipment and get ready to go. Wang Yuan said. The crowd distributed the weaponry. 5 long guns, 1 person. Wang Yuan carrying M16. For pistols, Wang Yuan did not want the rest of 1 person. Big Black will be in the holster pistol hanging on the belt. The 3 women will be in the pistol into the pants pockets. The crowd of generals with daggers hanging on the belt. Wang Yuan boots inserted another one. The people put on their backpacks and baskets, and Wang Yuan put the engineer's shovel and the 2 machetes on the back of the basket. All right, each person take 2 bamboos and set off, Wang Yuan said. The people picked up the bamboo and walked out of the yard together, and Dahe closed the door. After walking past the traveler's banana and a bit further, on a path full of sandy soil, Wang Yuan stopped, put down his things, and drew a circle with an engineer's shovel. Let's do it here, just dig a trap in this circle, Wang Yuan said. Captain, what are we digging with? Zhang Lanfang asked. Wait a minute. Wang Yuan picked up a thicker bamboo and sawed it with an engineer's shovel, splitting the bamboo tube at the thicker end down the middle, sawing off half of it and sharpening the other half. Take this as a shovel. It's a bit smaller, but it's barely usable, Wang Yuan said. It's okay, it works. Big Black took it and shoveled the dirt, saying. Wang Yuan made 3 more, all of which were 1.5 meters long, and they worked fine, just very laborious. Wang Yuan folded the shovel of the engineer's shovel at a right angle and fixed it, using it as a pickaxe to plow the soil. Wang Yuan plowed and loosened the soil. The other shoveled the soil, and in a while a large pit about 1.5 meters deep was dug. You guys go up first, bring me 2 bamboos, I'll just be here with Big Black, Wang Yuan said. Okay, the 3 women said, and Wang Yuan helped the 3 women climb up. 3 women put down 2 bamboo. Wang Yuan cut the bamboo into 70 to 80 centimeters in length, 1 end sharpened. Dahe inserted at the bottom of the pit, the tip upward until the bottom of the pit is full. The 2 people climbed up. Dahe, go cut some branches, Wang Yuan said. Okay. Big Black grabbed his machete and headed for the woods. Let's transport this sand and soil, Wang Yuan said, then adjusted the head of the engineer's shovel and shoveled the sand and soil dug out from the side of the pit into the back basket, filling 2 back baskets. Sister Fong, you fill the soil and we'll dump it, Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women responded. You 2 carry 1. I'll carry 1, Wang Yuan said, then carried a basket of sand and soil away. Okay. Zhang Yin and Ren Yuan combined their efforts to carry a back basket of sand and soil to follow Wang Yuan. Zhang Lanfang picked up an engineer's shovel to fill another backpack with sand and soil. Wang Yuan came to the bushes and dumped the sand and the 2 women dumped it as well. In the future, when you pour sand and soil again, make sure not to pour it in one place. Pour it farther away, Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 of them came back to continue transporting sand and soil. After transporting the sand and soil, Dahe also carried a bundle of tree branches back. Wang Yuan and Dahe took the tree branch and set it up on the pit, laid some grass leaves, sprinkled sand and soil, swept it flat with the tree branch, almost the same as the surrounding, and the trap was ready. Wang Yuan placed 3 stones next to the trap and said, these 3 stones are for marking, so you should remember and never fall in. Okay. Then the crowd joined forces and dug 4 more traps around the area. 125. Observation of the valley. After the crowd had made 5 traps, they all placed 3 rocks next to each other to mark them. It's time to eat. Let's go back. Wang Yuan said. Go back and rest again. Zhang Lanfang saw that everyone was too tired to walk and said, okay, go back. The crowd packed up and headed back together. Back under the shed outside the cave, unloading the equipment, Wang Yuan poured some water for everyone. The people sat down. Wang Yuan and Dahe lit cigarettes. Exhausted. Rin Yuan said as she wiped beads of sweat from her forehead. Just take it as exercise. Look at how you've gained a circle of weight. Zhang Lanfang said. Huh? I'm the one who didn't get fat. Rin Yuan gave her a blank look. Captain, am I fat? Fat or not fat? Wang Yuan said bitterly. Ha! The crowd laughed. I'm an invincible beauty agent, so I won't get fat. Rin Yuan glared angrily at Wang Yuan. It's not fat, just a few pounds gained. Wang Yuan said. You. Rin Yuan turned her head to ignore him. Ha! All right, let's cook and eat. Jiang Yin said. Good. The three women made a dried fish and wild vegetable soup and a mushroom stir-fry with wild boar. After eating and washing the dishes, the group sat down under the shed to rest. In a while, Big Black and I will climb to the top to take a look. Will you guys go? Wang Yuan took a deep drag on his cigarette and said. Huh? Rin looked upward with her mouth wide open. Go on, just think of it as climbing a mountain. Zhang Lanfang patted Rin Yuan's head and said. I'll go. Maybe we can find some treasure. Rin Yuan hurriedly nodded her head. Then it's done. All of them put on backpacks. Pistols and daggers are taken. Long guns, just me and Big Black take two will do. Big Black, you bring the bullet bag, just fill it with magazines as you see fit. Wang Yuan arranged everyone. Everyone was busy getting their stuff. Wang Yuan pried open the heads of 3 bullets, poured the gunpowder inside into a bamboo tube, poured in some water, stirred it well, and pulled some grass leaves to dip and sprinkle them onto the pants, feet, and shoes of the people. Captain, what are you doing? Jiang Yin asked. The smell of this gunpowder can protect against some snakes and insects. Wang Yuan said. Oh, apply some more mugwort juice to the exposed skin. Okay. The crowd found some more mugwort to rub together and apply it to their hands and faces. Okay, Sister Fong, Mr. Jiang, you take the machete, Yuan, you take the binoculars, and Big Black, you take the engineer's shovel. The harpoon won't be taken. Wang Yuan put a bundle of ropes into the basket on his back and carried the M16 with the scope on his back again. Depart, Wang Yuan said as the crowd equipped themselves. We all went out of the courtyard, closed the door, and walked together to the bamboo forest and climbed up the hill. The higher up the slope, the steeper it got. Until the 3 women couldn't climb anymore, Wang Yuan said, you guys wait here, I'll go up first, put the rope down, and you guys grab the rope and climb up. Big Black, you help them. Okay. The 3 women looked upwards, a dozen meters from the top of the mountain, which was full of rocks. Wang Yuan looked at the rocks above him and then climbed upwards. 5 minutes later, a rope was thrown down from above, and Wang Yuan shouted from above, okay, you guys come up. Zhang Lanfang was the first to climb upwards. After more than 10 minutes, Wang Yuan shouted, next. Then Jiang Yin, Rin Yuan, and Dahe climbed up in turn. The group sat on a rock at the top of the mountain looking out over the valley, while Wang Yuan and Dahe smoked cigarettes. This valley won't be dangerous, right? Rin Yuan said. The danger is definitely there. Zhang Lanfang said. There's the captain. Jiang Yin said. Let's go down then. Rin Yuan said. Good. Do you guys see any reflections over there? Big Black pointed to a spot on the right side of the valley. Where? Oh, I see. Where? The 3 women moved this way. Well, see. Rin Yuan picked up her binoculars and looked over there. It's an airplane remnant. Sister Fong, look, is it our airplane? Rin Yuan called out. It should be. Zhang Lanfang took the binoculars and looked at it for a while and said, Big Black, take a look. Wang Yuan used the scope on the M16 to look at it for a while and handed the wheel to Big Black. It's just a small part of the plane. It should be the tail, Dahe said after looking at it for a moment. The crowd took another turn with their binoculars. Captain, let's go over and take a look, Rin Yuan said excitedly. All 3 women looked at Wang Yuan eagerly. Good. Wang Yuan looked down the valley and said. Big Black gathered up the rope and lowered it down toward the valley, tying it securely at the top. I'll go down first, you guys will then take turns one by one. Wang Yuan said. Okay, the crowd said. Wang Yuan slid down the rope and after 2 minutes, reached the grass below and stood, turning back and shouting, okay, come down. A moment later, the crowd slid down in turn. This is obviously a trail that someone has repaired, Rin Yuan Yuan said. There was obviously a path here, but it hadn't been traveled in a long time, and the path was paved with stone slabs, some of which were covered with dirt, some of which had weeds growing out of the cracks, and some of which had moss on them. The path slopes down to the right and is blocked from view by grasses for a distance of 20 to 30 meters. The top of the hill was also not visible because it was blocked by grass. Judging from this path, no one has walked for years, so there should be no one down there, but we can't rule out danger, so we still need to be careful. Some of the stone slabs have moss on them, which means that this place is backed by the sun and damp. Dahe, you use the engineer's shovel to shovel some sand from the side to sprinkle it up to prevent slipping. Let's pay attention and walk down slowly. Safety first. Wang Yuan instructed. Okay. The group carefully followed the stone path downward, with Big Black driving ahead, occasionally shoveling some sandy soil up toward the mossy slabs. Wang Yuan took Jiang Yan's machete and walked second. Rin Yuan was third, Jiang Yan was fourth, and Zhang Lanfang held the machete to pad behind. Chapter 126, Deep in the Valley. 5 people slowly walked along the stone slates slanting down the valley. Walked more than 100 meters, stone path disappeared. In front of a small piece of grass, above are some short grass, and the side of the long grass fall clearly. The group walked into the meadow, and suddenly Big Black stopped and raised his hand backward, signaling the group to stop. What's wrong? The crowd stopped, and Wang Yuan asked in a small voice. There's a snake. Big Black pointed to the grass in front of him, only to see a black snake straddling the front. The snake was a meter right in length, the thickness of a thumb, and its body was black and shiny. Dahe raised his engineer's shovel, and Wang Yuan raised his machete, just about to prepare for an attack. Suddenly, a black shadow flew past his eyes with a part prong sound. The snake on the ground was gone. The crowd looked up and saw that a large eagle was holding up the snake in its claws. Just this. Wang Yuan was dumbfounded. Huh, fuck, I get everything ready, and then it's over? It was as if Big Black had a head full of black lines. HM? The 3 women were also confused at first, and when they reacted, they burst out laughing. Ahem, let's keep going. Wang Yuan said awkwardly. Captain, look, there's fruit over there. Rin Yuan looked with her binoculars. Huh, where is it? Let me see. Wang Yuan brought the binoculars over to look at it. That way. Rin pointed forward and diagonally down. Well, see, Wang Yuan said, then handed the binoculars to Dahe. Yeah, there's a lot, Big Black said. Everyone took turns looking at it and trying to get past it. Let's go forward first, Wang Yuan said. The people continued to walk forward, walk through the grass. The front appeared a stone steps more than 30 centimeters wide. Above the smooth, some also have moss. Next to the very steep slope, the slope under the naked eye cannot see. With binoculars can be seen below the jumbled rocks. If you're not careful, to slip down must die. 100 meters or so further down the slope was a large rocky outcrop that was flat and formed a platform, and 20 meters or so below the platform, there was a flat area with a number of fruit-growing plants growing on it. That's it. Let's go over there. Make sure to be careful. Dahe, you shovel dirt and spread it, Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd nodded. Big Black was in front shoveling dirt onto the stone steps, and everyone followed behind. A while later, when they arrived on the platform, Wang Yuan greeted everyone and hurried over to take a break. Suddenly, there was a scream behind her. Wang Yuan turned back to look, only to see that Rin Yuan had missed her foot and slid downward. Wang Yuan rushed over and reached out to grab it, but unfortunately didn't catch it. Yuan! Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yan shouted in fear. All I could see was Run yelling and sliding downward, tumbling every now and then, but luckily, there was that flat ground below. Rin slid to a stop at the flat spot. Oh! The crowd yelled. Are you okay? Get up! Rin Yuan lay on the ground, her face pale with fear. Suddenly, a giant python sprang out of the nearby grass, golden yellow in color and as thick as a thigh. Python! Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yan screamed in fear. Hope! Get up! Dahe shouted. Hope! Run! Rin Yuan opened her eyes in a daze and sat up, suddenly seeing a python in front of her, spitting at her. She was so scared that she stared at her beautiful eyes and opened her mouth wide. But she couldn't make a sound. Her petite body was too scared to move, and her mind was blank. Wang Yuan took out the rope and threw it down. Big Black, you guys caught it. Wang Yuan handed one end of the rope to Big Black. It's too late, Big Black said sharply. Wang Yuan raised the M16, and without aiming, he directly fired. Chug! A point-blank shot. Then aimed through the scope. Chug! Another point-blank shot. Looking down again, the boa constrictor had been shot and was writhing on the ground. Seen through the scope, all 4 shots, 2 to the head and 2 to the 7 inches. You guys hold on to the rope, I'll go down, Wang Yuan said. Okay. Big Black and the 2 women pulled the rope, and Wang Yuan grabbed and slid down. Coming to Ren Yuan's side, he squatted down and called out softly, Yuan Yuan. Ren Yuan turned her head dumbfounded and looked at Wang Yuan for a moment. Wow! Wu jumped headfirst into Wang Yuan's arms. Okay, it's okay. Wang Yuan patted Ren Yuan's back. Oh, I thought. Oh, I'm gonna die? Oh, it's okay, it's okay. I'm here, I won't let you die if I'm here. Wang Yuan comforted. Well, oh. Look, the python is dead. Wang Yuan said. Oh, I'm not looking, it's scary. Fine, I'll throw it aside. Wang Yuan walked over and picked the python aside with his machete. Captain, it's okay. Zhang Lanfang shouted from above. It's fine, you guys wait up there. Wang Yuan shouted. Okay. Yuan, look, there are fruits over there. Can I pick a few for you to eat? Wang Yuan said. Okay, I'm gonna eat that big cactus fruit. Ren Yuan turned her head to look over and pointed with her hand. Huh? Oh, that's not a cactus fruit. Take a closer look, is that a dragon fruit? Huh? I don't care, I'm gonna eat that. Fine. Wang Yuan walked over. There were quite a few dragon fruit trees growing on that side, and the dragon fruit trees looked a bit like cacti, which Ren Yuan had never seen before, but had eaten dragon fruit, so she assumed they were large cacti. There are quite a few dragon fruits growing over there. More than half of them are unripe, and more than 20 are ripe, but a few of the ripe ones may have been bitten by bugs or birds. Wang Yuan picked off 2 and brought them to Ren Yuan, saying, Quickly taste if it's sweet. You peel it for me. Good. Wang Yuan drew out his dagger and peeled off both ends of a dragon fruit, then peeled off the skin and handed the intact flesh to Ren Yuan with the dagger stuck in it. Ren Yuan took a bite and ate it. How was it? Was it good? It's nice and sweet. You eat it too. Ren Yuan pointed at another dragon fruit and said, Okay. Wang Yuan peeled it and ate it. Yummy. 3 bites in 2. Wang Yuan went back and picked all the ripe dragon fruits, including the ones that had been bitten, and loaded them into the back basket. Hey, you guys pull the back basket up. Wang Yuan tied the backpack to the rope and shouted to the top. Okay. The 3 big blacks pulled the carrier up. Then each of the 3 took one and peeled it and ate it. Captain, is that cinnamon growing on that tree over there? Ren Yuan asked, pointing to the tree on the other side. Chapter 127. There's a beast. Well, but this should be called Dragon's Eye. Wang Yuan said. Oh, I know. Ren Yuan said. Wait, I'll go over and pick it. I'll go too. Yuan, are you all right? Zhang Lanfang shouted. I'm fine, so don't worry. Ren Yuan shouted, then went to pick Longan with Wang Yuan. Hope, give me the backpack. Ren Yuan unhooked her backpack and handed it to Wang Yuan. The 2 men went to the tree and started picking Longan. Just then, suddenly a large eagle flew down, stood next to the python's mouth, and began pecking at the meat. After a while, another large eagle flew down and pecked away as well. The crowd watched in amazement. After watching for a while, Wang Yuan and Ren Yuan opened picking Longan. Low 2 are picked. High Wang Yuan climbed up to pick, really cannot reach the Wang Yuan, simply machete to cut down the branches. Ren Yuan in the bottom of the side of the picking, and finally the backpack is full. The tree is only left with some small and bad. Wang Yuan climbed down from the tree and peeled one and ate it. It's sweet, Wang Yuan said. Juicy too, Ren Yuan said. All right, let's go up. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette. Okay. Dahe, put down the rope. Wang Yuan shouted. Okay. After the rope was lowered, Wang Yuan tied the backpack on first so they could pull it up, then pulled Ren Yuan up, and finally Wang Yuan went back up. Wang Yuan looked at the time. It was almost 5 o'clock. He couldn't go any further, or he wouldn't be able to return before dark. Let's go back. It will be almost dark when we go back. Wang Yuan said, still sort of the way it came, but no need to spread sand and dirt on the road. Roar! Suddenly a tiger roar came from down the valley. The crowd was startled and looked down the valley. Wang Yuan quickly raised his gun and peered through the scope into the valley. Dahe, take a look. Rin Yuan Yuan removed the binoculars and handed them to Dahe. Big Black took the binoculars and peered into the valley as well. After about 5 minutes, the two saw nothing. Let's go. There's nothing to see. Wang Yuan said. Aha! Dahe handed the binoculars back to Rin Yuan Yuan. Captain, what was that scream? Zhang Lanfang asked as the crowd walked back again. It's a tiger. It should be the one we heard 2 days ago. Wang Yuan said. It's still quicker to head back. The men climbed up the rope to the top of the hill, pulled it up again, and lowered it down the other side. Back at the cave, it was 6 o'clock, and it would soon be dark. You guys cook first. I'll go fetch water with Dahe. Putting down his things, Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan and Dahe smoked cigarettes and went to the water hole to fetch water, while the three women started cooking. After returning from fetching water, Rin Yuan asked, Captain, what about these bitten dragon fruits? Feed the chickens. Oh. Rin took a dragon fruit that had been eaten in small halves by something and chopped it up and scattered it into the chicken coop. Ha, look, the pheasants love to eat this. They eat it with joy. Rin Yuan called out. Well, from now on, it will be in your hands and you'll be responsible for feeding it. Wang Yuan said. Well, don't worry. Rin Yuan said. That's fine, let's go out and cut some grass while it's still dark and come back to put it in to make a nest. Wang Yuan said. Okay, let's go. The two men grabbed their machetes, put their guns on their backs, and went out to cut the grass. A little while later, each of the two men returned with a small bundle of grass, all of which was fine and soft blades of grass. Captain, how do we nest it? Rin Yuan asked. Just throw the grass in, it will make its own nest. Aha! Rin Yuan threw a few handfuls of blades of grass in. The rice is ready, it's time to eat. Zhang Lanfang said. All right then, let's eat first. Wang Yuan said. Wild boar, dried fish, bamboo shoots, mushrooms, wild vegetables, a super stew, and a big pot. The crowd ate well too. Mr. Jiang, how long can our food last? Wang Yuan pottered after eating. 3 days is enough, plus fruits and stuff. Saving a bit is also able to be a week's worth. Jiang Yin said. Are we still going to explore the valley? Wang Yuan asked. Go on, there must have been people living there before, maybe there's a treasure. Even if there is a tiger, don't we have guns? Kill it with one shot. Rin Yuan said. You little ninny, forget how you were in distress this afternoon? You forget when you see food. Zhang Lanfang slapped her. Hey, isn't there a captain? And besides, don't you think the adventure is exciting? Rin Yuan said with a smile. You dead ninny. Zhang Lanfang blanked her. All right then, tomorrow morning we'll go to the beach, and in the afternoon we'll go to the valley. Wang Yuan said. Okay, look, the pheasants really made their own nest. Rin Yuan shouted. The three women gathered around the chicken coop to watch. I saw that the pheasant had raked a nest in the coop with blades of grass and was resting on its back when it nervously stuck its head out and looked around. The feathers aren't as nice as that. Rin Yuan said. That's just the female, that's just the male. Just like the roosters and hens we've seen, the rooster's feathers are prettier than the hens. Zhang Lanfang said. Oh, and why is that? Go ask the captain. How would I know? Zhang Lanfang gave her another blank look. Captain, why do roosters look better than hens? Rin Yuan asked. Wang Yuan was smoking on the side with Dahe and sniffed. Because men are better looking than women. Ah, that's right. Big Black laughed. Cut. The three girls took a look at Big Black, and in a neat movement, they gave Wang Yuan a blank look. Wang Yuan took a large scallop shell, drilled 2 small holes, and sharpened a short bamboo tube, and together they tied it to the cage with a rope. What does this one do? Rin asked. Scallop shells for food and bamboo tubes for water. Wang Yuan said. Oh, are you guys going to relieve yourselves? Wang Yuan asked. Well, go. The three women stood up. The people went out, took turns to finish relieving themselves, and returned to the cave, where Wang Yuan bolted the door. If you guys are sleepy, go and rest. You've been tired all day today. Wang Yuan said. Okay, it's been a tiring day. Rin Yuan said. Well then, we're off to rest. Aha! Wang Yuan and Dahe smoked a cigarette and also went to rest. In the middle of the night, a pack of wolves came along and circled the yard. Ow! Suddenly a wolf barked. The other wolf charged toward the yard, then leapt forward, about to jump into it. Being in midair above the fence, a bamboo tip stabbed into the wolf's abdomen. The wolf's body stopped, a struggle. The neck was another bamboo tip stabbed in, and then the more struggle stabbed in the deeper, the limbs stomped a few times on the gas died. The other wolves were confused and left after a few turns outside. Inside the cave, the crowd was also awakened. "Captain, what's that noise?" Rin Yuan shouted. "Wolves barking, it's fine. They can't get in. Don't worry and sleep." Wang Yuan yawned and said, "Oh." The crowd drifted off to sleep again. Chapter 128, Shooting Practice. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan was the first to wake up, stretched, opened the door, and walked out. And after looking around, he spotted the wolf hanging on the fence. "All up! Everybody wake up! Get up! All get up!" Wang Yuan ran back to the cave and shouted as he reached for his gun. With a jolt, the crowd climbed up and ran out of the room. Seeing that Wang Yuan was holding his gun up to guard the entrance of the cave, they hurriedly grabbed their guns and ran to the entrance of the cave. "Captain, what's wrong?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Look over there." Wang Yuan pointed at the wolf's corpse on the fence. "Huh." The crowd looked over. "Captain, what's that?" Rin Yuan asked as she swallowed. "Wolf." "Huh? Wolf?" "Yes, wolves usually come in packs." "Huh?" The three women raised their guns and glanced around. "All right, relax, it's not that scary," Wang Yuan said. "Oh." The crowd relaxed. "I was going to let you guys try a few shots yesterday, but that didn't happen, so now you try. 15 rounds of ammunition per person. You can shoot continuously, you can shoot point blank. Remember the essentials. Bamboo forest on the right, woods directly in front of you, water pool on the left, 3 directions. Each of you one direction. Take turns to shoot. Start. Who will be first?" Wang Yuan said. "Me, I'll go first." Rin Yuan raised her hand. "Okay, you go first. Pay attention to the essentials and find a good target before you shoot." Wang Yuan said. "Well, that rock over there by the shed, I guess." Rin said. The crowd gathered around as Run set her AK up on the fence and took aim in the direction of the waterhole. Da-da-da-da. A 5-round burst. "Huh? Captain, doesn't this bullet have a warhead?" Rin Yuan asked. "Huh? Huh? Yuan, are you hitting the air?" Zhang Lanfang laughed out loud. "Shoulder up hard, squeeze the gun, squeeze the gun." Jiang Yin said. "Oh." Rin made a big red face and raised her gun to aim again. Tot! A 2-shot. Ping! The stone burst into a cloud of lime and shattered in response. "Yay!" Rin cheered with a clenched fist. "Beautiful. 2 shots in 1. Don't close your eyes at the moment of firing. And pay attention to the pressure of the gun." "Again," Wang Yuan said. "Let's hit that rock across the waterhole this time." Rin Yuan said. Tot! Another 2-shot. Bang bang. The rock exploded into 2 clumps of lime. "Bingo!" Rin Yuan jumped up and down in excitement. "Ness! That's over 100 meters." Zhang Lanfang said. Wang Yuan took the binoculars and said, "The difference between the points of impact of these 2 bullets is 50 centimeters. It's not bad, the pressure of the gun is not good, but it depends on the feeling, pay attention. You fire a few shots towards the jungle over there to get a feel for it." Wang Yuan said. "Okay." Rin was excited. Totted up. A triple shot towards the jungle across the waterhole. Tot! Another triple shot at the rock while his hand was in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The rock split down the middle. Good. 3 rounds, spaced about 10 centimeters apart. "Very good. Who's next?" Wang Yuan said. "I'll do it." Zhang Lanfang raised her hand. Ugh. Until the end of the 3 women shooting, Wang Yuan summarized, "Jiang shot the best. This is because she practiced in the shooting gallery. Sister Fang's accuracy is also good. And also because you practiced archery and taekwondo, so your arm strength and balance is good. Hope's progress is also fast. It's good to strengthen your stability. Marksmanship is not something that can be practiced casually. It takes hard training and countless bullets for them to be able to do it. You are all very good. And if you practice properly in the future, you can also become a marksman. But our conditions don't allow us to do so. So we are trained like this, and it's enough for us to protect ourselves. Well, let's solve our personal problems before we make breakfast." "Captain, what about that wolf?" Zhang Lanfang asked. "Leave it alone for now and let it deter the other beasts there." Wang Yuan said. "There aren't any wolves around then, are there?" Rin Yuan said. "Oh, you think I let you guys practice your guns for no reason? And use so many bullets?" Wang Yuan said. "All right, let's go. Any wolves were scared away by the gunshots long ago." Jiang Yin pulled Rin Yuan and went back to the cave. Wang Yuan and Dahe lit cigarettes to relieve themselves, then went back to the cave to get toiletries to wash at the waterhole. Back in the shed, build a fire and boil water. The 3 women also came back one after another after washing up and drank some boiling water to make breakfast. After stewing some wild boar meat and wild vegetable soup, the group finished their breakfast and Rin Yuan cut some dragon fruits to feed the pheasants. Straw hats on and gear on, the group set off for the beach. Wang Yuan led the group to enter from the woods. Dahei opened the way with a harpoon in the front. Wang Yuan cut some thorns with his machete in the second place, and the three women followed behind. Captain, this way is where we pick mushrooms. Walking a little while Rin Yuan said, Aha! Look, there's a wild pepper tree over there. Jiang Yin said, Okay, let's go pick it off. Wang Yuan looked over in the direction Jiang Yin pointed. After picking the wild peppers, it was back on the road. Captain, isn't that where we pick chili peppers? Zhang Lanfang said, Yes, let's go over and take a look. Weren't there some small, uncooked ones left up there last time? Wang Yuan said, Okay. Chapter 129, A Seaside Scare. The crowd walked over and saw that some more peppers had ripened, and each person picked a few, picking them all for Jiang Yin to load up and continue on their way. Captain, we've arrived at the place where we dug kudzu roots that time. Are we still digging? Zhang Lanfang asked. Well, dig in. There's not much left of the kudzu powder we made last time. Let's make some more. Wang Yuan said, Okay. The crowd followed the vines in search of kudzu. Here's one. I have one here too. Well, whoever finds it digs. Each of the 5 dug in. What a big root I have. Mine's the thickest. My longest. Captain, come and see. Who's the biggest? Huh? Big Black laughed out loud. What's it got to do with me? Wang Yuan said, Dahei, what are you laughing at? The 3 women were confused by Big Black's laughter. You guys are about the same. Big Black said, Wang Yuan nodded, then chopped all the kudzu that everyone had dug out into small segments to fill up 2 backpacks, and carried them one on each of Zhang Lanfang's backs. Dahei and Jiang Yin packed up the vines and put them in their backpacks as well, carrying them on their backs. The crowd continued to walk forward, and Wang Yuan and Dahei lit cigarettes and smoked them. King, you're so dirty. Big Black whispered. You're the one who's dirty. It's not like I said anything. Wang Yuan also whispered. What are they saying? Rin asked. I don't know. They should be speaking the language of country, eh? Jiang Yin said. Oh. The crowd dug up wild vegetables as they walked, and a little while later they walked to the wild pineapple. Dahei, go see if there are any ripe wild pineapples and pick them. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan and the 3 girls came to the cactus, and seeing that there were quite a few more ripe cactus fruits, they all started picking them again. I'll be careful not to get zapped. Got it. The crowd carefully picked dozens of cactus fruits. Captain, don't you want to pick a few slices of cactus to go back and eat? Jiang Yin asked. That's fine. Pick a few slices and go back to fry them for meat. Wang Yuan used his dagger to cut off 5 slices of fat cactus, peeled off the thorns, and put them into the back basket. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot came out of the de-wood bushes. I'll grab your guns and be on guard. I'll go take a look. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women nervously raised their lances and looked around. Wang Yuan picked up his gun and walked into the bushes, calling out, Dahei, what's going on? King, I'm over here. Be careful. There seems to be wolves. Big Black's voice came from not far away. Wang Yuan walked over, only to see Dahei on guard with his pistol raised. Where? Wang Yuan asked. A head just charged out over there, but unfortunately I missed it. Big Black pointed his gun ahead. Let's go out. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Dada. The 2 had just exited the bushes when several more shots rang out. The 2 rushed over, only to see the 3 women holding their lances up against a patch of grass. What's going on? Wang Yuan asked. 2 wolves scurried out over there just now. Zhang Lanfang said. Well, it scared the hell out of me. Rin Yuan said. XL. Probably hit one end. Jiang Yin said. Oh, let's go over and take a look. Wang Yuan said. The crowd stepped forward cautiously, guns raised. Sure enough, a wolf had been hit in the head and was lying in the grass, already out of breath. Nice shot. Big Black said. All right, all relax. The other wolves ran away long ago. Wang Yuan saw that the 3 girls were all tense and busy. Dahei, what happened on your side just now? As the 3 women relaxed, Zhang Lanfang asked. I found a wolf too. It was too cunning to hit. Big Black said. Oh, Dahei, let's carry this guy and take care of it at the beach. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 2 men carried the wolf carcass and the group walked towards the beach. Huh? Captain, are we going to eat wolf meat? Rin Yuan said. Of course, if it's going to eat us, it has to be prepared to be eaten by us. Ha ha, you're still set in your ways. Zhang Lanfang said. Is that wolf meat good? Jiang Yin asked. Sure, it's almost as good as dog meat. So you've eaten? Well, on the prairies of the great northwest of my country. I have eaten it, and the stew is old and fragrant, and that soup is even more flavorful. Huh, really? Rin Yuan's mouth was about to water. Captain, aren't you from the southeast military region? How did you get to the great northwest? Jiang Yin asked. The military districts communicate with each other, and the troops are adapted to fight in various terrain, and we often hold exercises between the military districts. Oh, and how did you kill the wolf? Aren't wolves protected animals? Jiang Yin said. Yeah, can you tell us about it? Rin Yuan said. I'll keep it simple then. During that exercise, our four-man squad was on a special mission deep behind enemy lines. What special mission? Rin Yuan said. Don't interrupt. It's just some missions like disrupting traffic, disrupting communications, sneak assassinations, etc. Huh? So exciting, it's like a movie. Do you still want to hear it? Oh. Rin Yuan hurriedly shut her mouth and covered it as she nodded repeatedly. Ha ha. The crowd laughed at her cute. Late that night, we lurked outside a sheep pen of a herder's house. We suspected that there was an enemy communication squad in the herder's area, and we were going to sabotage their communication equipment. Wang Yuan continued. Suddenly, a pack of about 20 wolves surrounded the sheepfold and were milling about outside. But unfortunately, they could not get in, and the four of us were surrounded by them as they caught the scent and found us. We had no choice but to mount bayonets and fight the wolves. Huh? Then why don't you guys shoot? Rin Yuan was so mesmerized by what she was hearing that she couldn't help but ask again. That was a drill for us. There were no live bullets. They were all airbursts. Wang Yuan gave her a blank look. Oh. We killed a few wolves when one of the herders in the house heard the noise and came out with a knife, and we hurriedly shouted that we were Chinese soldiers and told him to hurry back. In the end, we killed 8 wolves, and the rest ran away. We wanted to leave the wolf carcasses with the herdsman, but he insisted that he didn't want them and helped us transport them back to the army. But of course the mission wasn't accomplished, and afterward we were scolded by the chief, and the 8 wolves ended up being stewed by the cooking class. But the chief ate more than anyone else. Shortly after arriving at the seaside shelter, the group set down their things to rest for a while. Sister Fong, why don't you and Yuan burn sea salt? I'll make up another fish cage. Dahe and Mr. Jiang will collect the fish cage and then go deal with that wolf. Wang Yuan smoked a cigarette and said, Okay. Everyone started to get busy. Wang Yuan took out the vines and started weaving the fish cages. The other 4 went to the beach. Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan went to fill the seawater, while Dahe and Jiang Yin went to collect the fish cages. A little while later, Zhang Lanfang and Rin Yuan came back, built a fire on the stovetop, put on the can of milk powder, and started boiling seawater. Captain, it's just one big moray eel. All the other fish have been bitten to death by it. It's not edible. Jiang Yin and Big Black came back. Chapter 130, Barbecue by the Sea. It's fine, roast it for lunch. Wang Yuan said. Look, it's so big. Dahe carried the eel out of the floating ball. It was over a meter long, arm thick, and had already been killed and processed. Wow, so big, Zhang Lanfang said. So scary, Rin Yuan said. Dahe put down the eel, picked up the wolf corpse, and said, We're off to take care of this. Dahe and Jiang Yin went back to the beach to deal with the wolf carcass. Wang Yuan braided the fish cage a while later, rubbed a rope, tied it to the cage, took a mineral water bottle, and went to the beach. Came to Big Black, picked up some wolf guts and chopped them up and put them in a bottle for bait. The bottle was pierced with a couple of small holes, put in a fishing cage, put in a couple of rocks, found a place a little farther away, put the cage into the ocean, and tied the rope to the reef. Wang Yuan returned to the shelter and asked, Boiling sea salt is fine for one person to watch. Who will go with me to catch the sea? Hope, go ahead. I don't think you can sit still. Yeah, I'll go. Okay, grab the gear and let's go. The 2 men each took a float and headed for the beach. The 2 groveled in search of seafood. Captain, I can't get through. In front of a small puddle, Rin Yuan said. Wang Yuan reached out and took Rin Yuan's small hand in one hand and turned around to look for seafood again. Humph. Damn straight, Rin Yuan muttered in a small voice. Huh? What did you say? Wang Yuan turned around and asked. Nothing. Well, did you see those little conchs on the reef? A large swath of them. They're meat and small. Usually we don't want them. In fact, the flavor is also very fresh when cooked. When nothing is wrong, you can eat them as a snack. The most important thing is that you can take them to feed the chickens. Wang Yuan said. Huh? Really? Rin Yuan's eyes lit up. Really? Crack them up and the chickens can eat them with their shells on. Have you ever seen a hen eat sand? Never seen it, but I've heard about it since I was a kid. Do you know the principle that chickens eat sand? This I know. Well, that chicken ate the eggs laid by this conch shell, and the shells were so strong that it could eat them if you crack them a little. Oh, I see. That's fine, you can just pick up these little conchs here. I'll go look for other seafood. It's almost noon, we'll go back in a little while. Okay. Wang Yuan picked up some seafood and sea vegetables around and greeted Rin Yuan back. Rin Yuan, on the other hand, picked up small conchs that filled up the float. Oh, what are you getting so much for? Wang Yuan said. I thought you said you could eat it as a snack in addition to feeding it to the chickens. I'll give it to you as a downer when the time comes. Okay. Hold it for me, it's too heavy. When we go back, we'll fill it with some seawater and keep it, or it'll die soon if we can't eat it. Got it. As long as it was related to foodstuffs, Rin Yuan was definitely the first to rush up. When the two returned to the shelter, Dahe and Zhang Yin had also disposed of the wolf carcasses and were helping Zhang Lanfang to bring up seawater to boil salt. That everyone grill seafood for dinner. We'll bring back the wolf meat, or whatever. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, Captain, I'm thirsty. Rin Yuan sat down and took off her straw hat to fan herself. Okay, Dahe, let's go pick coconuts. Wang Yuan and Dahe went to pick coconuts. The three women cooked sea salt while grilling seafood. Hope, what are you doing with all those little conchs? It's too small and doesn't have much meat. Jiang Yin asked. The captain said that one is very fresh when cooked. You can eat it as a snack, or you can smash it up and feed it to the chickens, who can eat it even in the shell. Rin Yuan repeated what Wang Yuan said again. A moment later, Wang Yuan, two people brought 5 coconuts back. The 3 women's seafood is also baked. The people sat down and began to eat. A large moray eel, some seafood, 5 people were full. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and looked at his watch. It was almost 2 o'clock. It's too late today to go to the valley there. Why don't we go catch the sea? Tomorrow we'll bring food with us and go to the valley to have a look again. Wang Yuan said. Okay, you guys go ahead. I'd better cook sea salt here. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. The 4 Wang Yuan picked up the floating ball and went to catch the sea. You can pick more sea vegetables, purslane, kelp, sea cabbage, and so on. Go back to cook soup, not eat it all, then dry it and eat it later. That is not only delicious and nutritious. Wang Yuan said. Got it. All right then, let's split up to catch the sea, but make sure not to leave everyone's sight. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd split up and searched the reef complex. Everyone picks up seafood and sometimes sea vegetables until it's past 4 o'clock, when Wang Yuan greets everyone and says it's time to go back. Only then did the crowd grab a few handfuls of sea vegetables to stuff the floats and head back. Back at the shelter, Zhang Lanfang had already cooked 3 bottles of sea salt. Everyone pack up, it's time to head back. Big Black, and I will collect the fish cages. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 2 men harvested a lot of fish, shrimp, and crabs from the 2 cages this time, and didn't pack them up and put them directly into the float, and came back. The people pack up things on the way back. This time to the beach harvest can be a lot. Wang Yuan and Big Black back of 70 to 80 pounds of weight, 3 women each, almost each back more than 50 pounds. Rin Yuan also took a bottle of seawater. Carrying heavy things, also walk slowly, and then do not go before dark. I'm afraid I cannot go back. The group walked back from the coconut tree and past the trap. The 3 women were too tired to walk. The group rested for 10 minutes and continued on. When they got to the rabbit traps, Wang Yuan went to check and one was triggered, but unfortunately no hair was caught. So Wang Yuan had to reinstall it in a different place. Once at the Traveler's Banana, the crowd took another break and all rehydrated. Finally made it back to the cave before dark. Once they put their things under the shed, Wang Yuan and Dahe sat down to smoke. Captain, let's go inside and take a rest. Rin Yuan said. Okay. The 3 women walked into the cave and went straight into their rooms to lie down on the beds. Exhausting. After Wang Yuan and Dahe finished smoking, they built a fire and put a steamer to boil water. Come on, Dahe, let's go fetch water. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The 2 grabbed buckets and bottles and went to the water hole to get water. When I came back, I poured out the boiling water and divided it. The 3 women came out lazily. So tired. Captain, what are we making for dinner? Jiang Yin asked. Steamed seafood, wolf stew, bones for soup in the morning. It will be dark soon. Go into the cave and do it. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd stowed their things in the cave. Wang Yuan and Dahei sat in the shed smoking again, looking at the wolf carcass hanging on the fence not far away. Dahei, go take a bath. Wang Yuan said. Okay, we're gonna take a bath. Wang Yuan returned to the cave, grabbed the toiletries, and said to the three girls. Okay. Wang Yuan and Dahei went to the waterhole to take a bath together. Chapter 131, Sizzling Wolf Meat. Wang Yuan and Dahei hurriedly took a bath and returned to the cave. It smells so good. Dahei smelled the aroma of the stew as soon as he entered the cave. It's almost done. We'll steam the seafood later. Jiang Yin said. Captain, the pheasants really ate the baby conch and fed it a handful of times just now. Rin Yuan said happily. Aha! It's been a long, tiring day. You guys go wash up too. All of you briefly, it's going to be dark soon. I'll do the rest. You guys eat when you come back. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The three women took their toiletries and change of clothes and pistols to the waterhole to bathe. Wang Yuan tried the stew with chopsticks and it was already stewed, so he took down the stew pan, put on the steamer, and steamed the seafood. As the cave darkened, Wang Yuan built another fire to light it and sat down with Dahei to smoke by the fire. After a while, the seafood was cooked, poured on a palm fronds, and put on the table, and the steamer was cooked on with some small conch. The three women returned a moment later. Are the courtyard gates all closed? Wang Yuan asked. It's all closed. The three women put their things down and sat down by the fire to roast their hair. That's fine. We're all tired today. Let's drink some wine to relieve our fatigue. Wang Yuan went and took out 2 bottles of brandy. Goody. Then let's eat. Wang Yuan poured small glasses of wine for each person. The crowd then gathered around the table and began to eat. This wolf meat is really delicious. That smells good. The soup is good too. Captain, what's cooking in the pot? Little conch, it should be about time. Wang Yuan went over and brought the steamer over. I'll taste it first. Wait, hot. Oh, here, cheers. Well, cheers. Which one of you is still drinking? No more drinks. I'm not drinking either. All right then, I'll drink with Dahei. Wang Yuan and Dahei split the rest of the wine and picked small conchs with bamboo sticks to eat. This little conch is pretty fresh too. Rin Yuan ate one and said, Captain, we're going to relieve ourselves. You guys eat slowly. Zhang Lanfang said, Okay, bring the gun. Got it. When the three women returned from relieving themselves, Zhang Lanfang said, Captain, there seems to be a few pairs of eyes staring this way in the woods across the street. Yeah, glowing green, so scary. Rin Yuan patted her chest. That must be a colorful wolf, seeing beautiful women with green eyes. Wang Yuan said, Huh, but where's the man in this? Just bluffing. Jiang Yin said, I have a feeling it's those wolves we encountered. I've seen on TV and in books that wolves' eyes glow green at night. Zhang Lanfang said, Well, yes, we've been missed by them, but don't be afraid of them. They can't get in, and we've still got our guns. Should I take you guys out to fire 2 more shots? Wang Yuan said, Yeah, then we'll go out and shoot a couple of guns. Rin Yuan said. The people picked up their lances and walked out of the cave together. And sure enough, there were a few pairs of eyes in the woods on the opposite side of the road that were emitting a green light that flickered. Aim there before you shoot. Only 2 shots per person, haha. Wang Yuan said, Okay. The 3 women raised their guns and took aim. Roar! Suddenly, a beast roar came from the valley behind. Ah! The 3 women lost their colors in fear. Don't be afraid, Wang Yuan said. But when I looked across the woods again, the glowing green eyes were gone. All right, go back. They're all scared away. They can't fight. Wang Yuan said. Ugh. Okay. The 3 women went back to the cave. After Wang Yuan and Dahei finished relieving themselves, they returned to the cave and closed the door. Sister Fong, you guys marinate today's fish. We'll grill it in the morning, and I'll take care of the wolf meat. Wang Yuan said. I'll help you with the wolf meat. The 2 of them can get the fish. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, just rub some salt on the wolf meat with Big Black. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Wang Yuan brushed the steamer clean and poured water on it, put the wolf bones in it, and put it on the stovetop to stew, and cut some wild mountain ginger and wild onions to put in it. The smoked wild boar is also ready, so take it off and put it in a foam box and hang the wolf meat back up to smoke. All right, all tired for the day, rest. After everyone was busy, Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said, Okay. The 3 women went to their rooms to rest. Wang Yuan and Dahei also rested after smoking. In the morning, Wang Yuan got up, opened the door, came out and observed, built a fire under the stove in the shed, and took the cave boy steamer out and put it on the stove to heat it up. After lighting a cigarette and solving his personal problems, he sat down under the shed and drank water, picked up the bamboo again, split some bamboo scrims with his dagger, and took the scrims and wove them. One by one, the people got up and finished solving their personal problems, and they all sat down under the shed and drank their water. "Captain, what are you making up again?" Rin asked. "I'll weave another dustpan and dry the sea vegetables." "Oh, let's grill fish." "Well, put some sea vegetables and salt in the pot. Let's eat roasted fish and drink sea vegetable bone soup." Wang Yuan said. "Okay." After everyone finished breakfast, Wang Yuan put sea vegetables on the sun. 3 dustpans were drying things: bamboo shoots, mushrooms, and sea vegetables. Rin smashes a handful of small conchs to feed the chickens. "Captain, what do we do next?" After the 3 women finished washing the dishes, Zhang Lanfang asked, "Why don't you guys go do the laundry, and I'll make the kudzu powder? How about we go to the valley the rest of the time?" Wang Yuan said, "Okay, we'll pack the clothes. You and Dahe go make the kudzu powder." Zhang Lanfang said, "Okay." The 3 women took the changed clothes. Wang Yuan and Dahe took a few floating balls and the kudzu roots they dug yesterday, and a few pieces of rags. And we all took our weapons and came to the waterhole together. The 3 women did the laundry, while Wang Yuan and Dahe made kudzu powder and squeezed all the juice from the kudzu into the floating ball. Wang Yuan and Dahe washed all the kudzu residue twice, squeezed out 5 floating balls of juice, and the 2 of them took it to the cave to let it settle. The 3 women also washed their clothes and hung them outside the shed to dry in the sun. "Captain, it's still early. Why don't we go to the valley?" Rin Yuan said. "All right, bring a few grilled fish. We won't be back at noon." Wang Yuan looked at the time, less than 10 o'clock, lit a cigarette, and said, "Good. Can I bring some fruit then?" Rin Yuan said, "Okay, bring some more water. Sister Fong, bring that compass of yours too." Wang Yuan said, "Okay." The crowd brought all their gear and sprinkled their pants with a bit of gunpowder water. Yuan, we're not moving. Why are you taking so much fruit?" Zhang Lanfang said. "Oh." Rin Yuan could only pull fruit outward from her backpack again. "All right, just bring a wild pineapple. It's not like dahe, and I eat it. You can't eat too much of that stuff. Your mouth is numb from eating too much of it." Wang Yuan said. The group climbed to the top of the mountain where Big Black pulled the rope up and lowered it back down that side of the valley. Wang Yuan asked for Rin Yuan's harpoon and forked it over a rock crevice with a strip of cloth tied to it. "Captain, what's this for?" Rin Yuan asked. "Make a mark in case we get lost and can't get back." Chapter 132, Aircraft Wreckage. The crowd climbed down the rope and carefully made their way to the same platform where Rin Yuan had fallen the day before. Everyone looked down, only to see that the golden python was already nothing but a skeleton. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 11:30 and said, "Let's all take a rest here and have something to eat before we set off." "Okay." The group sat down on the platform, and Big Black put down his backpack and took out the dried roasted fish from it, giving it to everyone to share. Wang Yuan took out bottles of mineral water from his backpack and shared 1 bottle each. After eating the grilled fish and drinking some water, Wang Yuan and Dahe smoked cigarettes while the 3 women shared another wild pineapple. "Captain, will there be treasure down there?" Rin Yuan asked. "I don't know, but the beasts are definitely there. Don't forget those beastly roars the other day." "Ah, I'll give it a pike first when I see it. Then you mustn't be afraid to show me a realistic version of Beauty and the Beast." "But," Rin Yuan gave Wang Yuan a blank look. "Ha ha." The crowd laughed. "All right, let's set off," Wang Yuan said. The crowd stood up and continued to walk forward. The front is still a section of stone steps, Big Black in front of the shoveling of sand and soil scattered on it. Everyone's speed slowed down again. Fortunately did not meet snakes and insects or something, perhaps because the crowd pants and feet are sprinkled with gunpowder water. After a while, the crowd came to another stop at a meadow. Wang Yuan raised his gun and looked around through the scope, and Rin Yuan also picked up her binoculars and watched. Airplanes over there, look! Airplane remnants." Suddenly Rin Yuan excitedly pointed in a direction and said, "Where is it? Let me see." Zhang Lanfang shouted. Rin handed her the binoculars. Wang Yuan also saw it and handed his gun to Dahe, who also looked through the scope. "Well, it's not too far. There's an hour to get there," Big Black said as he observed the terrain again. All 3 women had looked through the binoculars, and Rin Yuan said, "Then let's hurry over and take a look." Don't be in a hurry. Take your time. Be sure to pay attention to safety. It's useless to be in a hurry now. Don't slide down again. Wang Yuan said. Oh. Rin Yuan looked bitter. When the roads are all sprinkled with sand, it will be easier to walk, and it won't take so long to come back in the future. Wang Yuan said. Got it. The crowd moved on again, and beyond the meadow was another flight of stone steps sloping downward. Walking down the stone steps to another grassy area where the remnants of the airplane lay across the grass. It should be a section from the airplane hatch position towards the back. The back should have been blown up and burned black. It should have rolled down the hill, and there were obvious sliding marks on the hill. It's that airplane of ours. Zhang Lanfang confirmed. Yes, I can confirm that too. Rin Yuan said. Then let's hurry in and take a look. Maybe our stuff is still inside. Jiang Yin said. Yeah, wait a minute. I'll go in first and take a look at the situation. Wang Yuan said. Wang Yuan climbed in from the back, as the front hatch was in the grassy outer overhang. Wang Yuan looked around, and sure enough a cobra was coiled under one of the seats. Wang Yuan retreated back and said, Dehei, come in first. There is a poisonous snake inside. Okay. Wang Yuan pulled Big Black in and took another harpoon. Wang Yuan pointed under a seat and whispered, Right there. Big Black nodded. Wang Yuan handed Big Black the machete. Big Black gripped his machete tightly and walked over to that seat to get on guard. Wang Yuan stuck his harpoon under the seat and teased the cobra, but the snake just wouldn't come out. Wang Yuan was drawing out his harpoon when suddenly the cobra sprang out and took a bite at Wang Yuan's hand. Wang Yuan sprinted backward, and Dehei's quick eyes and hands quickly slashed at the snake with his machete. Choke! There was a sound on the ground. The machete didn't cut the snake's head, but directly cut into the snake's middle section, cutting the snake into two pieces at once. The back section was still writhing, the front section spitting out letters in an effort to swim forward. Swish! Big Black slashed again, cutting off the snake's head. Move over. Wang Yuan shoveled out the three sections of the snake's body with an engineer's shovel. The three women dug another pit to bury the snake's head in, and picked the snake's body down the hill, where it was carried away by the eagle a little while later. Wang Yuan and Big Black checked the cabin again, and seeing that there was no danger, the two pulled the three women in. All right, everyone has come in. Now let's search for useful supplies as long as we can take away all of them. First, let's concentrate all the stuff at the tail exit. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Inside, there are several rows of seats near the tail section, almost all burnt. Wang Yuan and Big Black stripped off a dozen seat covers and put them in the tail section. The three women examined the luggage lockers. Most of them were open and empty due to the strong air currents of the airplane falling, but there were three that were not open. The three women opened the lockers and there was something inside. 2 backpacks, 1 suitcase. The three women mentioned the rear of the cabin. Wang Yuan found another food cart wedged between 2 seats and joined forces with Dahei to lift and push it to the end, picking up a few more stainless steel plates and trays in various places. Captain, come over here. Zhang Lanfang shouted. What's wrong? Wang Yuan and Dahei walked over. This is the bathroom. The door lock is deformed. It can't be opened. Zhang Lanfang said. Big Black, a kick in the pants. Okay. I saw Big Black stand in front of the door, tiptoe twice, and kick the door in the side. Clang! The bathroom door swung open in response. Only the bathroom was in pieces, but a bottle of hand sanitizer and a roll of toilet paper were also picked up. Captain, there's nothing left for us anymore. Jiang Yin and Rin Yuan walked over, and Rin Yuan said with a bitter face. All right, it's good enough to retain so many things under the strong air currents of the airplane crash. Zhang Lanfang said. Oh, Captain, why don't we open those bags and take a look? Rin Yuan said. Okay, open it up and take a look. Wang Yuan said. The crowd walked to the rear of the cabin, a woman's light blue backpack, a woman's pink suitcase, and a black suitcase. Captain, this suitcase has a combination lock and can't be opened. Rin Yuan fiddled with the black suitcase and said, Then let's ignore it for now and bring it back to study it. Wang Yuan said. After the backpack was opened, Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin pulled out all the items inside. A few women's clothes, 2 pairs of socks, a pair of high heels, a pair of canvas hiking boots, some makeup, a pack of women's earth hygiene products, 2 packs of wet wipes, 2 packs of Kleenex, a passport, an ID card, a cell phone charger, the data cable, 2 packs of compressed cookies, and 7 or 8 briny eggs. These can basically be used, put them all in. Wang Yuan said. After the stuff was loaded in, Jiang Yin opened the woman's suitcase again. Wow, good stuff. Rin Yuan Yuan shouted. Chapter 133, Delicious Instant Noodles. I only saw 8 packets of instant noodles on top of the suitcase, a dozen ham sausages on the side, and a bottle of Lao Ganyang hot sauce. Hey, it's been a long time since I had instant noodles and ham sausage. Rin Yuan Yuan smacked her lips and said, You snacker. Zhang Lanfang blanked her. Further down were a few pieces of women's earth clothes, a pair of long leather boots, a pair of travel shoes, a pair of high heels, some cosmetics, a packet of women's earth hygiene products, 2 packets of wet wipes, 2 packets of Kleenex, a passport, an ID card, a bank card, more than 10,000 euros, a charger, and a data cable. Wang Yuan said, All right, put it all back. You guys watch and use these things. Okay. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 3:30, lit a cigarette, and said, All right, let's stop here today. Let's pack up and go back. Okay. The crowd packed up, the food truck was left for another day, and all the rest of the supplies were taken away. Going back up the hill, but you don't have to spread the dirt, it's still a fast walk. When they got to the bottom of the rock, Wang Yuan went up first and pulled the supplies up with the rope first, then pulled the 3 women up again in turn with Dahe last. The group rested at the top of the hill for a while before climbing down the slope and returning to the cave. After unloading everything, Wang Yuan and Big Black sat under the shed and smoked. The 3 women fed the pheasants some bitten dragon fruits, took some more fruits, and also sat under the shed and ate. Looking at the time, 5 o'clock in the afternoon exactly. Captain, that black suitcase is quite big. It should have quite a lot of stuff, right? Rin Yuan ate a piece of dragon fruit and said, That suitcase looks quite big, but lifting it is not heavy. It should also be some clothes and so on. More than anything else, don't hold out much hope, not to mention that a lot of things are not allowed to be brought on the airplane. Wang Yuan said, Oh, and can you open that combination lock? Rin Yuan asked. The 3 girls all looked at Wang Yuan. I'm not good at opening this kind of lock, but Dahe is a good locksmith, so he should be able to do high-tech stuff like this. Wang Yuan said, Really? The 3 women stared at their beautiful eyes in disbelief. What? Don't believe me? Wang Yuan asked. The 3 women nodded. Dahe, you're a locksmith connoisseur. Go take out that black suitcase and open it for them. Wang Yuan said. Okay, said Big Black as he walked into the cave and pulled out his black suitcase, complete with chisel and machete. Just see the Big Black took out a dagger, inserted into the gap of the combination lock, back and forth. Don't two, pick up the machete, hand up the knife, the shell of the combination lock fell. Pick up the chisel against the lock core, pick up the stone against the chisel, bam bam two. Okay, Big Black said. Less than 2 minutes before and after. The 3 women looked dumbfounded. Wasn't it easy? It's simply a handful. Wang Yuan said. That's it. It still works like that? Offerings, offerings. Dahe bowed around like the people of the country. Seeing Big Black's naive and comical appearance, the crowd couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha. Big Black scratched his head, revealing a mouthful of large white teeth, and giggled. Okay, this combination box is not metal. Our plastic and nylon material. Get a combination lock is nothing more than to appear a little bit higher, the other a little bit useless. Wang Yuan said. Oh, I see. Open it and take a look. Wang Yuan said. Dahak opened the suitcase. The crowd looked over. Big Black took the destroyed combination lock first. A briefcase on top. Pull out the briefcase, and underneath is a black suit, and then underneath is a gray leisure suit and a white shirt. Taking out his clothes, underneath was a pair of black leather shoes and a pair of white loafers. Taking out the shoes, revealing the food at the bottom, 5 buckets of instant noodles, taking them out, and then underneath them were 5 packs of bagged instant noodles, 10 packs of squash, 2 large hams, and 2 Huawei cigarettes. Instant noodles again. Why do all these people love instant noodles? Rin Yuan said. Of course I'm not used to eating African food. Zhang Lanfang said. All right, we'll eat instant noodles at night. Sister Fong, you guys go do it. Wang Yuan said. Good luck. The 3 women all went to work, 1 boiled water, 1 cut ham sausage, 1 washed wild vegetables. Wang Yuan and Big Black smiled as they watched the 3 big beauties, smoking cigarettes and chatting in a language no one else could understand. Sister Fong, what do you think those 2 are talking about? Rin Yuan asked in a small voice. Dahe said, Captain, you should marry Yuan as your daughter-in-law. The captain said, I think Mr. Jiang is also quite good. Zhang Lanfang glanced at Wang Yuan and said, Che, Sister Fong, you're netting nonsense. Rin Yuan made a big red face. Sister Fong, it's not like you can understand what they're saying. Jiang Yin also said with a red face. That's definitely what it means. Look, the captain is looking at you colorfully. Zhang Lanfang said. Which is not. Jiang Yin said. Yeah, which he's a log. Rin Yuan said. All right, the water is boiling. Zhang Lanfang said. The three women opened 5 buckets of instant noodles, put the pasties in the pan, tore open the seasoning packet and poured it in, and put in the chopped ham hocks and wild greens. Captain, the instant noodles are cooked. Let's eat. Jiang Yin poured the instant noodles into each of the 5 instant noodle buckets. Okay, don't we have marinated eggs? 1 for each person. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Rin Yuan happily ran into the cave and took out 5 halogen eggs, 1 for each person. The crowd began to giggle and eat instant noodles. It smells so good. Ah, it's hot. Rin Yuan said. I found out that instant noodles are still good in your country, and these marinated eggs are also good, and the ham sausage is so flavorful. Daiko Kadu da. That's for sure. Our country's cuisine is so vast and profound that if you eat one kind in one meal, you won't be able to finish it in a lifetime. Zhang Lanfang said proudly. Really? Of course, why don't you join our country's nationality? Rin Yuan said. Like Wang Yuan, it's impossible for me to join another nationality. Dahe said regretfully. That's too bad. But I can travel to your country. You'll have to treat me to good food then. Of course. Definitely. Must. The 3 women all responded at that moment. The crowd even drank all the soup. After eating, the 3 women washed the dishes and took the items into the cave. Wang Yuan and Big Black sat down to smoke. It was also dark at this time, and the 3 women took turns to relieve themselves again. A few more pairs of beady green eyes emerged from the woods across the street. After the 3 women finished relieving themselves, they came over and Rin Yuan asked, Captain, let's go back to the cave. Well, look guys, the colorful wolf is here again. Wang Yuan pointed at the woods in front of him and said, Huh. The 3 women looked over. 2 shots. Zhang Lanfang asked expectantly. Okay, 2 shots. Wang Yuan said. Chapter 134, Meatloaf. The 3 girls excitedly ran into the cave, and one of them came out with a lance. Go over there by the fence. Set the gun up to the fence, can keep it stable. One of you aim at one end and shoot when you have a good aim. Wang Yuan said. Okay, let's shoot together. Don't let anyone shoot first to scare all the wolves away. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, Sister Fang. Count to 3 and we'll shoot again. Jiang Yin said. Is it all ready? Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Tada, tada, tada. Each of the 3 women fired a point-blank shot. Ow, ow. A wolf on the opposite side let out a scream. Ha, one head. Who hit it? Rin Yuan said excitedly. I don't know, it's so dark, it's hard to see. Zhang Lanfang said. The screams from across the room gradually stopped, and the glowing green eyes disappeared. All right, I'll go back. Wang Yuan said. Oh. The 3 girls were still excited. After Wang Yuan and Dahe finished relieving themselves, they returned to the cave, bolted the door, and all of them gathered around the fire, eating fruits. Mr. Jiang, stew up some wolf meat and eat it tomorrow morning. Wang Yuan said. Good. Jiang Yin and Zhang Lanfang stewed a few pieces of wolf meat in the steamer. Rin Yuan smashed some small conch to feed the pheasants, and chopped up the skin of the peeled dragon fruit to feed the pheasants, not realizing that the pheasants also ate it. Captain, it's about time this pheasant laid an egg, isn't it? I see it's almost healed. Rin Yuan said. It won't be that fast. Take it out tomorrow and let it get more sunlight. Wang Yuan said. Oh, got it. By the way, open that briefcase and take a look. Wang Yuan said. Good. Big Black brought the briefcase over and opened it. Inside were some contracts and other documents, a passport, an ID card, a bank card, a charger, a data cable, and a bunch of euros with over 10,000. When we have a chance to go back, let's send it back to his family. Jiang Yin said. Good. Well, let's rest. You can put a seat cover on the bed. Okay. The people each took a seat cover back and laid it on the bed and rested. Early the next morning, Wang Yuan woke up and opened the door to go out first, looked around, stretched, went to the shed and built a fire. The pan was put on it, boiled water, and went to relieve himself and wash up. One by one, everyone got up and relieved themselves and came back from washing up. Wang Yuan drank the water, poured out the water from the 5 floating balls that precipitated the kudzu powder, and built a fire on the stove in the cave to heat up the wolf meat stew. Sister Fang, Yuan, come, help take out the floats and cook up some wild vegetable pancakes for dinner. Mr. Jiang, you season the wolf meat for flavor. Wang Yuan greeted the three women. Okay. The three girls came in, playing five floats and taking them out. Wang Yuan put away all the things drying inside the dustpan, crushed the kudzu powder, and poured it into the dustpan and put it aside to dry, leaving one float of kudzu powder to make cakes. Zhang Lanfang and Ren Yuanyuan cut up the wild vegetables and wild onion blossoms and put them together in the floating ball, added some salt, and stirred it with the geranium powder. The pan was placed on the stovetop, brushed with some wild boar fat, and the two women began to cook the pancakes. Wang Yuan and Dahe sat down again and smoked cigarettes. Zhang Yin took out the steamer and put it on the table, an aroma of stew wafting out. Ah! Ren Yuan let out a scream. What's wrong? The crowd looked over. It hurts to have oil splashed on my hand. Ren Yuan covered her right hand and said, I'll do it. You go wash it with fresh water. Zhang Yin took the bamboo shovel and said, Oh! Ren Yuan took pity and went to wash her hands. After Ren Yuan washed her hands, she brought out the chicken coop again, let the pheasants bask in the sun, and fed them some small, cracked conch. Dinner is served. Zhang Lanfang said. On the table, palm fronds were set with 10 wild vegetable pancakes burned golden brown. Using a paper bucket of instant noodles as a bowl, each person was given a large piece of wolf meat and topped with broth spiked with chili. Wang Yuan picked up a piece of cake, sliced it in half with a dagger, sliced off a piece of wolf meat, chucked it into the cake, took a bite of the cake and a mouthful of soup. The wolf meat was stewed to a crisp. Everyone ate like Wang Yuan. That smells good. Dai ate with his mouth full. It's better than meatloaf. Ren Yuan said. The crowd ate and drank and washed the dishes. Captain, are we still going to the valley today? Zhang Lanfang said. Okay, bring your equipment, food and water, and set off to the valley. Seeing the crowd eyeing him, Wang Yuan tossed a cigarette and said, Captain, what kind of food to bring? Compressed cookies? Zhang Lanfang asked. Take the grilled fish with you, and take a few more halibut eggs, compressed cookies, etc. for emergency use later. Wang Yuan said, Okay, sprinkle gunpowder water on your pants and bring your stuff, and everyone is off. The journey was relatively smooth, no need to spread sand and dirt, and the crowd went pretty fast. It was only a little more than 9:30 when he arrived at the airplane wreckage, and after bypassing the airplane wreckage, Wang Yuan raised his gun and observed it through the scope. Ren Yuan also raised her binoculars and watched. At the bottom of the valley is a large area of spinulose trees, and it's very dense. We should be able to get there by noon at the speed we were going just now, but the road is not easy to walk on, and we have to sprinkle sand and soil to prevent slipping, so the time is not certain. So no matter where we go, we have to head back at 3 in the afternoon, or we won't necessarily be able to go back before dark. Wang Yuan gave the gun to Dahe and let him take a look at it. Got it. All three women nodded after taking turns looking through the binoculars. The crowd resumed their journey. Big Black was spreading sand and dirt in front of him, and the crowd was following behind, slowing down. After about another hour of walking along the stone steps, we reached another small patch of short grass. Suddenly a cobra sprang out of the bushes and charged at Dahak. Big Black had a jolt and raised the engineer's shovel. Wang Yuan didn't even look at it. He directly raised his head and looked at the sky, and the three women also followed Wang Yuan's example and looked at the sky. Sure enough, a large eagle swooped down, grabbed the snake, and flew away. Ha ha, Captain, do you think this eagle is here to protect us? Ren Yuan said happily. This is a sea eagle, a type of eagle. They usually catch fish in the sea and eat them. Rarely snakes or anything, but sometimes they do. This sea eagle should be living somewhere on this island. Wang Yuan said, Oh, let's keep going. The group made their way slowly across the meadow, again intermittently sloping down stone steps. Another hour or so arrived at a rocky platform that had obviously been chiseled by hand, clean and flat on top, rectangular in shape, about 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. Let's just rest here and eat something, Wang Yuan said. Okay, I'm hungry early. Ren Yuan said. Captain, look, what's that? Everyone was about to sit down and eat when Zhang Yin pointed at the bottom of the platform and said. The crowd reached down and looked. Ha ha, good stuff. Ren Yuan said happily. Chapter 135, The Brown Bear. The crowd poked their heads out and looked down, only to see that 15 or 16 meters below the platform there was also a piece of grass, on which grew 2 mango trees, on which grew many mangoes, more than 10 of which were already ripe. Big waste mango, I like it. Rin Yuan Yuan said, "You foodie, is there anything you don't like to eat?" Zhang Lanfang gave her a blank look. "You guys pull the rope and I'll go down and pick it up. After I go down, you guys pay attention to help me keep watch." Wang Yuan observed and saw that there was no danger and said. Dahei took out a rope and let it go. Everyone pulled on it, and Wang Yuan slipped. When they reached the grass below, Wang Yuan looked around and walked under a mango tree. Above them, Big Black and the three women raised their guns on guard. The two trees were already very old, both more than 10 meters high. The mangoes near the trunk position can be climbed to the tree to pick, but not at the far end. Fortunately, the fruits are hanging down, most of them 3 or 4 meters above the ground. Dahei, throw the harpoon down. Wang Yuan shouted upwards. The harpoon was thrown down, and Wang Yuan picked up another rock, sharpened all the edges of the metal head, and then raised the harpoon to pick the mango. As long as they could, the ripe and half-ripe ground was picked and put into the basket, then looked up and saw that there were still a few ripe ground out of reach, and decided to climb up the tree and pick as many as they could. Walking up to a mango tree, he glanced upwards, then leapt upwards, arms hugging the tree and feet clamping onto the trunk as well, and began to climb upwards. Ah, not good. Wang Yuan had just climbed more than 2 meters when suddenly Jiang Yin let out a scream. Wang Yuan turned his head and saw a brown bear scurrying up from the grass on the hillside. The brown bear was an adult, estimated at 234 pounds. The brown bear also saw Wang Yuan and charged towards him. Wang Yuan has his hands on the tree and can't reach his weapon. Tada, da-da, da-da-da-da. The 4 big blacks fired. The brown bear fell to the ground with a loud thud, his limbs still twitching. He had been shot 4 or 5 times in the back. Blood was pouring out of the wounds. He grunted twice from his mouth, and then he was out of breath. I one half, 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 I one half. The 3 girls exclaimed in delight. Wang Yuan shook his head and continued to climb the tree. Climbing up the tree and picking 5 or 6 more mangoes, the distant ones were just out of reach, so they slipped down. Sister Fong, you two come down again and cut some bear meat to go back and eat. Big Black, don't come down, keep on guard. Wang Yuan shouted to the top. Zhang Lanfang and Jiang Yin came down. Wang Yuan first gave them each a mango, and the 2 women ate it, tied the mango-filled carrier to a rope, and let Big Black pull it up. Wang Yuan also peeled one and ate it. So sweet. Which one of you will sit on my shoulder and pick the mango on it? Wang Yuan said. Xiao Yin, she's tall. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. Wang Yuan crouched down. Jiang Yin, red-faced, rode up to Wang Yuan's neck, who stood up and handed Jiang Yin a harpoon. Sister Fong, you take it from below. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Another dozen or so mangoes were picked before Wang Yuan put down Jiang Yin. Go cut some bear meat. It's a great tonic. Wang Yuan said. When he got to the brown bear, he grabbed his dagger and skinned it first. Together, the 3 people peeled off the skin. Wang Yuan unloaded the 4 bear paws, cut off more than 40 pounds of meat, took out the bear bile, wrapped it in bear skin, and put it into the back basket. The scene was a little bloody, but the 2 women were not uncomfortable after so many days of survival on the lonely island. All right, don't take the rest, Wang Yuan said. First, they let Big Black pull the supplies up, then the 3 of them climbed up in turn. Is Yuan's mango good? Zhang Lanfang came up and asked. Yummy, sweet, and savory. Huh? Rin Yuan said. These 2 mango trees are old trees. I'm afraid they've survived for decades. Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and took a deep breath. Well, could someone have planted it then? Jiang Yin said. It's very likely. Look at this road we're walking on. It's definitely artificially constructed. It's just that no one has walked on it for a long time. And there are fruits under the rocky platforms we encountered on the road. Maybe there are still fruits under the rocky platforms we encountered further on. Wang Yuan said. Well, that makes sense. Then are we still going downwards? Zhang Lanfang asked. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon and said, Forget it. Go back after resting. The crowd packed up their things and started walking back. Dahei carried the heaviest basket containing bear meat. Wang Yuan carried a dozen mangoes, and Zhang Lanfang also carried a dozen mangoes. Walking to the last platform, Wang Yuan took over Dahei's carrier, and the crowd swapped again. Walked around and got back to the caves around 5. After the crowd rested for a while, Wang Yuan took out the bear bile, found a rope to tie it, and hung it under the shed to air dry. Captain, aren't mangoes ripe in May or June? How come there are still some now? Jiang Yin asked. Maybe it's because this is the southern hemisphere, Or maybe it has something to do with the island's climate. Wang Yuan said, "Oh, all right, let's stew the meat after resting. We don't have a pressure cooker. Bear meat can take a long time to stew." Wang Yuan said, "Captain, want a bear paw?" Rin Yuan said, "Oh, the bear's paw is a much longer stew. 5 or 6 hours is not always good. When we cook the meal and then stew it, it might be good in the morning." Wang Yuan said, "Oh." The three women went back to the cave to stew the meat. Wang Yuan collected the sun-dried kudzu powder. "Dahe, come on, it's time to take a shower and fetch some water on the way." The crowd returned from their turns in the shower, and it was almost dark. After closing the gate to the courtyard, everyone sat around the fire and ate fruit. "It smells so good, Sister Yin. Is the meat still bad?" Rin Yuan asked. Soon, Jiang Yin cut a few pieces of bamboo shoots and put them in the pot. "Oh, I'm so hungry." "All right, it's ready to eat." Jiang Yin divided the meat for everyone, poured the soup, and then stewed the bear paws. "Yummy. It smells so good." "Just dice the meat," Jiang Yin said. "Yeah, yeah." Rin Yuan said, "You're the one who's in a hurry. How can you cut it when it's so hot?" Jiang Yin gave her a blank look. "This is also quite good. A big mouthful of meat, a big mouthful of wine, and a big scale to divide the gold and silver." Wang Yuan said, "Oh, Captain, want a drink?" Zhang Lanfang said, "It's fine to drink some. Let's have a small cup for each person. Drink it to relieve your fatigue." Wang Yuan said. Zhang Lanfang brought over a bottle of brandy and shared a small half cup with one person, while the remaining bit was divided again for Wang Yuan and Dahe. After the meal, the crowd marinated the rest of the bear meat and hung it up. "Captain, what do you think of Zhao Jiangwo and the others now?" Rin Yuan took a bite of mango and said, "It's impossible to say." Wang Yuan took a deep drag on his cigarette. "Who cares? Those aren't good people. Fortunately, we follow the captain. We eat and drink without worrying. And now we've stocked up on so much food." Zhang Lanfang said, Captain, if we can't go back, why don't you move all the fruit trees over again? Plant some more edible crops, wild vegetables, and whatnot. Raise some pheasants and rabbits, and build a big house, and I'll marry you, okay?" Rin Yuan blinked her big eyes and said, Chapter 136, Confessed. Cough, cough. Wang Yuan choked on a mouthful of smoke. "I see, okay." Zhang Lanfang said, "King, I suggest you marry all three of them." "Ha!" Dahe said, "Scram." The three women gave Big Black a blank look. Hey, there's no law here anyway." Big Black said, "Dahe, what are you adding to the mess?" "I said we will definitely go back. This topic is not allowed to be brought up again in the future, haha." Wang Yuan said, "Cut. Late stage straight male cancer." Rin Yuan twisted her head away. "All right, rest after relieving yourself." Wang Yuan said. Everyone came back to rest one after another, bolted the door. Wang Yuan added some firewood to the stove and also went back to his room to lie down. Dahe was already snoring, already asleep, and Wang Yuan tossed and turned. In fact, Wang Yuan's favorite in his heart is Jiang Yin, although the beginning is very capricious and incomprehensible after so many days and so many things. Wang Yuan also understands her personality and character. She used to be like a canary in a cage, without experiencing the trials and tribulations of the wind and the rain, and now, after this incident, she has shown a lot of highlights: kind and courageous, tough and resilient, beautiful and gentle, thoughtful and understanding. A lot of compliments to women's words could probably be applied to her. But since I am an orphan, a poor loser, the money issued by the army is not enough to buy a house in the small county, since I am not worthy of her. Wang Yuan looked at his watch, 12:30, so he got out of bed, sat by the stove, and lit a cigarette and smoked it, adding some dry firewood to the stove. At this time, he heard footsteps coming from behind him and turned his head to see that it was Jiang Yin. "Mr. Jiang, you haven't slept either?" Wang Yuan whispered. "Well, couldn't sleep. I came out when I heard you come out." Jiang Yin sat beside Wang Yuan. For a moment, both men were silent. "Are they asleep?" After a while, Wang Yuan asked. "Aha!" The two were silent again, feeling awkwardly asked as if the two were about to do something unseemly. Jiang Yin slowly leaned her head onto Wang Yuan's shoulder. "Actually, I like you," Jiang Yin said. "But I'm nothing but a poor loser who can't give you anything." "I know." There was another moment of stale silence, and all that could be heard was the breathing of the two men and the wind outside. "When we go back, if you still like me and your family doesn't object, I'll marry you," Wang Yuan said. "Definitely." "Aha!" The two listened to the sound of the wind blowing the leaves outside and gradually drifted into the quiet night. Go back and rest. Good. Jiang Yin raised her head, gently kissed Wang Yuan's cheek, and went back to her room to sleep. Wang Yuan lit another cigarette and pondered. After smoking and adding some firewood, I went back to bed. In the morning, Wang Yuan was rarely the first to get up, perhaps because he slept too late. Hey Wang, I'm the first one to get up today. Dahe got up and got dressed before Wang Yuan opened his eyes. Aha! Auro walked out of the room and started a fire for the stove. Wang Yuan and the three girls also came out one after another. Opening the door, the group stepped out together. Wow, it's a bit cloudy today. Will it rain? Rin Yuan said. Not necessarily. Wang Yuan built a fire on the stove in the shed and boiled water. The crowd finished solving their personal problems and sat around the shed, drinking boiling water. Captain, what do we eat in the morning? Jiang Yin asked. Bear paws. Rin Yuan raised her hand. Okay, have the bear claw. Aren't there a few boxes of lunch meat left? Wang Yuan said. Well, there are 6 more boxes. Jiang Yin said. 1 box for each person then. Okay, but we've never eaten a bear's paw, much less made one, so we don't know how to do it. Jiang Yin said. I don't know, just watch and do it. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin first took a few mushrooms and soaked them in water, cut up some wild onions and wild mountain ginger and chili peppers, diced a ham sausage, and diced the soaked mushrooms. Then wild onions and wild mountain ginger and chili peppers were popped, diced ham sausage and mushrooms were added, stir-fried a few times. A little stock was added, a little salt was added, kudzu powder was hooked to yawning, and the broth was poured over the bear's paw that had been placed on a palm frond. Well, taste it. The crowd began to move their chopsticks. Well, it's not that tasty, but it's pretty good. Jiang Yin said. It tastes good to me anyway. Rin Yuan said. It should be that we didn't season it enough and did it the wrong way. Zhang Lanfang said. Well, that's it. Wang Yuan said. The crowd finished their meal, gathered their dishes, and sat down. Captain, are we still going to the valley? Zhang Lanfang said. Let's go to the beach today. If it rains, we'll still have a place to get out of the rain and get back early. Let's put away the fish cages and see if the traps caught any wild rabbits on the way. Wang Yuan took a drag on a cigarette and said, Okay. With all their gear, the group set off for the beach. Coming to the hare traps, one trap was triggered, but unfortunately there was no luck again. Wang Yuan switched that trap around and reloaded it. Came down to the beach and walked to the shelter. Let's go collect the fish cages first. Wang Yuan said. 2 cages, harvested 5 or 6 fish and 4 crabs, processed the fish, and took them back to the shelter. Big Black and I will go pick up marine garbage and see if there is any that can be used. You guys are here to cook sea salt. Wang Yuan said. Okay. The crowd was busy again. The 3 girls got on the fire and started boiling up the seawater. Wang Yuan and Dahe first picked up some dry wood to make firewood for the 3 women. Wang Yuan picked up a 1-meter square piece of barbed wire and took it back to the shelter. This wire mesh can be brought back and made into a barbecue. Wang Yuan said, Well, barbecue is my favorite. Eating barbecue and drinking beer is the most comfortable. Rin Yuan said, Huh? Isn't hot pot your favorite food? Zhang Lanfang asked. He, love it all, love it all. Rin Yuan smiled sarcastically. Giggle. Jiang Yin laughed. You foodie. Zhang Lanfang blanked Rin Yuan. Big Black also picked up a 50-liter oil drum back with a carrying handle on it. This one is good. This one carries water and is easy to fill up. Wang Yuan said. Aha! Wang Yuan used a dagger to pry off the lid of the barrel. Jiang Yin took it over, went to the beach to wash it, and beat half a bucket of seawater to carry it back to the shelter. Wang Yuan and Dahe walked away and continued to search for usable items. Should we grill the fish? Rin Yuan said. Don't want it. Let's wait until noon when we make it for dinner. Jiang Yin said. Oh, okay. Wang Yuan and Dahe carried some more wood back, and the 2 of them picked up their machetes to split the firewood. After chopping the firewood, it's all piled up in the shelter, which should last a couple days if you live here. Come on, let's go catch the sea. Wang Yuan greeted Big Black. I'll go too. Rin Yuan just couldn't sit still. Just then, from the north came the sound of a motor. Chapter 137, War on Pirates. Not good. Quick, take your weapons. Run, Wang Yuan shouted. After saying this, he lifted the bucket and poured seawater over the fire. Giggle, a vapor steamed up. Quick, don't take the bag. Go, Wang Yuan said sharply. The crowd quickly ran into the bushes and got down on their stomachs. At this point, a tanker and 2 speedboats drove directly toward the beach and pulled up off the beach. 15 or 16 pirates came down from above and boarded directly onto the beach. 3 pirates held their lances on guard against the jungle. 1 pirate is speaking. After this pirate had finished speaking, the pirates split into 2 teams, 1 left and 1 right, and searched in both directions. Not good. Dahe, take them away and hide in the woods. Don't fight hard when you encounter pirates. Wang Yuan said. What about you? The 3 women asked at the same time. I'll lure them away. Wang Yuan said. No. The 3 women spoke in unison. Don't worry, I'll be fine. This is not the time to discuss. It must be executed. Wang Yuan said sharply. Come on, he'll be fine, trust him. Big Black said. Okay. The 4 men bowed and ran toward the jungle. Wang Yuan quickly moved to the right and immediately approached the reef area as soon as he drew his pirate. Wang Yuan was more than 150 meters away from them, lifting his long rifle to take aim, then lowering it again and pulling out his pistol. The sound of the wind and waves on the beach is large. The long gun is not easy to attract the attention of the pirates, so choose the pistol, but the pistol so far away is not accurate and lethal. Bang! Bang! 2 shots in a row. Pop! A bullet struck a pirate on the reef at his feet, chipping up rock chips and hitting him in the leg. Ah! The pirate was startled and touched his leg. There wasn't even any blood. His pants weren't even torn. The sound of gunfire drew the attention of the 2 plucked pirates. One of the pirates pointed at the place where Wang Yuan had fired and wailed. The pirates raised their guns and fired. Da-da-da-da. After a burst of firing, the thatch over there was a good deal shorter. 1 pirate waved his hand, and all the pirates rushed forward. When we got closer, there was no one there. Only 2 shell casings were found on the ground. Bang, bang. 2 more shots rang out. The pirates shrank down. The lead pirate pointed in a direction, and with a wave of his hand, the pirates rushed forward again, unfortunately finding another shell casing. The lead pirate pressed his hand, and the pirates crouched down. The pirate made a few hand gestures and waved them to either side, and the pirates scattered. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Ah! A scream. The pirates looked over to see a pirate who had been hit in the left arm and was wailing and pointing to the front. The pirates looked over and saw a figure running quickly. Tada! Da-da! The pirates scattered after them, raising their guns and firing from time to time. Bang, bang. Wang Yuan finished firing 2 shots, rolled over, lay on his back behind a cluster of bushes, changed the magazine, turned off the safety, and pinned a pistol to his waist. Another roll, lifting the M16. Tada! A point-blank shot, and a pirate fell in response. The pirates rushed to get down, and the pirate leader whimpered for a moment. The pirates crept over and found only shell casings, not people. In the distance, Wang Yuan suddenly stood up and ran. Tada! Da-da-da-da. The pirates raised their guns and fired. Wang Yuan rolled over and ducked under a small dirt slope. The pirates charged again. Ah! Ah! Suddenly came 2 screams. Only to see 2 pirates fell into the trap together, approached to see. The 2 were penetrated by the bamboo tip, struggled twice, and broke. Wahlagokie. The pirate leader said something, and the pirates spread out, moving forward carefully with their guns raised. Tot! Another pirate fell in response. Da-da-da-da. The pirates fired again at the dirt slope. Ah! Suddenly, another pirate fell into the trap and saw that he would not survive. The pirate leader was furious and wowed. Tot! A pirate was shot in the head. Gunshots came from the other side, and the pirates looked over, only to see the figure leap up a flash and disappear again. Da-da-da-da. The pirates fired another burst of shots, then spread out and surrounded them. The pirates were careful to hold their guns up, and the ground was tested before they stepped solidly over it. Ah! A scream. The pirates turned their heads to see an eagle clawing at a pirate's face before spreading its wings and flying. The pirate squeezed his eyes shut, and blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. Ah! The pirate hurriedly covered his eyes and fell down, rolling on the ground and screaming. The rest of the pirates looked creeped out. Ah! Another pirate was blinded by the eagle and fell to the ground, rolling and screaming. Ah, gibberish! One of the pirates suddenly jumped up and ran off to the side with some unknown cry on his lips, only to see a cobra poking its head out where that pirate had just been. Tot! The pirates fired a volley of shots, pulverizing the snake. Tot! There was a burst of gunfire in the distance. The pirates returned fire. After a while, the pirates realized that they had no casualties this time, and were looking at each other in dismay, but then they heard a buzzing sound. Ah! Walla walla! A pirate waved his arms to repel the wasps that flew at him. Kirikou, blah blah blah. The pirate leader shouted. The pirates took off their tops and waved them to repel the wasps. It turned out that Wang Yuan led the pirates to the place where the hornet's nest was found last time, and shot the hornet's nest while the pirates were walking nearby. Perhaps because it was cloudy and raining soon, the hornets were almost all in the nest, and the more the pirates rushed the hornets, the more they were almost pervasive. The pirate close to the hornet's nest had hornets crawling almost all over his face and hands, and almost all the other pirates were stung wherever there was bare skin. Bagayalu! The pirate leader shouted angrily. What language is this? Why is it a bit familiar? Wang Yuan was listening from afar with a confused look on his face. Tada! Da-da-da-da. Suddenly, there was the sound of gunfire again in the distance. The two pirates fell in response, and then had wasps crawling all over their bodies. Shikiri, the pirate leader shouted. The rest of the pirates waved their clothes, repelled the hornets, and ran for the sea as if they were dead. I'll go. So this foreign language means desperately trying to escape. Wang Yuan thought in his heart, then raised his gun to aim at the pirate leader. Tada! The pirate leader fell. Huh? I didn't shoot. Wang Yuan hurriedly looked through the scope to the place where the shots were fired. Only Big Black and the three women were holding up their lances in the direction the pirates were fleeing, firing 2 shots from time to time and moving this way. Don't come over. Just chase after them. Wang Yuan stood up and shouted over to Big Black. Oh, okay. The 4 Big Blacks chased after the pirates. Wang Yuan took out a bullet, unloaded it, poured the gunpowder into his palm, raised the gunpowder on his body, then wiped it on his face, rubbed his hands together, and rushed out with his gun. Chapter 138. Tiger. 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 Originally, it was pirates chasing Wang Yuan. Now it has changed to Wang Yuan chasing pirates. But the remaining pirates, perhaps stung by wasps, or perhaps their lives were threatened, or perhaps their faith was trampled on. Anyway, they all burst out of their maximum potential to run as hard as they could. I can't catch up. It seems like it's been a long time since I trained. Wang Yuan slandered in his heart. Tada! Did I? From time to time, gunshots were heard in the distance. Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel anxious in his heart, and his speed grew faster and faster, catching up with Big Black and the 3 women in a while. Captain, the 3 women called out. All right, you guys take a break and leave it to me and Big Black. Wang Yuan saw that the 3 women were sweating profusely and their hair was wet and plastered to their faces. Wang Yuan and Big Black increased their speed and rushed out. It was now about 500 meters away from those pirates. With Dahe's gun, it basically wouldn't cause any casualties. With Wang Yuan's gun, he might be able to hit one, but the other might just run away. When they got to the beach there, the 5 remaining pirates rushed to the speedboat, mouths agape. The tanker had turned around, and the speedboat started up. Tada! Tada! Wang Yuan and Dahe leaned against the coconut tree and pulled the trigger. 2 pirates fell. Tada! Tada! 2 more pirates fell. The last pirate had climbed onto the speedboat. Tada! 2 shots hit the pirate squarely in the thigh, and the pirate tumbled into the speedboat. Hoke, 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 hoke. A burst of heavy machine gun fire came sweeping down the beach from the tanker, and the 2 men rushed to lie down. The 3 boats sailed away from the beach, the sound of their motors growing more and more distant. Holy shit! Big Black pounded the ground and climbed to his feet. Captain, are you guys okay? The 3 women ran over. It's fine. Wang Yuan sat up and leaned against the coconut tree, lighting a cigarette. Fuck, I can't believe they have heavy machine guns. Big Black said angrily. All right, Dahe, it's good that people are fine. Zhang Lanfang said. Big Black took a depressing drag on his cigarette. Let's go. Go search those corpses. Wang Yuan said. 4 AK-47s were seized, 10 magazines, 6 of which were empty, a dagger, several packs of cigarettes, 2 lighters, more than 1,000 euros in banknotes, and an electronic watch. Let's go to the shelter and have something to eat. Wang Yuan looked at his watch. It was 2 o'clock. Okay. The group packed up, returned to the shelter, put away the fish cages, and harvested a few more fish and crabs. A fire was built, and the 3 women roasted. Wang Yuan checked that watch and asked, which one of you wants it? Give it to Dahe. You 2 often go out to work alone. There's a watch to keep an eye on the time. Zhang Lanfang said. You guys are together a lot too. Why don't you guys just give it to whomever you want? Big Black said. Then give it to Yuan Yuan. We're always together anyway. Jiang Yin said when she saw Run Yuan Yuan's expectant eyes. Okay. Wang Yuan also understood Jiang Yan's small mind and threw the watch to Ren Yuan Yuan. It's better to give it to Sister Fong. We females are the most capable. Ren Yuan Yuan said. Well, Hope. Take it. All of us have at least one that will be with you. Wang Yuan Dao said. Oh, don't be so melodramatic, okay? Sister Fong. Has this straight man gotten the hang of it? Ren Yuan Yuan leaned her head on a Zhang Lanfang's shoulder and cried. Advanced cancer is hopeless. Don't worry. Zhang Lanfang patted Ren Yuan Yuan's shoulder and said in a serious tone. Huh? Ren Yuan Yuan's mouth dropped open. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. Zhang Lanfang stroked her hair. Is it really hopeless? Ren Yuan Yuan asked. Maybe there's a miracle. Zhang Lanfang said. King, what do they mean by that? Big Black asked. Flight attendants learn knowledge, right? We can't understand, just like we learn a foreign language. We can't understand it, just skim it. Wang Yuan said. Damn, Wang, I want to kill you. Ren Yuan Yuan raised her head and gritted her teeth. Huh? King, are you dying? Big Black asked in surprise. No, she was scared by the pirates. Wang Yuan said. Humph, humph. Ren Yuan Yuan looked away. Let's eat. It's all baked. Jiang Yin said. No food. Gas full. Ren Yuan Yuan grumbled under her breath. Zzz, this crab is so flavorful. The yellow is so much better. Zhang Lanfang said. Humph. I'll just taste it, haha. Ren Yuan Yuan said. Ah. Zhang Lanfang answered. I'll just try a bite of this fish, haha. Ah. Jiang Yin responded. Why is this fish so thorny? Ren Yuan Yuan said angrily. That side of the sashimi. Wang Yuan said. Oh, I'll taste it, ha. Ren Yuan Yuan said. Huh? Is this your Chinese routine? I want to go home. Dahe looked dumbfounded. All right, we should go back. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Everyone was full. The crowd collects and carries the women's equipment. Walking to the beach. Ah, there are 2 bodies missing. Zhang Lanfang said as she pointed to the pirate corpses. The crowd looked over and saw that 2 of the original 4 pirate bodies were left. You guys wait, Big Black, and I will go over and take a look. Wang Yuan said. Aha! Wang Yuan and Big Black walked over, only to see obvious drag marks on the beach, all the way to the jungle, with many beast tracks on the ground, dragged away by jackals. Wang Yuan said, King, how about burying it? Big Black asked. Forget it. Push it into the sea. The 2 men pushed the 2 bodies into the sea. The crowd searched back down the route the pirates had taken. This should be the leader of this group of pirates. Search for it. Finding a corpse with a swollen face from a wasp sting, Wang Yuan said. A pistol, 2 full magazines, a dozen rounds of ammunition, 2 packs of cigarettes, a high-grade lighter, over 1,000 euros in cash, and a high-grade watch. The crowd searched the bodies in the traps again, and the ones that had been shot down, and the pirate who had been bitten by the snake and stung by the wasp was dead. 2 bodies were missing, obviously dragged away by wild animals. The people gathered what they could, threw the bodies into the traps, and buried them with dirt. After burying the pirate's body, it started to drizzle. The crowd packed up and rushed back. Guns were harvested, but ammo was almost shot out. The crowd walked over to the traveler's banana, drank some water, and rested for a while. The light rain drenched the crowd. The crowd rehydrated and continued on their way back. It was so close to the cave that everyone couldn't help but speed up. But with each man carrying at least 3 lances, the weight was still heavy. Everyone was out of breath. When they finally reached the periphery of the grass, suddenly Wang Yuan stretched out his arms to stop the crowd. What's wrong? Zhang Lanfang asked in a small voice. Shuh, don't even say a word. Wang Yuan made a silencing gesture and then pointed towards the fence over the cave. Hiss! The crowd sucked in cool air. Tiger! 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 Chapter 139. Shooting the Tiger. A tiger was seen pacing back and forth looking at the wolf carcass hanging on the fence. Sister Fong, you guys have 2 shots? Wang Yuan asked in a small voice. Aha! The 3 women nodded their heads repeatedly, their eyes glowing with excitement. Raise your lance and aim it at the tiger. This distance is too far, at least 300 meters. Can you guys make it? Wang Yuan whispered. Try it. Ren Yuan Yuan said. Let's just shoot at the same time. Okay. Zhang Lanfang said. Okay. 1, 2, 3. Ta-da! Da-da-da-da. The tiger was so scared that the fence in front of him, the grass under his feet, was hit by the bamboo chips and sand and grass and leaves flying up, but it just didn't hit the tiger. The tiger craned his head to see that the majesty of the king of the forest could not be violated, and the tiger's anger rose miserably. Are you guys bluffing? Ugh. Scare the tiger? Look at the tiger scaring others, dazed and confused. Wang Yuan said, "Ha ha." The three women burst into laughter. The tiger's anger at the group of food daring to taunt him was finally overwhelming. Roar, roared and lunged at the group of food. Tada, tada. The three women fired point-blank shots in rapid succession. Finally, the tiger was scared off when it charged about 150 meters and just turned to run towards the waterhole. Tada. Big Black couldn't look away and fired a point-blank shot, hitting the tiger in the ass. The bullet tumbled inside the tiger's body. Ow! The tiger screamed miserably and collapsed. Finally unable to endure the enormous pain in his body, he stomped his legs twice and died with unwillingness. Look at that. It's still you guys who are great at scaring tigers away. Wang Yuan said, "Cut. You're saying we're tigresses." Rin Yuan gave her a blank look. "How could I?" "Ha," laughed Big Black. The three women looked depressed, having fired so many shots without hitting a single one. Such a long distance is already a bad shot. Plus, the tiger running up is even worse. It's okay. Sharpshooters shoot accurately by bullets feeding out. Practice a few more times and you'll be fine. Wang Yuan said, "Oh, go back." Wang Yuan said. The people put the things into the cave, and Wang Yuan and Dahei went out to carry the tiger into the shed. "King, that dead wolf stinks, bury it." Big Black said. "No, just put it down." Wang Yuan said, then took a thick stick and picked the dead wolf off, endured the stench, and threw it outside the fence. "Captain, are we going to eat tiger meat tonight?" Rin Yuan said as she fed the pheasants in the shed. "All right, let's take care of the tiger." Wang Yuan said, "Eat some fruits first and take a rest." Zhang Yin brought over a bunch of washed fruits and put them on the table. "Big Black and I will go and get some fresh water. You guys handle the tiger first. Be careful not to cut the tiger's skin, which is relatively intact." Wang Yuan said, "Got it." Wang Yuan and Dahei carried buckets of water and motor oil barrels and braved the rain to fetch water from the waterhole. The three women took their daggers and got straight to work. "Xiaoyan, make this tiger whip properly and give it to the captain to eat to ensure that you will love each other to death." Zhang Lanfang said, "Ugh, fuck you. I think you're the one who wanted it. Let me tell you guys, ha." Zhang Lanfang whispered, waving her hand to the two women, who put their heads together. Then Zhang Lanfang muttered, and both women's faces reddened to the root of their necks. "Really?" Ren asked. "Of course it's true. Don't believe me, try it." Zhang Lanfang said, "How do you try it here?" "Oh, yeah, try again when you find a boyfriend." "What are you guys talking about?" Wang Yuan returned with a bucket of water and wiped the rainwater from his face. "It's nothing, just a casual conversation." Rin Yuan pretended as if nothing had happened. "Mysterious. Big Black and I are going to take a bath. You guys can do it when we come back." Seeing Big Black closing the courtyard door and coming over, Wang Yuan said, "Good. Go, Dahei." Wang Yuan took the toiletries and called on Dahei to go. "Sister Fong, Sister Yin, how are we going to eat this tiger meat at night?" Rin Yuan asked. "Didn't you bring back a wire mesh? Let's roast some and stew some and taste which one tastes good." Zhang Lanfang said, "Yeah, cut a piece and I'll go stew it on first." Jiang Yin said, "Well, it's almost 5 o'clock, stew on it." Rin Yuan looked at her watch and said. Wang Yuan and Big Black came back from the bath and went into the cave to change their clothes. "You guys go wash up, we'll do the rest. Remember to bring your weapons." Wang Yuan walked out and said, "Got it." The three women grabbed their things and left. By the time the three women returned, it was dark and the tiger had been dealt with. "The rain is getting heavier. Pack up and go into the cave." Wang Yuan said, "Okay." Back in the cave, a fire was built, and Wang Yuan hung up the tiger skin. The three women placed a wire mesh on the stovetop, skewered the tiger meat, and put it on the grill. "Captain, let's eat," Zhang Lanfang said. "Okay, dinner is served. A big chunk of stew for one person, topped with soup, and the crowd gathered around the stove, eating and grilling. Well, it tastes good. It is quite fragrant. Ugh, I can't bite into this piece of roasted meat." Rin Yuan spat out a mouthful of meat and said, "I can bite this piece." Zhang Lanfang said, "Yes, I'll try it." Rin Yuan picked up a piece of roasted meat in front of Zhang Lanfang and ate it. Yummy. Yeah, this one can bite. What's going on, Captain?" This is supposed to be which part of the meat is more tender. The crowd ate, marinated the meat, hung it up, and rested. In the middle of the night, the people were sleeping soundly, but suddenly the wind was gusting outside, flying sand and stones, hitting the bamboo door crackling. The crowd woke up, and Wang Yuan stepped out to stoke the fire. "Captain, what's going on?" The crowd came out. Wang Yuan walked behind the door and peered out through the gap. It was pitch black outside, and he couldn't see anything. "It's okay, it should be a gale. It can't blow us," Wang Yuan said. Then a couple more bamboo tops on the door. "All right, I'll go back to sleep," Wang Yuan said, then sat down and lit a cigarette. "Can't sleep again now," Yuan said. The crowd also sat down around the fire. "Why is it so windy?" "Oceanic climate, who knows? Could it be a typhoon?" "It's okay, the wind can't get in." The crowd went silent again, listening to the crackling sound outside, listening to the habit of instead of feeling noisy. "All right, go back to sleep." Wang Yuan flicked his cigarette towards the fire and said, "Okay." One by one, the crowd went back to their rooms to rest. Wang Yuan got up in the morning, walked behind the door, and looked out. The wind was much lighter. Push open the door, walked out, the wind blowing raindrops to the face. Raw pain, raw pain. The shed cannot withstand the gusts, has collapsed. The thatch on top of the shadow. A few bamboos east and west inserted in the ground. Chapter 140. The typhoon is coming. The fence had blown away in several places, and what was left was stuck crookedly in the ground. The toilets are also missing. Wang Yuan stepped aside and urinated anywhere. Walking back to the cave, he built a fire for the stove and boiled water. The crowd is getting up one by one. "Captain, how's it going out there?" Yuan asked as she yawned. "It's almost all gone out there," Wang Yuan said. "Huh? It's the shed, the outhouse, the yard. It's all gone." Wang Yuan lit a cigarette and said. The crowd ran out, and looking at the mess, the women couldn't help but swear. "This damn wind, this damn weather, this damn tenderness." Wang Yuan walked out. "Ha ha ha. Okay, we have to live, life goes on. Big Black, let's go back. You guys just piss and shit wherever you want, don't run far away, just do whatever you want here," Wang Yuan said, then went into the cave with Big Black. "Huh? What do you mean?" Yuan said. "It's just telling us to relieve ourselves here," Zhang Lanfang said. "Ugh." The three women returned to the cave and grabbed cups of water. "Dahe, come back after you finish relieving yourself, and we'll go wash up together." Seeing Dahe walking out, Wang Yuan said, "Mr. Jiang, stew those tiger ribs. We'll have tiger ribs later," Wang Yuan said to Jiang Yin again. "Okay." Jiang Yin poured some water to wash her hands and put the ribs whole into the steamer to stew on. When Big Black returned, the group put on their ponchos, grabbed their toiletries, pinned on their pistols, and headed for the waterhole. The wind was still so strong that the people were struggling to walk, and the trees in the woods across the street had fallen several times, so it was obvious how strong the wind was at night. The people had finished washing up and were heading back, when suddenly Yuan said, "Look, what's that?" Everyone looked in the direction Yuan was pointing, only to see a column of water on the other side of the ocean swirling and rising from the bottom to the sky. "Wow, it's spectacular," Zhang Lanfang said. "Yeah, Captain, what's that?" Yuan said. "It can't be a heavenly ladder, right?" Jiang Yin said. "Run, back to the cave," Wang Yuan observed and shouted. "Huh? What's wrong?" The three women were confused. "Go back and talk about it, Run," Wang Yuan said sharply. The crowd saw that Wang Yuan's face was very anxious and hurriedly ran towards the cave. The wind grew stronger, as if a pair of hands were pushing the crowd toward the sea, finally struggling to get back to the cave. The people worked together to block the bamboo door at the entrance to the cave, placing several sticks of bamboo against the door. Wang Yuan leaned over the door and watched through the crack. "Captain, what's that?" Ren asked. "Dragons sucking water," Wang Yuan said. "Huh? What's a dragon sucker?" "I know, I've read about it in books. It's the center of a typhoon. The typhoon passes through the ocean and rolls up the water. Typhoons, as we all know, are incredibly destructive, and wherever they pass, no grass is left behind. We all felt a push just now. It should be the suction force of the typhoon. Everything around the typhoon will be sucked towards the center," Jiang Yin said. "Aha!" Yuan was still in shock. Phew! Phew! Crackle. The sound of wind and various flapping sounds came from outside the cave. Wang Yuan peered outward. "Luckily we came back fast. You guys look outside," Wang Yuan said. The crowd came over and looked out. Many trees were seen uprooting and flying off into the distance. The fences outside were flying, and even jackals and wolves could be seen flying. Ah, so scary. Rin Yuan Yuan slapped her chest. Yes, it's fortunate that we came back. Zhang Lanfang said. Well, if we were a little later, we would have been blown away by the wind as well. Jiang Yin said. Aha! All right, it's fine. Let's all stop going out and go back to cooking. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin said. The three women went back to cook, and Wang Yuan and Dahe guarded the door and smoked cigarettes. King, it's leaking here. Dahe pointed up. It's fine. The poncho on top was blown away by the wind. Wang Yuan said. It was raining harder and more rainwater was flowing into the cave. Wang Yuan picked up the engineer's shovel and dug on the ground, and a moment later dug a drainage ditch straight out of the hole, and the rainwater flowed outward. Captain, it's time to eat. Jiang Yin shouted. Got it, Wang Yuan answered. The two Wang Yuan threw their cigarettes away and walked back to eat. The crowd sat around the table eating tiger steaks and drinking soup. Captain, why do I feel some chest tightness? Am I sick? Zhang Lanfang asked. Well, my head is also a bit dizzy. It's not a cold and flu, right? Jiang Yin said. Me too, my chest is stuffy. Don't believe me, feel it. Rin Yuan Yuan said. Pfft. Big Black spewed out a mouthful of soup. Cough, 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 cough. Wang Yuan choked on his soup. Be a lady, you nymphomaniac. Zhang Lanfang slapped Rin Yuan Yuan. Aya, Sister Fang. I've never been in love before. I don't know how to impress this wood. Rin Yuan Yuan said. Ahem, everyone is fine. This should be caused by low air pressure and lack of oxygen in the center of the typhoon. It will be fine after the typhoon passes. Wang Yuan said. Oh. The crowd finished their meal and sat around chatting with nothing to do. We mustn't go out. Just in case, we'll go out after the typhoon is gone. Luckily, we've stored enough food. Wang Yuan said. Got it? But what's the solution for relieving yourself? Zhang Lanfang said. Aren't there so many floating balls here? Take them into the room and solve them. Put it there at the entrance after solving it, or go there at the entrance to solve it. We'll go back to the room and wait. Wang Yuan said. Huh, all right, things are urgent. Don't care about those details. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Jiang Yin brought over fruits, and the crowd ate them. Wang Yuan and Dahe smoked cigarettes and examined the guns. What are you all checking out? Ren asked. Check the parts and the rifling of the barrels and whatnot. Weed out the ones that are badly worn and try to assemble a few durable guns. Wang Yuan said. Oh, why don't you guys just press all the bullets into the magazines if you're okay, and practice when you're done. Wang Yuan said. Aha. The three women were loaded with bullets and looked at Wang Yuan's two-man team gun. In a moment, the two had assembled 5 of the better guns. The 2 men assembled the rest of the old parts as well. Captain, what are these broken parts assembled for? Rin Yuan Yuan asked. None of these guns are broken. They're just worn out a bit more. You guys can take them to practice, or use them to make traps, confuse the enemy, etc. It's all fine. Wang Yuan said. Oh. The 3 women finished loading their bullets, and each picked up a long gun to practice their aim. The crowd had a pleasant morning. Captain, what's for lunch? Jiang Yin asked. Do whatever you want. Do less. We don't eat less when we're not active, and we don't know when the typhoon will pass, so save as much as you can. Wang Yuan said. Okay. Chapter 141, After the Typhoon.